There's the horn in Denver. The Nuggets are undefeated at home. They blow out the Golden State Warriors 129 to 104. And there's the horn. Denver sweeps the 4-game homestand. It was close for a minute, but the 6th triple-double of the year by Nikola Jokic puts Denver over the top. Denver takes care of Indiana tonight by a final of 117 to 100.
Colorado comes to Edmonton and shines bright on Hockey Night in Canada. It's their biggest goal output, their second biggest ever, and they beat the Oilers remarkably and unfathomably by a final score of 9-1. Brindley around to Brusque. What a move, Brindley. Holding. Brindley, a shot. Save made. Lincoln. And rebound is there. He scores! Gavin Brindley! 2 goals in 2 nights. And you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over. His first career game-winning goal comes in overtime as Colorado takes down the Canucks 5-4 in Vancouver.
How's that for a weekend between the two, the Nuggets and the Avs? Both teams really showing a dominating sort of presence. The Avs on the second leg of a back-to-back last night. They take charge early. They get McKinnon scoring 2 in the first. And then kind of let go of the rope a little bit, as you would expect on a back-to-back. You get a little bit sloppy, a little bit lazier as the game goes on because you're a little bit heavy-legged. But finding a way in overtime, which has not happened yet this year. You know, there's something that Vic was talking about over the weekend. At least he was responding to somebody on Twitter and said that there's never been a time in which the Avs, the Nuggets, the Broncos have all been arguably on top of their respective sports. Now, you look around these different leagues, is there an argument to be made that it's not, in fact, the Nuggets are the best team in the league, it's Oklahoma City or whatever? Like, sure. But you're talking about one of the top teams in the sport at the exact same time. I mean, it's pretty fun being a sports fan here. Really fun. And with everything that, you know, you've kind of gone through over the last couple of years in the postseason and things not looking quite right and goaltending being an issue and then not having depth and Landeskog being out of the lineup and all these different things that the Avs just have kind of had as background stories. To see a team that's made up of a solid foundation, which they always have been with the top-end talent on that roster, but on top of that, just having the other stuff. Having the extras that you would need for a championship formula. You know, it's like a recipe. You can have your main thing, you can have your steaks, and you can have all of the awesome stuff that you want for a meal, but you still need to have the proper seasonings and the sides and all these different stuff to really make that meal pop. And I think they have that now. You know, they're still waiting for guys like Sam Girard and Logan O'Connor to get back in this lineup, but you're seeing this production. Like, Gavin Brindley has earned his time on the ice. And once everybody gets healthy, it's going to be interesting to see how they sort of divvy this stuff out. I mean, Gavin Brindley's a 21-year-old kid who in 14 games this year has found 3 goals with not a ton of time on the ice every single night. I mean, just a really, really solid start to his NHL career. And you pair that with getting some pretty good goaltending from both Blackwood and Wedgwood. You pair that with Nathan McKinnon still looking like, the best player on the planet. He leads the NHL in points right now after a 5-point night last night, 2 goals and 3 assists. Leads the NHL in points by 4. He's got 29. Connor Bedard, Leo Carlson, they're next with 25. He also leads in goals. He's got 14 already this year. And if you guys are keeping track at home, it's 16 games, so he's getting about a goal a game so far. Hard to see that thing continuing, but he's playing at an all-world level. And then on the Nuggets side, they just step up over the weekend, take care of business against a Warriors team that they should, that was without Steph Curry due to an illness, and just kind of run through them for 4 quarters. And then they play against the Pacers on a back-to-back and take care of business against them too. No, it's exactly what you want to see a team of their caliber go out and do. And it's a very similar story. They have the extra stuff that they didn't have previously. They have depth on the team that you trust. Like Jonas Valanciunas is a huge player coming off the bench. Tim Hardaway Jr. is an absolute sniper coming off the bench. And now you're just looking around, you're saying, what else can you have? In that game against the Pacers, Julian Strawther looked every bit somebody who should be getting playing time too. And you won that game against the Pacers, by the way, without 2 of your regular starters in. Like, that was without Gordon, that was without Murray. And still didn't look like you skipped the beat.
There was a picture going around Twitter this weekend. I can't remember which Nuggets game it was from, but Jokic was sitting on the bench next to Valanciunas, and he was looking at him with the most loving, affectionate expression.
Val, yeah.
Yeah, like he was about to leave Natalia for a little Valanciunas action because he finally has a backup and Jokic can sit. Maybe there actually is some rest for him in this world, unlike Thomas Shelby. And when he's sitting, the team doesn't implode and vomit down the front of their jerseys. I genuinely don't believe what I'm seeing, Brett.
Well, how about this? They played over the weekend, back-to-back nights, Friday and Saturday. And in those 2 games, Jokic played 28 minutes and 32 minutes. That just wasn't allowed before. Wasn't allowed. Couldn't do it. And it's all because you have somebody you can trust. And the team's good enough to where if they have a lead in the 4th quarter, they can keep it. It's all the different things that we've begged and hoped and wished for over the last few years that have just kind of come together right now. And so they're really good. And there's a lot of football to talk about. Rally House Football Monday. There's something surrounding Bo Nix that is weirding me out that we'll get to in a few minutes. And also a credit to the Broncos. Huge credit that we'll get to in a second as well. But the point is, you have legitimately 3 teams that are going to be playoff teams, 2 that I consider in the Nuggets and the Avs that I would imagine by the end of the year are probably top 3 favorites to win a championship. And the Broncos, if things continue in the NFL the way that this is going, are going to be in the exact same spot. We've kind of done this over the last few years of like, who do you think is closer to winning a championship between the Avs and the Nuggets, because they've kind of been jockeying back and forth over the last few years. 3 years ago, the Avs won, then the Nuggets won, and then they just kind of like, they both had potential to do it and just never could quite close it out. I don't know how to answer that question right now, because I think they both are gonna. I think they both have what it takes to get to that level. There was a stat from Ryan Green over the weekend of DNVR. Between the Broncos, Nuggets, and Avalanche, the city of Denver has not seen a regulation loss once this fall yet. They are a combined 15, well, that was before the game yesterday, so 16-0 and, oh, it's not a home game though. 15-0-2 at home this season. Haven't seen it. Because all of these teams are pretty good and pretty deep and pretty solid.
And I remember when I was first hired on to produce Avalanche and Nuggets games for this station, that was heading into the 2019 playoffs. And at the time, I remember everybody was blown away because it was the first time in like 10 or 15 years that both the Avalanche and the Nuggets were in the playoffs at the same time. And everyone went, oh my God, can you believe how cool this is? Actually, wait, here, let me do some math. I brought it up because it seemed like whenever like the Nugs were making all their playoff runs with Melo and the Avs were down, and then the Avs got good for a while, and then the Nuggets sucked. And they were just like two ships passing in the night.
Right.
And so according to my crack research, before 2019, the last time that both teams were in the playoffs at the same time was the 2009-2010 season.
Where all of them were in at the same time?
I'm not even including the Broncos. I'm just looking at our ball arena, back then Pepsi Center neighbors. And so just the fact that the point is, there was a time when this was a rarity.
Yeah.
And now we just assume, oh yeah, let's just skip to April so we can see the Avs and Nugs do their thing.
Well, the assumption comes from a real starting point, which is when you have the best player in the world or the best unit in the world or whatever you want to call it on one of your teams, and they each possess one of those. This isn't to say any of these teams are perfect. But when you have Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar, you're going to be in the mix. When you have Nikola Jokic, you're going to be in the mix. When you have the best defense in the NFL, you're going to be in the mix. I mean, as Dion would say, hold on.
Common sense.
It's just common sense. When you possess the best in the world, it's common sense. You have to be at some sort of competitive level when you reach those sort of heights, when you get lucky enough that you find these guys on your team. And look, I watched a lot of NFL yesterday, and I watched it through a lens of trying to evaluate what do these teams look like compared to what the Broncos look like right now. And how do they stack up against these others? And here's what I've found. And we'll get to this in a minute. The Broncos do something that most teams in the NFL don't. And what kind of crystallized it for me was I watched the Bills get smoked yesterday by the Dolphins. I mean, absolutely worked. 30-13 against a terrible Miami team. And you know what I said to myself? That would never happen to Denver. What Miami did would never happen to this team. And it's because you have what is, I think, more than anything else, and at times more than elite quarterback play, a requirement for success. And it's that defense. And I really want to hone in on that in just a couple of minutes. Again, it's a Rally House Football Monday as we broadcast from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. Rally House Football Monday. Vitalant and the Avs are teaming up because November is Hockey Fights Cancer Month and teaming up with a blood drive link. And if you guys haven't heard us talk about this yet, it's vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info. And basically it's this. Because November is Hockey Fights Cancer Month, 20%, I think is the number, of blood donations are used in fights against cancer. And so not only do you start to help people out and you're doing something for a cause that is very necessary, you also, if you sign up through that link and donate blood, are automatically entered for a chance to win a signed Avalanche jersey. So again, it is vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more information and to schedule your blood drive today. So great weekend for the Nuggets and the Avs, a 4-0 weekend for both with back-to-backs for both, which is incredibly impressive. To the Broncos. And I give the Broncos giant credit for this. For a Sunday that didn't have the Broncos playing, and you're just able to kind of take in the rest of the NFL and really evaluate what everybody else in the league sort of looks like. And I still am blown away. If you told me the top seeds in the AFC 10 weeks into the season would be Indy, Denver, New England, and Pittsburgh, I would ask you what year we're talking about. Because it can't be 2025, except it is. Colts, Broncos, and Patriots are all 8-2 this season, which is unbelievable. But there's something that I noticed in watching these games, that even when your team is good, you can struggle against teams that are inferior to you. Indy was in a dogfight in Germany against the Falcons. And they're playing a Falcons team where Michael Penix has not been great lately. But they possess something much like the Broncos do, which is the ultimate equalizer. The Broncos' ultimate equalizer is no matter how our offense plays, our defense is going to give us not only a shot to win, might win us the game by themselves. That's a very powerful thing. That is how I think most teams in the league, you ask them, what would you rather have, a dominating offense or a dominating defense? I think they would go defense because they know that's almost in automatic to get you into the postseason and give you a shot for a championship. It's really the one of the only prerequisites into competing for titles. Teams have won championships without elite quarterback play. You can point to all the examples. You can go to Dilfer, and you can go to Foles, and you can go to Flacco, and you can go to all these different guys that you would not consider all-time quarterbacks in this league. The one thing without exception, almost without exception, that virtually every team that's won a Super Bowl has had is a really good defense. If you are a contender for a Super Bowl, it is almost a prerequisite in requirement. And the Broncos have not just a good defense, the best. A defense that is more likely than not going to set a virtually unbreakable record for sacks in a season. Which you ask any defensive coordinator, what's the most important thing about your defense and what they have to do? They have to get after the quarterback. And so, you have that. The Colts have an equalizer too. It just comes in the form of number 28. When you can give a guy a football 32 times and he takes off for 244 yards, yeah, you're pretty good. Jonathan Taylor is a freak. He had almost 300 all-purpose yards in that game. And they just jumped on his back and said, carry us to a win. And he did it. They have one of those. New England's got something else. New England, who is 8-2, they have an equalizer, which is a really, really, really good quarterback on a rookie contract. So all three of these teams at the top of the AFC possess something a little bit different. Here's what's odd. There are, I think we all know this from watching, if you followed politics, even casually, over the last few years. Now, everybody's perspective on this is different, but one thing's for sure. You know when people are carrying water for somebody else. You know whatever news channel, YouTube channel, whatever, when you see somebody on your screen, you're like, that guy is he's going to say whatever he's got to say to defend his party or his candidate or whatever. And they will do that without exception. And so whenever they say something, you kind of have your antenna up like, all right, I don't know how much I trust everything that they're saying about this because it feels like it's being fed right from the source. Sports has those too. Guys have relationships with players, coaches, agents, front office members, and you can kind of tell, like, we need to sift through some BS here before we get the real story. And I felt that way, really, and we've mentioned this, when Colin Cowherd goes on his show and he says, I have the Broncos as the, this was 4 weeks ago, the number 2 team in the NFL. And you're like, I don't think it quite feels that way. You know he has this personal relationship with Sean Payton. And between Cowherd and Chase Daniel is another guy. When they have talked about Bo Nix, they've done so in glowing terms, maybe in the face of bad performances. And here's Chase Daniel after the Broncos game on Bo Nix.
Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos can no longer play like this. All right, let me explain. Bo Nix has people open downfield. It's open. It might not be the best play calling in the world. It might not be all this, but I'm telling you right now, when I'm watching the game and I know Sean Payton's offense, there's stuff open and he's just not seeing it. And that's fine. He saw it all last year. He's seen it for a lot of games, but it's been a little troublesome. It's sort of carried over to this year and it hasn't gotten any better. I don't think he's on a second-year slump, but he just seems to be in a hurry in the pocket. I'm not going to say go as far as he's seeing ghosts, but every single throw, whether it's mechanically or maybe his arms hurt or something, every ball is just dying. And that's a little concerning.
So I heard that and I go, this is maybe the first time I've heard Chase Daniel go the negative route on Bo Nix. And again, maybe carrying water's a little bit too strong. But they certainly give Sean Payton a benefit of the doubt. And so does Colin Cowherd, who said this on Friday.
Sean Payton is a very impatient guy. He also understands the urgency at quarterback, unlike a lot of coaches in this league. I wonder, because the roster, the O-line set, the D-line set, the pass rush, the receivers, would Sean Payton draft another quarterback? I'm dead serious. Bo Nix has regressed badly. His completion percentage is now towing that backup quarterback line from 66.5 to 60. His passer rating has plummeted, mid-90s to mid-80s. He's going to have more turnovers this year. Again, he is a significantly worse quarterback this year than last.
And again, when he said, would Sean Payton consider drafting a quarterback, my antenna's up. It's not coming from Sean Payton, but it kind of feels like it's coming from Sean Payton. And I don't know if you guys feel the same way that I do, but there's a level to over the weekend. I watched all these teams play, and I said, the Broncos possess something that nobody else in the league has. That defense is it's ungodly. But there's a very obvious problem within the offense. And for whatever reason, there is sort of a scramble to try and figure out, is this going to work? Because when you have a team that is this great on one side of the football, it almost makes the situation, it almost exacerbates the issues that you have. When you look at, or you go talk to a Cincinnati Bengal fan and ask them how they feel about their defense over the last few years. Because it makes them just want to pull their hair out. How good their offense can be and have it not matter because of how bad the defense is. And the Broncos are kind of suffering this opposite issue. But I don't think, because both guys kind of mentioned something similar. Guys are open downfield and Bo isn't hitting them. They sounded the same. Here's the second part of Cowherd.
And I understand. Quarterback development is not linear. I think it was Peyton Manning who suddenly had a really bad fourth year in the league. I get it. You lose a coordinator, you lose an offensive lineman, but this O-line's great. And we thought with Bo Nix, he was one of these high floor, low ceiling guys. We knew he didn't have like Caleb Williams horsepower, but he was a high floor guy. At worst, he'd be like B-ish. This is D-ish. That O-line, that play caller, those running backs, and remember this, Denver's defense is staggeringly good and aggressive. So Bo Nix, on average, is getting much better field position than quarterbacks in the league. So I've gone from a buy to a hold to a potential sell on Bo Nix. I got 7 straight weeks of this stuff.
I mean, what do you think? Is that just two guys' opinions coming out from what they witnessed? Or is that somebody being fed something? Because these have been two of the names when we on this show have been like, man, that didn't look very good. I wonder what the problem is. They've been the pump the brakes guys. Like, it's fine, actually. Don't worry about it. And now
Brett,
the tune's changed.
How many games in a row have the Broncos won?
7.
7 games in a row. We're like Monica and Friends.
Mm-hmm.
7. And we got Chase Daniel and Colin Cowherd saying that team should move on from their starting quarterback.
Potentially.
That means Sean Payton sent a raven. He put out the bat signal.
It kind of feels that
to
way
all
to me.
his boys. And did you notice in the Chase Daniel clip at the very beginning, he goes, I don't know, maybe the play calling's not the fastest, but that's not the problem. He mentions it, and then he goes right past it.
Right.
Something smells fishy, man.
I think so, too. And again, I've said this when Colin Cowherd was overly complimentary to the team. Where I've been like, okay, kind of take this with a grain of salt. He's boys with Sean Payton. He's, there's some sort of relationship that's there. Texter says, Brett, I honestly feel it can be a different conversation if Bo was using his legs more. I feel like Bo isn't using his head and common sense, but last year he wasn't afraid to run. He's forcing passes. I've said that for weeks. I really don't understand. If you have a God-given ability, which is athleticism, you can't train. If you're slow, no amount of training you're going to do is going to make you the fastest man in the world in the 100-meter dash. Okay, you aren't going to be sprinting for the U.S. Olympic team anytime soon if you just weren't born with an ability to move quickly. Bo Nix was blessed athletically in a way that a lot of quarterbacks are not. And his sort of refusal, I guess is what I'll call it, to use that is really, really odd to me. And I know that quarterbacks have gone through this before. There was a time, I feel like this kind of plagued Russell Wilson for a while, that he did the same thing. He's like, oh, yeah, they think I'm just a running quarterback. Well, watch this. And it's like, well, why are you worried about that? Just go out and make a play. And I think people get it confused because they look at Jaden Daniels is hurt and C.J. Stroud got hurt in the Broncos game. And they look at, what's his face from New York, Jackson Dart over the weekend. And they say, well, if you run, you get hurt. I'm like, you don't have to. Did you guys see what Jackson Dart did, by the way? He went head first into 3 different people. That's just dumb. Once you pick up the proper amount of yardage, get on the ground and don't take a hit. And Bo Nix, when he goes out and plays that way, he typically does that. But it just feels like a waste. And I just, when I hear those two in particular going out and saying the things that they've been saying, it does put up an antenna for me. It does make me think, well, why did both of them change their tune that fast? And look, the game was really bad, so maybe that's just part of it, that the Broncos offense looked so inept in that last game that maybe it just pushed them over the top. But they didn't say the Broncos offense. Both of those were Broncos offense looks fine. Quarterback's the problem. And that is a little bit different. Again, it's Rally House Football Monday. You can get on the Champ Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda, one price, one person, 1 hour. The mix here between how people feel with Bo, it's not Tebow-esque or anything like that, but there is sort of a divide between the way that people feel. And I would say I'm still hopeful that he's going to figure this out. But there needs to be some evidence of that in a hurry. I've always said that the only issue I've really had with Bo this year, or at least the main issue, it just has not looked like it's gotten better. I feel like he's the same guy from week 1 to week 10. And if you want to argue that these are some young quarterback problems that they need to work their way out, I'm willing to hear it. But I got to see progression. I got to. And, out of all the games this year that you go through them, has Bo had good games? Yeah, he's had good games. He played well against the Cowboys. He played well against Cincinnati. But the rest of them, he really hasn't. And that's the Titans game. Colts game, he was all right. Chargers game wasn't great. Eagles wasn't. Jets wasn't. Giants wasn't. Texans wasn't. Save for a couple of quarters. And look, to his credit, big quarters. Need to have a strong fourth. Got to be able to finish a game. Gets full credit for it. But I just think it's odd that everybody's starting to jump on this now. Especially the people that are considered, quote, mouthpieces of Sean Payton in the media. So again, 303-504-0925. A whole bunch more to get to. Rally House Football Monday. Stick around. Rally House Football Monday. A whole bunch to talk about today between this. I do want to get to some of the CU game because it was fun watching Juju Lewis go out there and spin the ball a little bit. I think that the offense obviously looked like it had a little bit more of a different gear, I'd say. Wasn't perfect, but was entertaining and moved the football, which is great. I do got to talk about Dion and the timeouts thing. Like, this stems all the way back to week one when I was, they lost to Georgia Tech, and I didn't think Georgia Tech was going to be very good. And it turns out Georgia Tech is really good, but the handling of the timeouts was bothersome to me in week one, and it continues to be now. Because my fear was, if this is the way that you think the timeout should be used, then you're going to lose a football game that you shouldn't, or at least not give yourself a shot at one.
So when was the time to call timeout?
And then use a timeout off a 2-minute warning to bring your field goal. Whatever. We'll get to that later. But I've seen a lot of this. I talked to a buddy over the weekend who said kind of the same thing. So Texture says, keep people thinking Bo doesn't run. Then when you need it, unleash him and catch them off guard. And this is a variation of a different conversation I had over the weekend, which was, does the offense not look that great because Sean Payton's just going super vanilla until later in the year when the playoffs start, then he's going to open things up? And I think that just sounds silly. Because I'll tell you this. Sean Payton is not thinking about week one of the playoffs right now. Sean Payton is thinking about home field advantage in the playoffs. He's thinking about winning the division. He's thinking about the seeding that you're going to get so you don't have to face off against like a Buffalo when the postseason starts. Although, ironically, if the Broncos win the division, that would give them, as of right now, a better shot to play the Bills than if they lost, because it doesn't look like the Bills are going to win the AFC East. It's weird. But point is, he's not thinking about, January 14th when he can open up his playbook. He's thinking about, I guarantee you, this is making me look bad with the offense. This needs to stop. And we can't stress our defense this much. Because the word that I keep going back to is just unsustainable. And it is. It's totally unsustainable to ask your defense to play this way every single week. It's too much. We noticed the same thing when the Nuggets were like, hey, Jokic, you need to play 40 minutes and put up 40 points and 15 boards and 13 assists every night. It's like, you can't ask a guy to do that over and over and over again. Because make no mistake about it, the defense is going to have a bad game at some point. And you need your offense to be able to make up for it. They really haven't had one yet. Indy is the worst example. But that's going against a really, really good offense that can run the ball effectively, and that's going to be a problem for any team across the league. Indy's probably the best example. I don't even think the Giants game was a bad game from the defense. They had 19 points that they gave up at the start of the fourth quarter. Like, for them, I guess grading on that curve, it's not great. But any other defense, you're like, yeah, we gave up 19 points through 3 quarters. Be like, yeah, it's pretty normal. Not ideal, but not terrible. So they got to step up, and I don't think they're hiding anything. I don't think there's no, we haven't opened Pandora's box yet. I think this is just kind of what it is. Now, again, keeping this perspective, if you asked me before the weekend who's the best team in the NFL right now, I would have told you I think Buffalo still, and that can't be the case anymore. Buffalo has some real legitimate problems that they don't know how to get through. I mean, they looked lost at times trying to figure things out. And they played against a terrible Miami team. Now, if you ask who's the best team in the league, like it's kind of, you ask 10 different people, you're going to get 10 different answers. That's how it feels. I mean, you could say it's the Colts. You could say it's the Patriots. You could say it's the Eagles. You could say it's Seattle. Like, there's a number of different teams could come to mind. But the one thing that those teams at the top of the AFC have, they all have a different sort of like total equalizer that most teams just don't. And I think the Broncos, as far as, you know, if we're playing cards, the Colts have what I would consider to be like a king. They have Jonathan Taylor. Like, that is going to beat most things that you're going to face out there if he runs the ball the way that he runs. The Patriots have like an ace. And the ace is a young quarterback on a rookie contract that's playing arguably the highest level of anybody in the NFL. Like, that's how good he is. But I think the Broncos have the ultimate. They have the Joker. Everybody talking about a goddamn Joker. They have it. They possess
Trying
it.
to find a goddamn Joker.
I think they have the highest card that you can play. And it's elite defense. And they got to keep doing it, by the way. You know, we keep wondering about Kansas City and keeping them in the rearview mirror. The Chargers, despite the injuries, keep winning. They've won 4 of their last 5. Doesn't matter who's in the lineup, who's out of the lineup for them. Omari and Hampton's coming back for them soon. So they'll get a boost there. But they've seemed to have navigated this no offensive tackle problem pretty well. They beat the snot out of the Steelers. Were the Steelers in it? Yeah, they were in it. Was it pretty for the Chargers? No. I mean, that game, that was super weird. I was looking at that in the second quarter, and it was 5-3. And I go, what? Who hit the 3-run homer? What's going on here? But they have found a way to sort of navigate the waters through that and still have come out one game back of the Broncos right now. And keep in mind, they own the tiebreaker. So again, you look across the face of the NFL right now and you see kind of everybody's got a shot. Everyone. So there's an article that was written on ESPN, by the way, talking about kind of the exact subject that we were discussing. Where the headline of it on ESPN is this. Questions, takeaways from NFL Week 10. Can the Broncos continue to lean on their defense? And like, to me, they can, but they can't do it over the full course of a season. So here's just a little write-up from Jeff Legwold. It said, a trend to watch. The Broncos are in the hunt for a record that has stood since 1984, just 2 years after the sack became an official statistic. With 6 more sacks Thursday, the Broncos have 46 after 10 games. The single-season record was set by the 84 Bears, which is 72. 46 sacks after 10 games is the most since New Orleans had 44 after 10 in 2000, the year 2000. That's the defense we're talking about here. They are going to set a record. But you know what would really help the defense is breathing occasionally. You know, getting on the bench, sitting down, and actually having a sip of water before you put your helmet back on and go back on the field. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. You can also watch a show on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app. Get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Lots to talk about today. Rally House Football Monday as whole weekend of Avs and Nuggets going to combine 4-0. You have the Broncos and still kind of like comparing, contrasting a weekend of just watching the rest of the games without having that panicked nature. Where do you stack up? And the answer is pretty good. We can get all of that. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
There's the horn in Denver. The Nuggets are undefeated at home. They blow out the Golden State Warriors 129 to 104. And there's the horn. Denver sweeps the 4-game homestand. It was close for a minute, but the 6th triple-double of the year by Nikola Jokic puts Denver over the top. Denver takes care of Indiana tonight by a final of 117 to 100.
Colorado comes to Edmonton and shines bright on Hockey Night in Canada. It's their biggest goal output, their second biggest ever. And they beat the Oilers remarkably and unfathomably by a final score of 9-1. Brindley around to Brusque. What a move, Brindley. Holding. Brindley a shot. Save made. Lincoln. And rebound is there. He scores! Gavin Brindley. 2 goals in 2 nights. And you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over. His first career game-winning goal comes in overtime as Colorado takes down the Canucks 5-4 in Vancouver.
I like that guy.
Brindley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My size.
He's also 21 years old. He's super young. I was thinking about that too. Like, he's played well enough. Like, he's earned ice time, but then Logan O'Connor's about to come back and Sammy G's about to come back. Like, there's going to be guys being infused back in the lineup. Where his role is, I don't know, but I like him. He works hard.
What did I call him? Did I call him Wilford Brimley earlier in the season?
Something
You called
like
him
that.
Grimley.
Grimley, yeah.
I thought I called him Wilford Brimley. Whatever his name. You know what? He's made a name for himself. Because you do something that hasn't been done all year. That is win an overtime game for the Avalanche.
Yeah.
Finally.
You know, I know that everybody's kind of looking at that saying, hey, they finally got an overtime win, and it's great. You got your full 2 points out of it. It's awesome. You know what else is really cool is throwing up 9 on Edmonton in their house. 9.
Did you have the same feeling? They won last night just to get it to overtime and get that point, in my opinion.
Well, it's the classic, like, you're coming off a back-to-back, and what did they do? They still had energy early in that game. McKinnon scores twice, and you're like, okay, is that enough of a cushion for that inevitable kind of fall-off that you're going to have towards the end of the game? And it was good enough to keep them in it for overtime. To get the win, though, I think it's extra. It's awesome.
No Moj today because the team is traveling this morning after 2 straight days in the Great White North, and they basically, they annexed Canada.
Yep.
The Avalanche, Colorado has annexed Western Canada. It now belongs to Colorado. It is our summer getaway. We do what we want up there. You put 9 up in Edmonton, that place is ours.
With the Avs playing the way that they have, I saw something that you tweeted over the weekend, and the Nuggets playing the way that they have started this season.
I know what you're going.
Yep. I saw from Ryan Green at DNVR, the state of Colorado between the Nuggets, Avalanche, and Broncos.
Make sure you stress pro sports.
Yes.
Pro sports. Not all sports, because we've had better days with all sports, but not pro sports.
They are 15-0-2 at home this month, or in this fall, I should say. 15-0-2.
Haven't lost at home.
In regulation.
Yeah. Haven't lost at home in regulation.
Mm-hmm.
Young kids driving to school this morning at 7:04 in the a.m. I want you to turn up your radios. Parents, turn up your radios. I want the kids to hear this. Kids, I want you to know something. You are living right now as your parents who work so hard and tirelessly to send you to school, to feed you, to make sure that you're alive. You are living in the greatest era of Denver sports right now. Pro sports right now.
Combined.
This is it.
Yeah.
This is it. Now, we've had great Broncos runs. We've had great Avalanche runs. Nuggets, obviously. But all 3 combined, I'm not talking about the Rockies, mind you, because you're just not going to get all 4.
Yeah.
You're just not.
It's tough.
But for those 3 playing right now, and those are the 3, by the way, that they intersect seasons.
Yes.
The Avs, the Nuggets, and the Broncos, they intersect. You will not have it any better than now. Ever. Ever. Did you hear ever? Do you know what ever means? I've never seen it.
You know, the way that I describe them is they all have something that makes them championship caliber that is unique to their own teams. Like nobody else in the NHL has a McKinnon and McCarr, like both on the roster at the same time. They have good players. Like you can look to Edmonton and be like, all right, they got McJesus and they got Draisaitl and they got guys like that. You don't have McKinnon and McCarr. The Nuggets, they have Nikola Jokic. Nobody else has one of those. Sorry, just ours. And the Broncos have a defense that is unlike any other in the NFL, which you can give up 7 points and that's enough for a win. You know what I mean? Like no other team can say that. Not even Houston, who has a very good defense. They don't have it like the Broncos do. They all have a sort of superpower. And we'll get back to that with the Broncos a little bit later. But to the Avs and the Nuggets, I know this is a weird way to put it, Vic. It just feels right with those teams. The feel of the teams is like, yep, this is, if I were to build a team with how both of these are constructed, it feels like both of them have that championship formula right now. Like you're watching it. And you're like, this just looks correct.
Yeah.
The correct way to win, the correct way, the correct style, everything looks right.
Yeah, that's the other thing. The other reason why now is the best era of all time in Denver sports now, because we've never had MVPs who have already won MVPs playing like, again, MVPs.
Yeah.
Do you understand how rare this is? Hey, look at me when I'm talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? I don't think you don't.
I think I do understand.
You don't appreciate this. I know Nelly. Look at Nelly. Nelly's just running around. He's not even perked up.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
You people just driving around, mindlessly going to work, you don't understand. You don't appreciate it. You think that this happens all the time. You're riding around saying, yeah, going to work today, taking the kids to school, like this happens. This doesn't happen.
Can I give you the two guys, by the way, that are sort of the spearheads for both the Avs and the Nuggets? One is Nathan McKinnon, who had 5 points yesterday.
He had 9 in 2 games.
9 in 2 games.
Just stupid.
Who now leads the NHL in points by 4.
Just
he
stupid.
has 29 on the year. The next closest has 25.
The only word that fits is stupid.
He's on pace for something like 70 goals this season so far. And Jokic, he's got like 4.5 points less per game than last year.
And not playing fourth quarters.
He's got 25, 13, and 12 is what he's averaging on 64% from the floor.
And not playing fourth quarters. He's playing less minutes. He's playing fewer minutes with very similar numbers. The efficiency, as David Adelman so aptly put after the last game, he is, quite simply, and this is not an exaggeration, he is the most efficient offensive player in the history of basketball.
Oh, there's no question. Yeah. And there's a whole bunch of big men, Vic, that have, like DeAndre Jordan's career field goal percentage is probably like 65%.
No, elite
but
level.
Jokic shoots from everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
No, that is when you hear it said like that, it really shocks the system. The most efficient offensive player ever born. And that's what he's doing again. And you know what? You know my favorite part of Joker's game? I released a video on social media. If you have a chance, go take a look at it. I think his biggest improvement has come on the defensive end because I think they're running a lot more zone and they're funneling players toward him. And his hands, again, the steals. He's not going to be Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
That's not who he is. But I tell you what, he is much improved defensively.
Yes, he is.
It's
always been underrated.
The Denver Nuggets right now, as we sit here, are the only team in the NBA with a top 5 rated offense and a top 5 rated defense.
And the defensive part is the one that they've been missing.
Top 5 in both. Last year, their defense was atrocious. It was abhorrent. It really weighed them down. Top 5, both defensively and offensively. Second best record in the league. Winning the games they're supposed to win. That's the part that makes me happy.
Yeah.
You know, last year they had a lot of those, oh, geez, you can't lose to that team.
Right.
Not anymore. They're winning the games they're supposed to win.
I mean, they had what? They had that one Portland loss, which whatever. But they're 7-2, and not just winning though, Vic. There's an ease to the winning that even is coming into play here, where they aren't panicked at the fourth quarter. Like, you don't need to throw Jokic in at the 7-minute mark to be like, hey, you got to close the game out. We're letting go of this.
Average margin of victory at home. They've played 6 home games. They're 6-0 at home. Average margin of victory, 18.5 points.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty damn good.
Stupid.
And they're just, I'm telling you, there is something about, and what makes this different with the Nuggets. Even when they won the title, they didn't have a bench that you fully trusted.
Yeah.
You remember when they won, they kind of ran 7 deep, right? They went off the bench. It was Christian Brown and Bruce Brown with a little bit of Jeff Green mixed in. They were kind of a 7 deep team, maybe 7.5. I really think, stay healthy, they could run 10. Like, you know what I noticed, Vic? Julian Strother's itching to get some time on the court.
And see what competition does?
Yeah.
Do you see what competition and desperation does to a guy? We had Julian on our postgame show the other night, and I asked him, I said, how tough has it been? Tim Hardaway's in here, and he's a great player, but he took your minutes. He said, I'm learning as much as I can from Tim, and Tim's a great vet. Because one thing we know, Tim Hardaway might be the most under-the-radar pickup they got.
For sure. Just a sharpshooter.
Just comes in and does it. Where would they be three-point-wise without him?
Yeah.
Because the rest of the team in that game the other night, they were not good from the three-point line. He hit 5 of them.
Yeah. No, he comes off the bench, and it's just, you've said it before, he just doesn't have a conscience. It's just, I'm going to get the ball, and if I'm even mildly open, that ball's going up. I got to tell you, though, there is such a happiness and joy to watching Jonas Valanciunas on the floor, because I just know that you're okay at backup center.
And you know what's lost? It was just a couple months ago, 3 months ago, where we sat on the show and we wondered, this guy so desperately wants to play in Greece, it sounds like. How will he ever be happy with his role here? He's not only happy, he's one of the coolest dudes. He is so laid back.
I heard Jamal talk about that.
He is such a team player. If you saw him during team huddles, if you saw him during practice, he is so content with his role on this team.
Yeah.
Would he like to play more? I'm sure he would. But, dude, man, he is a team-first guy. And that's a wonderful attribute to possess for a dude who is single-handedly the best backup center in the Jokic era.
Yeah. Rally House Football Monday, and there is football to get to, because I heard things on Friday that I'd like to play back for you from a couple of different people in the national media circuit. Also, I spent a good deal of yesterday, Vic.
Drunk?
Well, having a few, but just taking in all of the NFL without a Broncos game on and really just trying to evaluate where you are in comparison to other teams. I'll tell you this much. There are things that need to be corrected with the Broncos, and there are legitimate criticisms to be had with them. What happened to Buffalo when they played Miami yesterday would not happen to this team. There's no question in my mind. There is no way they would play the Miami Dolphins and get blitzed the way that Buffalo did yesterday. And I go, that counts for something when you're trying to evaluate where the Broncos are in the pantheon of the NFL. It counts.
I'm glad you brought that up. Because of where we live and what we do, we focus on Denver sports. We're obviously going to be more skeptical and critical of Denver teams. But let me tell you something. If we're going to go hard on the Broncos after a 7-game win streak, 8-2, and a tough offense and a quarterback who is not improving, it seems, if we're going to do that, we're going to have to look at the rest of the National Football League and say, well, what's Buffalo's excuse?
Yeah.
Because they got blowed up.
They had that tight shot of Josh Allen on the bench at the end of the game where he looked lost. Like, he's like, what's going on here? So I do want to get to that in a bit, because it's a huge compliment to the Broncos. And one of the reasons why I've been as guilty as anybody, overlooking something incredibly important that we'll get to in just a minute. Stick around. They actually have one of those coming up.
Can I admit something?
What?
I went down a rabbit hole last night.
Of?
I couldn't stop watching that K-pop video of those three ladies singing that song. Because it's a damn good song.
Oh, you talking about the K-pop Demon
Dragon
Hunters?
Demon Hunt, whatever the hell it's called.
Vic, let me tell you, I'm an expert in that. I have listened to that song, I think, 8,000 times because of Baby Jamal Kale.
I can't
It's
stop.
a fabulous song.
I didn't know what I didn't know it was a cartoon.
I've not watched the movie.
Tell me, understand, what's the cartoon? What is that?
Okay, I haven't watched it. I've just been forced to play the song over and over again. From my understanding, you kill these demons with music is the point of the show, I guess.
Okay.
And so these three ladies, they need to sing to get the demons out.
So do I have the musical intuition of a 4-year-old? Is that what you're saying?
No, because I'm telling you right now, I think that song is awesome. It's a great song.
You know what? I became Moser last night. I got up, went to my wife and said, look at this.
I will oftentimes find myself singing that song by myself, to myself.
Okay, so I'm not alone.
No, it's catchy. It's a catchy song. It's a catchy tune. You should see some other ones they have. Soda Pop. That's a
great song.
It's really, really good.
I didn't know that these girls were from the United States.
I have no idea. So they aren't, they're
of
American?
Korean and Japanese descent, but they're American. I heard an interview. Jimmy Fallon interviewed them, so they speak perfectly good English.
No, it was actually Rodney Dangerfield was the lead singer. So listen. Yes, good song, number one. Number two, it's a Rally House Football Monday. And I realized just a couple of things over the weekend. And I want to get to some audio from Friday that I will say put an antenna up for me. And we'll get to that in a second. But here are the top 4 seeds in the AFC right now. It is the Indianapolis Colts, the Denver Broncos, the New England Patriots, and the Pittsburgh Steelers. And my first question is, what year is it? Because that sounds like a really accurate depiction of, 2012 maybe. But
You know the other thing that should catch your attention? Coaching matters.
For sure it does.
Look at those teams you just mentioned and the coaches who have taken them from bad to really good again.
I'll tell you right now, Vic, that when you wonder why teams are bad, I watched the way the Browns lost yesterday. Stefanski was terrible. I watched the way that the Giants lost yesterday. Brian Dable with some huge mistakes at the end of the game. This coaching is a massive factor. Like, I don't think the Bears are very good, Vic, but they're 6-3 under brand new coach Ben Johnson. That counts for something.
Yeah.
But here's what I realized about the top seeds, not just in the AFC, in the NFL. 3 8-2 teams, the Broncos, the Colts, the Patriots. They all possess what I would call a superpower that makes you a playoff team. What do the Colts have? The Colts have a running back that you can feed the ball 32 times and he runs for 244 yards. I mean, you got the rare, really good morning game overseas between the Colts and the Falcons. But Vic, Jonathan Taylor, like, if he keeps this up and he doesn't win MVP this year, then a running back's never winning it again. Because I've never seen a running back more valuable, really between him and Barkley last year with the Eagles, than that guy is. And if you got a running back that can do that, you are almost a guaranteed playoff team with bigger aspirations than that. Here's what the Patriots have. There's no denying this anymore. Vic, the Patriots might have a quarterback who is playing the best football of any quarterback in the NFL right now. Drake May is remarkably good, and he's on a rookie deal.
His ability to fit the ball in the tight windows downfield,
unreal.
That touchdown throw he made late in that game over the outstretched hands of the corner, only where I can't remember who caught it. It was outstanding.
I think that was Diggs, wasn't it?
Yes, I think it was.
They have that. And the Broncos possess this elite defense. And if I were to tell you this, I think this is being accurate. That if we're playing cards, I feel like the Colts have like a king, really good. You can give the ball to Jonathan Taylor and have no worries about it. I think the Patriots have an ace, which is elite quarterback play, especially for a guy on a rookie contract. It's the best you can get. And I think the Broncos have a joker. I think they have the thing that beats everybody. When your defense is this good, Vic, it's a requirement almost to win the Super Bowl to have a good defense.
I'm trying to find a goddamn joker.
You can find barely any exceptions to it. Maybe the Rams back in the day with Kurt Warner, but everybody has to have one.
So are you saying that the defense is more valuable than any position player out there?
This defense, yes. I think it's better than having an elite quarterback because I just watched Josh Allen get worked by Miami.
Sure.
I've watched Joe Burrow lose a bunch of games because their defense is terrible. When your defense plays at this level, you're almost impossible to beat when they play like that. Almost impossible.
Well, that's why I can't wait for Sunday, because it'll be the ultimate test against a wizard, a witch back there, who's able to escape. When all odds are against him, he finds a way. Well, let's see what he does against this defense. You know what would be great? If you're a Broncos fan, this would not be pleasing to the eye. Obviously, you want to see an offensive game. But what would be great, what would stress your point even more, is if the Broncos won another ugly, low-scoring affair in which they made Mahomes look ugly. Then you could say to yourself, well, they can repeat this. They can do this every week, I guess.
Here's the issue that I have, though. All of that being said, the Broncos are a playoff team, and they have aspirations of more. But there's been a couple of guys that whenever they say something about the Broncos, I take it with a salt lick's worth of salt, okay?
A salt lick's worth of salt.
Yeah, not just a grain. I mean an entire vast span of land.
Okay.
When Colin Cowherd or Chase Daniels say something about the Broncos, it feels like it's being fed straight from the source at times.
I heard your morning appetizer, and I'm glad that you're saying this into a microphone here now, because I could not disagree with you more. What you're doing, let me let you go on before I disagree, because your contention is that these guys are just puppets for Sean Payton.
To a certain extent. I don't want to make it sound like the only thing they say about the Broncos is what Sean Payton tells them to say. I don't want to make it sound like that. But I do think that they have a great reverence for Sean Payton, probably have some conversations on the side, and they get some information that maybe most others don't. Because we've heard this, Vic. You said you had it a few weeks ago when the Broncos were, 3-4 weeks ago. Colin Cowherd is the second best team in the NFL, and we all kind of went,
okay.
Why would you say that? And my only real conclusion I could come to was he's just a big fan of Sean Payton. Sure. That's it. Well, here's Chase Daniel after the Broncos game Friday.
Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos can no longer play like this. All right, let me explain. Bo Nix has people open downfield. It's open. It might not be the best play calling in the world. It might not be all this, but I'm telling you right now, when I'm watching the game and I know Sean Payton's offense, there's stuff open and he's just not seeing it. And that's fine. He saw it all last year. He's seen it for a lot of games, but it's been a little troublesome. It's sort of carried over to this year and it hasn't gotten any better. I don't think he's on a second-year slump, but he just seems to be in a hurry in the pocket. I'm not going to say go as far as he's seeing ghosts, but every single throw, whether it's mechanically or maybe his arms hurt or something, every ball is just dying. And that's a little concerning.
So that's Chase Daniel, who, if you remember, during training camp, him and Diana Rossini, they were here at Broncos camp for a couple days, and you couldn't get those guys to stop talking about Bo Nix. Couldn't get them to.
Sure.
Here's Cowherd Friday as well.
Sean Payton is a very impatient guy. He also understands the urgency at quarterback, unlike a lot of coaches in this league. I wonder, because the roster, the O-line set, the D-line set, the pass rush, the receivers, would Sean Payton draft another quarterback? I'm dead serious. Bo Nix has regressed badly. His completion percentage is now towing that backup quarterback line from 66.5 to 60. His passer rating has plummeted, mid-90s to mid-80s. He's going to have more turnovers this year. Again, he is a significantly worse quarterback this year than last.
Especially that one with Cowherd where he throws out, I wonder if he would draft another quarterback in this upcoming year. That changed in a hurry. And Cowherd gets information from him that I think we all kind of understand. Sean Payton could feed him some stuff.
Yeah.
But you disagree with this.
I disagree with one notion that you have here, the assertion that those people that do media are doing their media based on what Sean Payton is feeding them. And I think that's pure conjecture on your part and speculation.
It is.
In fact, frankly, I find it funny that people think that, Sean Payton told me this, so I'm going to say it into an open mic. Okay, if that's the case, then you know me. Do I talk to Sean Payton on a weekly basis?
Yeah.
I don't.
Well,
no,
not on a weekly basis.
No, but I mean, I don't talk to him during the season. In fact, I keep my distance during the season.
Right.
I never talk to him during the season.
Right.
Very rarely, unless I see him somewhere. I don't call him up. But I can tell you, objectively speaking, without talking to Sean Payton, that everything those guys said, I'll go down the list. Does Bo Nix look like he's in a hurry in the pocket?
Yes.
Yeah. Does the ball look like it's dying at times when he's throwing it? Yeah, because he's throwing off his back foot.
Yeah, because his feet aren't set.
Does it look like statistically his numbers are worse than they were last year?
There's no question.
Yeah, so what's false? I mean, they're watching the games like we are. I mean, I don't understand why you would assume that those prompts were given to them by Sean Payton when we have the exact same prompts.
I would tell you this. I wonder if Bo Nix I wonder if Sean Payton would draft the quarterback next year thing is one that kind of sticks
That's
out.
a little crazy because I think Cowherd is one to, he's a trumpeter. He likes to throw things against the wall. He's backwards hat guy.
Right.
Now, that's a bit much. But the criticisms of the quarterback, to me, are pretty obvious. We're watching the games.
Yeah, I guess what I would say about it is there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of conjecture on whether the offense isn't good because maybe the guy calling the plays might not be doing a good job.
No, you're right. Well, in my humble opinion, I think the plays have become a little too over-the-top complex, and maybe the entire play calling regimen, the way it goes down, needs to be completely retooled.
Yeah.
To make it easier. Because something is being lost in translation.
If you got a quarterback that is struggling at the moment and you're still calling plays as if he's a first-team All-Pro, then you need to make some adjustments too.
Yeah. Also, Daniel said, as one of our texters remind us, maybe his arm is hurt. I've been around long enough to know this. If you're hurt in this league, and hurt can mean many different things. Injured is one thing, hurt is the other. If you're not good enough to run Sean Payton's offense, what is he going to do? He's going to move on to quarterback number 2.
And he's done that repeatedly.
He's done
and
it
had
all the
success
time.
with other guys. I mean,
So,
he had success with Jameis, with Teddy Bridgewater.
I'm not going to hear that excuse.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hear
Taysom
that.
Hill?
Yeah, I'm not going to hear it. If you're hurt, you're hurt. Don't play. I'm not going to hear that. Not buying it.
Here's the other thing. And I keep kind of going back to this. When and how long is the sustainability of this way to win? How long can you keep doing this, putting this much pressure on your defense every single week?
Well,
like telling your defense, you aren't allowed to make a mistake, sort of thing.
2015, they did it all the way to the very end. In 2015, their defense had to answer the bell every single week. They did it against Tom Brady twice. They did it against Cincinnati, a tough game. They did it in the Super Bowl against, at that point, the most dynamic offense in the National Football League. They did it week in, week out.
That is considered one of the best defenses that's ever
one of the
laced
best,
them up.
One of the best defensive runs of all time.
I'll tell you what makes me really nervous. I saw a tweet from J.K. Dobbins where he's complaining about hip drop tackles.
Yeah.
And he did it in all caps.
He's hurt.
Yeah. How hurt?
He's hurt.
How hurt is my question.
He would not respond that way unless he were mad. Being mad means he's hurt.
Yeah. Because remember, he finished the game. But I guess after some testing, the only reason he would go out and start screaming like that on
100%.
social media is because he's dealing with something that's going to keep him out.
I looked at the play again. It's hard to find. I mean, it was obviously a hip drop. It's hard to identify it in the middle of a game because he's surrounded by a lot of different players, right? By the way, if you watch closely, I'm watching a lot of college football over the weekend. The hip drop is very prevalent in college ball, and they don't call it in college ball.
I still don't really understand. Like, you're trying to get somebody to the ground. I think it's really hard for a defense. Like, if you're trying to tackle somebody and you're behind them, if you wrap them up, what happens?
Because all it is you take a guy, you wrap his torso, you wrap him anywhere in the upper body, and then you just fall backwards.
Yeah.
You just fall because it's the only way to bring him down. And by falling like that, all that weight,
goes on their legs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But what's the alternative?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how you police that, especially when there's a crowd around a player, right? You're just trying to bring him down.
Or how about this? It's 3rd and 8, and you're chasing a guy who's right at the sticks. If you aren't putting your weight backwards, are you just allowing him to get the first down? You know what I mean? Like,
don't you want to stop him from advancing to that line?
Yeah. I think that puts a lot of stress on a defense. But J.K. Dobbins is obviously dealing with something because he's pissed right now.
I would say now, there's obvious hip drops, and then there's, half hip drops or whatever. I think it occurs every other tackle.
I do too. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what the difference is between that and just a tackle I see 15 times a game, which looks pretty similar.
I think the tackles we're used to is I go through you, I advance through you, I try to push you. But if I'm chasing a guy
somebody,
or going to the side of a guy, how do I do that if they're running ahead of me?
Yeah. I don't know. It's a really tough spot to be as a defender.
In college football, I'm telling you, it happens all the time.
Yeah. College football is pretty great over the weekend, by the way. Did you see the ending of that Indiana-Penn State game?
That was the single most clutch toe tap I think I've ever seen.
I still can't figure out, by the way, did that first
toe got on?
The first toe was down.
Yeah, it was the first toe.
Now, both of them were in bounds, but still.
The first toe. It was unreal. When you see it in live, because I watched the end of that game live, and I said, well, Indiana's done. Because they were getting to Mendoza.
Well, they were up. That was the Brett Coin lock of the week that didn't work. They're up 24-10 and just allowed Penn State to get right back in it.
I know. But they got to Mendoza on that pass. He had a guy in his face. I'm like, he's dead. He's done. I don't know how the heck he got that ball there.
I don't think Gus Johnson does either.
Mendoza in trouble. It's out. Touchdown. Wow. A Bronco play. Unbelievable. Give him the Heisman Trophy now.
Oh, my God. I guess I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
Did he have a stroke?
Yep, there's your classic Gus. 303-504-0925.
Can I make
Schefter's going to join us at 9, yeah.
I know we have to go to break. I'm going to make a comment, and I want you guys to sit on this. I want you to drink it in. And I've made this comment before. If you've been listening to the show for a couple of years, I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again now because I think some of you may need reminding. And I understand that the text line is going to get filled up real fast here. For those who disagree, some of you agree. I'm going to go to my grave with this.
Okay.
College football is a more entertaining product than pro football. College football is a more entertaining product than pro football. I'll say it one more time and I'll say it slowly. The college game for me is much more entertaining to watch as a whole than the professional game.
That's a setup.
Now, I watch professional football like you do. But you know what? Professional football is too much like watching Iowa play football. And if you watch an Iowa football game, oh, my God. There's a lot of Iowa games.
I watched the Iowa game over the weekend. The NFL didn't look that way. The Broncos games do.
Oh, really? Oh, really? I've watched a lot of Iowa football in the NFL. A lot of it. College football, because of the way it's set up, you may not like it. You may not like computer polls. You may not like the college football group. You may not like any of it. But the controversy that comes with that, I'll take it. It's 100% a better product. It's a better product.
You can't say that.
It's a better product than
you
pro
can't
football.
say that.
No, not only am I saying it, I'm saying it twice.
I'm saying, all right, how about this? My issue, the issue I have with this is most college football games aren't very good. They're blowouts.
I said college football as a whole. All right, now you take there's more games. Obviously, there's more teams. There's 150 teams.
Yeah, but
There's more teams. College football on a given night, I can go down the line, and I can be much more entertained than I can on an NFL Sunday. There's better games. It's just better. It's better product. The NFL is,
Well, Adam Schefter's going to join us at 9 o'clock. We'll go around the NFL at 8:20. Stick around. Okay, so it's a Rally House Football Monday. The Buffs, I will say this. Juju got the start. It was an entertaining game, at least. Their offense moved the ball. Juju looks like he's got a lot of really God-given qualities to him.
I like it, dude. The kid nearly threw for 300 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. He didn't get sped up. It started shaky, right? The first quarter, like, oh, geez.
Yeah, took him a minute.
He got the feel. He's playing with 2 backup tackles in that game. He started feeling it.
He, especially at the end of in the second half, I should say. His ability to kind of escape pressure, buy some time, and keep his eyes downfield is really impressive.
You know what I was thinking? If you're a CU fan, were you thinking what I was thinking? What the hell took so long? The mismanagement of the quarterback position, I'm sorry. But if he can look that good in his first start on the road and give his team a chance, the last 2 games before this one, the Buffs never stood a chance. They were blown out, correct?
Yeah.
Blown out.
Yep.
You had a chance to beat a team on the road, a chance. A team that actually could move the ball, finally. Dude, that kid, man, if there is a reason to be optimistic about your future, you just saw it unfold in West Virginia. You saw it unfold. That kid can play. He's got to cut his hair.
Yeah.
And I hate to be that guy. I'm not asking for a flat top, but he found out firsthand what long hair will do for you.
I ain't asking for the world here.
I swear to God, Vic.
When you saw that,
when he was sacked, I thought it was a face mask. I'm like, they're really not going to call that? And then they showed the replay, and it's just him being yanked down by his hair. Like,
and everybody flooded my timeline saying that's illegal. I go, no, it's not.
Totally legal.
It's completely legal. If you have anything that sticks out of the helmet, you can pull on it. Someone says, what? What, if he had his ears? Yeah. If Marty O were playing in that game, you could grab him by his earlobe and pull him to the ground.
It's true. You can.
It doesn't matter. If you had a long mustache, if you had a beard.
Like a ZZ Top?
If you had a ZZ Top, sorry. Some things just aren't meant to be part of a football uniform. You don't have to cut your hair if you don't want to get tackled that way.
There's still, like you mentioned it, Vic, what took so long? And it's a great question. Because my thought was this. Maybe they're waiting to see if he can still keep his red shirt, and so they're waiting for the last couple of games. But I think if he starts the rest of the year now, he doesn't get that anyway. So what was the point of waiting this long?
And what's the point anyway? Because these guys, who sticks around for 4 and 5 years at one school anymore?
Here's Juju Lewis, okay? This is the scenario that he's going to face. He's either going to be what you hope he is, which is really good. And what's going to happen, Vic? He's going to leave after 3 years, which will make the 4th year or the extra year null and void. Or he'll be really bad, and he'll transfer before the end of his 4th year. Either way, the red shirt doesn't do anything for you. So that's one thing, like the decision-making on why this took so long. Here's the other. Can we go back to week 1 for a second? And I'll admit where I was really wrong after the first Buffs game of the year. I was really wrong that I didn't think that Georgia Tech was going to be that good. Georgia Tech is good. They're a good team. Here's where I was absolutely right. You and me had a big discussion after the first CU game where you were focused on 3 turnovers that the defense forced in the first quarter, and they didn't capitalize on it in that Georgia Tech game.
Mm-hmm.
And I was focused on the end of the game and the use of timeouts and how wrong it was to use them the way he did.
Rightfully so for you.
And then he on the following Monday defended that he used the timeouts correctly. And I go, this is insanity. And I go, if this is the way that he thinks about timeouts, this will come back to bite you later in the year. And multiple times it has. But especially in that game, you're down 10 points. You have 3 timeouts. You need a score, a 3-and-out, and a score. You're still in the game. And Vic, to burn one of your timeouts to get your field goal unit on the field is just, it's malpractice. You've lost the game. You have turned it into, we can get a 3-and-out and get the ball back, to we need to recover an onside kick because you didn't make a decision fast enough.
So when was the time to call timeout?
By the way, if nothing else, Vic, just take the delay of game. Like, you can't burn a timeout there.
Yeah.
Do you call timeout there?
Game management has been a challenge. It's been clock management late in games has been a challenge. I'm not as hung up on that as you are, because for me, you grew in that game because you found a quarterback.
I know, but
you found a quarterback.
The quarterback is great. the coach still not having time management correct.
I get it.
This far into his tenure is not okay.
I get it.
Because once you do get good, you're going to have games that come down to the wire, and you need to know how to handle those
Brett,
situations.
we don't even know who's calling the damn plays.
It's the tight ends coach.
That remains a mystery.
I think it's the tight ends coach. He hasn't said it, but I think some sleuths
you think
have figured it out.
We think. There's been no official word.
Let me just play this real quick. And here's
what are you drinking? What is that?
It's a coffee. Coffee in a can. It's called Sport Coffee.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Vic, it's lactose-free. It's got natural flavors and sweeteners. It's got B vitamins. It's got electrolytes. All you need right here in the can.
How much sugar's in that can?
I looked that up. It's 22.
Yeah,
it's not great.
That's why you like it.
It's not great.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not terrible.
Okay.
Anyway, the point is, the real problems I have, it's one thing to make the mistake. I just want to hear you say, I messed up. That's all I want to hear. And here's the post game.
You thinking about taking a shot, but trying to get it. But nah, you say nah. Mathematics don't add up. Let's give Motto a shot. You got to understand, we've already got. It seemed like it was blocked, but he missed it. So he was in his head a little bit as well. So you got to take all that stuff in consideration. Like, where is it? It was on the right hash. I don't know if that's his best hash. You think about all these things that I know. I've been with him since he was a darn freshman for 4 years, so I know him. And I know where his strong points are and his pressure points. But he forgot the extra point and went at it and nailed 2 field goals back to back.
You have to know those before they happen. The time to do those calculations, Vic, isn't in the 40-second play clock. It's 5 minutes before you even start the drive.
I'm not as hell-bent on that because I think everything has to fall perfectly for you to have a chance to win or tie that game anyway. I mean, you still got to get the onside kick.
No, but you wouldn't have needed an onside kick had you not called the timeout is my entire point.
Yeah, then you have, 20 seconds to work with even if you use your timeout?
There was like a minute 40 left. You get 3 stops with 3 timeouts.
That's like assuming you get 3 stops. I mean, listen,
but it's the only way you can do it.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. It's a mismanagement there.
Yes. It's happened too often.
All right, but what was your number one takeaway from that game?
Juju Lewis looks good.
And that's all I need. That's all I was looking for.
Yeah.
That's all I was looking for. I was looking for hope. And they found it. They found their guy.
Yeah.
They got a quarterback. They found him. And it took a long time to find him.
I wish they found it earlier this season. Like, why not play him earlier? But you're right. Juju looked good. And that should be the main sort of thrust coming out of the game. Now, college football-wise, it's very similar to the NFL, by the way. There's a couple of teams that I know are pretty good. Ohio State is obviously really good.
Is Indiana that good anymore?
I think so.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
It's really the only bad game that they've played this year, and they still won.
They struggled on the road at Iowa.
Everybody struggles on the road at Iowa.
It's a good point. Oregon struggled on the road at Iowa.
Yeah.
Oregon was lucky to win that game.
And they beat Oregon in Oregon by 10 points earlier this year. I think it's the only one that's kind of the what happened there game, but they're able to escape somehow.
Man, watching Iowa football. If you're an Iowa football fan, if you're an alum, and I know that they've had a consistent program. I know that they win a lot more than they lose. I get it. My God, that is hard to watch.
No, they are perennially the Broncos.
Oh, my God.
What the Broncos are right now is them every single week. Like, you look at some of these
They
scores
make dynamic teams slow down.
Yes. I look, it's always going to give you a shot to win. But, Vic, the amount of times they've held a team to, 14 points or less is unreal. Anyway, we'll get back to college football in a bit, take a look around the league in 20 minutes. Back to the Nuggets and the Avs over the weekend. Who's had the better start between the two teams? We'll get to it next.
And the inbound goes to Valanciunas on the high right side. Hands it off behind him over to Christian Brown. Gets down the lane. Little hook shot won't go. Dunked home by Valanciunas. His best game of the year. Puts the Nuggets up 115-92. And this thing is over.
One-on-one, McKinnon keeps it himself. He scores! Holy McKinnon! He is a monster, and he will be in the nightmares of the Edmonton Oilers for quite some time.
Rally House Football Monday. By the way, before we get to the Avs and Nuggets, just wanted to say real quick, somebody said, are you guys breaking news about a Dobbins injury that I don't know of? It's not breaking news. He said after the game, he hurt his foot on a hip drop tackle, and he said to Scotty Gange of 9 News, I got hip dropped. I'm good. Yeah, I had a little limp in there, but it wasn't bad. I'm all good. The hip drop should have been called, though, but I'm all good. He said I'm good 5 times.
Yeah, and then he went afterwards on Twitter and just went off about the hip drop.
That's what made me concerned, is he said I'm good, and then it looks like maybe after some testing, he got some results that he was pissed about.
Would not be surprised if there's a mild sprain, something in there that affects him.
He tweeted out at noon on Friday, ban or at least call the MF hip drop tackle. So, I don't know. He might be good to go this weekend against the Chiefs. Who knows? But as far as Avs and Nuggets, who do you think's been more impressive to start the year? Both have been impressive.
Well, just from a standings standpoint, you can't get more impressive than the best team in the league, and that's what the Colorado Avalanche are. I mean, they're 10-1-5. They're the only team with 25 points. They're the only team with 1 loss in the loss column.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the best team in the league.
And they
Most
have
points in the league.
They have an ability right now where, going back to that Edmonton game, you put 9 on a team, that'll hurt and that'll sting, especially a team like Edmonton, proud team that has one of the, what people would tell you, best player in the world still in Connor McDavid. But to do that, Vic, put up 9 goals while going 0 for 7 on the power play
crazy
is extra insane.
You and I have talked about this because Moser is, he calls these games. It's hard for him to take a macro look at this. You and I both. Hockey players are savages when it comes to running it up.
It's my favorite thing in the world.
They don't care. Like, if you did that in a basketball game, if you ran it up to that extent, what's a 9-1 in the opposing in their gym? Like, what would be
145 to 80 or something like that?
If you did that in an NBA game, trying to score late every single chance, do you know how many fights would break out?
Well, this is what...
And I know fights broke out in Edmonton. I know that they got proud. But in hockey, it doesn't matter. These dudes, up until the very second, are throwing it on net.
I've said this forever. I think there is a place for, quote, sportsmanship for children. Okay? If your 12-year-old basketball team's game is 70-5, call off the dogs a little bit, right? I don't care once we're talking about adults. If a college football team wants to win 100-0, then you know what? You're an adult. Go ahead and go out and play. The thing I love about hockey, there is no question. The amount of fired shots within the last 30 seconds of a 9-1 game from the Avs was crazy.
But see, I think it's all how the sport works, too. You can't play passive hockey.
No, you can't.
You can't play delay game. Yeah, you can't do it. In basketball, if you're up big, just milk the shot clock. Pass it around.
Yeah.
Dribble it out. In football, sit on the ball. Run the ball. You can't do that in hockey.
There's really no way to kind of take your foot off the gas.
You could sit your stars and not give them as many shifts.
But they still have to play some shifts.
But yeah, exactly. But the guys that are out there, they're going to actively try to shoot. It's just savage, dude.
Was it last season when there was that guy on, I want to say the Ottawa Senators, who had a clean one-on-one break for the empty net, and he wound up and did a huge just clapper, and then the other team beat the crap out of him?
Well, that was disrespectful, because now you're making a show of it. And a texter says, but I think they were 2 of 3 on the power play last night. When I said they were 0 of 7 in a game that they won 9-1, that wasn't a criticism of the power play. It was just acknowledging they scored 9 goals with 7 opportunities with an extra man on the ice.
How overwhelming they were in that game.
Yes. And they were 2 for 3 yesterday, which is good. I'm not beefing about the power play right now. I think it's gotten righted.
Saturday night was just blowout Diparoo because we had both games on altitude. Nuggets blew out their opponent, and the Avs, what they did was, that's illegal in most provinces in Canada, what they did to Edmonton.
Yeah. I'll say this about the Nugs, man. They are doing this, and I think it's odd to find what the right recipe is. I mean, they have the right recipe. But it's hard for me to try and figure out what is the numbers I'm supposed to expect from these guys on the floor. Does that make sense?
So I'm going to tell you what the Nuggets are right now. They've got the 3rd best record in the league. Oklahoma City's 10-1. Detroit leads the Eastern Conference. They're 8-2.
I like Detroit.
Yeah. The Nuggets are tied with a couple teams at 7-2. However, if you look deeper and look at point differential, ratings, how good your offense, how good your defense, combine the two. There are 2 teams that are head and shoulders better than everybody else in the NBA. Those 2 teams, in differential, this is what you win by. Oklahoma City, 13.5 points.
Yeah.
The Denver Nuggets, 13.2. Yep. They're both at 13. No other team in the NBA is even close to those numbers right there. Those 2 teams, after 10 games in, for the Nuggets, it's only 9. Those 2 teams are the best in the NBA. Because they're not just winning. You have to remember something, too, that the Denver Nuggets, they've lost 2 games, both on the road. In those 2 losses, they've been up by double digits. They are the only team in the league to have been up in every single game by double digits.
Yeah. No, they are, again, identify the weakness for me within that team right now. Because I don't
I've got
3-point shooting little bit.
I've got one. Turnover prone at times late. Because it cost them in Golden State and it cost them at Portland. And you know what? It hurt them a little bit down the stretch against Sacramento, where it could have been an easier tilt at it. They are a bit turnover prone late, which can be cleaned up, but that's just one weakness I've noticed. That's it.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of Sacramento, I got on my sheet here for another double Diparoo tomorrow.
Yeah.
They start at 9 p.m. tomorrow?
Double Diparoo.
9 p.m.?
Wait, excuse me? I was not aware of this.
Yeah, it's a 9 p.m. tip here, which is 8 p.m. in Sacramento.
It's got to be some sort of typo.
Well, isn't it that thing? Didn't the NBA say they were going to do that whole coast-to-coast day where they would have games
9 p.m. tomorrow?
Nelly, hold on a second.
Yeah, I'm serious. Look it up. You can look up the game. It is listed as a 9 p.m. tip-off, 8 o'clock in Sacramento.
Hold on, Nelly. We, contractually, I don't do anything past 7:30.
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me that tomorrow night? Yeah, it's a 9 p.m. You know why it's a 9 p.m. game?
Is that prime?
It's on Peacock, and
God.
the game's also on altitude. You'll be happy to know it's not a standalone tomorrow night. So if you have altitude, you are not subject to the Peacock. But that's why, because the Peacock is putting that on its national broadcast as well, and they're targeting a bunch of those games.
They're doing the back-to-back, Boston at Philly at 6.
Yeah.
And that.
Yeah.
You're going to have to put that game at 5 o'clock then.
So blame the Peacock on a school night to have a 9 p.m. start Denver time. I mean, you're on the East Coast.
Wait, 9 p.m. tomorrow and then 8:30's the tip on Wednesday?
So if you're on the East Coast and you're a Nuggets fan and you say, I'm going to watch the Nuggets and Kings tonight, you mean to tell me that game for you, and you know it never starts on time, it's going to be 9:12, 9:15. You mean to tell me that near midnight is when that game tips off for you?
Oh, please. What are we doing here? What is this?
Well, I'll tell you what this is.
Disrespect?
Ask me what it is.
What is it?
I want you to ask in a nice, compound sentence what it is. Ask me.
Compound
sentence? Yeah, like give me a detailed.
Cool, Carl.
Give me a long sentence and let me answer
Vic, the
why.
Nuggets are going on the road to Sacramento tomorrow. It's a national game on the Peacock.
Yeah.
But why is it at 9 p.m.?
Young man, I will give you 76 billion reasons why it's at 9 p.m. And if anybody says, oh, the NBA is wrong for doing this, I will tell you there are 76 billion reasons why. And if you say, oh, the NBA's not taking care of its fans, I'll give you 76 billion reasons why they don't care.
Pay him.
$76 billion in that television contract. They'll put the games on at 4 a.m.
Pay that man his money.
Well, going back to this, I was asking a question about before I realized what that said on my sheet.
That does, when you say that, I read it and I somehow I think, well, that's a misprint. There's no way. All right, so you're going to get me doing a post-game show at midnight. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to be checked out.
Back-to-back nights, Vic. They play at 8:30 the next day.
I might be checked out. I'm not sure exactly what I'll be saying.
So here's my question. It doesn't matter because the Nuggets are playing really, really good basketball right now. But trying to navigate the waters of what should the numbers look like for everybody on the team, and I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Because I saw this, and I called this 3 games into the season, that people are going to do the side-by-sides of Cam Johnson and Michael Porter Jr. Because Porter's averaging, I think, 24 a game in Brooklyn right now, which of course he is. He's the main offensive star on their team. Cam Johnson had a game on Friday in which you beat the Steph Curry-less Golden State Warriors badly, like a drum. And Cam Johnson had 0 points in 25 minutes. He was 0 of 3 from the floor. But, Vic, he was a team, almost team leading, plus 25 and plus minus.
Yeah.
And you just mentioned something that I think is the biggest difference that will not show up in the stat sheet. The Nuggets are what? They're top 5 in what?
Defense.
Defensive rating. Why? Because Cam Johnson's a much better defender than Michael Porter Jr.
Here's the difference between Michael Porter Jr. and Cam Johnson. And players know this. Players understand this. Players talk about this. Players will never say this into an open microphone. A lot of times last year when you took the ball, passed it around the horn, and it got to Michael Porter Jr.'s hands, what was going to happen? He's going to shoot.
He's going to shoot it.
He's going to shoot it. He's going to shoot it.
Yeah.
Cam Johnson is not a shoot-first guy right now. He's not.
I don't have a problem
He's
with
not.
that.
He's not a shoot. Watch him during the game. He's not a shoot-first guy. He's not getting the amount of shots. He's not looking for a shot. The one criticism I have, and it's okay because I think he knows this, he has to make his wide-open threes when it gets kicked out to him. And he's not making them. And not only is he not making them, have you noticed a trend? He is woefully short on
He
them.
shot an air ball.
He is short on them, which tells me, if you ever shot a basketball and you're short all the time, you're just overthinking it.
Yeah, confidence.
Yeah, you're overthinking. It'll come around. There will be a game, and I keep saying this, I know we're 9 games in, there will be a game where he's going to have to rescue the team with his shot.
Here's something I've noticed, though, on the opposite side, to his credit. You're talking about when the ball goes around the horn to Michael Porter Jr., he shoots it. The defensive side, the ball goes around the horn, it doesn't look as scrambly on defense as it did last year.
More connected.
Because a lot of times what happens is Porter would get beat off a step or he'd be late to close out on somebody, and it would just kind of discombobulate the rest of your defense, where Cam Johnson doesn't have that issue.
Yeah. I'm not worried about Cam Johnson's role in this offense. I would be worried if the offense were putrid or pedestrian. It's an elite offense.
Yeah, it's like insanely good.
You know, David Adelman said it best. So your complaint about Cam Johnson, he's not scoring more? Have you seen our offense? Where do you want him to score more? Where?
Does this feel a little bit like you got a really good offense in the NFL? How about this? Does it feel a little bit like A.J. Brown in Philly?
Yeah.
Where it's like they're winning football games, but he's not getting numbers, and it's like, 100%. Is this actually a big deal or not?
100%. Now, you could actively put him in action and give him more ball. You know, you're going to score tonight. We're going to work you into this offense. Why? Why? If you're winning the way you're winning right now, what?
Don't have to.
Why? Why do I have to do that?
This is a really good comparison. He said, this from Mateo on the text line. What if Cam just becomes KCP? Play good defense,
100%.
knock down a shot when it's open, but
100%.
don't worry about your shot.
100%.
That's the ideal scenario, I think.
100%. You know, the big three used to be Jamal, Joker, and MPJ. The big three is now Jamal, Joker, and Aaron Gordon. So all of that offense that you lose, perhaps, Aaron Gordon absorbed some of that.
The reality of the situation
Aaron Gordon right now is a better three-point shooter.
People looked at at Michael Porter Jr. is the third option offensively on the team for the last handful of years. Cam's your fifth. He's your fifth option. I think that Christian Brown is more of an offensive option than Cam Johnson's going to be.
You're not going to get me to say anything bad about MBJ because I loved him when he was here.
I did too.
I thought he fit his role perfectly.
Yep.
Did you hear that he's I don't know if it's verifiable or not. There's rumors circulating that he's now dating Sophie Cunningham.
No, I had looked those up.
It's not.
They're friends from Missouri.
Oh.
Yeah. They're just friends from Missouri.
Are you sure?
Well, that's according to the TMZ report that I read.
How could you be so sure?
You sure about that?
I'm not. I haven't seen them kiss yet, Vic. I don't know. Ask me a little bit later. I'll keep an eye on it.
Someone said to me, well, how would you verify that?
It's a great question.
I would go up to him and go, hey, you kissing?
How do you actually know that me and my wife are married? You don't know that. I've just said that. You don't know.
Aren't you about to have a second child?
How do you know it's mine? Just saying. 303-504-0925. Take a look around the league next.
Are you looking for the law? Dan Kaplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Both teams are so good. And so is Dan Kaplis Law. They win. They win in record-setting ways. Dan Kaplis Law is a serious firm for serious cases, except in righteous injury cases right now on a percentage fee basis. Again, they take the top of the top. If you need Dan's help, call today. 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or if you care to explain online, hit them up. DanCaplislaw.com.
I'm telling you, I've heard all these songs multiple times. I like all of them. Soda Pop, great song.
Is this a new thing now?
What?
New genre?
No, the K-pop's been around for a while.
Around?
Yeah, what are those dudes called, Nelly? BTS? Is that their names?
Yeah.
They're huge.
All right, let's see. Before them, there was Big Bang.
Yeah, that song right there, that's a cartoon. That doesn't resonate with me.
What is Psy? What is Gangnam Style guy?
He's
is
a
that
Korean
K-pop?
rapper.
Or
Yeah, that's also K-pop.
Is it? No, like that does nothing for me. It's the other one with the 3 girls. That one's a good song.
What, you don't like this one?
No, this is stupid.
Nah, I like this one. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. Tomorrow, by the way, it's another Avs Ticket Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio, so tune in all day on Tuesday for new keywords on the hour, or every hour on the 20s. Your chance to win tickets to the Avs and Islanders on the 16th is on your home for Avs hockey. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, that is tomorrow. But, Nelly, hit that music. Time to take a look around the NFL. Early game, this one in Berlin. Falcons and Colts, really good game, goes into overtime, and Jonathan Taylor does the rest because he's incredible. Jonathan Taylor finishes that game.
That guy.
244 yards on the ground with 3 touchdowns, including, Vic, another 42 on 3 catches. He almost had 300 yards of total offense.
Go to the end of regulation. I kept saying, don't score early. Don't score early.
I know.
Don't score early. I'm telling Atlanta, just calm down. Calm down.
Couldn't
Slow
help
it
themselves.
down. Slow it down. Because you leave anything on the clock anymore and you're in field goal range.
Colts tied with the Broncos, best record in the league, 8-2. The Falcons dropped to 3-6. Giants, Bears. So the Bears are getting beat up pretty bad at home. Jackson Dart tries to run for a first down. And him and Scattaboo are having a competition on who can break the brains faster because he refuses to slide. He ran headfirst into 3 different guys.
His 4th concussion of the season.
He's evaluated for a concussion.
All
4th time he was evaluated for a concussion.
So let me repeat. His 4th concussion of the season.
He can't do that. Like, I know he ran the football a lot in that game, which I think is something that Bo Nix should do more, but slide when you do it. Because on that play, he gets concussed, he fumbles the football, then in comes Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson was terrible, allows the Bears to come back.
C.J. Stroud slid.
Yeah. Well, a little late.
By the way, they did not fine Abrams Drain for that. Some people said, oh, you didn't get a penalty, you still might be subject to fine. He did not get fined.
He hit him in the midsection. Yeah. I mean, not a lot to fine him for. Here's my question, though. The Bears are 6-3. It's a good record. I don't believe a single ounce of the Bears being 6-3, though.
Well, some people may say the same thing about the Broncos.
Well, sure. I'm just saying the way that they've been winning is very peculiar, is how I'd put it. Sure. Bears are 6-3, though. The Giants are 2-8. Remember when the Giants fans, by the way, were talking all that smack coming in here because they won 2 or 3?
Yeah.
And nope, you're still really bad. The shock of the weekend. The fact that Miami beat the Bills the way that they beat them.
Not beat them. They mauled them.
Shut them out for 3 quarters.
They mauled them.
And then slammed the door in their face in the 4th. They win 30-13. A-Chain had 174 yards on the ground.
Yeah, they mauled them. They beat them really good. And, that's the one thing about the Broncos. The 2 Broncos losses, they've been
to legit teams.
And they've been close games.
And should have won.
Yeah.
You blew it at the end. You led the entire time in both of those games until the final second in which a field goal was kicked.
At no point have the Broncos been demolished like Buffalo got demolished in Miami.
It's one of the things I can't ignore. It's the Broncos would never lose a game that way. Like, they just never would. So the Dolphins are 3-7. The Bills are 6-3. The Ravens go to Minnesota. They beat the Vikings 27-19. I'll still say that the Ravens, they're winning with Lamar Jackson in the lineup. They still don't look really good to me.
Said it 2 weeks ago, though. It wouldn't surprise me one bet if the Ravens won that division.
Yeah, and they're the overwhelming favorites to do so still, and I think everybody kind of understands why. That division is garbage right now. So the Ravens improved to 4-5. The Vikings fall to 4-5. I called this one. Brady and his bets. Your upset of the week. Jets 27, Browns 20.
What did you see in that call? Just the fact that the Jets now have a newfound We won a game and we're hot.
I do think that winning that game for them, whenever a team loses, they go midway through the year without winning a football game and they finally get one, I think there's a little newfound life, and it's the opponent that they're playing. Like, it's Dylan Gabriel in Cleveland, and Gabriel still looks terrible. Like, absolutely awful.
167 yards passing, 2 TDs.
On 32 attempts.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're going to do there. But if they haven't started Shedeur by now, although they did make one change, Vic, Shedeur was active during the game. He was the backup, which I guess is slightly an improvement for him. But Jets win 27-20. They're 2-7. The Browns are 2-7. Patriots go on the road in Tampa and beat the Bucs 28-23.
What are the Patriots?
A good football team.
What is that?
A good football team with Vic, a really good coach. Vrabel is really good. And he'll find a way to make things work. Drake May, for his standards, by the way, it wasn't his best game, but it was best when he needed to be. And then, God, they got to be so excited because of this. Really good young quarterback. That's great. Travion Henderson's going to be a problem.
That guy is, you get him in the open field, good night.
Yep.
Good night. 147 yards. He averaged per carry 10.5 yards.
I know. He is insanely good. So they improved to 8-2. Again, tied with both the Colts and the Broncos for best record in the league. The Bucs dropped to 6-3. I think you kind of see the injuries getting to them. They're still a good team, but they are getting to them. In the biggest snore fest of the weekend, Saints and Panthers. Panthers are weird, bro. Like, they just get a game over 500. They play a game at home, and they lose 17-7 to Tyler Shuck. Yeah. Really?
I don't know what you're doing. You can't lose that game. I mean, you got momentum on your side. You're above 500. You got everything going for you, and you lose to the Saints at home. You can't do that.
Well, here's the Panthers, Vic. The last 4 weeks, the last month of football for them, they've scored 7 points, 16, 9, and 13. Bryce Young's just not. I root for him. Yeah. I root for him, but I don't think he's any good.
You are what your quarterback says you are.
So the Panthers are 5-5. The Saints are now 2-8.
Unless you're the Broncos.
Crazy game here. Jags, Texans. Jags are all over Houston. Houston does a Broncos. They scored 26 unanswered in the fourth quarter.
Behind Davis Mills.
26-0 in the fourth to come back and win that game against Jacksonville. Big mistake by Jacksonville, turnover late in that fourth quarter. But when Davis Mills runs that, he ran to the pylon on that go-ahead touchdown. And there was still a lot of time left on the clock. I think it was like a minute left. Did you see how the game ended, by the way? Because it put them up 1 point. They missed the 2-point conversion. Yeah. So Trevor Lawrence is trying to mount some sort of comeback. He gets hit as he throws. Ball bobbles in the air. It's caught and took back for a touchdown, which makes it 36-29 at the end of the clock. Just insane win for Houston, who they needed one. I mean, they were 3-5 heading into that game. They're now 4-5, and the Jags dropped to 5-4.
Seahawks are good.
Are the Seahawks in the conversation now for best team in the NFL?
Seahawks are good. Seahawks are really good. That defense is solid, and Darnold is what is Sam Darnold? He's top 5 quarterback in this league. Top 3 quarterback in this league.
They were up 38-7 at half, and they win 44-22 over Arizona.
Do you know how many pass attempts Sam Darnold had in that game?
I don't.
12. They put 44 points on the board. Listen to me. Listen, look at my face. Look at my face. 44 points were scored. Your quarterback throws it 12 times, 10 completions.
It's funny that you mentioned that because I was wondering how this happened. Jackson Smith-Njigba he's having the best year of any wideout in the league right now.
Jackson Smith-Njigba.
So Vic, after the first drive of the game, Jackson Smith-Njigba had 4 catches for 82 yards and a touchdown. And I go, I got to look this up. He has had a 100-yard receiving game in 6 of 8 heading into that, with one of those games 96 receiving yards. And I go, God, he's going to have another one. And then he finished the game with 93. I go, what happened? You just mentioned it. I didn't even look it up. 12 passing attempts.
Away. They ran the ball 46 times.
Yeah. So Jackson Smith-Njigba, by the way, has had 100 yards in 6 of 9 games now, Vic. He's had 96 in one other game. He had 93 yesterday, and 79 is his worst game of the year. Yeah, they're really good. The Seahawks are 7-2. The Cardinals are 3-6. I was really looking forward to Rams and Niners because it's always typically a good game.
It's always a good game.
And Stafford just
I've seen
wrecked
enough.
them.
I've seen enough. Just end it November 10th on this Monday. Matt Stafford is your NFL MVP. I've seen it.
Yeah, he's got how many touchdowns this year? It's been a ton. He had another 4 yesterday. He's got 25.
He is just
25 touchdowns, 2 picks this year.
The way he manipulates the defense. I mean, how many no-look throws has he made for touchdowns?
The last touchdown he threw in that game was a no-looker.
Yeah, I've seen enough. Matthew Stafford. You know what the craziest stat for Matthew Stafford? So he's on a winning team. He's winning a lot now.
The craziest Statford about Matthew Stafford? I like that.
I may have said that. Do you realize that yesterday's win puts him at 500 for his career?
I know. Yeah.
Think about the years of misery in Detroit.
What is he, like 150, 150-1 in his
about
career?
That. Think about how that mountain, that climb up that mountain,
yeah,
it was a rigorous climb.
Well, they're 7-2, playing really good football. By the way, did you see the George Kittle touchdown in that game where he kind of tippy-toed the sideline and hit the pylon? Really nice. The Niners are 6-4. Lions are pretty schizophrenic because they beat the snot out of the Commanders. And that's not, I guess, the surprise. The surprise is this. So I'm watching the game, and Vic, I see Dan Campbell's on the sideline with a play sheet in front of him, and his glasses are on. They just made the switch to Dan Campbell calling the plays.
Did
and
they
put
announce it?
No. Didn't say anything before the game. Now he said it afterwards, and I called the plays.
You were sitting here saying all last week how you were mad that Prime wouldn't announce it. Your boy Dan Campbell.
He said it after the game.
Hold on a second. I don't want no double standards out of you. You ripped Prime for not making it known that he switched coordinators. What about your boy?
Hold on a second. When they asked him after the game who's calling the plays, and he says, me.
Yeah, but before the game, he didn't say anything.
Oh, that doesn't matter. You admit to it afterwards. It wasn't 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
Okay.
That soft little, yeah. So the Lions 6-3, Commanders 3-7. Something so stupid about that. Chargers and Steelers to close out. And I'll tell you what.
I'm afraid of the Chargers, Brett. I'm afraid of the
keep
Chargers.
winning.
I'm
How?
afraid of the Chargers. They basically are now playing without blockers. Every offensive lineman is hurt.
I know.
Every tackle they've had. They've run out. The world has run out of a supply of offensive linemen. They are literally just lining up behind the center, and there's nobody blocking for Herbert, and he's still winning games. He doesn't have anybody to carry the ball. They're all hurt. Linemen are all hurt, and somehow the Chargers are 7-3.
I was saying this earlier, Vic. Everybody's looking at the AFC West and the Broncos being 8-2, being like, hey, man, if you beat the Chiefs, then you probably have the division. And I'm like,
what about
the Chargers are a game back with the tiebreaker on you. They're still there. It's funny, I looked up at the score, and I saw it was 5-3, and I go, what's going on in this game? Okay, who hit the 2-run shot? What's going on here? And then they eventually took over.
Aaron Rodgers trying to get away from.
Oh my God!
Who was chasing him down? It was their pass rusher, the stud.
Was that Khalil Mack? Yeah.
Watching his fall in the end zone, I tried to do. Me and my buddy yesterday. We're both 56 years of age. We tried to do cartwheels. You ever tried to do a cartwheel?
It's been a while.
That looked like Aaron Rodgers in the end zone trying to escape that tackle.
It is. I've said this before about Aaron Rodgers. Him trying to escape pressure this year, it gives me like the David Attenborough documentary vibe of just the lion chasing the gazelle, and you're like, oh, that thing's gonna get smoked, isn't it? I mean, every time he can't move. He's
during
41.
During the break, I'm gonna have you attempt a cartwheel.
Okay, done deal. Chargers 7-3, Steelers 5-4. Steelers, by the way, this close to giving up their lead in the division. That close to the Baltimore Ravens. So that is your look around the NFL. The Avs and Vitalant, by the way, they have teamed up in the month of November because it is Hockey Fights Cancer Month. And if you sign up through Vitalant at vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer, not only do you get scheduled for a blood drive, you also have a chance to win a signed Avs jersey. And as I don't know if I wasn't aware of this until I heard this month, that 25% of blood donations go to people directly fighting cancer, which I was unaware of. So it's a very, very good cause. And you get a chance to win an Avs jersey. So sign up through that link. Vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. So the NFL is weirded me out this year, I don't have a team that I point to and say that's the best in the league or this is the class of the league.
Teams are playing the best, but to say overall they're the best is hard.
Am I being a historicist?
Huh? You mean a historian?
No. It's like I have some sort of prejudice.
He just called it historicist?
No, I made up the word because of this, Vic. I think I'm being prejudiced toward history of the NFL. The Colts are good. Yeah. And we just refuse to believe they're the best team in the league because of the Colts.
Because
I think that's what's happening.
Okay.
And it's like, well, it can't be the Colts. It's got to be the Bills. It's got to be the Chiefs. You have to go in your memory bank.
I know what's happening. Here's what your brain is doing. You're looking at quarterbacks. In the NFL, here's the mistake we make as fans. We all make it. When we look at teams and we evaluate teams, the first thing that hits your brain is the quarterback. Now, I may do it subconsciously.
Maybe that's better. Say, I'm quarterbackist.
You're quarterbacking every team. That's exactly what you're doing. And you're looking at Indy and saying, okay, come on, are they real? I mean, their quarterback played for the Giants, and he got let go by the Giants, and this can't be real. You're looking at the Broncos, and you're looking at the quarterback play, and you're saying that this can't be real. That's what you're doing. And meanwhile, you got the Bills who lost pretty badly. Oh, but they still have a quarterback. And that allure, that pull is what we do as fans.
I want to continue this in a second because I think you're onto this. It's the exact exercise I was looking for. We'll get to it next. Adam Schefter's going to join us in 15 minutes. It's a Rally House Football Monday.
Moser's not here because he called the game late in Vancouver, and I guess they departed early this morning from Canada after annexing Western Canada.
Yeah.
The Avs, what they did to Canada in the last 2 days. Whew.
Yeah, hang on to that for a second. I want to go back. Go Birds. You stumbled across something. Because I thought it was just being, sort of biased against the history of the teams that have the best record in the league right now. But it's more, I think you're right, about the quarterbacks. Because here's the best records in the NFL that nobody refuses to say definitively are the best teams in the league. The Colts are 8-2. The Broncos are 8-2. The Patriots are 8-2. The Seahawks are 7-2, and they lead the NFC. Daniel Jones, Bo Nix, Drake May, Sam Darnold. Nobody's willing to put their money or stake their bets on those quarterbacks being the best, the starters for the best teams in the league.
Who do you think of the guys you just named? Who's the best quarterback?
The other one you can throw in there, by the way, the Rams are 7-2.
Yeah.
Stafford's easier to believe in.
Of course.
Yeah.
But of the guys you named, who's the best quarterback of that lot? Like, who would you take?
Now?
If you said, I'm going to take this guy, who would you take?
Drake May.
I think I'd take Darnold.
No problem with that answer. It's one of those two.
Mm-hmm.
Is Bo Nix last? It's got to be.
Name them again.
It's Daniel Jones, Bo Nix, Drake May, and Sam Darnold.
Yeah. Right now, he is.
The difference is this. He's the only guy of that lot where their offense isn't good. All the other teams have good offenses. The Patriots got a good offense. Colts do. Seahawks do.
Can you quickly look this up? Because where does the Broncos offense rank? Scoring yards.
This is where.
This is where I'm having.
You're gonna get really tricky with this.
Yeah, my brain hurts when I think of the Broncos offense. I'm like, what is this? And then I look at the stats. I'm like, how is this?
They are. What would you guess they are in yards per game? Just out of curiosity.
I would say they're middle of the pack in the NFL.
They're 13th.
Okay, middle of the pack in the NFL. So that does not constitute a bad offense. That's middle of the pack in the NFL, correct? Last I checked?
Yes, they're 17th in points per game.
And you average those out, those two out, and they are literally right in the middle.
Here's the issue. Outside a couple of fourth quarters that have been crazy, where are they? If I eliminate
took out the Giants,
if I eliminate the Eagles fourth quarter.
You could do that for a lot of teams, but
this is the sputtering nature of what the offense is.
Then they'd be bottom 5.
Right. And that's the difference. Save for a couple of huge quarters that have bailed them out.
Sure.
Like, the Colts don't need 30 points in the fourth to win a game.
Colts also have a guy playing running back who is capable of taking it to the house every time he touches it.
Yeah.
That's one thing about Jonathan Taylor, man. That dude, he turns a corner, and it's not just a 5-yard gain. It's a house call.
The Colts lead the league in points per game. They're at 32. They're about a half point ahead of Detroit, who's at 31.5.
By the way, what the hell was Chicago thinking drafting Colston Loveland ahead of Warren?
I don't know.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
That guy, that tight end, is a weapon. Holy Moses, that guy's good.
Well, he was the guy, again, this year, I was like, as he kept falling in the draft, I was like, trade up and get him. Trade up and get him.
Why would he fall?
I don't know. Like, he had some of that way better version of Taysom Hill stuff where he does so many, he could run the ball. Wasn't he a quarterback for a second? He could throw it, catch it, block. He does everything.
All right, so you're Sean Payton. It is now Kansas City week. The Chiefs had a week off, and we all know Andy Reid's record after a bye week. Look it up, by the way. Let's substantiate this. I've just heard, and I'm sorry to make you do this, but you know I cannot multitask. It's not possible for me to talk and look something up at the same time.
He's 22-4 off the bye.
Is that good?
Pretty good.
22-4 coming off a bye week.
Yep.
Coming to Denver.
Highest winning percentage for any head coach who has coached at least 10 games after a bye.
Coming to Denver with a bit of a streak going now. They're hot. They're feeling good about themselves, right? The Chiefs are playing good football suddenly. The Broncos are, well, the longest win streak in the National Football League. They've won 7 in a row, but it feels weird. Last week felt weird.
Yeah.
You're Sean Payton. What do you do with the offense this upcoming week? What do you change, if anything? Well, you got to change. Well, how do you operate it? Do you simplify it? What do you do? I don't have an answer for you.
I'll keep going to the same well I've been going to. Run the ball with Nix occasionally. I want him involved in the offense that way earlier. I think it could settle him down. If he's involved in the running game and if he gets some positive yards with his legs, I think it could settle things down. Now, is that the ultimate difference maker? No, I'm not saying that, but I think it could help. Could.
I would love to see an opening drive that does not result in a 3-and-out.
That too. But again, maybe get him a little bit more involved in that aspect of the game earlier. And tell him if he's about to take a hit, then slide.
See, and this game will be a test for this defense, too. We credit this defense so much. Oh, man, this defense is so good. We know it's good. Isn't it crazy how the only test for me is really the witch that comes to town on Sunday? If you can beat him.
Yeah. I think they can, too.
You can beat him. It changes things for me.
Is Kansas City, are they still out that tackle?
Do you know that the Broncos have beaten the Chiefs 2 in a row at home? They snapped the win streak a couple years ago, right? That long losing streak they had against Kansas City. And then they beat them last year in a game that Kansas City rested everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, they've gotten that proverbial monkey off their back playing against Kansas City, which is good. I still you need to be able to score. Like, your defense
is that on Peyton or is that on Bo Nix?
Both.
But who's it on more, though? If you had to talk up one guy and say, okay, this is more you than him, Who is it?
Bo.
I agree.
But
so
you got to make a play.
But you can make it easier on Bo.
By
just simplifying the offense. What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean exactly?
I don't know. Fewer personnel changes?
Yeah.
Easier reads?
Well, that part of it, I do think it's hard to kind of find a rhythm when there's a new guy jumping into the play every 2 seconds.
You know what? Not having Marvin Mims, I think impacted them more than we think. He'll be back.
Heard that. How?
Well, because he's a Swiss Army knife.
They didn't use him that much, though.
I know. But when they did, it was usually impactful. He can make plays.
I wish they would do it more.
I know. Plus, he has the ability to stretch the field.
He does. He does do that, which I think a lot of guys probably don't have that aspect to it. Kansas City's going to be a real test. I mean, truly. And somebody's asking, when's the last time that Mahomes played well against Denver?
Well, he didn't play last year. The year before, he had the flu, remember? Allegedly.
Yeah.
Played a horrible game. Lost that game.
Yeah, so he
in
really
Kansas
good
City
game.
Last year, he played like crap because the Broncos had a chance to win that game.
You'd probably...
In fact, I would say that Patrick Mahomes' worst games have usually come against Denver.
Yeah, he doesn't have too many that are just like, oh my God types of games. He did have one, 328 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. That was in January of 23. Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't had like huge success against them in his career, though. Like his last 2 games or last 3 games against Denver, Vic, he's got 2 touchdowns and 3 picks in his last 3 games.
Do you think she'll be here?
I don't know.
Nelly, do you think she's coming to this game?
Almost certainly.
Does she do road games?
I don't know. That's why I ask. I'm not going to lie to you. I told you about the rabbit holes I've been going down. I like that Ophelia song. It's catchy.
I have no idea any of these new songs she has. Never heard of them.
This catchy song. It's a catchy tune. It's good. So I'm not
Take your word for it.
I'm not above doing the Ophelia dance. There's a little dance that goes with it too.
You want to give me a show?
The worst case scenario would be for Travis Kelce to catch a couple touchdown passes and doing that dance
Yeah.
in front of the South Stands at Mile High.
I got another question. Has Jackson been banned?
Who?
Jackson.
Jackson?
Little bro. Jackson.
Oh, I
Mahomes.
haven't seen him forever.
Yeah, has he been banned from
I
the
don't
travel
know. I
parties?
haven't seen him. I haven't seen him forever.
Remember, he was TikToking every
Take
week.
the L on the way out.
And I haven't seen a lot of those since.
Well, you remember he got into some legal troubles.
He did.
So maybe he's been laying low.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think she goes to road games.
I wouldn't. I know that they probably have some special entrance where she's mostly shielded from the public, but I don't think. I wouldn't want to deal with that if I was her.
Oh,
I don't
no
even
way.
know how she lives a life. Like, what life is that?
I don't know.
You can't go to
anywhere.
Walgreens if
Can't
you're
go
Taylor
anywhere.
Swift. You can't go get dinner unless you rent out the entire place.
Can you imagine going to
It sounds miserable.
self-checkout at King Soopers?
It can't happen. See, this is what happens to me, by the way. Those self-checkout counters, I'm going to say something real quick because we got to get to Schefter. Got a big issue with those for multiple reasons.
Yeah.
I want to interact with people behind a counter, okay? It's a thing. I think human interaction is something we need. We can't do everything by ourselves and with robots all the time. Secondly, I've tried that because I went there over the weekend. No. Turn that off. This isn't a bit. This
What's
is an
the deal?
It's
with
not a what's the deal.
self-checkout?
I go to the self-checkout last weekend, or yesterday, with baby Jamal Kale, get a donut. She always gets a donut with me. And we got a couple other things. And all I tried to do was get one of those bags, the paper bags. So I don't bring mine.
What do you mean?
I don't bring my own bags to the store.
Those too.
I don't
I've been
do
doing a lot.
that.
Yeah, I
okay?
forgot. I got a large collection of them now.
So here's what I do, Vic. Every time I use that self-checkout, it always tells me it's acting like I'm stealing something. I scan something and I put it over there, and they're like, make sure you price all or you scan all the items before you put it over there.
Hey, Red.
And then the light blinks and it's like, hey, we have a thief. And I didn't do. And I'm like, I didn't do anything. Every time it does that to me.
I wish I worked at a grocery store. I would purposely arrest you. Get the redhead.
And then they got the big security guards at the end, like you're in a Costco now, that's checking your receipts. I'm like, bro, I have a donut and 2 other things. I paid for these.
Oh, I forgot to do this, and I promised I would do it. Sorry, I mentioned redhead, and it reminded me of you. Did you see at the end of the CU game when Alejandro Mata made a field goal? Did you see the celebration that they used on the sideline?
Oh, the udders?
Oh, we're doing it. For you especially.
Okay, what, you want to do this before break? Yeah. By the way, Altitude Sports Radio, you're home for the NFL in Westwood 1. Catch the Eagles and Packers at 6:15 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Adam Schefter joins us next.
Get it! Yeah!
All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined as we are every Monday at 9 o'clock by Adam Schefter of ESPN. Adam, how are we doing this morning?
Good morning, gentlemen. What's going on?
So let's backtrack to Thursday, shall we? And the Broncos game. Yeah. And I'm just curious, you talked to all these big football minds, your Rex Ryans, your Peter Schrager's, guys like that at ESPN. What's the read on the Broncos with, like, almost historically great defense with some paces that they're on and sack numbers, but also the offense doing nothing?
Well, that's the read.
All right. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it. We'll see you next week.
Uh-oh.
I mean, in all honesty, exactly.
Yeah, Nelly, we're going to have to get him back here. Get him back. We'll talk to Adam in just a couple of minutes. Like, I know that's the thing. I guess the more important thing is, can this be corrected, or is this just what you are? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, can this get better? Yeah. Or is this just every week, this is what it's going to be, and you're going to have to deal with it,
I think
sort
it's
of
what
thing?
They are. I mean, you've seen it enough times now.
Yeah, I mean, we're more than...
What makes you think all of a sudden that it changes?
Nothing yet. I mean, there's no really indicators of it, and it's maybe the biggest problem that I have. I mean, I've told this to you multiple times, Vic, but it does feel like week 1 to week 10, there hasn't been a huge difference.
I mean, unless you're playing the Cowboys defense, which seems to be a synonymous thing in the NFL. You play the Cowboys defense, and all of a sudden your offense shines.
Yeah. So we got Adam Schefter back here. So, Adam, I guess to hone in on a different thing, does it feel like it's fixable at all, the offense?
Well, I think the faith you have is you got Sean Payton, and we know what kind of coach he is, and you have a quarterback that I think, combined with the coach, I think is going to work out. I think it's going to give you the time that you need to get it going. I mean, to me, it's a situation where those guys together, I think, are going to be able to improve enough that they can get through things. That's what I think.
Well, do you think Sean Payton, and you know him well, is going to be able to, and I hate to say this because it's not an intelligence issue, it's just a translation issue. Would he be willing to simplify his offense, his scheme, his change of personnel, everything that looks confusing out there that seems to be bogging Bo's mind?
Yeah. Look, Sean knows this business. He knows what he needs to do. If he feels like he needs to simplify the offense, then that's exactly what he's going to do. I just don't know if that's ultimately what needs to be done. But he's a pretty savvy guy and pretty smart guy. I'm confident he's going to figure out how to get this back on track.
Adam Schefter with us, ESPN. All conversations with Adam are brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank at Colorado Credit Union. Join today at ccu.org. Between the teams that are leading the NFL in record, it's the Broncos, it's the Colts, it's the Patriots. Would you rather have a Colts offense that is capable of their running back going for 240 in a football game, but maybe their defense giving up a few points, or the Broncos defense where you can win a game 10-7?
Look, I just want to find the way to win, and both teams have done that this year. I mean, the Colts have struggled the last couple of weeks, and they've gotten by, but Jonathan Taylor has been performing at a historic level. He's got 4 hat-trick games, 4 games where he's got 3 touchdowns. Went for, 240, 250 rushing yards yesterday, 3 touchdowns. Just incredible what he's doing. And the Broncos are playing such great defense. It's just, what you like, chocolate, you like vanilla, they're both good, and it's effective, and they're winning. And ultimately, in the end, that's all that really matters.
Adam, did the Broncos come close to pulling the trigger at all last week at the trade deadline?
Not that I'm aware of, Vic. I think they definitely called around on some players. I think they called around on Jalen Waddle. I think they checked in on some things, but I don't believe they ever got close to getting a deal done. I don't think they did.
And I'm okay with that, by the way. I really am. I think even if you throw a Jalen Waddle on the field in that game last week, I don't see you see much of a change in offensive production because I think there's deeper issues. But the Broncos are what they are. Do you think that they can suddenly turn it on this week against Kansas City? I'd be surprised. Brett asked me, "What do you expect?" I expect more of the same. That's what I expect. How about you?
I think they're going to have. I think they're going to come out and play a really good game. I'd be surprised if they didn't. Coming off a game like they played on Thursday night, to me, I think they're going to come out and play a really good game. This is a team that almost looked like it was looking ahead to next week's game. And to me, though, when I was on this station on Thursday, I told DMac like 31-13 Thursday night. I'm like, no. I don't think so. This is the kind of game you want to find a way to win and move on to the next one. And that's exactly what we kind of got on Thursday. They had a struggle to find a way to get by.
You're so right, and I think a lot of that is the Thursday night product. These teams just do the bare minimum. They get by on Thursday nights. They're not game planning Thursday nights, and that was one of those Thursday night bummer games. That's what you saw. So you think they're going to be better with 10 days to prepare then?
Not only the 10 days, but just the emotion. Like, how are you not going to have the Chiefs coming into Denver in the national window game against a team that's been the standard for years? Like, I'm telling you, they're going to play a great game on Sunday. I don't know if they're going to win, but they're going to play an A game. Okay. Now, whether that's enough to win, we'll find out. But they're going to play much better than they did on Thursday night. I'd be really surprised and disappointed if they didn't.
What makes Andy Reid so good coming off a bye?
I guess it's kind of the same way that Mike Shanahan was when he had time to come off a bye and had time to script plays. Like the first month of the season, Mike was really good. And I just think Andy put so much thought into his offensive game plan, how he wants to attack a defense. And when they have a bye to implement that, it makes them even more dangerous. So the Broncos get the Chiefs off a bye. That's not great for them. That's not great. But that's what it is. Denver's got 10 days. The Chiefs got the bye, and we'll see how that works out for both.
You know, another thing we were kind of talking about is you're looking across the league at different teams and what their records are, and what's the overall thoughts from people on Buffalo who inexplicably got crushed yesterday in Miami?
Well, Buffalo has just looked off to me all year long, and the run defense has been vulnerable. And by the way, that's another bad thing. Like, by the way, Denver's going to play a game. You're just reminding me of little things. And the Chiefs are coming off a loss, so they get a loss and a bye. Oof, that's a tough formula for Denver. But if Denver's good, they'll find a way to win. Buffalo's run defense has been off, just not playing well. They remind me, and Vic, you'll appreciate this. The Bills remind me of like the Broncos in the early '90s with John Elway.
Yeah.
It was kind of like a one-man team. And, you could have some success. And, yes, you might make it to the playoffs. And, yes, you might have some success there. But inevitably, they were better teams because it was like a one-man Superman kind of team.
Sure.
And that's kind of the way that I view Buffalo right now. Just a flawed roster, but Josh Allen's Superman, the way that John Elway was Superman. And there are going to be weeks where it's enough like it was last week against KC and weeks where it's not enough like it was yesterday against the Dolphins.
The team that scares me, Adam Schefter, is in the division, as well as Kansas City. The Chargers just keep winning. You take away their tackles, they keep winning. You take away their running back, they keep winning. Rondé Gatson, their tight end, you say is scheduled to undergo an MRI. Is that going to be do they fear the worst there?
I don't know that. I haven't heard that. I just know that, he went down, didn't come back in the second half. And, we'll see what the MRI shows. But, to your point, they're missing so many key players. And there's only so many losses you can overcome before it really begins to start to affect you. But look, that's Jim Harbaugh. Like, he's going to come in and get the culture going. And the culture there just hasn't worked for so long. But now he's going to get that working in a way that, again, you see the results already.
Adam Schefter with us. Saw your report over the weekend. The Micah Parsons trade included a poison pill, which means if you trade him within the division, then you owe the Cowboys within the NFC East, the Packers would owe the Cowboys a first-round pick. How often does that happen in trades?
the last time that I could remember something like this happening was when the Packers traded Brett Favre to the Jets. And at that point, they put in poison pills to make sure that the Jets couldn't turn around and trade him to the Vikings, which is the team that really wanted him. Right? It was 3 first-round picks if they traded him to the Vikings. And so that's a little bit what this was like, if you ask me. Like, there have been poison pills before. Thank you. There have been but this is like a little different. This is designed to prevent a guy from being traded, because Philadelphia wanted Micah Parsons this summer, and Dallas really wouldn't engage them. And so Dallas was concerned that, okay, if we trade to Green Bay could then go turn around and trade to Philly for even more. So they put this clause in. By the way, like, it's not going to happen. I don't expect it to happen. But let's just say the Packers season didn't work out the way that you wanted, right? I mean, there's no reason that Green Bay couldn't, at the end of this year, turn around and then try to trade Micah to the Eagles. Like, let's say the Packers season crashes. I don't expect this. It's not practical. It's not realistic. But it's not entirely out of the question. Okay, we traded all this for Micah. Philly, if you give us enough to cover the 2028 one to Dallas, then we'll do the deal. Again, the chance of it happening at .00001, but it's not entirely off the table. It's just, it can, Philadelphia, if they wanted Micah Parsons bad enough, could absorb that cost and make the trade and give up the first round pick to the Cowboys. Green Bay could in 28. It would work out, but it's so much. And by the way, like, Green Bay's happy with that. I'm not trying to get something going. I'm just telling you, like, this is what it's in the trade contract, the language. I expect them to keep playing for the Packers, but there's a way, if they wanted, which nobody expects, that he still could be traded to Philadelphia if everybody is willing to eat all the costs, which isn't likely to happen, obviously.
Adam, we have some very creative texters, and they're thinking the same thing I am. We can't see you. We can only hear you this morning. Jake says, is Adam at his part-time job bagging groceries this morning? Another texter says, good Lord, is he opening world maps while doing the show? I think you're at a bagel shop. Where are you? Bagel shop. I
got somebody, and I delivered the bagel to them. Yes.
Yes, I got it. I mean, I'm trying to. At the end of I'm thinking to myself, what is he doing? Yes. Thank you.
There you go. What gave you the hint? The crinkling of the bag?
Yes.
Or what was that?
Yes.
It's very perceptive. Yeah.
Although world map was second on my list. Hey, tonight the Monday Nighter features the tush push game, right? Philly and Green Bay. And Green Bay went out of its way to try and ban this thing. How many times do you think Philly's going to throw the tush push just to stick it to the Packers?
Well, not only did they try to get it banned, but they had Micah Parsons come out last year when they played the Eagles when he was with the Cowboys saying that's not a real football play. And, I mean, I think you'd be naive and ignorant to think that Nick Sirianni and the Eagles aren't going to remember that and factor that in tonight. They're going to use as much tush push as they possibly can tonight. I just think they're going to take their tush push and try to stick it up their tush push. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, are you telling me that Nick Sirianni holds a grudge? No way.
Oh, yeah. Nobody in football ever does that. No coach ever remembers when another organization calls them out for something that they still can use and deploy, and then would have the ability to deploy that tonight on Monday Night. No, nobody would ever remember that.
Hey, one last question before I let you go, because this happened again this weekend. What's with people trying to punch guys in the helmet just to get suspended for something that doesn't hurt the other guy?
I know he got suspended for punching him, but you should be suspended for stupidity for that. Like, I mean, how dumb can you be to punch a guy with a helmet on when you could break your hand? I've seen that happen before. That's actually happened. And so the NFL suspended. By the way, like, I didn't see the punch initially when it happened. I just saw that Deron Payne got suspended one game for punching Amon-Ra Brown. And this morning, it wasn't until this morning that I saw the replay of it, and I was like, really? Wow. Like, it was – I'm surprised he wasn't suspended longer. Now, I guess the league factored in. He was thrown out of the game yesterday, so essentially he was suspended for that game. And now he's suspended for another game. By the way, and I just thought of this. Washington is playing Miami this Sunday. And I think they're playing in Spain, Madrid. First game in Madrid. First NFL regular season game in Madrid. So I guess Deron Payne doesn't even make the trip to Madrid. He stays home, right? Like you don't bother going, right?
Yeah.
Or him.
Would you allow Vic Lombardi to punch you in the face if you wore a helmet?
Huh?
If Vic was stupid enough to do that, he wanted to do that, yes. But I would absolutely, upon him punching me, scream out, assault.
Adam Schefter.
Head slap.
Joins us every single week. Adam, always appreciate the time. We'll talk next week.
Thanks, guys. Have a great week.
Adam Schefter. All conversations with Adam are brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
Dude, I totally nailed the bagel purchase. Not only did I nail it, I got you the food.
Okay, so that's one thing because I haven't been to New York yet, where I've the obsession with the bagels in New York. So they're just different?
Pizza and
they're
bagels.
different there?
Pizza and bagels.
But I understand the pizza is different. The pizza's better. Are the bagels like that much better in New York?
I lived there for a while. I'll be honest. Everything, when you make it fresh, is better. And freshly baked bagels are better. Yes. And freshly made pizza is better. And yes, pizza's better there than it is here. 100%.
But I've always been a meh on the bagel guy.
You know what? That's the only concession I'll give them.
Pizza?
They curse more and they make better pizza and bagels.
That is true.
More dead rats on the streets.
A lot more of those, too.
Seen them.
A lot more.
But you want good bagels, you got to kill a few rats. So what are we doing here? Forget about it.
Have you ever been to the city?
No.
You've never been to New York? Oh, he's never been to the big city, have you?
I've never. Look, because all of my vacations until I was about 22 years old were all baseball trips, when I decided I could go on vacation because I'm a grown adult, I'm not choosing. I haven't gotten around to the New York part yet.
You never been to the big city?
The closest I came, I was in. I did the D.C. thing where I saw the stuff in D.C. and we took a train to Baltimore, caught an Orioles game. That was fun. Thought about going up to New York, didn't do it. Too hot.
You guys
cool, Carl.
Would you ever come off the farm, hop in the car, and go to downtown Omaha, maybe for a dinner?
Yeah, we did that occasionally.
Every once in a while, just to see some buildings?
We did that occasionally, yes.
Go to the city tonight, fam.
Yeah, Omaha is a million people there in the surrounding areas.
Go to the McDonald's.
Just a little bit.
That's some podunk.
We're going to go to the McDonald's tonight.
Not a place that has like 5 people there. I actually live by more cows now than I ever have in my life.
I could tell by the way you milked my fingers there. You were? people
yeah. Vic put his hands in the form of udders because there was a celebration that
because Alejandro Mata did it. It's glorious.
I don't like how you just said that apropos of any sort of context. Anyway, the Avs and Vitalant, they're teaming up in the month of November.
Well, they got a Taco Bell over here.
For Hockey Fights Cancer Month. And you can get signed up, vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. 25% of blood that is donated goes directly to people in their battle against cancer. And it's, first of all, a wonderful thing to do that helps a whole bunch of people in need. And second of all, if you sign up through that link, you have a chance to win a signed Avs jersey. So get signed up today, vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. Back after this. Adam Schefter with us. Saw your report over the weekend. The Micah Parsons trade included a poison pill, which means if you trade him within the division, then you owe the Cowboys within the NFC East. I got to tell you, you know how hard it was to...
I don't know how you got through that.
I was just going to say, do you know how hard it was to ask that question with that sound directly in my ear? It sounded like it.
That would have been so funny if he's working a second job bagging groceries. Hold on. You have a coupon with that?
Yeah.
Do you have your King Soopers card?
By the way, there is something that I will laugh at every time I see it. You ever seen that? Of course you have. It's the picture of Tiger looking at John Daly. They're on the tee box. Tiger's dressed in his normal get-up, and John Daly's got the tie-dye pink pants, smoking a cigarette in front of him.
Yeah.
And whenever somebody does that in sports, like this one I just saw was over Tiger. It says Lions at 6-3, and John Daly is Bears at 6-3, and you're just like, it makes me laugh every time I see it. There's another one. Colorado Avalanche is Tiger. Anaheim Ducks is John Daly. Every time I see it, it makes me laugh because it's so true. It's just like you don't take that one seriously, but you should.
But they play the same game.
Speaking of the Avs, and it is a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. The Avs do the impossible over the weekend. Not only do they win a game in overtime, which I didn't think was legal, they put up 9 goals on Edmonton and went 0 for 7 on a power play, which I can't emphasize enough how insane that is. To just put up 9 goals in a game is crazy. To do it when you had 7 opportunities with an extra man on the ice and you didn't capitalize once on that. So straight 5-on-5 hockey. 9 goals. Insane.
One after another. It just kept coming. And in hockey, they're savage. Again, they don't mind they just pile it on. There's no such thing as not enough goals. They pile it on. They keep going.
They are so talented again.
Which win was more satisfying though? Finally winning an overtime
Edmonton.
game?
No, Edmonton. That you just and it's the hockey thing.
I thought the Avs won just getting it to OT last night and getting a point. I'm like, good enough. Let's go. Let's go home.
And then Gavin Brindley, who he's earned more and more minutes on the ice. We'll talk to Bednar Wednesday because I am curious what they're going to do when all these guys start to get healthy and Logan O'Connor's back in the fold, that type of stuff. But he's earned his time on the ice. What I was talking about was the hockey thing was we're up 5 goals with 10 minutes left, and I don't care. I'm going to try and put 4 more goals on you. I love it. I love it.
Score all those goals despite what on the power play?
0 for 7.
Yeah. Hey, last night I thought Lehkonen was just relentless. Those two, the deflection goal he had, and then the one where you can't knock him off. He's not a big guy. He's not like Nichushkin's side, but he just stays. He's so relentless.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. He plays bigger than what his size actually is. And now, I mean, 16 games into the season, the Avs are first in the league, 25 points. They're clear 2 of the second place team, which is Anaheim. And I was asking this about the Nuggets earlier. There's just not a whole bunch of weakness within the Avs team. Their power play is starting to get figured out. I know they're 0 for 7. It doesn't matter against Edmonton. But they're starting to figure that out. It's a little bit better. And, one thing I'm curious about is what is the rotation between Blackwood and Wedgwood going to look like? Because it still looks like Blackwood's working his way back to getting comfortable and back in a rhythm, and maybe just keep riding Wedgwood for in the meantime.
Yeah. I need you as a Denver sports fan. What's the date today?
November 10th.
I don't know how long this can be sustained, but I need you to take a picture of the standings in the NHL, the NBA, and the NFL. And I want you to notice your 3 teams that represent your city in those teams, those leagues. They all have at most 2 losses. Regulation losses. The Avs have 1. They're all, the Nuggets are right near the top. The other ones are at the top of their standings. It's November 10th. You will never see the local teams play better than they are right now.
Yeah.
It's just nuts. They're near the top, if not the top of their standings. Top of the league. Avs are top of the league. Broncos are tied for top of the league, and the Nuggets, hell, if you just look at the way they're playing, that's a top of the league team.
Right. They're all in the mix and in the conversation for championship stuff. And I'm including the Broncos in that because of their defense. They are. If the offense can get slightly better, it'll be a much more real discussion. But
who would you, and I know we do this often.
The straw
ranking.
poll of who's got the best shot to win thing?
Yeah. Like if you took right now, and I know it's incredibly early and it's foolish to do this, especially in the NFL, in the NBA, in the NHL. But if you had to straw poll your handicap system, who's most likely to win it all?
Avs. Just because they don't have the Thunder is still there.
They don't have an OKC in front of them.
And I think you can beat OKC, but I mean, I couldn't in good conscience say that the Nuggets are the best team in the NBA because Oklahoma City exists.
I have to see that play out. You know, Oklahoma City, say what you want, they're 10-1. Jalen Williams hasn't has he gotten off the bench yet?
I don't think he has.
They're winning I think they won the last two without Chet.
Yeah, they're really, really good.
Really, really deep. Really, really deep.
I want to see so badly how a Nuggets team with the depth that they have stacks up against them. But isn't their first game not till like February or something?
I want to fast forward, Brett. I want to fast forward to the playoffs just to get that Nuggets OKC. Here's a trivia question for you. Early November. Who currently sits as Oklahoma City's third leading scorer? You know the first, it's Shea. Second leading scorer is Chet. Who's their third leading scorer?
Let me think.
It's going to surprise you. That's why I said it.
Is it that dude that's coming off the bench for him, that new guy that they got?
Jay Mitchell.
Yes. Is it him?
Yep.
Good Lord.
Yep. Second-year player. They're just so deep. They're so deep, dude.
It's not fair. It's not fair. You know, the Nuggets are a lot easier team to play that game with. But
not necessarily. Without looking at the Nuggets' points per game, it's a little different this year.
It is. It's different.
It's a little different in terms of who's scoring and how much.
Does it surprise you, though, that Aaron Gordon's averaging 20 a game?
Somebody had to fill the gap that MPJ. You know, MPJ had 18 a game. Somebody had to pick up some of that scoring. Doesn't surprise me. His three-point shot is up. He's getting more opportunity. The offense is humming.
But I don't think 20 a game is going to last for it. Maybe it does. I have no idea.
So
Maybe
for the Nuggets, leading scorer is Nikola Jokic, but not like it was last year. We had like
which is good
6 to 7 point gap. This year he's averaging 25. Jamal Murray's averaging close to 23. So only 2 points separate 1 and 2 there. And Aaron Gordon's averaging 20.
That's a career high for Jamal.
That's a perfect balance right there. Perfect. 25, 23, and 20. You can't, in terms of balance, and then it drops off. Who's the fourth leading scorer?
Right, Christian.
Yep, 11.9. Who's fifth?
It's not Cam Johnson. Hardaway.
Nope. Tim Hardaway Jr. That's also a nice addition because you didn't see that last year. You didn't have well, actually, no, Russ scored a lot last year.
Yeah,
you may have seen that. But this guy is coming into this team and doing exactly what you need.
Who's after that?
Jonas.
I was going to say, is it Big Val?
Big Val at 8.9, and then Cam Johnson at 8 points a game. In fact, Cam Johnson might have the largest drop-off points per game of any starter in the NBA.
Right now?
Right now.
Yeah, no.
I think last year he was averaging, take a look at last year. What was he averaging last year? Close to 20.
It was like 18 or something.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but, and that's what's crazy about this. What are you going to do? The offense is humming. You could try to actively give them more touches, but why?
This is why I mentioned
they're not having trouble scoring.
That's why I mentioned this earlier, that Cam Johnson in the game against the Warriors, where they were playing without Steph Curry, he finished that game with 25 minutes played, no points, 0 for 3 from the field. Yet he was a plus 25 when he's on the floor. And it's like, I'm not going to argue with that production.
Can't.
I'm not going to do it.
It's like the A.J. Brown effect. It's the wide receiver arguing he's not touching the ball when your team is winning.
But he's not doing that. That's the thing. Like, Cam Johnson he's got no beef right now. Like, he's like, this is my role. And you said it, Vic. He's pretty passive when he gets the ball on offense, too, where he's not looking to shoot first. And I think that's a guy who walked into a situation that understood, I need to fit in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to prove my worth or something.
Yeah.
I need to fit into what this championship formula already is.
Oh, gosh. Somebody just sent a great text. We just spoke to Adam Schefter and the story that emerged about the poison pill that was in Micah Parsons' contract.
Yeah.
That traded to Green Bay. Green Bay was not allowed to trade him to any team in the NFC North.
Or if they did, they would just owe them a first-round pick.
Is that what
Cowboys.
it was?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So if they do trade him, they have to give the Cowboys a first-round pick. If they do.
NFC East.
Yes.
Okay. Somebody says here, Justin, man, I wish the Avs put a poison pill in for their Miko trade when they sent him to Carolina. Not allowed to trade him back to the Western Conference. I don't know how the NHL
or
works.
just in your division or something.
I don't know how the NHL works. I don't know if you're allowed to do that in the NHL.
Yeah. I don't know if you are either. I mean, yeah, I think, look, would that have been nice? I suppose so. At the same time, I don't think there was a single modicum of a thought that he would be flipped a month later.
I mean, right now, what are we complaining about? Again, this team leads hockey.
Yeah.
Points.
Yep.
Did it hurt in May? You're damn right it hurt. You're damn right it did. Did it leave a mark? You're damn right it did.
Mm-hmm. Texas says Cam Johnson is fitting in well. He's just not hitting his threes. Look out once that comes around.
Mm-hmm.
I totally agree.
Yeah,
I mean, we were discussing it earlier.
It's my only criticism. I mean, he's playing the game beautifully, and he's fit. He is missing wide open looks.
He's fit in well. He's just not knocking down the 3-point shot. And we were talking about earlier, if he can become KCP, perfect.
The reason I'm not worried is this. You can't be that good a shooter for that long. This guy's been a shooter in this league since he entered the league.
Yeah.
It doesn't just go away.
Mm-hmm.
He's obviously going through a shooting slump. And most of his threes, in case you notice, they've been short.
Yeah.
Barely grazing the front of the rim. He had an air ball the other night.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll fix that.
Yeah, it'll change. But, I mean, we're in a place right now where your 3 professional sports franchises that are playing right now between the Broncos, the Avs, and the Nuggets all are near the tops of their leagues, if not at the very top.
It's
at the same time.
Never been a better time to be a sports fan, in a pro sports fan, because we've had generational runs where our college teams have been really good, but in pro sports, this is as good as it gets.
Yeah,
you could proudly wear any of those jerseys on any given day in the autumn months and say, "Yep, we're near the top, or if not the top of our leagues."
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Fact checker next. All right, so a few things here. Again, we brought this up earlier, the J.K. Dobbins thing. Like, I don't know what's going on with him. He obviously did get hurt. And Nelly, I DM'd you a video of it. For those who missed it during the game and didn't see it, this is the play that hurt J.K. Dobbins. Just kind of up the middle. He had a guy kind of lean on him, wrap him around the waist, fall on that ankle. Looked pretty gruesome. But he said after the game, I'll be fine. And then the next day around noon, started MFing the hip drop tackle that wasn't called, which I thought maybe that means.
Again, it's hard to really see because it's in a crowd, but there it is. See, unless you get a hip drop, like when you saw that live, does any part of that look like an illegal play to you?
That just looks like a tackle that something unfortunate happened. Like, I don't know what.
There it is. There it is. It
looks painful. I'll tell you that much.
It looks like it hurts. I mean, instead of saying I'm going to punch you, I'm going to hip drop you. That could cause more damage. It's most of the time a bigger player taking all of his weight and pulling down a smaller player from the side or behind. Like you should know this.
How would you tackle him if it's not like that? That's what I don't get. How are you supposed to do it?
What he's trying to do as a defensive player is stop his forward progress, right? Stop him right there. Stop him as fast as you can. So the NFL wants you to tackle him knowing full well that the momentum will get him another yard or two.
Right.
Tackle him into the momentum.
Right.
That's what the NFL wants. This defender is trying to stop the momentum. You should know this. You should know this.
Me?
Yeah, when you have a baby calf, you want to bring it down. You don't bring a baby calf down by its legs. You get it up high. Use your hips. You drop it.
Tell you again, I live in Denver. I live amongst more cows right now than I ever have in my life.
Well, you probably get out there and try this. You get out there, you throw that hip in there.
I'll also tell you this. Your accent for people from Omaha, being from southern Louisiana, was a really weird choice.
What is an Omaha accent?
You're hearing it. It's this. It's what speaks to you every day.
That is not an Omaha accent.
Are you saying I'm putting on a front?
Yeah. That's your broadcast voice. You're playing that radio game, like Jeff Legwold says.
You know what's funny?
That's not.
I have worked with a guy who had a broadcast voice, and it made me cringe every time I heard it.
No, you're doing the radio thing now.
I'm looking at him like, would you just speak? What is this? That's what drives me nuts about Scott Hansen. He's going to take it in for a touchdown.
Yeah, but that's his actual voice, though. That's how he speaks.
I don't think that's how he speaks.
You don't think so?
No, Vic. I don't think he goes to his wife and says, "What do you need from the store today?" I don't think he does that.
Well, Moser changes his inflection points when he's on this show versus play-by-play. It just automatically changes.
Moser doesn't change his voice. He changes his entire
whole personality.
Exactly right. That's a different thing. That's called being a schizophrenic. Anyway. Could you imagine? I want you to imagine something. As all injury reports are brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos.
Oh, you were supposed to do that directly after the J.K. Dobbins news.
But then we got distracted by our broadcast
Let's go to
voices.
the injury report brought to you by Ramos Law.
Can I tell you a real story about accents? So when I was growing up, as you well know, English was not my first language. So I always had this horrible, like East Coast twang. It was bad. I went out of my way to speak like an American.
Yeah.
From CNN. I would sit there in the morning and read the paper.
Vic Lombardi.
I would, honest to God, through college, I would sit there, read the newspaper out loud, and hit my inflection points.
Really?
Yes, because I did not want the accent I possessed.
I got you.
And now it's actually the uniqueness of different accents. It's actually welcoming. It's different.
The news anchors are crazy ones. Like the news anchor. You ever see that one with that dude? He was doing a story. It was outside. He was like outside a chain link fence. He's like, and here over where you see this, and a bug flew in his mouth. He's like, get me out of this hillbilly ass town.
The thing that gets me, and this is going to be offensive to some, and frankly, I don't care. When people are reading the news and they're pronouncing like foreign names and they have to all of a sudden transfer into this, just be American.
Wait. What is like? We interviewed a witness that was at the scene, Rosa Gonzalez.
Yeah, I just can't do it.
Yeah.
I
can't do it.
I'm on here in location in San
Sean
Jose,
O'Callaghan. Yeah.
Los Angeles.
I can't do it. Just no. The answer is no. And I'm not being jingoistic. I'm not being. Again,
What does that mean?
You're pushing your nationality.
Gotcha.
I'm not trying.
No, that was that Quentin Tarantino movie, right? Jingo Unchained.
But again, I could play that game if you wanted me to. I could play that game all my life.
Okay, I'm glad that you mentioned this because there is something that's driving me nuts. It's not that he's being made fun of this mercilessly, by the way, and he should be. Did you see that J.J. McCarthy, what he says about himself when he's on the football field, that he's got an alter ego that's called 9?
Huh?
Because he's the number 9. It's his alter ego on the field. Oh, right now you're talking to J.J. McCarthy. When I'm on that field, I'm 9.
You say that with a straight face?
Yeah.
Oh. How'd that work out over the weekend?
Yeah, not great for him. Not great. I mean, you're just setting yourself up to be made fun of. It's like giving yourself your own nickname.
Well,
you can't do that.
Russell Wilson did that. Mr. Unlimited.
That's true. Yeah. Set himself up a lot with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
A lot.
I mean, Mr. Unlimited.
Over the weekend, by the way, NFL-wise. So you have, again, I'm kind of freaked out looking at this. We're 10 weeks in, Vic. The leaders of the AFC are the Colts, Broncos, Patriots, and Steelers, and I don't know what year we're living in. How does that not say Bills, Chiefs, Ravens, Bengals?
Because I
How
think
does that
there's a lot
happen?
of season left, and there's enough time for those things to change. And there's nobody just running away with this stuff, right?
Okay.
Like, would it surprise you right now if at the end of the season, those teams you mentioned, none of those teams had the best record in the NFL? Would that surprise
Best
you?
in the NFL?
Or in their respective leagues, conferences?
I think it would because of Indy. I think Indy has.
So you think Indy will continue on that push?
Yeah, because their division's junk outside.
It's also a
of them.
team that lost to the Steelers pretty handily.
Yeah, but their division is so bad. They got some tough games coming up, though. I don't know. It's a good question.
I mean, how do you lose to the Steelers as badly as you do? And then, I mean, hell, they were lucky to beat Atlanta. Let's be honest. I took 224. How many yards rushing did Jonathan Taylor have?
232 or something. Yeah, something
and
crazy.
you barely won that game.
Wow. Glass houses over here in Denver on that kind of stuff.
I get it.
Yeah.
But barely winning can mean overtime with a lot of points. It can also mean 10-7. Barely winning is barely winning.
Yeah. No, you're right. And I think this is the problem that a lot of us are having right now, which is who is actually a team that you point to and be like, yep, them.
Bro, you're right. The Colts record, that's why they got the Chiefs in Kansas City, the Texans at Jacksonville, at Seattle, the Niners, Jags, and Texans. That is not an easy run for them.
No, it's not. All right, you know what? I'm deciding this, and I'm
So
going to hold firm to this statement until further notice. The best team in the NFL, the National Football League right now, is the LA Rams. I'm going to hold on to that one for as long as I possibly can because I don't know what else I can go to here. I mean, how's this?
Every
Vic?
team has holes.
Vic.
Is that fair to say? Every team has holes.
So here's what's going to be exciting this week. And the Broncos are facing a real test playing the Chiefs, right? This is going to be like a real sort of like how good are you?
Mm-hmm.
Is the 8-2 stuff real? If you beat Kansas City, maybe you jump on board. How's this for a couple more games? You think the Rams and the Seahawks this upcoming weekend tell some stories about those two teams who are both 7-2 right now in the same division? Seattle going on the road to LA. I'm pretty sure that's going to tell you a story or two about how good they are.
Mm-hmm.
You have Detroit at Philly on Sunday Night Football. That'll tell you a story about those two teams.
Mm-hmm.
Tampa Bay at Buffalo. Like, you got a whole bunch of games that are like testers between teams in the NFL.
I just noticed something. We are cohorts, colleagues with a lot of different people worldwide in this company.
Mm-hmm.
It's the largest sports empire in the world.
Yeah.
KSE, right? It is.
Yeah.
You got to look at all the teams under the umbrella right now.
They're pretty good, aren't they?
You got to just go ahead and take a gander. Take a gander at where are the Rams? Where are the Rams?
I mean, they're 7-2.
Okay, so they're tops in the league, right? In their respective. Okay. Where are the Avs?
Tops of the league.
Best record. Where are the Nuggets?
Near the top.
Where are the Arsenal?
I think they're top.
Number
league,
one
aren't
in
they?
the Premier League.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Holy moly.
Yeah, pretty good track record.
I mean, that puts a lot of pressure on us, on every department. If you're in the accounts receivable department right now and you're listening to this radio show, you better get it going.
Yeah.
If you are in traffic, CRM,
yep,
IT,
HR.
What other departments out there under the KSE umbrella? I don't know all of them. Security.
You said accounts receivable?
Uh-huh.
No idea what that is. No idea.
None. Whatever department, you better look at the table. Take a look at your standings.
Gotta be honest.
Get it together.
I don't know what really any department in our company does outside of what I do.
You know, my favorite things when we have those big staff meetings, like the big ones,
yeah.
And you're looking out there and going, huh? Who is everybody?
Yeah. I look around those meetings and I say, don't know half of you.
Half? 90%?
Yeah. Every once in a while, somebody will say, hey, Brett. And I go, hey, buddy. How you doing?
It's a big company. But you're talking about 4 teams playing right now that are at the top of their standings.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Quick fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
At this point, it is no secret that
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
if you want football analysis, you come to Altitude Sports Radio. So here is a snippet of said hard-hitting football X's and O's with Adam Schefter.
So let's backtrack to Thursday, shall we? And the Broncos game. Yeah. And I'm just curious. You talked to all these big football minds, your Rex Ryans, your Peter Schrager's, guys like that at ESPN. What's the read on the Broncos with, like, almost historically great defense with some paces that they're on and sack numbers, but also the offense doing nothing?
Well, that's the read.
All right, thanks, Adam. Appreciate it. We'll see you next week.
There you guys go. I mean, it's as simple as it gets. What did you say, by the way? Oh, yeah, Vic came up with a new term that I want. I want this once a week now. I need a Statford from Stafford. A weekly Statford from Matthew Stafford from you.
Yep.
Can you do that?
It fits the name perfectly. Matthew Statford.
Statford. You know, his name in Detroit when he put up garbage numbers in the fourth quarter used to be Stat Padford, which is also a good one.
I can't believe that man's overall record, now hit 500. That's what Detroit did to him.
Yep.
Detroit just weighed him down for years.
Mm-hmm. It's like he was $150,000 in debt, and you're like, you seem pretty rich. And you go, I'm not. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's where you can find the podcast. Have a wonderful Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye. What's up, Mile High City? That's right. It's a Rally House football money on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. And why not? Because every team in town is straight cooking right now. Every team is cooking. Matter of fact, go to Rally House and get you a Nathan McKinnon jersey and a Patrick Surtain jersey and a Nikola Jokic jersey and a Podesta Rockies jersey. I don't know. I don't know what to do with the Rocks, bro. I don't know what to do with the Rocks. But the rest of these teams are killing it, man. Absolutely, bro. Welcome. We're coming to you live. This is the Morning Sprint. Coming to you live from the Backus Shaker Studios. Their passion is justice, and it is Chiefs Week. The Denver Broncos have the biggest game they've had in 10 years coming up on Sunday right here in the Mont. What you got there, Coach?
Yeah, I just
What you got there?
Just kind of go about your business.
Okay.
I got something for all of us here.
Ooh.
In the Mile High City.
Ooh.
Just for all of us to understand the importance of serenity.
Serenity
peace, now. And being in a good headspace. So on behalf of all of the great state of Colorado, I present
what the hell?
A candle that is St. Sean.
What is
St.
that?
Sean Payton.
Where did you get that from?
Oh, my God.
How do you got a picture of Sean Payton dressed as little baby Jesus on a vanilla candle?
Well, but here's what we got to do for this week, because there might be or might not be, depending on your perspective. There might be some vibes that need some. We need to have a grotto here at the Altitude Sports Radio station.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
So I present to all of us to give us all the peace, calm, tranquility for Sean Payton.
Serenity. Oh, serenity now. Serenity now.
0 for 1 there.
Let me ask you something.
Talk to me.
Where do you find a Sean Payton as baby Jesus candle?
General Store 45 in downtown Littleton. Wifey and I were out and about on my bye week Saturday night.
I gotta have it.
My wife found it and she said, "You need to light that so that we can get all the bad vibes out there."
You're right. Get that voodoo
them out of here.
Get it out of the
and
air
light it
before the Chiefs game.
Yeah, because it's Chiefs freaking week. I hate those guys. Everybody hates those guys. Sean needs to have some good vibes. He needs to lean into the fact that he's an 8-2 head coach that's got a second-year quarterback with an unbelievable winning record.
You think Sean
And so
Payton
I
gets a
now
cutback?
present to all of you St. Sean and the peace candle. We shall keep it lit.
Seriously,
for every single minute of the morning sprint this week.
Twitch, tell me how drunk that candle is. That is the drunkest candle I've ever seen in my life. Where do you think they got that picture of Sean? Do you think Sean Payton gets a cut of those candles, man? Look at that thing. Twitch. That's absolutely ridiculous, man. That is, I mean, listen, I bet you that's a bestseller, right?
It's going nuts right now. So yeah, just check out the General Store 45 in Littleton, Colorado. You can go. So my wife and I were looking for the Saint Bo candle.
Oh,
and there was no Saint Bo candle.
Wow, that's crazy.
Because I was going to have them lit together.
Right
Next to each other.
That's a good call. That's a good call.
Saint Bo and Saint Sean would have even more peace and tranquility. But what I learned is that we all know that Sean Payton has been sanctified here in the great state of Colorado.
Yeah.
Inside of his own building at Dove Valley, he's been sanctified. So just lighting St. Sean's candle, I think, should serve as just. There is I think there was a Nathan McKinnon version of that candle. To be fair.
Was there was a Nathan McKinnon kid? Oh man, where he was wearing the robes, like the baby Jesus robes, and he got I got to get me one of those, man.
Yeah, there was a lot, man. there wasn't quite yet a DiPodesta though.
Yeah,
it was not a Paul Saint Paul.
That's too bad.
Yeah, St. Paul's already taken.
I'm shocked. Maybe they were sold out of the Bo Nix ones. Maybe they've sold out of it.
Yeah, we need that one. I'm gonna put a request in.
Oh man, yeah, that's goofy. So anyway, how was your weekend, Coach? How you feeling on this Monday?
I'm
this
excited,
Chiefs
man.
week?
I'm excited. You know what? For all of the negativity that went into an 8-2 Broncos victory on a Thursday night, I'll tell you what. These Denver Broncos right here are a lot better than a lot of these teams that I'm watching that they're supposed to not be as good at.
Right.
Because if I'm going with the logic of Colin Cowherd, then clearly Josh Allen is not the answer for the Buffalo Bills.
Well, that's true.
Because here's my thing. The NFL is exactly what I said it is. Anybody can beat anybody on any given Sunday, any given Thursday, any given Sunday night, any given Monday night, right? And we watched it happen with the Buffalo Bills and the Miami Dolphins. That hasn't happened to the Broncos. They've looked terrible in games that they won. But guess what? They freaking won those games. And they've been good enough in the right time. And so everybody's going to say because you played a close game and found a way to win against another bad team, against the Raiders, we're all supposed to believe that you're going to get the brakes beat off you by the Chiefs? What are we talking about?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you this right now. The Chiefs are favored in this game, right? Let me see. Vegas has the Chiefs -3.5 coming in here to Denver. And I don't know why or wow. Maybe it's the Patrick Surtain not going to play. Maybe that's the only. But I have no idea why all of a sudden.
It's pretty obvious why. Vegas had no idea that the coacher was going to bring in a St. Sean candle to bring about all kinds of peace amongst
to smooth out the vibes
and goodwill to all men.
Yes, absolutely,
and women too.
Sean Payton is he wraps his arms around Broncos country.
Yes, he does.
He's bringing them in. Everybody's coming in. Listen, we're going to get into it. Matter of fact, look, that's such a ridiculous candle. You know what's weird is he kind of looks like one of the disciples, and I don't know which one it is, but you can't tell me he doesn't look like.
You know what he is?
I wish everybody in Radio Land could see this candle, brother.
You just got to get on Twitch or YouTube right now. But do you want to know what he is?
What is he?
He's Thomas. He's the disciple Thomas. You know what Thomas did?
No.
You went to Baylor. You know
I
what?
did.
You know what Thomas is known for?
I was born and raised Catholic. I have no idea.
All right, talk to me real quick, KJ. What was Thomas known for?
Oh boy.
Ooh, man, Mama gonna be mad.
She gonna be mad. She gonna be mad.
Listen, man, morning. I know Judas, and that's about it.
No,
right?
so Sean's not Judas. Sean
right,
is...
no, because he's not a snitch. That's why he got, he wouldn't snitch on Greg Williams, and that's why he got suspended for a year, right?
Thomas is notorious. If right now, 303-504-0925, tell me what St. Thomas, not St. Thomas Aquinas.
Thomas Aquinas?
No, a different guy. That was early church. Thomas is known for doubting.
Oh, really? Is that what he is?
He is the doubter.
Doubting Thomas, also known as Doubting Thomas.
Okay. So do you think maybe there was been some doubting from St. Sean about his quarterback in the last couple weeks?
It feels like he's disseminated that information to people out there in the national media.
And you want to know you want to know what Doubting Thomas did?
What?
When Jesus came back to the earth, he put his hands in the actual piercings of the nail to know for sure that this is real. And that's what Sean's waiting for. And guess what? Bo is going to give us that.
Are you sure?
Against the
This
Chiefs.
weekend.
He's
You're
going to give us that
this
against
weekend.
the Chief. Oh, ye of little faith, St. Sean.
Really?
That's why you light you up right here.
Okay. Well, let me
Bring about some.
Let me give you this. Because ESPN today, and I want to have this conversation sometime in the next 2 hours, talked about the top 4 teams in the AFC currently. And they were like, are they real? Are they contenders? Or are they not? But I do want to give you this one line from the Denver Broncos when they were talking about the Broncos, where they're like, hey, listen, why could the Broncos win the Super Bowl? Because this is arguably the best defense in football, and defense wins championships. But here's what they call the most realistic criticism of the Denver Broncos, and it's this.
By Doubting Thomas. Continue.
The Broncos can't know what they will get on any given day or on any given pass from Bo Nix. Is that the most realistic criticism of this Broncos team? You don't know on any given day or any given pass what you're going to get from Bo Nix. It could be amazing. It could be terrible. You just don't know. What do you think about that?
I think that that's right.
Interesting.
But I also think that the guys, even amongst his uneven play, which I would say that every game this year has had
ups and downs.
Even the Cowboys game, it started with a massive down.
That's right.
Threw a
That
pick.
pick.
First drive.
Right.
First
immediately.
And it was terrible.
Right. It was an ugly pick.
It was literally as
yeah,
bad
you're
as it
where
gets.
Are you throwing that, baby?
Like, that's not my quarterback. But I'll say this about Bo Nix that's different than a lot of these other also ran quarterbacks. For all of you advanced analytics stat nerds, he sucks. He does.
Mm-hmm.
NFL Next Gen Stats has Bo Nix as basically a bottom 3 quarterback in the NFL. But with this unbelievable defense and with his ability to respond and play well when you need him to, he wins games. He wins games. You could say the same thing about Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow is a terrible thrower of the football. Bo Nix has already shown that he's got the requisite ability to beat teams with his arm. That's not the case with Tim Tebow. He didn't beat teams with his arm. He beat teams with his thunder thighs, and he beat teams with his pure willpower.
Yeah, whatever that Tebow magic stuff was.
And it didn't last. It didn't sustain.
No.
When you watch Bo Nix against the Eagles in the fourth quarter, when you watched Bo Nix against the Giants in the fourth quarter, did that look like Tim Tebow's version of how he won games late?
No.
It didn't.
No. It
So
felt
he's
like Bo
proven
was
that
like,
he can do it.
I'm going to carry you on my shoulders. Let's go. But outside of that, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. You tell me. Do you think right now, Colts, Broncos, Patriots, all sitting there at 8-2, right? All at 8-2, feeling pretty good about yourselves. But are all three of those Super Bowl contenders? And I feel like a lot of people are doubting the Colts, Broncos, and Patriots just because they haven't seen them do it. You have to do it in the playoffs before people begin to believe. You know what I mean? It feels like there's teams out there that are like, well, they're not going to get by some of these teams that might not have the same record, but have proven it in the playoffs, like the Kansas City Chiefs or the Detroit Lions or a team like that. But I mean, Sean Payton loves to repeat the line from his.
One of my, I'm getting so Bo might not be Tebow. John from the Shot Mazda text line says, so Bo is Dilfer. I think he's better than Dilfer.
I think he's better than
He's a better
People
athlete
forget
than Dilfer.
how Trent Dilfer played football, man.
I'm going to have a really strange comp that I got, and I'm not going to give up my sources on this.
Oh.
But I had a comp that the more and more I look under the hood of this one, the more and more that I think that Bo Nix has some of this to him.
What is it?
John Kitna.
Oh, there's a name from the past. John Kitna. Okay.
Do you remember him as a Bengal? Yeah. Tough.
Yes.
Slightly uneven, at times inaccurate, found a way to win football games.
I don't think Broncos country's going to be stoked to hear that comparison, man. I don't think people are like, you know what, John Kitna? I can get behind that. I like John Kitna. No, I don't think Broncos country is going to appreciate the John Kitna comparison. Although, how long did he play in the league?
I don't know. John Kitna's career win-loss record's not great. 56 and 85.
Ooh, wow.
Not good.
Wow.
Oh, boy. His
wow.
touchdown to interception ratio, 169 to 165. Not good.
Wow.
Never mind. Although Kitna did hang on too long, and he ended up having a job for much of that. But
you know what he's doing right now?
He's high school football.
He's a high school head coach. He's coaching football.
Is it in Ohio?
In Tacoma. No. You're right. It's he's the head coach at Lakota East High School right now.
Yeah, outside of Cincinnati. Yep. So, but like John Kitna as a Bengal, I mean that guy was throwing for 32 to 3,600 yards, 26, 16, 12 touchdowns. I mean he was pretty good.
Yeah, I'd take it. I guess I'd take it. But if that's his ceiling, then you got an issue, right? Because Bo's not going to, because Sean Payton's not going to accept that level of success from his quarterback, right?
Yep. You know what else with Saint Sean, and not to be confused with Saints Sean.
Somebody needs to send Sean one of those things. Although the text line's like, Sean's going to sue that store now.
Yeah. I digress on the location. It's actually in Centennial.
Yeah. Check out Centennial.
Centennial, yeah. Centennial Candle Store. That's where you can find this. But I think when you think about everything that went down last week and the doubt that has crept into Broncos country, the doubt I think's crept into the mind of Sean Payton.
Yes.
It was a short week. This team had played game. You got a little mini bye. And so bringing about St. Sean is a good reminder to all of us. Bo Nix, he doesn't get beat ever on a mini bye, especially at home against the Kansas City Chiefs.
I don't know. Andy Reid doesn't get beat after a bye either, so we'll have to see about it. I mean, you know what's crazy to me is that this is such a massive.
Does Andy Reid have one of these candles?
I don't know. I bet he does. Did you see somebody on the text line
could
said
Andy
that
Reid fit on this candle?
When Sean Payton was coaching in New Orleans, they actually broke out the voodoo dolls for the Super Bowl or whatever, and they had like voodoo dolls of like Atlanta Falcons playing. They're stabbing these voodoo dolls. So yeah, Sean Payton's getting help from all over, man. He's getting help from both sides of the line. You want a little voodoo?
Oh no!
Oh no!
Coach Andy Reid. He's Pope Andy.
See, Andy Reid goes with the Pope candle. Sean Payton goes with the Jesus candle. Listen, I don't know.
That's supposed to be Saint. That's just Saint Sean.
Are you sure it's just Saint Sean?
It's his own deal, right
All
there.
right.
He got short hair, man.
Look, hey, KJ, how much would this candle set me back? This Andy Reid candle?
$25.
That's
a good deal.
How much does the Sean Payton candle set you back? I don't want to. Put your business in the streets because you're spending big money there in Littleton.
I don't know. My wife bought it.
Oh, nice.
I just it was a don't ask, don't tell situation for me.
She just showed up with a Sean Payton candle. You're like, this is why I love you, baby.
Yeah.
This is it. This is why our love lasts forever. So, all right, Andy Reid, look at that. Although, that's a pretty good candle. That's pretty good. Hold on. What's it? Get the perfect Saint Coach Andy Reid, Kansas City Chiefs football celebrity prayer candle. It's a novelty gift for your friends, people. Such a ridiculous idea. Okay, we got to take a break. When we come back, though, we're going to once again dive into this Broncos-Chiefs game, and we're going to compare this defense. The defense, oh, no. Oh, no. The Patrick Mahomes candle is even doper. That's crazy. Yeah, we need to get a Bo Nix one now. We got to get a Bo Nix one, man. All right. We'll be right back. Thanks for listening to the Morning Sprint. All right, I've fallen into a candle hole, a candle pit, man. Listen, hey, text line, Sean Moss, the text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. We're going to buy this candle that says it smells like a Bronco. Smells like a Bronco.
It's got incorrect AI Bo Nix. It's not Bo Nix's actual face. It looks more like...
It's a Bo Nix candle.
The face looks like a love child between Gronk and... Who did you say?
I said Cam Scatterbo.
Yeah, Gronk is Cam Scatterbo.
You know what I mean? That looks like Cam Scatterbo, not Bo Nix.
You know what it looks like? So it looks like a basic white guy.
Yes, you're right. AI was just like...
AI's like, find a basic white guy, throw an orange jersey on him with number 10.
25-year-old white dude, bam.
Yeah, sweet. There he is.
And it smells like a Bronco. So what do you think that smells like? Smells like a Bronco.
Like some, it smells like where I used to live, man, up in Weld County. When that wind is blowing out of the northeast from Greeley, smells like money.
There's also one that says smells like a Charger. What the hell does a Charger smell like? Smells like a Charger can. Anyway, take a wild guess how much money Americans spend on candles every year.
Ooh, good question. I know what my family spends.
What? Well, $30 for that Sean Payton one.
$7,524.
Really?
I don't know. My wife loves candles. I mean, we are in candle season. I mean, we got it's cold outside. It's not really. It's 72 degrees here in Denver, Colorado. But got kind of the fall vibes going. You got the Thanksgiving vibes. A lot of Christmas candles already fired up. Mm-hmm. We're in candle season. You know what's not candle season is the dead of summer.
No, ain't nobody using candles then, right?
No, we're in it right now.
Unless you're, I don't know, getting engaged or something. $3 billion is what America spent on candles last year. Are you kidding me, man? Like, what happened? We got electricity, whatever. It doesn't matter. So anyway, back to the topic at hand. Other than that, it's definitely not. Oh, no. It changed on me. See, that's just Justin Herbert actually looks like Jesus in that.
He looks like
in that candle.
The white Anglo-Saxon Protestant iteration of Jesus. Blonde hair, blue eyes, clearly grew up in Southern California.
These candles are $35 a pop, man. Do I love Bo Nix enough to get a candle with not even his own face on it that smells like... Nah, I don't think
one of our fine texters here sent in an Etsy candle. It's not Saint Bo, but it does have it's a pink label with Bo Nix's face on it and hearts around it that says, "I couldn't get you Bo Nix, so here's a candle that smells like him."
Bo Nix is a
special. And he smells a special? It smells like what? Bo Nix smells like what? Smells like hairspray or something. I don't know. Right? How does he get that hair to do what it does?
Sun-In product, bleach tips.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of Sun-In. Some Crew.
Yeah, yes, it's exactly what he
Crew
smells
hair
like.
product.
Yeah. That thick, it's just like, the text line
I think he's a cologne guy too.
Oh, you're right. He probably done. You get both. You get the hair and the cologne.
In there. Yep.
You got some Drakkar Noir or something.
It basically, he smells like I did about 25 years ago.
That's how you look.
Product and
a bunch of Drakkar.
Until I just let myself go like I do right
Steven on the text line says, you know what Broncos smell like? It smells like a disappointing season, even though they're 8-2. Wow. That's a little rough, man. That's a little rough.
So how excited are we, Broncos country, for the Chiefs coming to town?
Super excited.
And the Broncos are 8-2. I actually like the fact that they've seen some weird adversity while winning football games.
You for the Broncos, you mean?
Yes.
You kind of like it?
The fact that there was controversy and I would call it crisis following a victory on Thursday against the Raiders that made you 8-2, which is tied for the league lead.
Yeah, it's tied now with two other teams.
How about New England?
Yeah.
Wow. And then did you watch that Colts game?
Yeah.
Holy smokes, Jonathan Taylor is that dude.
Yeah. He had 200 plus. It was the fifth game this season. He's had 200 more yards from scrimmage.
But here's the thing, and this is a page from the old playbook of coaching. And I don't know, I'm not going to necessarily say that Sean Payton's ordering up all this controversy and chaos and crisis. But you kind of got it, I think. And a lot of people say, oh, it's just the drama 92.5 spitting that up. Nope, it's not.
No.
All you got to do is look at Sean's closest dudes in the national media and see that all of a sudden they turned on Bo Nix.
Right.
Why? Because Sean Payton cares about his own offensive
Because Colin Cowherd
reputation.
got a call or a text.
But Sean cares.
Yeah.
And when his offense starts becoming bottom 10 in the National Football League and embarrassing offensive production on national television in primetime spots, then all of a sudden, that ain't me. That ain't my play calling. As we know that Chase Daniel told us very clearly, what did he tell us? There are open people everywhere.
And Bo's not hitting them.
Correct. And there's some truth to that. But guess what? There's truth to that in every single film that you watch across the NFL. There are open guys on plays that Jordan Love doesn't hit. There are open guys on plays that even Patrick Mahomes doesn't hit. Has Patrick Mahomes been perfect this year?
No.
He's been very productive. He's put up big numbers, but has he won all the close games?
No.
He hasn't. How many losses does he have to his name right now?
Well, he's got 4 or 5. What are the Chiefs?
He's got 4. He's 5-4.
4, and he's 0-4 in one-score games.
Yes. Ooh. But yet here we are. We want to turn our back on our beloved Bo. Not St. Sean.
We don't.
Not St. Sean.
Oh, St. Sean probably doesn't.
He looks different when this candle is illuminated. He looks like he's full of hope.
Look at that smile, man. Where'd they get Sean with that smile?
I don't know, man. Probably from the movie Hometown Team or Home Team.
Okay, listen.
So I hear back to this old crisis and chaos that you need to create. When a team is winning and winning and winning, it becomes intoxicating. And so a lot of the coaches that come from the old school, think about Saban. He used to call it rat poison. And rat poison was all of this narrative that you are so good, man. You're the best that's ever existed. Because you start reading those clippings, those headlines, now the tweets, whatever you want to call it, then complacency sets in and you don't go out and play good football. My dad worked for a head coach for 2 years, one who has had a lot of success, but also has had a lot of controversy surrounding his life. In fact, my dad he told it, Urban Meyer, every time where it was going well, he would find a way and sit in his dark office and spin up some type of crisis that he would create. My dad called him, he was a crisis creator.
Interesting.
Because he wanted his team to respond to that crisis. And I think that the Denver Broncos, with this mini crisis, we'll call it a mini crisis, we can say that media members took it and ran with it. There's definitely some consternation between Bo Nix and Sean Payton.
Yeah, there's something there.
And you know what's cool about it? Guess who's going to rally? No matter how this thing all started or the intent of Sean Payton, who do you think's going to rally behind Bo Nix? Because of this national narrative that he's not very good.
You mean his teammates?
Yes, his teammates are going to rally around him.
Interesting.
And that's called a crisis that was created either by hook or by crook. And I think it bodes well for the Denver Broncos coming off this 9-day rest period too.
You know that coaches hate to make dramatic changes when things are working. The Broncos have won 7 straight games. It doesn't matter that it's looked really wonky sometimes. They've won 7 straight games. But is Sean Payton a veteran enough? Does he know enough that he's like, you know what? This offense isn't performing the way I want it to perform. So let's make some overhauls. Let's make some changes. Or do you think do you think Sean Payton's like, we're winning, I'm not going to change any, I'm not going to make any dramatic changes while we're winning, when we're on a 7-game winning streak? That seems like idiocy to me. Which way do you think Sean's going to go? Or is there a happy medium in there somewhere?
I think that a little time away.
Yeah, wait for that bye.
You know, to get Friday, Saturday, Sunday, hey, let's go buy some candles. Let's just go, veg out, mellow out, get back to it. I think that Sean Payton's going to come back and realize, hey, you know what? I'm an 8-2 head football coach in the National Football League right now. That's hard to do.
Yeah, it's not easy.
And, I would love if Sean Payton would consistently just gloat over the fact that he is in charge of a football team that's 8-2. And then all the while work your tail off to be self-reflective and say, okay, this is what needs to get better offensively. This is what I can do better. This is what Bo can do better. Because clearly, I think a lot of people are trying to make it about what is Sean doing wrong as a play caller, and also other people are trying to make it about what is Bo Nix doing wrong as a passer.
Yes, that's what it feels like. That feels
the
like
truth
the only
always lies where, man?
Somewhere in the middle?
100%. And I do believe that because Bo has not been perfect. But you know what Bo has done that you can't erase from his resume this year? He's played his best football when his teams needed him to.
Yeah, when it comes to winning time. But if you're
and that's
Sean,
a big deal, man. Like, people say, well, the defense, yes, the defense kept you in all those games when you were awful on offense. But guess what? You still had to go out and score those points against the Eagles in the fourth quarter. You still had to score all those points against the Giants in the fourth quarter.
What do you think about the two? Listen, the Colts win. They do it in a weird fashion. They win in overtime. Jonathan Taylor goes off. But they seem to be the exact opposite of the Denver Broncos right now, where the Denver Broncos have an all-time great defense and they're winning games defensively. The Colts, oh, yeah. Yeah, we got a... That's a beautiful looking
and
Bo
what
Nix
does it say at the bottom?
Devotional prayer Saint candle,
Saint
baby.
Bo Nix.
Nice. Only $14 compared to
Good
$35
deal, man. That's a good
for
deal.
Sean Payton.
It's a good boy.
So the Broncos, right now, I would say the two top teams, Colts, Broncos. You can put the Patriots in there. Drake May's going crazy. Also, Drake May is a big playmaking machine. He just big plays left and right. But the Colts have what I think we can call now an elite offense. Like they have a great, amazing offense. The Broncos have a great defense. What happens when those two run into each other in the playoffs? Which one is better? The Colts offense, Broncos defense. Which one comes out on top in that battle?
Right now, you got to say the Colts offense.
You think so?
Because they won the head-to-head.
You're right.
And they were really good.
It was really early in the season.
How good was Daniel Jones in that game?
Yeah, he was great. He's been great this season.
He hasn't been as good in the last 3 weeks as he was against the Broncos.
Well, he was
damn
the
near
ball to Jonathan Taylor and let him go.
But he was dang near perfect against the Broncos. He was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
He made tight window throws. There were dudes that were absolutely covered in that game, and you got to tip the cap. Shane Steichen got to tip the cap because that's the only time in a 10-game sample size for the Denver Broncos we're clearly past the halfway point. It's the only game where I said the Broncos defense looked like it got, I wouldn't say exposed, but the Denver Broncos defense wasn't the reason they won the game.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that, listen, right now, you'd finish second in the conference because the head-to-head. You've got the same record as the Colts, but they beat you head-to-head. So they get to bye. You would host the Jacksonville Jaguars right now. But if the Broncos could finish if you win the division and get a home game, that's all I want. That's all I want. That's why this game this weekend is so huge, because right now it's a coin flip. It's a 50-50% chance that you win the AFC West. But if the Chiefs beat you this weekend, that drops by 25%. You go from a 50% chance to a 25% chance. And then you got the Chargers, who are 3-0 in the division and just won again last night. They're 7-3. I don't know which one should concern me more, the Kansas City Chiefs or the LA Chargers. Which one worries you more?
Chargers.
Yeah.
What have the Chargers done to Sean Payton since Jim Harbaugh's been there?
Well, yeah, they've won.
3-0.
They've beaten them. Yeah, they've beaten them.
3-0.
So, yeah.
And did the Chargers look pretty good last night?
Yeah, they look pretty good. I mean, they're banged up, but they're still finding ways to win, man.
They're there. They're sniffing your tails now.
Yeah.
They got their nose right up your cheeks, man. 7-3. 7-3 to 8-2.
Tomorrow's another Avs Ticket Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio. Tune in all day tomorrow for new keywords every hour on the 20s. Your chance to win tickets to the Avs game against the Islanders next Sunday is on your home for Avs Hockey. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll be right back. Wait, what? What? Hold on. We got breaking sports news. What? Whoa. What? Wait. Okay. Man, I was just having a normal Monday.
Let's make sure this isn't like
right.
Ian Slapaport.
No, it's Ian Rappaport.
At Rap Sheet, not like at Map Sheet.
Wow. So Ian Rappaport is reporting that the New York Giants are firing head coach Brian Daboll. Daboll is out, man.
I wonder if Joe Shane is going to follow him on the way out.
I mean, they're just blowing that whole thing up. But so Daboll is out.
Isn't it funny how it felt like there was a little bit of it was like Custer's last stand against the Broncos when Jackson Dart, Cam Scatterby were like this big.
Yeah. They thought it was an upward trajectory, and the Broncos like, no, it's not.
And those two players, they did the mirage of hope for Brian Daboll.
Yeah.
That didn't last long.
Right. Like
I hate to do this, but when you're losing in an exciting fashion with a little bit more promising quarterback play, are you really making any progress? And I got to ask the same question. When the CU Buffs go to play arguably the worst Power 4 team in college football, that's probably not themselves,
right?
In the West Virginia Mountaineers,
and lose
again, but all of a sudden everybody's fired up because Juju Lewis looks like there's some hope.
Yeah, you're like, ooh, maybe he can be the guy. Maybe he can be the guy.
You got sacked as many times as anybody that's gotten sacked this year against a team that's not very good.
No.
And you didn't play winning football. Same thing with Jackson Dart. It was like, oh, Jackson Dart's fun. Oh, Cam Scatterby's cool. Oh, the Giants are back. No, they're not. And guess what? Eventually it runs out. You got to win football games. You know what? Would you take really pretty losing football and promising quarterback play losing football, or would you take what the Broncos have been doing in majority of the season?
Wow, that's interesting. Well,
it's
the Broncos,
not hard.
It's the Broncos.
It's not
the
hard.
Broncos. But I understand fans who had some excitement for Jackson and Cam. But listen, if the Broncos wouldn't have had the greatest comeback in franchise history against the Giants, this dude would still have a job, right? This guy would still have a job. So they're part of the reason why Brian Daboll is out. But, I mean, what are you going to do, Giants? What are you going to do now? Who's going to go? I mean, what head coach is going to improve that situation? I would have just kept him for the rest. I mean, and it's not like the Bears blew you the hell out yesterday. It was a close game. It's like 24-20. Yeah, the Bears won that thing 24-20. Chicago's been playing better. It's not like you lost to the worst team in football and looked bad doing it, but it doesn't matter. Daboll is out, baby. So the Giants at 2-8 gas their head coach.
Jackson Dart, I mean, it just doesn't feel like he is that guy that's going to win you football games. Plus his play style, he's going to
get injured.
Do you realize that Jackson Dart has been checked for a concussion 7 times this year?
Are you kidding me? Really? That's not
sustainable.
That's not sustainable.
You can't play that style.
Wow, I didn't know that,
dude. The National Football League isn't Corner Canyon High School in Utah.
Yeah. But fans love the fact that Jackson will not slide. He's like, I will lower my shoulder and hit you, brother, and then I'll get a concussion.
Well, his status is questionable, and Dart was diagnosed with a concussion and won't return to Sunday's contest in Chicago as of yesterday.
Man.
So,
well, I mean, yeah, Russell Wilson came in. Russell Wilson's 3 of 7 from 45 yards in that game.
So good.
Man, so Brian Daboll is out. How many head coaches have been fired in the NFL, KJ? How many? Is it
this season? He's the first, isn't he?
That's surprising.
Because Greer was out in Miami as the GM, but as of right now, I think he's the. Oh, I'm tripping. I'm
Brian
sorry.
Callahan.
Yes, the Titans coach. I'm tripping.
Brian Callahan.
Yeah, Brian Callahan, and now Brian Daboll.
And then right now, the other ones that are pretty hot right now, Raheem Morris keeps losing games in Atlanta.
Yeah.
You know, he's getting some good performances. They just can't win. They're like the opposite. I feel like they're the opposite of the Broncos. Like it looks good and it's exciting and it's at times a really cool brand of football, but they just can't win football games.
Do you think Mike McDaniel's good because they ended up beating the Bills yesterday, or is Mike still going to get fired?
I still think he's going to get got.
Yeah, he's going to get fired at the end of the season.
Dan Quinn, maybe.
Who's going to take that Giants job? Who's going to take the Giants job? Who wants to go be the head coach in New York? It's not going to be Belichick, right? Or it's not going to be one of those, somebody like, it's not going to be, we were just talking about Brian Kelly. He's not going to take his $54 million and
I mean, who's going to coach the New York Giants?
Well, this will be interesting. The Giants offense coordinator, Mike Kafka, you remember of Northwestern Wildcat fame.
Yeah.
He's now taken over as the interim head coach, and he was pretty hot coach for some jobs at different times. So maybe this will be a legitimate
Who's the hot
interim head
coordinators
coach.
in the league now that both coordinators for Detroit have gotten head coaching jobs? Like, who's the hot coordinator coming up? Like, who's the next offensive genius in the NFL? I have no idea. Text line, you guys know who the next young offensive genius in the NFL is?
Coach,
Mike Sanford?
Coach, let's see if you agree with me here. What about Kubiak, Clint Kubiak?
No,
it's too well. I mean, it's New York. I don't know, man. Is he the? I love the Kubiaks, but I don't know.
Vance Joseph.
Oh, coach, I didn't even think about that. Damn it. Vance Joseph is going to be the next head coach of the New York Giants, you think?
No.
I mean, you know
Why
what
would he want
Vance
to go to that
Joseph could do?
cesspool?
You know what he could do with that defense, though? That Giants defense has some talent on it, right? He could turn that defense into something nasty.
That front seven is stupid.
Yeah, you know what? You could hire Vance Joseph in New York,
Abdul
and then that
Carter.
defense, you don't have to worry about your quarterback then.
Brian Burns.
Yeah, Brian Burns is a bad dude. Let's see what Brian's. Man, he's at 11 sacks, 31 solo tackles, and 11 sacks right now for Brian Burns. And he's the dude who is super upset by the way the Giants are playing. He's so upset after every game.
You know who'd be a great head coach?
Who would?
That proved that he's got some charisma when he was an interim head coach. I would love for the New York Giants to hire scorching hot special teams coordinator for the Denver Broncos, Darren Rizzi.
Oh, come on, man. You see, you just want
See what I
somebody
did
to
there?
take your trash.
Hold on, man. That's when you got St. Sean, the candle is burning. You can allow the New York Giants to take the Rizmaster off your hands.
No. I mean, who are the John Gruden on the No, people.
They're
There
not
you
going to
go.
go with the
Mike McCarthy? No, you ain't bringing Mike McCarthy.
Jerry Neuheisel.
Listen, man. Listen.
Hey, how about okay? So Jerry Neuheisel, the long blonde hair, doing all the post game stuff in their wins against Penn State.
Yeah.
Who else they beat? They beat a couple teams, and it was like, oh, Jerry Neuheisel for head coach of the UCLA Bruins. Does everybody realize that he wasn't even the interim head coach?
No.
That was Tim Skipper. But it's funny now that the UCLA Bruins stink. It's almost like, oh, interim head coach Tim Skipper, not doing a good job. But when they win, it's like, oh, sunshine, Jerry Neuheisel.
We got a Josh McCown, John Gruden,
Mike Malone.
Mike McCarthy, Mike Sanford, Michael Malone.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, if you become the head coach of the New York Giants, you have to hire Michael Malone as your get back coach. I'm looking for anything for Coach Malone.
He'd be good in New York, man.
Yeah, he'd be great in New York. They love him there.
They love him.
But yeah, I have no idea. I mean, how about from the 720, stats prove that Jackson Dart's a better quarterback than Bo Nix.
You want to know what happens in a lot of games when you're losing? Like losing?
Oh, you're
You
just
throw the ball a
launching.
lot. Against what kind of coverage? Soft shell coverage.
Right.
Remember Bo
prevent
Nix
coverage.
last year against the Seahawks late in the game? You're like, okay.
Yeah.
Remember late in the game against the Steelers? You're like, okay.
You know what? We just got 3 straight suggestions for the same guy on the text line. Lane Kiffin.
Ugh.
You want to make Lane Kiffin the head coach of the New York Giants? How about this? John says just make Mike Tomlin the head coach after he gets fired by the Steelers this year.
It's not going great. Did you see some of the?
Yeah. When he was answering those questions, they were like,
about
hey,
Aaron
Coach,
Rodgers.
how do you think Aaron Rodgers is perfect? He's like, how do you think?
Next
he's
question.
Yeah. Oh man.
Next question.
That's exactly what Tomlin did last night. You're right. He might get got. I mean, I'd keep him despite what's going on there in Pittsburgh because he's Mike Tomlin. But man, yeah, good luck. Brian Dable out. Mike Kafka is going to be the interim head coach, and who knows who they're going to hire as the head coach once the offseason.
So here's the Giants interim head coach, which is Mike Kafka. It's going to be their 6th head coach for the New York Giants since 2016. Ready for the other 5?
Yeah.
Ben McAdoo. Remember him?
Yeah.
One of the worst looks.
Yeah.
Remember he got like I think his wife made him have like a extreme makeover.
Oh no,
It was
really?
bad. Steve Spagnuolo.
Well, didn't Dable's
I like
wife do the
Spags.
same thing where they're like, yo, man, you got to lose
Spags
weight.
didn't do well in New York though.
No.
Not do well. Pat Shurmur, how was that?
No, that's a terrible idea. You know what? They've picked some bad coaches.
Joe Judge.
They outside of Bill Parcells, I'm looking at their head coaching list. Nah, man, it ain't it.
And Brian Daboll.
Yeah, that's a whole bunch of bad coaches that they got there in New York, or they're just a bad franchise right now. I don't know, but that is crazy. How about this? I don't think it's going to happen.
How about this one? I like this one from Cody.
Kingsbury?
No, he's terrible right now.
Yeah, but I mean that doesn't mean he's not going to get another job.
No, because his second year is always bad everywhere he coaches. How about this one? Ooh, Davis Webb. Davis Webb was the quarter. He played for the New York Giants.
You know what? I wouldn't hate that. I mean, it would you would lose.
It would suck
here
for the Broncos,
in Denver, right? You lose him, but
because I think he is a very important buffer.
Ooh, you know what? That could be because he's
For
young
Sean
enough,
Payton.
and
I think
you
at
can see him
times,
growing with the New York Giants.
just like this candle. I think Davis Webb serves as the flickering light on top of the
Do you think
St.
Sean
John
Payton has
candle.
that kind of pull in New York where he can just be like, Davis Webb?
He played there.
Hey. Didn't he just remember? This was the reason that Russell Wilson got all angry because Sean Payton was like, "Hey, I was talking to the owner. I don't know what that accent was. I was talking to the owner of the New York Giants, and I was telling him about his quarterback. And I was like, sorry, remember? So I mean, he's got a close enough relationship that he talks to the owner of the Giants. Why don't he just put that call in and just be like, Davis Webb, it's your guy." Head coach of the New York Giants.
Then who's the quarterback coach for the Denver Broncos next year?
Mike Sim. No, you and Sean Payton would not. I don't know if you and Sean would get along.
You think they'd pull the old clips of me holding the St. John candle?
And Sean's
What if
like,
I just showed up in the office after a bad
You'd
bad
be
week?
hired immediately.
I'd be like, hey, coach.
You wouldn't even need a resume.
Coach, I brought something.
He was like, you're hired.
I'm looking for some peace and tranquility. I want some tranquilo.
Get you some orange and blue gear, baby. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. All right. Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Tune in tonight starting at 6 for Packers Eagles on your home for prime time football. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll be right back. It's a Rally House football money on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 Rally House. Shop every team in town. Welcome back. Mark Bertinelli, Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson. And during the last break, in that break, Coach Sanford had a moment of clarity. He had the light bulb went on. That's right, the Sean Payton candle.
When you got St. Sean in your presence.
Baby Sean, 9 pounds, 3 ounces, baby Sean, Jesus Payton, and his candle led you to the promised land. The light bulb went on, a ray of light came down, and you have the absolute perfect idea about what's going to happen here in the future for the Denver Broncos. Go ahead and break it down for them, Coach. Tell them, Coach.
Denver Broncos head coach Sean Payton, currently the NFL leader in the clubhouse with 8 victories through 10 weeks of play, 10 games. Tied with the 2 other teams, but still leader in the clubhouse. New York Football Giants, one of the storied original franchises in this year National Football League. They love them some who? Who's
Bill
there?
Parcells.
Bill
the
Parcells.
last great coach of the Giants was Bill Parcells.
Who's a part of that staff?
Sean Payton.
What did he coach?
Well, he coached
Quarterbacks, 99. And then he was the offensive coordinator,
from 2000 to 2002.
Yep, he was there for 4 seasons with the Mara family.
He talks about the owner of the Giants all the time.
Remember when Slim Shani had this to say? Around the same time that the Broncos were preparing to play against not Russell Wilson, he also threw in a little friendly business with this guy in the Mara family. Go ahead.
I have a ton of respect for that organization. I spent 4 of my early years there coordinating Super Bowl, first game in this stadium before 9/11. Close with the mayor, Tisch family. And, you know, they found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Mayer not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game.
Woo! So you accomplished 2 things there, didn't you?
I can
Threw
see the
shade
vision.
at your guy Russell Wilson. That's what the big national story was, right?
Right.
But really, what was going on behind the scenes? Hey, Dayball's going to be done here pretty soon, isn't he? I love me a big media market. I love being in New York. And if there's a place that could pay me even more than $18.5 million per year, it would be in one of the 2 big NFL cities.
New York could make Sean Payton, I'm sure one of his goals is to be the
$25 million
highest
head coach.
paying coach in sports, in North American sports.
$25 million?
Yes, which the Giants could make him. They would have to, though.
Trade.
They'd have
like
to.
John Gruden.
Yeah.
Okay, so hear me out.
Yeah,
this
give me this.
wild.
Walk me through this scenario. Walk me through this so Broncos country doesn't think we're crazy.
We are. We are. I just ran this by one of the biggest New York Giants
I heard.
fans, and he's a big member of the national media, and he thought it was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, he did.
Because they are the New York Giants franchise is dying for some maturity and some like field credibility. There's nobody in the league right now that has more field credibility than Sean Payton, just over the long haul.
So how does this work out? So the Broncos finish this
If the
season.
Broncos go and finish out the season like we think they're going to, they're going to probably have anywhere between 11 and 13 wins. Correct?
Yeah.
You have like you're 11-6 or 13-4. That's a dang good year, man, with the second-year quarterback. Sean Payton has been the adult that restored a franchise back to relevancy.
You win your first game in the play. Say the Jags come to Denver, which is the matchup right now.
And you
beat
prove that
the Jags.
they are just a guy.
So then you have to face either whoever you got to face the Chargers, say in the next round.
Okay. Say Jim Harbaugh gives him the business. Like
The
he
Broncos
has in 3 out of the 3 contests so far.
Lose that game. So the Broncos lose in the second round of the playoffs.
And say it's good defense and bad offense.
Right. It's like we've been seeing all season long. The Broncos had plenty of defense to win that game, but the offense let them down. The Chargers win. So
hear me out.
Yeah. So what happens then?
The New York Giants are desperate for Bill Parcells. The reincarnation of Bill Parcells in New York.
Slim Shady.
So they offer
Slim Shani.
The Denver Broncos. They offer the Mara family, Tisch family, offer the next 2 years of first-round picks.
Ooh, the next 2?
2026 and 2027's first-round draft picks. and those are going to be premium.
Right now, it's the number 3 pick in the draft.
Oh, yeah.
You'd have the number 3 pick in the draft if that happened.
For Sean Payton.
You want an offensive weapon for Bo? You get the 3rd pick in the draft?
And guess who's a real Bo lever?
Who?
Davis Webb.
See, I'm seeing the vision now.
Talk to me about this vision. What is proven true about Vance Joseph? He's elite at what and not great at the other thing.
He's elite at being a DC, but not an HC.
Correct. So you can pay him.
Pay him like a head coach.
Head coach.
Just to do the defense still.
Stay here in Denver.
Because other teams might offer.
Hey, let's make Vance Joseph the highest paid defensive coordinator in the history of the game, and we'll get Davis Webb on the cheap.
Right.
Davis Webb.
Well, actually, you got Walmart money, man. You don't even need to be cheap with Davis Webb. You can throw, because there is no salary cap for head coaches. You can be like, all right, guess what, Vance? You get $15 million a year. Hey, guess what, Davis Webb? You get $15 million a year. And Sean Payton, you can take your $20 million that New York's going to pay you, go be in the spotlight in the number 1 media market in the country, and we'll take those 2 first-round picks. Oh, baby.
And I think Sean loves Jackson Dart.
Oh, you know what? I didn't think about that.
He's a spinner of the football.
Like Sean Payton's like,
he already
already
glazed him in the national media.
You're right. He already did. He
did it at the expense of Russell Wilson, but that's out there on public record.
Do you think
he has a very big story?
He's got a better relationship with Mara in that ownership group than he does with the Walton Penner group right now.
We don't know that. I mean, it's worked though. But
he's known one for 25 years and the other one for 2 years.
The Walton Penner group right now, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes.
Right, like Sean Payton's not hanging out with Lewis Hamilton and stuff, right? He's not chilling with Condoleezza. Like, that ain't a thing. I don't think, at least. So, I don't know, man. I at first, I thought you were crazy, and you still might be crazy.
Tell me.
You still might be crazy. But I see the vision. I see the vision.
If you win 2 or 3 playoff games this year, I don't think this will happen.
Right. No.
Because you're trending towards this.
Because then you're like, we see a Super Bowl. We can see it. We can see it next
year
or the year after.
If you lose in the first round, if the wheels even kind of semi come off this year, this is, I think, very possible.
Right.
Now, it might not end up being 2 firsts. It could be 1 first.
Right. But even then, that's still the number 3 pick in this draft. And they might be, after they fire the head coach, I don't know how many more games the Giants are going to win. But right now, with 2 wins, you get the number 3 pick in the NFL draft. That's a massive, huge pick for you. And that would also mean you get 2 first-round picks. You'd have a high pick and the 27th pick in the draft or something like that. But you cannot tell me that this feels like something. This feels like something Sean Payton would do, right? It feels.
It also
like
doesn't feel like something that a desperate New York Giants would do.
Because I can't find another text line, give me another head coach that would make the kind of splash in New York that Payton
Andy
would.
Reid. But that's Andy Reid.
Right, but then you can't steal.
But that's not happening.
Right, because Andy's he's fat and happy
and he's close to the end probably himself, right?
And Sean's like, I got 10, 15 more years of this. I don't know. Yeah, that's wild to me. That's crazy, but you might not be wrong. You might not be wrong.
Bookmark this conversation, KJ. Hey, we're gonna. Saint Sean wants me to not allow any distractions to creep into Chiefs week.
Mm-hmm.
So apologies, but just talk to me. Shot Mazda text line. Would you today
trade Sean Payton?
Trade
to the New York
Sean Payton
Giants?
for 2 firsts, 26 first, 27 first, and then have some iteration of Vance Joseph and Davis Webb as head coach and play caller on either side of the ball or both.
Yeah.
Because people bring up the point, why not give it to VJ? He's already been the head coach here, man.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
Yeah.
Like, I've never seen that happen.
Yeah, and to be the head coach for a second time with the same team, that would be a little tough. But I can't think of another name that would do what the New York Giants need to do. You know what I mean? To make that splash, to make that big. But then again, I don't know if the Mars are down to pay Sean, to be the highest paid coach in North America, $22 to $25 million a year. I have no idea, but that's a crazy.
There's a lot of people who would take this.
They're like, yeah, let's go with it.
Gosh.
Let's see.
Sign
me up. Yes, absolutely.
Done deal in a heartbeat.
Absolutely. Trade Payton. Absolutely. Yeah. So I get it, man.
Bye, Felicia. We got to buy Felicia. That is crazy, man. How is that possible on a team that is 8-2, man.
Wait, you guys want Sean McVay? You want the Broncos to go steal Sean McVay from the Rams? If you offer Sean McVay $25 million, but you'd have to do the same thing with then then you're the one sending a first round pick to
if
them.
you look at right now what the most important priority is for the Denver Broncos to continue this current trajectory.
Yeah.
Number one, because you long-termed this defensive identity, the players.
Mm-hmm.
You got to find a way to secure Vance Joseph too. Because the
lock
vision
him down so he doesn't.
The vision matches the personnel, correct?
Yes.
You got to lock him down to a big money defense coordinator deal. I think that's number one to keep this defense going. Number two, you got to find either it's Sean that proves it over the next 7 weeks and the playoffs, or it's somebody who's already in the building or somebody outside of the building that will fully buy into optimizing and playing to the strengths of Bo Nix.
Yes.
And I think that guy is already in the building, and I think that's Davis Webb. As a
Fascinating.
play caller.
Listen, the text line has some crazy ideas. But listen, Scott, they interviewed Kevin O'Connell. They interviewed KOC, and they hired Nathaniel Hackett instead, man. So you missed out on that one. We finally there we go. We finally, from the 299, we finally got No Way, I Love Sean. That's the first one of those.
Well, we got one from the 7153 that says, Coach, that idea was so stupid, I thought DMac was talking for a sec.
How about this one, though? Chris says, the Broncos' new head coach looked down the road in Boulder. And he ain't going to make listen, I love Deion. But he ain't going to make
You know what hit so hard, man? Is that if you make this trade like the Oakland Raiders did with John Gruden and the Tampa Bay Bucks, guess what would happen the very next year?
What?
You'd be playing the Giants and Sean Payton in the Super Bowl.
That
happened.
That'd be all the juice. That'd be all the juice. Wow. But yeah, it's exciting. Everybody's on board with your idea here, Coach. Signetti, you want us to go get the head coach out of it? Listen, man, he's got a lot of swag. But I don't know if you can just plop him into NFL and be like, all right, do that thing. Trade his cranky butt right now. Man, Mike McDaniel. Alex, you want Mike McDaniel after what you've seen he's doing?
As the head coach or as a play caller?
Or I don't know. Maybe, yeah.
That's the cool thing about Mike McDaniel. You can be absolutely buns for an entire season. You have one cool game where you jog around and saunter on the field and everybody's like, oh, Mike McDaniel's the best.
Yeah.
Have you watched the other 9 weeks?
Yeah, it's not great.
Not good.
So Stacey on the text line's like, wait, did I miss something? Did they fire Sean Payton?
No.
The
New York Giants.
No.
The New York football Giants would be so desperate to bring back let's call it like it is, man. He might even be viewed as the better version of Bill Parcells by many because he has offensive chops, whereas Parcells was pure D guy.
I get it. Wow. All right. That's an interesting conversation, and we'll keep it going. But we do have to take a break, and when we come back, it's KJ's NFL Notes. Everybody loves their NFL news. They like to stay up to date, and there's nobody more up to date about the NFL than KJ Granderson and
St. Sean. The patron saint of
the New York Giants.
Of Manhattan and every borough.
The text line has a lot of feelings about your idea, Coach. They had a lot of ideas.
You
about
just told me. I didn't know this. I'm a big in the coaching world. I love conspiracy theories about who's going to end up coaching where.
Yeah.
When there's the I can't even keep up with college this year. I don't know.
Oh,
I can't tell you who's
SEC's
even
fired 4 coaches already. Something like that.
And who's worthy of any of these jobs that's going to appease the fan bases? There's nobody.
Nobody.
I tell you this: Sean Payton would appease the New York Giants fan base.
He would.
And the potential $25 million annually would appease Sean Payton.
All right, KJ, what's up?
Well, after a mini bye week for your Denver Broncos after a Thursday night football game in which they won 10-7 versus the Las Vegas Raiders, Sean Payton stepped up to his Zoom presser this morning, and he talked about what is the process to slowing down Bo Nix's internal clock without taking away his ability to avoid sacks.
Well, I think it's a plus and a minus. I've said that before. I think one of his great strengths is not taking sacks, and so the clock in his head relative to that sense of urgency. So I think there is a fine line of, number one, the depth of route. Is this a longer developing play, a 7-step drop, a 5-step drop, a 3-step drop, and what should be the appropriate time. But I think that's a much easier problem to correct than the latter, which is taking the sacks, and historically speaking, has proven to be much more difficult to fix.
Okay, Sean, do you think he knows we're trading him to New York?
Did Luca Evans say, excuse me,
Evan,
Coach?
Evan,
can you respond to the rumors that were reported this morning on the morning sprint on 92.5 by the coacher about you being traded for future first-round picks in 26 and 27?
Evan.
It's Luca.
Can you respond? Do you have any statement to make about? No.
Is there? How do you make your quarterback slow down? How do you make him?
Reps.
How do you take a deep breath?
Reps.
You just got to do it.
You got to keep doing it, and you know what you got to do as a play caller? You got to do the things that he does well.
Yeah, that's not happening. Sean's going to do what he wants to do. He's not in this business to
Jackson
to
Dart better
appease
learn
Bo
Sean
Nix.
Payton.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. All right, KJ, what's next?
This stretch of 6-7 weeks have gone by.
Well, the news of the day for those just tuning in, former Giants head coach Brian Daboll has been fired after going 20, 40, and 1 in his stint with the New York Giants. And after what coaches called another concussion by Jackson Dart, it appears that they have decided to just go their separate ways. And it's interesting to see how long they will wait to move on from Joe Sheen as well. What I wanted to ask you guys, who do you think is the next coach that is potentially on the verge of being let go?
Ooh. I think it's Raheem Morris.
Oh, really?
On the Atlanta Falcons. Just because I feel like that's a fairly talent-rich roster.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seems like that team, especially on defense, they can't win games. And that's what Raheem Morris is. He's a defensive coach, defensive-minded head coach.
It's Kevin Stefanski, man, right? It's Stefanski.
Probably.
Because the Browns
But I think they're going to let him just coach the year out, aren't they?
Yeah. But, I don't know, man. When they do stuff like lose to the Jets, you know what I mean? They lost to the 1-win Jets this weekend and fought. So now the Browns are tied for the worst record in the NFL at 2-7, right? Jets are 2-7, the Browns are 2-7, and the Giants are 2-8. So my bad. So the Giants have the worst record in the NFL, right? So it's Stefanski. He's gonna get got. And I mean, whoever the coach is who comes in to replace, I don't even know what. Listen, there's only a handful of these jobs, so somebody's going to take it. But how as a head coach would you feel about rolling into Cleveland with what they got going on in the quarterback room? Because you know Deshaun's going to be around somewhere, and you got Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson. What the hell are you going to do? And they might pick another guy with their top 5 pick this upcoming season. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, who wants that job? Who wants that job? Or who thinks that they're like, oh, I can fix this. I can fix that quarterback room.
Somebody who loves money.
Yeah, I guess that's true. You know what? I was just looking. Brian Daboll makes about Sean Payton would get a $20 million raise, basically, because they were only paying Daboll $5 million a year.
Get what you pay for.
They still have a couple years to pay him.
From their perspective, though, right?
Yeah,
you get what you pay for.
Yeah, you get what you pay for. Then that was a pretty cheap contract, man. $5 million a year.
Well, because think about it. He signed that deal. He was there a while. Signed that
3 years, yeah.
More than that, wasn't it?
When was Daboll hired?
I thought it was a lot.
Because they just showed his record, and it was like 20, 40, and 1. So that's a good chunk of games right there. But 20, 40, and 1, being 20 games under 500, your head coaching record there in New York is not ideal. It's not great. But all right, KJ.
Yeah, Daboll 22, 23, 24, 25. This was year 4.
All right, and I think his contract is up in 2027, so they have to pay him for the next 2 years, but not a whole lot. All right, KJ, what's up?
This stretch of 6-7 weeks have gone by.
Well, tonight is what Adam Schefter would call the Tush Push Bowl on Monday Night Football. As we have the Green Bay Packers versus the Philadelphia Eagles, which you can hear right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your home for Monday night, Thursday night, and Sunday night football. Adam Schefter was on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning, and he talked about the Tush Push Bowl tonight and how it all kind of came to this from the offseason.
Well, not only did they try to get it banned, but they had Micah Parsons come out last year when they played the Eagles when he was with the Cowboys saying that's not a real football play. And, I think you'd be naive and ignorant to think that Nick Sirianni and the Eagles aren't going to remember that and factor that in tonight. They're going to use as much tush-push as they possibly can tonight. I just think they're going to take their tush-push and try to stick it up their tush-push, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Wait, are you telling me that Nick Sirianni holds a grudge? No way.
Oh, yeah. Nobody in football ever does that. No coach ever remembers when another organization calls them out for something that they still can use and deploy, and then would have the ability to deploy that tonight on Monday Night. No, nobody would ever remember that.
Half of the NFL was like, to hell with your tush push, right? It wasn't just them, but oh, well, whatever. Eagles and Packers. Green Bay a slight favorite there at Lambeau. Coach, how you feeling about tonight's?
I'm excited about tonight.
Yeah,
tonight feels like
game, right?
Tonight feels like finally a good primetime game.
Yeah. This one's got some juice.
Last night, did that excite you?
Nah, that wasn't very exciting.
So many of the primetime games have just been ruined by some type of significant injury.
Yeah.
Although I will say,
I do like to watch Aaron Rodgers just taking safeties. It's just like, woo, watch me run around in the end zone here. Oops, dropped the ball. Oops, I got sacked.
He's just not it, man.
Yeah, he kind of said it in the postgame, too, where he's like, I'm not good enough right now. It's like, yeah, man. You're not good enough. You could have beaten the Chargers and really helped out everybody else in the AFC West. Instead, you never looked like you were even in that game from the get-go. Boo. What's next, KJ?
This stretch of 6-7 weeks have gone by.
You're right on it, man. Let's go right there to the Steelers and Chargers, and let's just hear from Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin. Last night in the media, whatever, that was something else. Here we go.
I expect to play great every single week, and this was not my best performance. I got to play better than this for us to win. Whatever it takes, I got to make if it's better checks, if it's better throws, whatever it is, I got to play better. I will, but we got to bounce back. We got a division opponent next week. We're 5-4. We're ahead by a game in the division, and we got to play better on offense for sure. But this is part of the season. There's ebbs and flows. There's ups and downs, and we can't ride the wave. How would you assess Aaron's performance tonight? How would you?
Next.
Tomlin's
not playing around.
Mike, you enjoying the Aaron Rodgers experience? Is that fun?
Next.
Is that fun for you? You really enjoying it?
Next. You know what? The AFC North is drunk because the 5-4 Steelers do lead that division. They are currently the number 4 seed in the AFC. As a matter of fact, the Chargers would have to go to Pittsburgh to take on the Steelers in the first round of the playoffs. But I don't know if Pittsburgh's going to be able to hold on to that division. There's a bunch of, there's not a bunch of teams.
Well,
but
just to make your claim there, Berto, we just got news that Joe Burrow's practice window has just opened up.
Oh, so the 3-6 Cincinnati Bengals
Not
might suddenly
completely
be
out of
the yeah. They're going to
Hey, what did I tell everybody about the Baltimore Ravens? What
Yeah,
did I
that
say,
they were
man?
still. I thought it was over for Baltimore. But
Was
they're-
it?
No,
Not
they're
even
second
close.
in that division. They are a game back. They're just a game back of Pittsburgh. Just dumb. But that's the AFC North for you. Man, if Cleveland could ever figure it out, that division would be stupid. All right, KJ, what's next?
This stretch of 6-7 weeks have gone by.
Well, last night's game on Sunday Night Football got a little weird, and the NFL has decided to suspend Daron Payne of the Washington Commanders for one game after just absolutely punching Lions receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown on Sunday for what looked like no reason. We don't know what was said, but they marked it as obviously unsportsmanlike conduct. And obviously he has the chance to appeal, but who knows what happened there. So I got it's a twofold question here. Why is Washington become so undisciplined? And two, is Dan Quinn's seat heating up in Washington?
Yes.
You think so?
It is.
Well, I mean, the Broncos are undisciplined, but we don't care because they keep winning these games, right? They are one of the most penalized teams in the NFL. But once again, we don't complain about it because they keep winning.
So you want to know something about Dan Quinn? He's one of the most well-liked people in the coaching industry. He's
love
also
Dan.
very well-liked within the players' circle.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great guy to be around. He's a great guy to coach football with. But sometimes the great guy and the great players coach and the guy, sometimes those guys end up getting got. Because discipline is usually coming from somebody who's a little bit grouchy, a little bit Saban-esque, a little bit Parcells-esque, a little bit
Sean Payton-esque.
Payton-esque. I mean, you just look at the overall head coaching record of Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn, the head coach for 6 seasons in for the Atlanta Falcons, and combined with his head coaching tenure here with the Denver Broncos, he is a 500 head football, not Denver Broncos, with the Washington Commanders. He is a 500 head football coach.
Yeah, but you're right. People love Dan Quinn. They love that man. I mean, I guess it was the same way with Mike McDaniel. They're like, hey, he's a great guy. We love Mike McDaniel. But nobody cares once you're catching L after L after L after L. There's a whack. There's Amon St. Brown just getting popped in the face. What? But once again, don't hit a dude in the face when he's wearing a helmet. That's
a big swing, man.
Yeah, he took a full-on swing, but So we're going to find out exactly
I will say
what
this.
happened.
I know Amon-Ra.
Yeah?
I coached him at a camp.
Yeah.
One of my personal favorite competitors I've ever been on the field with.
You think
that man's he's brilliant.
Yeah.
And he knows how to talk that mess.
You think
now.
he says
Oh,
something?
he was
And
in
Payton was like,
his kitchen. Amon-Ra St. Brown is he is a first ballot Hall of Fame trash talker.
Really?
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
So he said something and
he's
Payton
like
just lost
stupid
it.
smart, man. So I was at Stanford, and Osiris St. Brown, the oldest one, a receiver, went to Stanford. Brilliant family. I was at Notre Dame. Equanimous St. Brown, the middle brother, went to Notre Dame. Brilliant. And then when I was at Notre Dame, we tried to get Amon-Ra.
Yeah.
He went to SC. You want to talk about 3 incredibly intelligent, highly competitive dudes? That's St. Brown. You know that Amon-Ra St. Brown's dad was Mr. Universe bodybuilder?
No, I did not know
John,
that.
yeah, look it up. John St. Brown.
John St. Brown.
Yeah, look it up in his prime.
Swole.
John St. Brown, Mr. Universe.
Well, Payne, he said something and set Payne off, and now Payne's going to miss a game check. That's a chunk of money just because you couldn't chill out when Amon-Ra is talking mad trash. Whoop.
And then John St. Brown, wild guy. Listen to a podcast of that dude. He married essentially a high-level athlete from Germany, female, for breeding material.
He was
for
like,
stock.
my kids are going to be.
Yes, and he was right. They all got school paid for at a high level.
Wow.
And now Amon-Ra is one of the top receivers in the National Football League.
That's crazy.
There he is. Look at
Oh,
there's
yeah.
John Brown.
Yeah. Look at that. That's like KJ-esque, man.
Mm-hmm.
Look at he's got the Cobra go. He's got the V go. Yeah, man.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Man, yeah, that's sorry, man. I can't get into the whole Mr. Universe thing. That's just not for me. All right, KJ, you got anything else for us?
This stretch of 6-7 weeks have gone by.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. So after beating the Chiefs 28-21, the Buffalo Bills lost 30-13 yesterday against the Miami Dolphins, and now they fall to 6-3 on the season with the Buccaneers, Texans, Steelers on the horizon. Not to mention they still have the Patriots and Eagles in the back half of the season as well. Are we concerned about Buffalo, or is this just one of those games where you just call it a fluke?
I'm just trying to figure out when Colin Cowherd is going to say that the Bills are considering drafting a quarterback. Probably going to look at a quarterback in the next draft.
McDermott homies with? No, I don't think he is. So we won't. Listen. Tua had a terrible game, and Miami still won that thing going away. So that makes me a little nervous. I mean, Tua threw 2 picks in that bad boy, right? Well, hold on. Let's see. He was 15-21, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. And, Devon went crazy, though. 174 yards and 2 touchdowns. I didn't realize. Yeah.
Achane can go nuts.
Yeah, he did go nuts. He went off on that game. But, yeah, I don't know, man. Bills
I watched this whole game. I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, it was just confusing.
Make it make sense. How in the world do the Buffalo Bills lose to the Miami Dolphins?
I don't know.
Not a physical team, not a disciplined team, not an overly dynamic, explosive team.
Yeah, their offense isn't, but they slowed. I mean, the Bills didn't score until the fourth quarter. And then it was over by then. But till the fourth quarter, they got 0 points. 0. That offense. I mean, is it just, Josh Allen is playing good. Like, he's playing good football. So is it everybody around him? I don't know. I do not know. But we'll see what the Buffalo Bills have to have. I mean, right now, the Bills would be the 6th seed in the AFC. They would travel to New England and take on the Patriots in the first round. And it would be Drake May versus Josh Allen. And I'm assuming the Bills would be favored in that game, no matter what the Pats record it turns out. I think Pats could win 14 games, and the Bills still might be favored in that one just because of the lack of playoff experience from some of these young quarterbacks like Drake May and Bo Nix and, well, not Daniel Jones, but you get what I'm saying, right? You will get it. But either way, that was KJ's NFL News and Notes. We will roll on with the morning sprint after a quick timeout.
Congratulations, all you skiers and snowboarders. Today is the day, November 10th, 2025, that Loveland Ski Area is officially open, and it's time to make the most of your season. Don't procrastinate. Get out, get online, and check out skiloveland.com. Loveland Season Pass offers perks and partners that rival all the big name, uber expensive passes. And if you want to save, then you've got to get this Loveland Ski Pass, Season Pass. Did you know it comes with 100 plus bonus days at more than 30 partner resorts, which includes here in Colorado, Monarch. You got Purgatory, Silverton, Sunlight, Whitefish, and Schweitzer up in Idaho and Montana, respectively. You also get access to free cat skiing along the Continental Divide and discounts on lift tickets, food, and rentals. Real Colorado skiing, real value, and no crowds, just the way it should be. So congratulations. Today is the day. Loveland is open. Get your pass at skiloveland.com.
Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Tune in tonight starting at 6 for Packers Eagles on your home for primetime football. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. Welcome back.
Did you just burp?
What is going on with you, dog?
Sorry, I just housed that Coke, man. I love me a good Coca-Cola in the morning. And
Bro, that was insane.
I just housed that Coke.
I mean, St. Sean did not appreciate that right there.
Sorry, my bad, St. Sean.
Yeah, patron saint of...
He's been lit and fiery this entire show. Just 2 hours of fiery St. Peyton, man.
Do you think there might be some strange chemicals in this candle that are burning into my brain?
Yes. I think you probably messed us all
Or do you
up.
think, just for a quick second, that we might bookmark this show for when the Uber Blockbuster trade happens?
Just be like, we told you
When
so.
will it be? When will it be? Will it be like January
You're right. Let's see.
28th. January 28th, 2026. Breaking news. Ding, 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 ding. It's going to happen in the morning sprint, too.
Let's
John
see.
Payton
No, it's going to
has
be
been traded.
February 9th because that's the day after the Super Bowl, right? You wait through the entire playoffs. If you lose in the second round, you wait through the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl's played, then the very next day you make that trade with the New York Giants. You send Sean Payton to the New York Giants for a couple of first-round picks. And then Davis Webb and Vance Joseph have to get together and decide what they're going to do with that number 3 overall pick in the draft coming up.
So number 2.
It could be by the time
It's
that
a
rolls
number
around.
2.
Yeah, it could very well be number 1 overall.
It's a
But
number
see,
2.
once again, the Giants could make that trade because they don't need a quarterback. They have their quarterback, at least they think so. And Sean Payton likes him. Yeah, it's so weird. We've spent the last hour of this show trading Sean.
Sorry. It is Chiefs week, by the way.
Yeah.
And also, not to mention, is it true that the Colorado Avalanche finally discovered how to win an overtime game?
Shout out to Gavin Brindley, baby.
My man, G. Bryn. I need a St. Gavin candle.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. Gavin Brindley went, you know what? The Avs spent Saturday and Sunday just Saturday, they beat the snot out of it. That's the worst home loss the Oilers have ever had in history. A 9-1. It felt like if you were paying attention to what Edmonton Oilers fans had to say after that game, you thought they had the worst team in the history of hockey. It felt like they were like, you know how we get when the Broncos, win a close game and we freak out? Man, you get beat 9-1 in a hockey game, and they were like trade McDavid. Get rid of it. It's like everybody. And then they get a win over Vancouver last night in overtime. And Nathan McKinnon, you know what? The NHL just announced just moments ago that Nathan McKinnon is the number 1 star of the week in the league. But why wouldn't he be? Because he had 9 points in 24 hours. He had a 4-point, he had 2 goals and 2 assists against Edmonton. Then he had 2 goals and 3 assists against Vancouver. McKinnon was involved in every single goal the Avs scored last night, including the overtime winner. Such a ridiculous run for the Avs. So the Avalanche are cruising. The Nuggets have won 4 in a row. They beat the snot out of Golden State on Friday and then beat up Indiana on Saturday. And now they play Sacramento tomorrow at midnight in Sacramento because I don't know why we're starting games that late. But you know what's crazy? The Avs game on Tuesday night here. Matter of fact, we gave tickets away to that game last week, right? There's people, courtesy of the Morning Sprint, who are going to go see the Avs and Ducks.
And I think we're going to do it again tomorrow.
And that's,
Are we going to be an Avs Ticket Tuesday tomorrow?
Yeah,
are we doing it the whole year?
Yeah, the whole year. Avs Ticket Tuesday, Nuggets Ticket Thursday. That's what we're doing right here on 92.5.
Can't get any better than that.
Nah, but that's
you
going
ain't
to be
getting any of these other jamoke
the
stations.
Anaheim Ducks I think they're on the longest winning streak in the NHL right now, and they've won 11 of the last 14 games. It's 2 of the hottest teams going at it tomorrow night at Ball Arena between the Avs and the Ducks. But I tell you right now, man, the Avs look like they're going to roll their way to the Stanley Cup final, man. They are just stomped. You got your third and fourth line throwing in goals left and right. You got Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar going crazy. You got both goaltenders looking good. Yeah, the Avs are deep and nasty, and they're going to put up a ton of... Right now, they lead the NHL in goals, and they're second in the NHL in goals allowed. You know what that is? That's a complete hockey team right there, man.
That's a wagon.
So, yeah, that's a wagon.
I just opened up ESPN this morning for the NHL power rankings.
Oh, yeah, top of that list was...
It was not even close. I mean, second on the list was the Montreal Canadiens.
Yeah, the Canadiens are pretty hot.
I mean, come on, man.
Pretty hot. You get to Montreal comes here in a couple of weeks, in a week and a half or something. Right,
and then
right after Thanksgiving
was Edmonton. Maybe does that sound right?
I don't think it was Edmonton. Not after that whooping we gave them on Saturday night. But it might be. I don't know. It's probably another team in the East because there's some teams cooking over there. But your Denver Nuggets are looking good, although
number 3 was the Winnipeg Jets.
Okay.
Because they have the regular season merchant of all regular season merchants, and his name is Connor $5.
Do you think
the New Jersey Devils 4 and the Vegas Golden Knights 5? I feel like you've played all those teams and you've taken care of them.
The New Jersey Devils are good too, but I do believe right now. Well, hold on. Let me see. Let me see what's going on. Let's see what's happening. Right now, your Colorado Avalanche would play the Utah Mammoth in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. And guess what? Utah was just the hottest team in the league 2 weeks ago, right? They won like 7-8 games in a row. Yeah, but right now, your Colorado Avalanche sit atop the standings. The Denver Nuggets do not sit atop the standings in the NBA, but that's because there's a juggernaut known as the Oklahoma City Thunder sitting there at 10-1, but the Nuggets are tied for second in the West with the San Antonio Spurs and the LA Lakers right behind them.
So just so everybody is clear, because there were people wondering about the Avalanche goals allowed stat that you read off, that they were, I think you said they were in the top whatever in goals allowed.
Second fewest goals allowed.
That's shifted just a hair, but that's okay. They've allowed 42 goals and they've scored 64. And so that differential is by far tops in the league. By far. The next best team in terms of goal differential is shockingly the Ducks and the Hurricanes are both plus 17.
Yeah, look at that, man. I'll tell you what. So on Tuesday night, so tomorrow night at Ball Arena, the two highest scoring teams in the NHL will face each other in the Avs and the Ducks. So
something's got to give.
You thought a 9-1 hockey game was fun. Wait until tomorrow night. We'll see what happens. See how many goals we get in that bad boy.
How good is this bench for the Denver Nuggets?
That's really good.
Like I just saw a nice piece written about Julian Strother and how he has to fight for every minute he gets.
Yes,
now.
he does now.
You know what's good?
Yeah.
Is that's the right type of development if you can have it. Is that players like Julian Strother, Peyton Watson aren't thrust into roles prematurely, but they've been hardened and calloused by some uneven young basketball in critical moments. Now they're hungry and they want it. And then they got to go out and put the work in. And it just having a roster like this, the Hardaway acquisition, I can't speak loudly enough to that.
Yeah, he's been so great to start. He's averaging double digits off the bench for you. He's averaging almost 12 points a game off the bench for you.
And he's the shooter you've been looking for, man.
Yeah, he opens up a lot of things for you. I mean, against Indiana, you didn't have Jamal and you didn't have Aaron in that game, and it was still no problem. No problem. You started Jalen Pickett and Peyton Watson, and instead, matter of fact, me and Cage were talking about because Peyton Watson had like 5-6 dunks in that game. We're like, man, somebody needs to block out Peyton. He's just throwing down filthy dunks left and right. Their roster, it's incredible how different the team looks with the bench they have this year compared to how they looked last year.
Our good friend here, St. Sean.
St. Sean, what you got to say?
Greets all of you here in the Denver Metro and wants to ask you a question. Have the Denver Nuggets, the Colorado Avalanche, or the Denver Broncos lost a game in regulation in the city of Denver this year?
They have not.
This season?
They have not.
No, sir.
They have not.
It's a great time to be alive. And St. Sean, we're going to take you until you're in New York. We're going to enjoy every minute of it. And then we're going to enjoy those 2 first-round picks in 26 and 27.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Can't believe that's what we did on this Monday. But for the head coach, Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson, for St. Shawnee.
Go ahead and blow it out. It's the end of the morning sprint. And St. Sean takes a little nap until tomorrow at 10 a.m.
We'll pour one out for St. Sean. For Alex Ryan and me, I'm Mark Bertinoli. Thanks for tuning in. PhD is next.
rocking it. It's McKinnon, 2-on-1. McKinnon holding, shooting. He scores! The Mac attack is back with a 3-point night, Jack. 2 assists in the first. He gets a goal 24 seconds into the third. The touchdown is good. So is the extra point. It's 7-1 Avalanche.
Helmet pass off over to Aaron Gordon. Gordon has it up the left sideline, picked there by Jokic. Oh, crossover move and a beauty. Gordon. Ah! Right-handed! That's the highlight of the year for the Denver Nuggets! What a move by Aaron Gordon! Oh my! That was incredible!
1-on-1, McKinnon keeps it himself. He scores! Holy McKinnon! He is a monster, and he will be in the nightmares of the Edmonton Oilers for quite some time. A 4-point night for Nathan Raymond McKinnon. Remember his name. 8-1 Avalanche here in Edmonton.
Rebound down to Jarace Walker. Trying to throw it off the legs of Jokic. Missed and then dunked home by Peyton Watson with a monster tomahawk. All right, folks, if you haven't been awake yet, you are now. Holy cow! That was impressive. He left from the dotted line, lined up, and threw that thing home.
Far side half will Ekholm has it stolen. Here's a feed in front. Drury shoots and scores! Again, hate to break it to you, but you're on Drury duty. His second goal of the game, and with 5:32 to go in the third period, it's definitely like the Oprah Winfrey Show. You get a goal, you get a goal, say it 9 times. How many times did the Avs score tonight? 9 times.
Jokic has it inside the arc. Hands off behind him over to Cam. Cam spins against the grain here, against the Jokic pick. Now shovel pass off over to Jokic. Short clock, deep 3. Got it! Oh, man. Joker from way downtown. Denver leads it by 21. We're halfway through the fourth quarter, and this thing is over.
Carr further back for Brenly. He charges ahead. The Nucks changing. Brenly around to Brust. What a move, Brenly. Holding. Brenly a shot. Save made Lincoln. And rebound is there. He scores! Gavin Brenly. 2 goals in 2 nights. And you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over.
I'm feeling it like.
Do we appreciate what just happened here this week? We go Sunday, Texans win. Monday, Nuggets win. Tuesday, Avs win. Wednesday, Nuggets win. Thursday, Broncos win. Friday, Nuggets win. Saturday, Nuggets and Avs win. Sunday, Avs win in overtime. Oh my God,
dude!
What the hell?
Are we living in the sports mecca of the world right now? I mean, you know what? Denver Broncos are 8-2. Forget that they sucked on offense. They're 8-2. I mean, the Nuggets, the Avalanche. It's just like fast forward and get us to the postseason because my Lord, I mean, my assumption is this thing ain't slowing down for either one of these two teams right now. We might be in the sports mecca of the world.
It is unbelievable, man. I don't know.
Even if the Broncos could just win a game or two in the playoffs, and if the other two teams would go on a real run,
yeah,
what a year that would be.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what's going to prevent it. Because when you see who these teams are and what they're doing, it's like, well, what exactly is there to slow it down?
Who turned the sauna on in here? I
have no idea. You want to open the door a little bit and take something off?
My gosh. I'm taking clothes off. I might go shirtless.
Okay. Well, you got to do what you got to do when you get excited. No problem.
Goodness.
Yeah, this is a little warm. It was warm outside. It's an unbelievable day.
Wow.
Today's the first day I just heard Coacher talk about Loveland's open, which is awesome. We love Loveland. We've been there, both of us, a million times. And
I'm sorry, it's seriously open already?
Today, I guess
Wow.
it's open full. I mean, the Winter Park's been kind of going. A-Basin's been going a little bit. But, Loveland, they get open, and here we go. So, you just got to get up there maybe. I don't know. Bye week. Well, that's next week. Next week with the bye week. You know what's interesting, too, with the Broncos? You only have one game in 23 days now. Like, you get all this rest. You get all this
Yeah,
time
I
to prepare.
don't like that, to be honest. That's too much rest.
Yeah.
I mean, if you got to handpick your bye week schedule, which doesn't work like that, but if you got to handpick it, nobody would handpick that 1 week after a Thursday night football game.
No.
That's just it's too much time to be away from the building. like coaches panic about 2 or 3 days away from the building. That's a lot of time. Who cares though? Worry about that problem after the Chiefs game. Let's just hope that the time off before the Chiefs game was enough to, well, get some guys healthy, and more importantly, find an offensive identity.
Yeah, well, you have time to do it, don't you? And the real test comes this Sunday at Empower Field. The real test, the test of the year. It'll let you know where you're at. But hey, man, you got a shot. You definitely have a shot. I'm not really going to pay a lot of attention to that game on Christmas. It's a road game. It's on Christmas. I mean, it might be really, really important, but if they were to lose that game, I don't think I'd think twice about it. This one, though, is going to tell you a lot.
Well, you unfortunately got to play Andy Reid coming off of bye, and Andy Reid coming off of bye is near unstoppable.
Yep. Biggest Broncos game, Tyler, since 2015, regular season, I'd say.
You say that all the time.
You don't think so?
Well, I know you said that every year.
All right.
I'm not necessarily fighting with you. I'm not arguing with you. It's
what game was bigger than this last year?
In order for it to truly be like there's nothing truly on the line this weekend. I know what you're saying. I do think you have to split with the Chiefs if you're going to win the AFC West. I know you're going to have to split with the Chiefs, but you do have another game against them. That would be my only hesitation. It's not like a final straw game, right? And normally when I think of like the biggest games, it's a final straw. It's your last crack. It's the only opportunity. And technically speaking, there is another opportunity after this one.
Yeah, but okay. Christmas, Kansas City, okay. I'm saying this is the one that tells you, do you really have a shot at this year or not? At the Super Bowl, do you really have a shot at it?
Wow, Andy Reid I just looked at it. I knew he was good, but I couldn't remember the record. 22-4 coming off of a bye week.
There you go.
Wow.
There you go.
That is unreal. I'm telling you, my teams, we always struggled coming off of bye weeks. I don't know.
Not Andy Reid.
Some coaches got the formula figured out. Yeah, it's a big game, man. I mean, huge game. I don't have any beef with you calling it the biggest game since Super Bowl. There's not something on the line necessarily, but this is a moment for you to say, okay, can this defense be enough? Can our offense figure it out? Because now's the time, boys. Now's the time for the offense. No more time. There's no more time. It's gone. It's over.
Well,
now you got to play the big dogs. Now you got to play real football.
Let me go this way. Do the Avs have a shot at winning the Stanley Cup?
Of course.
Yeah, of course, right? Nathan McKinnon just piled up 9 points in 2 days, including a humiliation of the Oilers. I mean, he's the leader for the Hart Trophy, for the MVP.
Wow.
You got something?
Well, yeah, it's a little bit heavy actually. But this is breaking news. It relates to the Broncos.
Oh.
So Alex Singleton revealed today that he had surgery to remove testicular cancer tumor on Friday.
Wow.
The prognosis is for a full recovery. He plans to return to the field in a few weeks. He says he's grateful for everyone's support and he can't wait to get back out on the field. He put out a full statement.
Wow.
He said he shared with his teammates and coaches that he underwent successful surgery on Friday for testicular cancer after being diagnosed last week.
Whoa.
Thankfully, we believe the cancer was caught early with a great prognosis for me and my family. While we are still awaiting some additional test results, I fully expect to return to the field in coming weeks. A little over 2 weeks ago, following a random test as part of the NFL's drug testing program. Wow. I received notice that I had elevated levels of hormone HCG in my system.
What a lucky break.
Wow. So he found this out from an NFL drug test.
What a lucky break. That's because he's probably feeling great, right? He's probably feeling healthy.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
it goes on, but, it sounds like that it was detected very early. And they feel like they had success with the surgery, which is great news.
Wow.
It doesn't sound like he's planning on missing a whole lot of time, but wow, talk about something coming out of left field.
Dude, that's actually, yeah, that's heavy, but it sounds overall like really, really good news for him.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
So that's probably, yeah, that's tough, but cool. I mean, what a random way to find out. No signs, no whatever. You just take a drug test and you find that out. Well, first of all, what a bombshell, but what a lucky break, too.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Thank God he got drug tested. Alex Singleton, Adam Schefter tweets out that Alex Singleton said he wrestled with the decision to share such personal information publicly. However, if doing so helps even one person decide to pay closer attention to their body, then it is worth it. Early detection saves lives and spares loved ones.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm glad he came out. He feels good enough to do that.
For sure.
I mean, we would be left wondering what's going on, because he would be missing time.
Yeah.
But good for him. Good for him.
Yeah.
Damn.
Gosh, wow. So HCG, I know a little bit about it, but I don't know how it relates to cancer. But what a wild deal that you just go in for a random drug test and you pop out with information that you got cancer.
Oh my God. Okay, again, heavy, but good to find out as early as you can.
Yeah.
And okay, gosh, would he really be able to return this season?
Well,
so you can go through the treatments and all that.
He doesn't just say this season; he says in a couple weeks. So, okay.
That seems amazing to me.
I know, seems amazing to me as well.
But okay.
Yeah, I don't know what that surgery's like, but okay. Crazy news. Sorry, didn't mean to get heavy, but like you said, actually, if anything, we should be grateful that it's good news. Good news that they found it early and they feel like they were able to remove it.
All right. Well, we'll go. We'll give you updated on all the news as it comes. Brian Daboll has been fired from the Giants. What was Coach saying? The Broncos should trade Sean Payton to the Giants for.
I don't know. They were playing in some DMac fantasy land today.
I don't know if even I would play in those deep waters. That's not happening. But that's cool. You want to have some fun and just chat it up. But things aren't. I think things are a little squirrely behind the scenes because you just don't have the offense going. But it's not like that. We're not looking to dump Sean Payton. We're looking for Sean Payton and Bo Nix, Tyler, to get on the same page.
We're an 8-2 football team. So let's just get that clear. We had this conversation on our show. I guess they were having it on their show. Sean Payton ain't going anywhere. People don't get fired after 8-2 seasons. It's very unusual.
No.
Although the Detroit Lions are having a hell of a year, and they made a change with their coordinator over the weekend.
Yeah, what'd they do again?
John Morton was the offensive coordinator, and Dan Campbell took the play calling duties away from him. And they were, I believe, don't quote me on it, if they weren't number one, they were like top 3 in scoring offenses.
Ah, okay. Never mind Pat Shurmur. That was borderline sad when they were cutting to the coach's box and you see Shurmur up there, who's I guess going to suck it up for the betterment of everybody throughout the rest of the year. But he's gone, obviously, and Prime is going to make more changes. All right, we'll get into that as well. So. We're happy to have you here. 303-504-0925 is the text line. Shotmon's the text line. Information about Ticket Tuesday for tomorrow. It is Chiefs Week, and we're existing right now, Denver sports-wise, and perhaps the best time ever. It's wild when you put it all together. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up your phone today. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Ask Advanced Hair Restoration about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. I'm telling you, Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, absolutely fantastic at what they do. And guys, what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration is that they believe in what they do so much. They're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right, we'll get to the Broncos and Sean Payton here in a second. The Nuggets, Tyler, are I don't even know what to say here. They had the no Jamal, no AG on Saturday night. Whatever.
No problem.
No problem. 117-100 over a very depleted Indianapolis team.
They
Indiana
also did
team.
not have Steph. Oh, you're talking about, I'm sorry.
Friday night, Friday night, they won by 25, but the Warriors didn't have Steph. And AG had the sick reverse crossover, behind his back crossover, then forward crossover, down the lane jam.
Did you see what Jokic said after the game?
Yeah, it was open. It was funny.
Hey, did you see AG's dunk? No. Let me see it. I was open.
Hysterical. Nikola Jokic, first player since Oscar Robertson to make 90-plus shots and have 100-plus assists through the first 9 games of the season. Nikola Jokic, the most 30-point triple-doubles on 70-plus field goal percentage in NBA history. I mean, it's just ridiculous. We should always start and probably end with how great Nikola Jokic is. Now, there's a lot of good things to fill in the middle as well. Scott Hastings driving to the airport with the team as they travel to Sacramento for a, you know what time that game's, well, maybe it's not that late for you. That game's starting Mountain Time at 9 p.m., Scott. 9 p.m. because it's on Peacock. I don't know if you even knew that or not.
Don't we love the Peacock games?
Yeah.
So your first 2 back-to-backs, you're doing a late start, earlier start.
Well, not that much earlier. I think the next night I guess. I don't know how they're doing this, but whatever. I don't even care. What a great homestand. Why don't we just start there? Maybe you can just frame how amazing that 4-0 homestand was and how they were winning games.
Well, one, Joker's great, so let's just keep it at that. Murray showed up, especially that Golden State game. What we're seeing early, and we'll have David on tomorrow, but what we're seeing early is kind of what we talked about, after all the deals in the summer and once they got to training camp, that, hey, they're going to have some depth, Valanciunas keeps, for his minutes played, has been dominant in his minutes played. Tim Hardaway Jr. has been fantastic. Bruce Brown brings a whole other level of energy. I interviewed him after the game there, and he said, listen, the cool thing we understand about being the bench, there might be one game where I get 20, but in fact, I think earlier I got 20, the next night I got 2. He said, that's just who we're going to be. And that whoever's got it going and is rolling, is going to stand there and do their thing. So they haven't had that option. I know it wasn't a super pretty game in that win against Indianapolis. They play hard. They got guys missing. But, you got 2 starters that, let's be honest, you don't take Oklahoma City to 7 games without Murray and Gordon last year. And you're playing on a back-to-back night with both them, dressed out. So that's a good win. I mean, it's insignificant. It's an Eastern Conference team, but finished a good homestand. And, when I played for Patel was the first guy that did math. He would do math to win 50 games. And his math was you wanted to win, I think, 4 out of 5 at home and 2 out of 4 on the road. And at the end of the season, you'll have 50 wins with 2 games left to play and 50 wins. And think about it, this is like 87, 85, 86, somewhere in there. And that math still does good. You get to where you win 50 games. You're a pretty good team. You're in the postseason.
Yeah, Scotty, you already talked about this a little bit, but I mean, despite the fact that you're shorthanded, despite that Jokic actually had an unusual amount of turnovers in that game, the Nuggets led by 13 in that Indianapolis game or in the Indiana game, and I don't know, man. I mean, this bench just it's providing a lot of comfort for me for the future of this team. What's kind of impressed you the most about the Nuggets bench?
Oh, just they got pros. We talked about it when they won the championship. You had one rookie, the Christian Brown, who is, remember, he didn't even play early on that season. And it really wasn't until the last third that all of a sudden he started getting significant playing time. And then, you don't win Game 3 in Miami without Christian Brown. But you had Bruce Brown and you had Jeff Green, and you just had these gritty, hard-playing dudes off the bench. Well, now you're doing the same thing. You got Bruce Brown back. You got Tim Hardaway Jr. coming back, and Valanciunas. You've added some grit on the bench. It's not just depth. Listen, every team has 15 dudes sitting over there on, dressed out. So it's not just about bodies. It's bodies that can do things for you. And not only can these guys play, but they add a little grit to your team offensively and defensively. And I think that bodes well for the future.
I didn't think there was a chance that Jokic could win the MVP this year. I don't know, man. You finish with like 58, 60 wins, Scott. You average a triple-double again. I guess Shea might be up there too, but damn, we may be wrong about that. It might be another MVP season for the Joker.
Listen, I think you're a baseball guy, and if you remember when Albert Pujols was in St. Louis, right, during his prime, and if you go back and look at, I think he won a couple MVPs, but I don't think for the 10 years he was in St. Louis, he was ever lower than 4. In fact, it was usually first, second, or third. I just think that's going to be Joker. I just think his game, first of all, he made, what did he have, 34 or 26 and 32, 58 points in 2 games, and he missed 7 shots. In a back
and he played like 31 minutes at the most. I mean, we're doing all this like basically in 3 quarters, sort of. I mean, he played
in like 28 plus minutes against Golden State, and you're right, I think 31 or something like that against Indy.
Right.
I don't know, man. He could do it because he's always going to have the numbers. I think, I really do think he's lost a couple MVPs. He probably should have won it the year Embiid won it. You can't diss on Shea because he had such a phenomenal year. The team had such a phenomenal year, and you end up, topping it off with the championship. I'm cool with that. Although you gave it to Embiid, and Joker did the same thing the year they won it. But I just think he's always going to be in the vote, man. And I think voter fatigue has been real in the past. But I also think there's a whole bunch of people finally come to the realization this dude's not a joke. Bird and Magic, when they came in, the league said, yeah, that's college. Let's see if they can do it. And it was pretty quick. All of a sudden they realized, Magic was there a year earlier, but it was both their rookie years, and the league went, ooh, okay, these guys could do it at this level. It's taken Joker way longer, and I don't know if it's the European, style of play, if it's, it's like that cartoon back in the day, and the deputy sheriff would come out and he'd go, which way did he go? Which way did he go? He's got kind of that mentality, right? If he said, oh, he's just a goofball, he doesn't take this serious or whatever. But I think the league has slowly but surely realized how good he really is. And don't be surprised when the Nuggets win a second championship with Joker on the team that, 10 years from now, people will start talking about the greatest of all time, and he's going to be up there.
All right.
Well, the Kings aren't off to the best start here, 3-7. What should we know?
Well, they've been pretty hurt too. They always play us well there. They play hard. Here's what you got to keep a hold of, and the Kings tried it a little bit. They'll do it even more at home where they're comfortable. Indy did it. Miami did it. Watch starting people how hard they pressure defense or Denver from the start, bringing the ball up. A, they want to take time off the clock so the offense can't get rolling, and B, they understand you really have one primary ball handler on the team right now, You've got other guys that can do the job, but you don't have that semi-traditional point guard that can just say, hey, let me get the ball, let's go. And you really saw that in Indiana with Jamal out of the game. So they'll press you full court. They're going to try to wear Jamal. If Jamal plays, they'll try to wear him out early, knowing that they don't have a lot of guys on the bench that, have the capability of going downhill under pressure. And I think you're going to have to find a solution and a comfort of handling that pressure. And to be honest with you, it's probably pretty good for Denver that they're facing the first third of the season, because I think it'll make them better come the last third when you're making a push for the NBA title.
Well, enjoy Sacramento and Los Angeles, and then Minnesota. Big roadie, your first long roadie of the year. So I hope you packed well. Hope you got everything you need.
Yeah, I actually had to stuff a jacket in my suitcase because I figure I'll be warm enough in Sacramento and L.A., but then I don't.
Who knows?
Think that'll work. I got a stocking hat from Minnesota packed up.
Okay. I'm glad you brought your toque, and bring home a couple wins. We'll talk to you tomorrow when you're in Sacramento. You'll be on the air tomorrow from Sacramento.
All right, brother.
All right, we'll see you, Scott.
Hey, by the way, could you believe that how the NFL just gave us an entire weekend off? Wasn't that nice?
It's amazing. It's nice, yeah.
Man, I'm telling you what, I caught up on my Hallmark channel.
Did you?
That was awesome.
Is Santa Claus doing okay? Did everybody get back together?
Castle Christmas in Scotland.
Yeah.
The Prince and his mom. I mean, it's just fabulous.
I'm glad. I could smell the good cooking through the TV, through the Hallmark channel.
Oh, come on now.
Delicious.
Come on now.
Nothing like it.
And a few tears.
A few tears. It goes without saying. They're always good tears, though. They're always happy tears.
They taste good.
All right, Scotty. We'll talk to you tomorrow. See you.
All right, boys. We'll talk to you.
All right. By the way, Pluribus. You into sci-fi?
Yeah, I like some sci-fi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pluribus.
What's that?
That's all I'm going to say.
What's it on?
It's on HBO.
Okay.
No. It's on Apple TV.
I'm gonna
Vince Gilligan.
Oh, Vince Gilligan.
Yep, it's his newest thing since Better Call Saul. Pluribus.
All right, I'm right. I'm putting it in the notes.
And that's all.
You sound cocky. You sound confident.
If you like sci-fi,
I dig some sci-fi.
and you
I
like
do.
Vince Gilligan.
Yeah. I generally speaking like most Apple TV shows.
They debuted with 2 episodes, so episode 3's coming out. So you may, it's up to you how you want to handle it.
Okay.
But if you wait a minute, you could, you get all 3 in one, and there's no way you're going to be able to wait for the entire series to come out. It's too good.
Love it.
So, Pluribus on that one. It's got nothing to do with Hallmark.
I have a hard time picturing him in a sci-fi movie or sci-fi show.
He did X-Files.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So he's back to
that's true.
His roots a little bit.
Okay, I was getting confused on actors there.
When he does sci-fi, it's
what was he in Better Call Saul?
He's the director, the writer, the creator.
Oh, okay.
He's the guy.
When you said Better Call Saul, I was just picturing Saul.
Oh, no. Vince Gilligan is like the guy who came up with it and did it. And so it's from his, Did
he do Breaking Bad also?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Like Taylor Sheridan does.
Gotcha.
Everything. Vince Gilligan also does. It's along those lines.
Okay.
It's really good.
All right, I'll check it out.
I did. I watched Red Zone for the early games, and I actually did have to just say, okay, I need a little football timeout. None of the afternoon games were really all that great anyways, and the night game last night was like kind of a boring hunk of junk.
Schefter put out a tweet in the afternoon that like in the first quarter, the total score was like 100-9 or something like that of all the games.
It was rough in the afternoon. The early games were good. We'll go through a bunch of them in a little bit. It was enough to it was an early game. How about Caleb Williams, huh? How about Caleb Williams?
I've been on Caleb all season long. I was on Caleb from the first week of the season. I was like, you know what? He looks different. He looks good. I mean, that's still not a great football team. But
he's figuring out. Well, he figured out how to get Brian Dable fired. And then Jackson Dart's hurt. You got Russell Wilson in there.
Brian Dable's gotten himself fired.
Yeah.
Brian Dable has had 3 games
Yeah.
where the statistical probability of winning the game was 98% or higher in the fourth quarter and lost 3 of those games.
I want to get
98% or higher.
I want to get into CU here in a little bit and what they have cooking. And we'll get into Sean Payton probably after 1 o'clock and hear from his conference call today. Your boy got shut out today. They're not coming to me.
No.
Yeah, I think there's a point people just get sick of me, and
Yeah.
they've probably hit that point. But I
Were you raising your hand?
Oh,
What were you doing?
Well, it's a Zoom call, so you virtually raise your hand.
Yeah.
It's always
But maybe you should have physically raised it as well.
it's always funny when you hear, well, that looks like all the questions we have
Zoom
for you.
Zoom is great from their perspective. I mean, you can really choose who you want to talk to on Zoom.
That's cool. I was going to ask him about the Colin Cowherd thing and all that. That's where I was going. So they're probably smart to, stay away from me on that. And his relationship with Bo. But never mind. No big deal. They're 8-2. I think that's what hey, dummy, they're 8-2. Maybe that should be a t-shirt this week. Whenever we get overly critical about the Broncos.
No. We are not allowed to do t-shirts. Every time you got a t-shirt idea, something bad happens.
Well, that is true,
No t-shirts.
I am the danger.
Terrible idea.
It's a cool t-shirt.
Nope, it was a bad t-shirt for Mike.
That didn't work out well for him. Did you watch a little bit of, or at least highlights, Indiana, Penn State? Did you see anything of that?
I did not.
Oh, man.
I caught all the NFL games, but I did not see it.
I didn't watch the whole game. I just got an alert what was going on in the last couple minutes, so I just flipped it on in the last 4 minutes.
That Indiana coach, though, that dude is something else.
Oh, my
What
God.
is it, Kurt Signetti? Is that his name?
Yeah.
He is something else, man. Yeah, I've never seen a more arrogant, cocky coach in my life. I like him. I'm not saying that in a bad way. I like the dude, but he went to the University of Indiana and started talking like he was the God's gift of football. And all of a sudden, I guess you speak it into existence enough, and it actually happened for that dude.
I can't believe they won the game. And the catches that were made at the end, including the toe tap and the one to the tight end going out of bounds. The toe tap, though, to win the game it was ridiculous. It was like the guy was airwalking. He was like dancing on air. I'll play the Gus Johnson call. He's on there with our guy, Joel. See if you like this. Do you like this call or not?
Mendoza in trouble. It's out. Touchdown. Wow. A Bronco play. Unbelievable. Give him the eyes and drove it down.
Hold on. Was that
that?
just our audio that I couldn't understand that?
No,
Or is that what it actually sounded like?
That is exactly what it sounded like.
Okay, well, no, I hated it then.
That's exactly. I'll play it one
I mean,
more.
it had a little bit of a Spanish radio broadcast vibe going on there. You know, like, yeah.
Mendoza in trouble. It's out. Touchdown. Wow. A Bronco play. Unbelievable. Give him the eyes and drove it down.
I think it's boy, we should translate that.
I know, right?
Mendoza touchdown. Wow. Give him the Heisman now. But I think there's other things in there too.
Yeah, there's some stuff at the beginning that I couldn't quite figure out.
All right, let me play it one more time. Let's see if we can all translate what the hell Gus Johnson actually said.
Mendoza in trouble.
In trouble.
It's out.
I don't know what that part was.
Touchdown.
Don't stop.
A Bronco play. Unbelievable. Give him the eyes and drove it down.
I think there was an unbelievable in there. I think he's out now. Dan, help. Anybody?
A Bronco play.
What's he saying right there? What's that? What's he saying right there?
I don't know.
A Bronco play.
Oh, what is that?
A Bronco play.
A Rocco play? I don't know.
A Rocco plate?
I don't know.
A Bronco play. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I got that. What does he say before a Rocco plate?
Yeah, nobody knows.
303-504-0925. If you can translate the Gus Johnson call word for word, you win absolutely nothing. But we'd be dying to understand what the hell he said. It's PhD on 92.5.
A Bronco play.
All right, a reminder, tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday, and you can tune in all day tomorrow for keywords on the hour in the 20s. Your chance to win tickets to the Avs game against the Islanders next Sunday. That's going to be a hell of a day. You got the Broncos, Chiefs. Let's go over to Ball Arena, huh? And go watch the Islanders and the Avs. You're home for Avs hockey, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nice win last night, and they're coming home. They'll be home tomorrow against the first-place Anaheim Ducks, which is a late start. Okay, you guys are awesome on the text line. Tyler, really, seriously, what a great audience we have. 303-504-0925. I guess. So he starts, Gus Johnson says, Mendoza in trouble. Boy, let's see if this is right. It's out, pass, touchdown, wow, a walk-off play, unbelievable, give him the Heisman now. But there's something about Omar Cooper in there. Omar Cooper is the dude who caught it.
I don't know. I do think it was a walk-off play. We had a bunch of people point that out.
Tons of people said a walk-off play. A walk-off play! Then you have just that little clip of it.
I didn't hear anything about Omar Cooper.
Yeah, I don't hear Cooper in there either. I think that's actually, now that I hear it, one more time. Dan.
Someone suggested I love Coldplay. That could have been it.
I love Coldplay!
I love Coldplay!
I love Coldplay!
Here's the Omar.
Yellow is a great song! What?
Here's the Omar Cooper isolated.
I love Coldplay.
That's Omar Cooper?
No, that's a walk-off play.
Let's play it again.
That is not it. What are you talking about? That doesn't say anything about Omar Cooper.
All right, play. Let me play. I got the whole thing right here.
Mendoza. In trouble.
It's out. Touchdown. Wow. Walk-off play.
Give him the Heisman Trophy now.
Yeah, he doesn't say Omar Cooper.
No.
Mendoza. Trouble. It's out. Touchdown. Wow.
Wow.
Oh,
look. I love Coldplay.
I love Coldplay. Give him the Heisman Trophy now.
Mendoza. In trouble.
It's out. Touchdown. Wow. A walk-off. I love Coldplay. Unbelievable.
Give him the Heisman Trophy now.
There you go. Give him the Heisman Trophy now. Awesome.
All I know is that's hurting my ears. That's what I know.
I think Gus, I love it.
Wow,
man.
a lot of people think he's saying Omar Cooper instead of walk-off play.
Oh, you're kidding me. Is the dress yellow or blue?
I don't know.
All right.
Green Needle.
Oh, just a
Green Needle. You remember that one?
No, I don't remember.
Oh, yeah, you got to find that one, Dan. Green Needle.
I don't know Green Needle.
Brainstorm or Green Needle.
Oh my God. I play the walk-off play or Omar Cooper. There's no way that's Omar Cooper.
How the hell does that say Omar Cooper?
There's no way that's Omar Cooper. No, I'm going to go with a walk-off play because that's what it was.
I love Coldplay.
Oh, who doesn't? I'll go with walk-off play. That was fun. For guys who wear headphones for a living, you really suck at hearing things.
I guess so.
Really?
Well, because you heard it so well, Texter.
Let me talk about Prime here for a second.
Green Needle.
Okay. We'll get to Sean here after 1 o'clock.
Laurel Yanni.
What's that?
Laurel Yanni, remember that one?
I don't.
Oh, yeah.
This is like the one.
I do.
Oh, yeah.
What's Laurel Yanni?
Dan?
Yeah. You were either hearing Laurel or Yanni.
Yeah.
But it was the same thing.
Okay. Okay.
All these are good.
You don't remember that?
No, I'm sure you're right.
I mean, it took over the internet for like 2 weeks.
Dude, I thought I was doing good with green dress, blue dress.
Yeah. Well, it was gold dress, actually.
You know what? See? Mile long, 3 inches deep.
Yeah.
Prime, the game. First of all, I love 10 a.m. starts on the road. Are you kidding me?
I didn't like that one.
Why? Well, you got kids and stuff.
Yeah, I had
Like,
stuff going on.
Yeah, kids.
That's like a busy part of the day.
Yeah, yeah. Saturdays at 10, forget it.
Yeah.
3 kids?
Yeah.
Please. Stop. I don't think I ever saw the inside of the house at 10 o'clock on a Saturday ever when the kids were in the house. But with the kids not in the house, I'm in my sweatpants, brother. What can I tell you? And I'm just like,
living your best life.
Dude, it ain't bad. It ain't bad. 10 a.m. kickoffs.
Watching an episode or two of Polumbus beforehand.
You know, you got a little something in. They just go through like 10,000 shorts, TikToks. And I'm like, okay, I got it. Ophelia, I got the dance down. The land to the sea to the this to that. I got you. Ophelia. 10 o'clock I'm watching. And you know what? I realized West Virginia sucks.
Yeah.
They blow.
They might be the worst team in Power 5.
How did
Power
they
4?
beat?
Five,
how did
4?
they beat Houston 45-35?
I don't know.
Because they suck. And their freshman quarterback.
Their quarterback is terrible.
Awful. Awful.
Yeah, they got problems out there in West Virginia. I'd hate to be West Virginia. I mean, they got some serious problems. That quarterback sucks.
Oh,
that
my
team,
God.
terrible. 4 wins. Hate to be in West Virginia, okay?
Are you being sarcastic?
No.
Okay. Because they did win.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Crap.
How'd you like Prime's management of calling a timeout on 4th down to figure out if he can trust Mata or not?
Yeah. Did you hear his explanation
I
of
got
it?
I got it right here.
You thinking about taking a shot, but trying to get it. But nah, you say nah. Mathematics don't add up. Let's give Mata a shot. You got to understand, we've already got. It seemed like it was blocked, but he missed it. So he was in his head a little bit as well. So you got to take all that stuff in consideration. Like, where is it? It was on the right hash. I don't know if that's his best hash. You think about all these things that I know. I've been with him since he was a darn freshman for 4 years, so I know him. And I know where his strong points are and his pressure points. But he forgot the extra point and went at it and nailed 2 field goals back to back.
All right, you forgot how to manage a football game there, Prime. You either trust your kid or you don't. And you clearly are on the fence about Mata. And I mean, I get it. He barely can kick a 30-yarder, and he missed an extra point. I get it. He doesn't kick off for you, nor does he do onside kicks. I got you.
I mean, our timeout usage or lack thereof this year has been embarrassing. Yeah. There's no way around it. It's been flat out embarrassing. I don't know what to say, man. I mean, listen.
No, it's okay. I got a couple other things here.
Did Julian Lewis look pretty good?
Yeah, what'd you think?
Yeah, I thought he looked pretty good. There's a lot of people like, holy cow, that's a dude that can win anything. That's a dude that we got to build our team around. That's a dude that, just wait and see. And I'm like, it was good. It was cool. Like, I was happy for honestly, it was way better than what I expected it to be. Mm-hmm. So I'll definitely say that, based off what we'd seen earlier in the season, Juju Lewis did not look like he was prepared to play football. So he clearly has been taking the season serious. Whatever practice time he's been getting, he's been getting good use out of it. I'm excited about Julian Lewis. I think that he's got an opportunity to be a pretty good football player for Colorado, but we did still lose to West Virginia. We did still lose to one of the worst teams in America.
We did.
So there's that. But I will say I walked away very pleasantly encouraged by Juju's performance.
All right, here's a little bit more Prime about where they go now.
Well, we've done a tremendous evaluation. I wish we didn't have it by because I want to get that. I want to keep working. We'll probably work till work them to Thursday and then let them go. They probably won't go home because you're holding them to Thursday, so they'll still be around. But I want to see them study more, prepare more, because you got to make some decisions. They got to make some decisions in the off season. Which directions are we going with them? Which directions are they going with us? So that's tremendous from here on out. It's really roster management, coach management, understanding what we're going to do for it, going forward. But I promise you there's going to be some changes.
I love how he says they probably won't go home because I'm keeping it until Thursday. That and they're students and go to class. I mean, those two things, Tyler. They're going to stay at school this week because I'm keeping them there. And they go to school.
Hey, you can do online school from anywhere, DMac.
Okay.
Look, they're okay. So the current thing going on the old Twitter machine is the conversation about whether CU should fire Deion Sanders. He ain't getting fired.
Oh, God,
so that conversation is dumb. Of course it's dumb. If you look at Deion's record in his 3 years at Colorado, he's 16-19. He's got 1 winning season. All right.
you put that in context. This is from Brian Howell. I'm reading from his tweet.
Mm-hmm.
You put that in context to the 3 years of all the coaches before Dion. They had like a 9-21 record, right? Okay, so are we better than previous coaches? Yes, we are. But here's the deal. It's okay to raise expectations. I got no problem with raising expectations. We had a good year last year. I knew it was going to be a drop-off this year. And I remember having that conversation with you.
Yep.
And I was like, I just hope we make a bowl game. And you're like, really? Really? Like after last year?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, you're losing a Heisman Trophy winner. You're losing a quarterback that we thought was going to be a top 5 pick. And you lost 3 other wide receivers that are playing the NFL right now. Of course, I thought there was going to be a drop-off. Did I expect it to be this significant? No, I did not.
No, of course not. None of us did. All right, anyways, they haven't even announced the ASU game on – that is annoying. They do have a bye week. And maybe the kids will, stick around for practice in school. But they don't announce the ASU time until this weekend. I don't know why I don't know. It's one of those deals. And that'll be it for CU football. They have a road game against Kansas State. So, Tyler, you didn't make a bowl. You got a losing season. You got to come to grips with what the reality is. I think Juju Lewis could be good. But, this is like the 3rd other freshman quarterback we've lost to this year. So,
well, we need, forget the wins and losses. We need Julian Lewis to continue to evolve, look better and better every week. And if you can make Juju look like a superstar, it will give you a fighting chance with recruiting.
All right, we'll get a film breakdown from you. We'll go back and just touch on the Raiders game there a little bit while we look forward to what is happening with the Chiefs. We'll hear from Sean Payton from earlier this morning. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Now, every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between an okay experience and an amazing one. It's a given that better medical practice leads to better outcomes for patients. That's where the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you and your man machine to get you going in the right direction. So don't let your issues destroy your relationship. Get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic when the pills or herbals fail. With success rates well over 90%, some can have you go an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. $99, that's it for the visit. You get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment, so get to it. Call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. A reminder, Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One. You can tune in tonight starting at 6 for Packers-Eagles on your home for primetime football. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. Tyler's gone over the film. What are you looking at?
Well, listen, this isn't going to be overly in-depth today because I watched the film, broke it down, first half, second half, and I'm going to focus on the Broncos offense because I'm an offensive guy, and that's where our issues are right now. My opinion, that was Bo Nix's worst game as a Denver Bronco. He's had some bad ones, and it's probably debatable. Statistically, I don't worry about the stats. I'm just telling you what my eyeballs told me. Watching it, the footwork is a problem right now. I know we've harped on it a lot, but his feet are so jittery, man. He's just panicked in the pocket. There were just some weird throws that caused so many errant balls. You know, one, he's got his left foot behind his right foot, like he's crisscrossed, caused a deep overthrow. Another one, he's got his back foot off the ground for no reason. I mean, his right foot is off the ground. He's throwing off just his left foot. And to me, it looked like a guy that was frazzled, right? Mm-hmm. It looked like he just couldn't get comfy in the pocket. It caused these errant throws. Like the one to Evan Ingram, I don't know if you remember, Evan Ingram was wide freaking open for a touchdown.
Yes.
And Bo Nix, I must have rewatched that play 8 times trying to figure out, did that ball get tipped? Did it get batted? Because how does he underthrow him by 7 yards, you know? Like just wild errant throws in that game that...
So there wasn't an unusual amount of pressure?
There was some more pressure in this game than there normally was. Part of that was when Quinn Miners went out and Calvin Throckmorton went in. Throckmorton was battling, but he gave up some pressures. He gave up some pressures that got in his face. But Bo was just panicked in his escapes. Sean has talked about this last week and now again today, that Bo has got to trust the timing in his head. And it's a good thing that he's not taking sacks, but it comes at the expense of not letting the plays develop. So the ball's getting out of his hands, or you're not getting through your progression, whatever it might be. You're not taking sacks, but you're also not trusting the time. And then, you know, you combine a bad performance from Bo Nix with just some weird play calls like that. Dan, cue up the Cortland Sutton trick play here, because this one was just like, what are we doing? It's 3rd and 1. You're in 4-down territory, meaning you could QB sneak it twice. You could QB sneak it once. You could hand the ball off, go up the A-gap. But instead, we scheme up some weird trick play to Cortland Sutton. That was an absolute miracle that Cortland Sutton was able to even catch this ball.
So it's kind of a blend of the two.
Trying to adjust to the outside, backwards pass. Now you've got Sutton, and he gets taken down. So a play that frankly looked badly designed and certainly badly executed.
And I think to the Raiders' credit, they were not fooled at all. I mean, in fact, Snowden does a good job of bringing him down, but the coverage downfield, there's nowhere to go for Cortland Sutton at all. So this drive will end on kind of, they try to trick him there on 3rd and short.
I think Sean explained that when that play works, it looks good.
When it works, it looks good. When it doesn't work, you say, hey, man, it's 3rd and 1. Right. You're in 4-down territory. QB sneak it twice. Hand it up the middle twice. Right. Do a bootleg with a little dart out of the backfield. Right. There's so many things you could do in that situation, but you took yourself out of 4-down territory by calling a stupid trick play. And not only was it a bad trick play, but it also was a great example of how rushed Bo Nix was in that game. If you look at that throw that he threw to Cortland Sutton, he freaking panics. That ball is supposed to be thrown about maybe a yard or 2 back behind the line of scrimmage. He must have thrown it 5 yards back behind the line of scrimmage. Cortland Sutton has to take off just to catch this football, makes a great grab. The whole thing just was bad. It was a great example of just nothing could go right in this game offensively. The deep balls to Troy Franklin, I joked about it last week. I'm getting a petition. I'm going to go stand outside of Safeway, and I'm going to get people to sign their names on this thing. I'm going to hand it to Sean Payton. I don't ever want to see another deep ball from Bo Nix to Troy Franklin because they can't complete it. Those two dudes cannot get on the same page. The one positive out of the game was the 4-minute drive. That was the one positive. There was a little bit over 4 minutes left in the game. You had to get a couple first downs to ensure a victory. I think you were going to win it even if you didn't, but you ran the ball in the toughest of situations when everybody knows you're going to run the football.
Yeah.
And you went and won a football game.
Yeah. And you got, Mercedes Lewis had a nice block on the last one. Like, it worked well. You give props for that. Against Houston, it was like ping-ponging back and forth with 4 minutes to go. So, listen, you did what you needed to do to win the game when everybody knew what you were going to do. But, of course, it begs the question. It's 3rd and 1. I mean, when
all I know is somebody needs to take the Red Bull out of Bo Nix's locker in pregame. No more caffeine pregame because the dude is just way too jittery.
All right. Well, here is Sean Payton earlier today talking about a lot of the things you just brought up on working with Bo and his timing.
Well, I think it's a plus and a minus. I've said that before. I think one of his great strengths is not taking sacks, and so the clock in his head relative to that sense of urgency. So I think there is a fine line of, number one, the depth of route. Is this a longer developing play, a 7-step drop, a 5-step drop, a 3-step drop, and what should be the appropriate time. But I think that's a much easier problem to correct than the latter, which is taking the sacks, and historically speaking, has proven to be much more difficult to fix.
All right, so he's saying, well, okay, we got problems. It's not great. Well, look what it could be. I mean, it's not that. Thank goodness. It could be a lot worse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you buy that?
I do agree with his assessment there that I especially as an offensive lineman, I mean, and this is just speaking pure selfishly, but as a play caller, as a quarterback coach, I would always rather have a quarterback that gets rid of the ball too quickly than a quarterback that holds on to the football.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're going to err on a side, we're erring on the correct side. We're erring on getting rid of the football on time. I like that. I do agree with what Sean is saying, that it's easier to coach a guy to slow down than it is to coach a guy to speed up. Because a guy that you got to coach to speed up, he probably just doesn't have the process or ability, right? So at least that's the side we're leaning on right now. But Sean's right. Like, we have got to allow these plays to develop.
That's where Prime hesitated, you could tell, praising Juju Lewis too much. Because the dude took 7 sacks.
Yeah.
I mean, there were some nice moments, but Prime, I'm sure, is pulling his hair out. Like, well, what am I supposed to do here? What is anybody supposed to do? Calling plays when the kid can't make his mind up. Bo does do that, but his fundamentals are a little squirrely. Here is Sean talking about that.
Yeah, I think Davis does a great job. There's times where during portions of practice that they'll work specifically on, left off a 3-step, left off a 5, right off a 3, right off a 5, route specific. But look, the challenge the other night, and especially when you look at the tape, there were a number of things that we've got to do better, we collectively as coaches, and we will. I'm glad we got the win. I just finished talking to our team about it. That was a big win for us to get to 8. And obviously we recognize, all right, here are the things we got to continue to work on to improve.
How much are the penalties killing them right now, Tyler?
Enormously. I believe it was 11 penalties and 8 was on offense. Good luck.
Brutal, right?
I mean, good luck. Good luck with 8 penalties on offense.
Like, we're
good
avoiding
luck getting backed up. Good luck going from 1st and 10 to 1st and 15 or 1st and 10 to 1st and 20.
It's the equivalent of a sack, sort of. I mean, you don't lose it down, but it's bad. Doesn't help. Sean, I'm getting better on that.
I think you can correct that, and we plan on.
Why haven't we?
I think.
Look.
There's 1 or 2 a game that get called. You look at, and I'm like, yeah, I don't agree with that. But that being said, there's a sum total, and certainly it has to be a point of emphasis.
All right. Of the things that didn't look great, how correctable are they, and what would you expect?
I don't know. You got a mini bye week that you're coming off of, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you got some time here to take a deep breath, get away from the facility, try to get rid of any bad juju out of your system, and come back. I heard Vic talking about it this morning. like his expectation is the offense is going to look pretty similar. Like this, we got a lot of evidence. This is what it's going to be. It's probably what it's going to be against the Chiefs as well.
Probably.
The counter argument is, well, this team does seem to find a way to play better against better football teams. All right. Well, hopefully you can do that. The problem with what Bo is going through right now is that for whatever reason, I don't think he's seeing the game the same way that he once was. And that's causing what's causing his footwork to be so jittery. Well, he's not feeling the pocket. He doesn't feel the rush appropriately. So he's worried he's got something coming off the right when it's coming off the left. He's worried he can escape out the back when he needs to step up the middle. He steps up the middle when he needs to escape out the back. Like he's just not seeing the field the right way. And those sorts of things are actually really hard to coach because those are more intangibles. Those are a natural feel that an athlete just has. You can show it to him on film, but if you can't feel it in real time, it's really hard to coach that out.
Okay, well, they got stuff to work on, no doubt. They've got a little bit more time to work on it this week. Sean Payton is like, we play the schedule in front of us. He actually said he thought the toughest moment of their schedule was going from the Bengals game to the Philly game. So, okay, hey, listen, man, we're hoping for the best, and we'll get into it this week, that's for sure. Huge week. We're excited for it. We should let you know, though, there was some big Broncos news earlier today where Alex Singleton, at 10 a.m. this morning, stood up and told his teammates about his cancer diagnosis for testicular cancer. He told them, his teammates, about his diagnosis, surgery, prognosis, and expectations. He'll be back soon. Won't play this Sunday. That's all he'll say for now. So we all are wishing the best for Alex Singleton. He already had his surgery, and it seems that this came up because he was taking an NFL drug test. That is just some sort of, typical sort of thing that you go through, right? Not like he's on some sort of list. This is just a procedural thing. And you could look at it a couple of different ways, but maybe the best way to look at it is what a lucky break that you caught it where you wouldn't normally catch it. And hopefully he can be back as soon as possible.
Yeah, one of the rare times I'd say thank God for an NFL drug test. So it detected elevated HCG levels. That's something that, well, it's an indicator of testicular cancer if those things get too high. Alex knew about the diagnosis before the game, went out and played in the game, and then the next day goes out and gets surgery to remove the tumor.
Remarkable. Great guy, and we wish him nothing but love and positive things and good thoughts. As Cliff pointed out here today, Singleton said he often wears a Barstool Sports sweatshirt that says positive vibes only. Okay, brother. We'll send it right back at you. We'll get back to the NFL. Our weekend recap is next. Let's go through it. NFL weekend recap. Usually on Mondays, we're just reacting to the Broncos weekend, and we have some time to just talk about all the NFL, which is pretty cool. What a weekend it was. Last night, I think the Steelers, Tyler, are where we kind of thought they would be. They're okay.
Yeah.
They're not that good. They certainly didn't do us any favors by losing to the Chargers 25-10.
First and goal for the 2. It is Vidal to the left, into the end zone. Touchdown, Chargers.
Afterwards, Aaron Rodgers was saying, I got to be better. Mike Tomlin was like, yeah, we got to, be better. And it's like, nobody's surprised, dude. You got a 100-year-old quarterback, and you have no plan. And you haven't had a plan at quarterback for a couple of years. So, I don't know. They may stumble into the playoffs somehow. But I like the Ravens in this division, Tyler. The Steelers and the Browns, where are they going? Cincinnati might not be out of it. If they can hang in there and Joe Burrow comes back, you kind of never know.
I actually think that Aaron Rodgers looks pretty good in the big picture, all things considered. I mean, I know he's 100 years old and clearly not the dude that he once was. But I think the Steelers are going to be good enough to be, probably what they always are. Just sneak into the playoffs, probably lose in the first round.
Right, exactly.
But, the Chargers, I don't know what they are. That's a confusing football team to me. I think they're good, but their offensive line issues should catch up to them over time.
The team that looks a lot better recently, of course, with Lamar being back, are the Ravens, who beat the Vikings 27-19.
Jackson on the roll, back of the end zone, and it is caught. Mark Andrews with the touchdown.
I mean, there wasn't like unbelievable numbers for Lamar. 17-29, buck 76, touchdown, no picks, only sacked once, ran for 36 yards. But in general, they just look like such a better team. And I'm not sure where the Vikings are going in this mess.
Yeah, the Ravens have won 3 games in a row now, so they beat the Vikings, they beat the Dolphins the week before, and the Bears the week before that. So with Lamar back, they're playing better football. I don't think that they're anywhere near the Ravens of previous years, even with Lamar back. The real story is J.J. McCarthy is just not good. J.J. McCarthy is not very good.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the future holds, man. We move on.
Think about that room that they had last year. Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones, and J.J. McCarthy. You wish you held on to one of those two guys?
We'll get to the Seahawks later, but oh my God, Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
My gosh. That Seattle team is scary. Well, like I said, we'll get there in a second. Meanwhile, the game that eventually got Brian Daboll fired, which he was today, the Bears and Caleb Williams come from behind to win 24-20.
Second down, a fake, a boot, Williams running, Caleb Williams into the end zone. Did he stay in bounds? Still no signal. Now they say yes, a touchdown, 17 yards, and the Bears have taken the lead.
6-3. By the way, Russell Wilson filling in for an injured Jackson Dart. His QBR out of 100, 8.5.
Yikes.
Yee. Who's going where in this party? Where are the Bears headed and where are the Giants headed?
Well, the Giants don't have a head coach, so that's where they're headed. They're a 2-win football team. They're not very good, and they've blown 3 games in Brian Daboll's tenure where in the fourth quarter they had a 98% or better probability of winning the football game. Yeah, that's going to get you fired. The odds of having 3 of those games, it's like winning the lottery, right? Mm-hmm. So, and they were up against, weren't they up? I think they were up 20-10 in the fourth quarter, something like that. And, Bears end up come back winning the game. I like Caleb Williams. I don't think the Bears are as good as their 6-3 roster, but shout out to Caleb Williams for starting to figure it out.
Meanwhile, the Detroit Lions, the Commanders, and, they don't have, well, Jaden Daniels gone. He ain't coming back anytime soon, so I don't know what you're going to do there. And Detroit looks strong as well, although they took the play calling duties away from their OC to Dan Campbell, huh? Okay. Hey, man, they put up 44 against Commanders.
The second was commit to this running game between the tackles, which has opened up everything else. And Jahmyr Gibbs going for a touchdown. Gibbs takes it all the way.
Jahmyr Gibbs, sick game, 15 carries, buck 42, 2 touchdowns. Remember when I told you Russell Wilson had a QBR of 8? Jared Goff out of 100. Jared Goff had 94.1.
Yeah.
Dude is balling out right now.
Dan Campbell pulled the Deion Sanders and removed play calling duties from John Morton without telling anyone. So people were watching the game. They're looking at Dan Campbell. They're like, hey, man, you never wear glasses. Why is he wearing glasses? He's got glasses on. He's got the play sheet. He always had the play sheet. But now he's got his glasses on. Everybody's like, is Dan Campbell calling plays in this game? So unusual move because the Lions were a very effective scoring offense, even with John Morton as the offensive coordinator. Commanders, talk about a team that's spiraling. Deron Payne punches Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Oh, yeah.
And then shortly after, Javon Kinlaw actually punches a referee.
I know Payne's...
By the way, Payne... Oh, were you just bringing up the suspension?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah. I mean, by the way, he gets suspended for one game, the same amount that Drake Greenlaw gets suspended for yelling at a referee. Payne throws an absolute haymaker. I mean, this was a haymaker. Talk about premeditated. He gets one game, the same as Drake Greenlaw. Give me a break.
Greenlaw was a verbal haymaker? Moving on, Jacksonville gagged one away. Holy cow. Fun game because it's fun to watch teams collapse. They lose 36-29 to the Jags, or to the Texans, rather. The Texans, Tyler, scored 36 points in the fourth quarter, or 26. 26, sorry, it's 26. The Broncos scored 30. 26 points in the fourth quarter to win 36-29.
Lawrence. He's sacked, and it's over. Will Anderson Jr. gets there. The ball pops in the air.
I'm not afraid of the Jags. I'm not afraid of the Commanders. Those are both on the Broncos' schedule, as well as another game against the Raiders. How the Broncos, no matter what, Tyler, don't win 11 games, I'll be stunned.
Well, I said last week they're going to win 13.
I could see it happen. Well, you win those three, right? You win the Jags. You win the...
Split one against the Chiefs. Call
Raiders,
it 12,
split with the
and
Chiefs,
then you got the Chargers, right?
Then you got the Chargers for win number 13. It's in the conversation. Ain't no doubt about it. 13-4 is not crazy. Not crazy at all. We move on to the Colts. Man, I was just like, come on, Falcons, let's go here. Let's get something out of you. But
well, it really would have been nice if the Falcons could have pulled this off.
Don't you think? But no.
Right back to Taylor with Warren blocking. Touchdown, Taylor! An appropriate finish in Berlin, Germany. It's Taylor's game, and the Colts win in overtime.
I don't know if you could rise and shine for this one, but Jonathan Taylor. So I just got to assume anybody who had Jonathan Taylor in fantasy won this week.
50 points.
Oh, did you? You have Jonathan Taylor?
No, but he got 50 points.
Oh, okay. I mean, 32 carries, 244, 3 touchdowns, 3 catches for 42 yards. Is he the MVP of the league?
Might just be Matt Stafford's up there and Drake May's up there.
Matt Stafford has 4+ touchdowns with no interceptions in 3 straight games.
Mm-hmm. Might be playing the best football of his life at 37 years old.
All right, we move on to the Rams over the Niners. Let's get to it.
They love the way this offense and defense is coming together. Now they got to straighten out their special teams.
Play action, man. Wide open is Colby Parkinson. He walks in. It's another Rams score.
I mean, the Niners are fighting hard, but seriously, what are you supposed to do here? I mean, they're hanging in there the best they can. But I think this is tilting against them. Great job by the Rams, though. And like you said, Stafford, incredible performance, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, 24-36 for 280, 42-26 over the Niners.
I watched almost the entirety of that game, even though it wasn't a very good football game. That's my family rivalry game. That's my what side you get to choose. You choosing Sean McVay or you choosing Kyle Shanahan. I always got to choose Kyle. So I was bummed out for him. Mac Jones was not quite as good as he had been. Mac had some good moments, but he also had a dumb interception in there. Probably should have been a few more.
We move on to the upset of the day. And did you see the troll that Mike McDaniel, the meme of Mike McDaniel, who went by after the game
just like
over,
that, he's cool again.
He went by a Bills bar in Miami with his window rolled down to give him a, hey ho, how you doing? Pretty funny.
I know. Just like that. Mike
Pretty
McDaniel's
funny.
cool.
Dolphins pull up a hell of an upset.
Very warm. On third down, Achane. He's got room again. See you later. Another touchdown for Achan.
Dude, if you had Achan, who's got Achan? Achan might be a deep cut in fantasy leagues there, but 22 for 174 with 2 touchdowns. And Tua was good enough. Good. He still had 2 interceptions. He was good enough. Josh Allen is great, but he makes mistakes where you just can't make mistakes sometimes, and it just kills your momentum. Even at 16-0, I still thought the Bills were going to come back in the fourth quarter.
Well, they were starting to, and Josh Allen had a QB sneak that he gained like 12 or 13 yards on. He should have just gone down on it. When he fumbled that really was like the turning point that they had no chance of coming back in the game. You know what's crazy, though? Let's say the Broncos do win 13 games.
Yeah.
You win the AFC.
You win the AFC?
I mean, you don't win the AFC. You're the number 1 seed.
Okay.
You're going to have to play the Bills. You're going to have to play the Ravens. You're going to have to play one of these 2 teams. So you could be the number 1 seed in the AFC, and your luck is that you get the Bills and the Ravens because they're having a down year.
But you would get them at home.
Yeah.
You would get them at home, and hey, man, you're going to have to play somebody tough no matter what. Better chance to beat them at home, that's for sure.
Sure.
I understand what you're saying, but, like, it'd be great to face who? The Texans, I guess. The Jaguars, maybe. I mean, in the first round, if you can figure it out.
Preferably, yeah.
Sure. But that's how this season's going. Meanwhile, you didn't get any breaks, including the stupid Patriots who won.
Then they've ran it every time, and they do it again.
They toss it.
I didn't love it.
Henderson got away.
Love it.
He's got a chance to show off that speed. Henderson breaks a second one for a touchdown.
Oh, my gosh. He looked over at the coaching staff to say, should I go in to score or should I not? Should I go down?
Trayvon Henderson, who the Broncos didn't draft, but we don't care. We like our guys. 14 carries for 147 yards. Drake May, good. I don't think spectacular. He's doing great, though, for them.
Doing great. He's having an MVP-type season.
16 to 31 for 270. Got sacked.
I think the elements affected him in this one.
Okay, fine. Listen, he's doing a great job. They're doing just as good as the Broncos. They're surprising everybody. How dangerous do you think the Patriots are?
I guess dangerous. I don't know. I felt this way about the Colts, too. I thought the Colts were going to slow down. I thought the Patriots are going to slow down. They're not slowing down. They're just winning ball games. Trayvon Henderson, that dude is electric fast.
Yeah,
I mean, oh my gosh. When that dude gets out the gates, I mean, it is over, man. That last play, by the way, I mean, I couldn't tell you the last time I saw a dude that was so fast that he breaks away on a just totally normal run, by the way, breaks loose. He's got so much yardage between him and the DB that's chasing him. He has time to look to the sideline, say, hey, should I score or not? Points to the end zone. He's like, yeah, you want me to score? Okay, I guess I'll go ahead and score.
Okay. We talked a lot about him in the draft leading up to it. You okay with the Broncos taking Barron, passing on Henderson with the goal of picking up Harvey later? Because that's what they did. They could have taken Henderson in the first round. We talked all about it.
I mean, I'm not going to try to have revisionist history here. And this is not revisionist history. I didn't like the Jahdae Perrin pick. Mm-hmm. I didn't like it when we picked him. I mean, we go back to the audio. We were doing a live broadcast. I thought it was a weird selection. It was not a shot at the player. It just did not make sense. At the time, I was kind of thinking Omarion Hampton or something like that, or Trayvon.
Or Judkins.
Or you could get a wide receiver.
Oh, well, then,
so
we can go through
there
Golden.
There were multiple options that you could have gone through there.
Sure.
And I said it at the time, and I believe it now, that that's what they should have done.
Yeah, I think they whiffed on that one a little bit because Barron fell, and they get a little George Payton.
Clearly, Barron's not as good as what you thought he was going to be, at least in year one. So it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
We were sold this bill that he's a top 10 player.
Nah.
If he was a top 10 player, he'd be playing.
Yeah.
Your best corner is not on the field right now, and he's still barely out there.
You're right. I was shocked when I saw him in training camp for the first time because I was just like, whoa, that dude's kind of small for what I thought he was going to, supposedly be able to do. And it just was like, there's a reason he fell. You weren't smarter than the average bear on that. Nothing against R.J. Harvey, but thank God for J.K. Dobbins, who, by the way, did you see what he put out on social media?
I did.
So he must I'm concerned now how he's feeling.
Well, it sounded like from his comments he felt like he was okay, but then on Twitter he was, he's all mad about the hip drop tackle.
Yeah. I mean, to me, I wonder how he's really feeling if he's putting out a post like that. To me, that signals like, I don't feel so great right now, and I'm pissed because nothing was called on the hip drop.
Yeah, baby.
I hope that's not the case, but how do you explain a couple days after it happened him putting out a post like that? So, hey, I love J.K. Dobbins, man. That has been so great this year. But it stings a little bit. Some of these guys with the draft, it stings a little bit because Barron is operating like, I don't know, Tyler, a guy you pick up in the 3rd, 4th round with what he's doing. Not a first-round guy. But Henderson? Ooh.
That dude fast.
Oh, my God. But this is no revelation, man. We knew this. We watched him every week in college at Ohio. We knew. This is not a mystery here. But all right, whatever. 8-2. 8-2 is 8-2. No dumb questions. 303-504-0925. Serve them up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, the best prices, and the best customer service. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, I think relationships matter in life, and that's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. I've been going over there since my rookie year in the NFL. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. At Phil Long Ford, it's one-stop shopping. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long, and they've already got the best prices. So why would you go anywhere else? Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to visit him online at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I'm going to call this No Dumb Twitchers. Although I love you. I do. But ruthless quality. Yeah, I don't know what they're complaining about. J.K. Dobbins has been doing just fine this season. Yeah, he's a free agent, not a draft pick. So we love J.K. Dobbins too. That's not the point. The point is you were trying, and I really don't have any problems with R.J. Harvey, really. But you just have to compare like what you didn't do as well. And then the next texter, Astro Sapien, practically shut down Bowers, and DMac is dissing him today. Get real, my friend. Astro Sapien, my friend. Barron played in 20 snaps, 33% of the snaps. Chris Abrams-Drain played in 78% of the snaps. My friend, to think that Barron shut down Brock Bowers is just not being realistic and is quite naive. I don't know if you want to jump in on this, Tyler, but just want to address that.
Well, I mean, I'll say this about Barron. I don't think that he has been, like, when he's been out there, we haven't had any moments like, oh my gosh, today Barron did this, and that's because X, Y, and Z happened. I don't think he's been a disaster when he's been on the field, but the real problem is just he's not been on the field very much. You know, with Pat Surtain going down, in a perfect world with a first-round corner, your first-round corner should be a starting corner.
Right.
I mean, that's what it comes down to. So is he getting playing time now? Yes. Is he getting more than he was? Yes. Is it still very much? No.
That is all very true.
You want to yell at the other dumb texters that are trying to correct me because I said you might have to play Buffalo or the Ravens if you get the number one seed, and they're all like, "Oh, you get a bye if you get the number one seed." Can you explain this?
Well, yeah, you'd have to face the winner of the first round. You're assuming that
means they didn't get the number one. That means that you would have to play them because they won their first round matchup.
Correct. Boy, is that complicated?
Apparently, because multiple people thought they needed to correct me on it.
Wow. All right. No dumb question. Watching other teams like the Lions and the Patriots, they have speed on offense and are running with purpose and attitude. Why do our guys seem slow and out of gas? Well, I mean, you're asking a question about the nature of the frustrations with this 8-2 Broncos team. And, you know, what are the Patriots and the Lions defenses like? So there's another side to that coin. So, yeah, I mean, the Broncos offense looks a little out of kilter with a lot of other offenses in the NFL, Tyler, not just the Lions and the Patriots. That's what we're talking about these days. But they are 8-2. So, yeah, but what do the Lions and Patriots and, frankly, all the other teams' defenses look like? In my opinion.
What do all those other teams have? They have a quarterback that's playing really good football. Drake May's playing MVP-worthy football. Matt Stafford's playing MVP-worthy. Oh, sorry, you were talking about Jared Goff. I just got confused there. I went back in time. Matt Stafford with the Lions. Jared Goff is playing a phenomenal football. It doesn't matter, even if we had traded for Jalen Waddle last week and he was out there on the field for the Denver Broncos, that would not have changed our offense. Even if we had that type of speed, the lack of execution was so bad on the pre-snap stuff and the post-snap stuff that it wouldn't matter how much speed you had.
On the text line, Sean Mazza, text line, no dumb question. Do you think the team, Broncos, starting to lose faith in Bo even though they are winning?
There's probably some doubts. I mean, losing faith. No, I don't think losing faith is the right word. But all of a sudden, you're like starting to have a little seed of doubt whether that girl's the right girl for you. You know, like you're still dating her. You're still with her. You're probably going to be with her for another year or two before you really figure it out. But if you look back in time, you're like, oh, man, a year or two ago, I noticed a couple things. Like there's just like a few seeds getting planted along the way here.
I watched, I don't know if it's a limited special. It's 4 episodes. It's called Death by Lightning. It's about the assassination of Garfield, who was president for like 3 months. I don't know if you know much about this story.
That's on Netflix?
It's on Netflix.
I saw that. I put it on my list. I'm going to watch it.
The cast is unbelievable. The cast is incredible. And the story is wild. But in 1880, James Garfield went to speak for another politician at the Republican convention. He gave such a good speech that all of a sudden people were looking at the guy that he was talking about and like, well, what about you? And this to me is kind of like what's going on with Bo right now. It's like, well, here's who we're talking about, but you are giving us reasons to sort of look at another guy. Like, I got it. He's the guy. He's what's going on. Listen, I think they have faith in Bo to a degree, but you might be right. They might be looking at how about Garfield? What would that guy be doing for us? And in this case, and Garfield's real demise wasn't where the bullet got lodged when he was shot down by a crazy man. It's that, infected doctors. Because, Tyler, if anything bad happened to you in the 1800s, you died. Okay? Medicine sucked. One of the funniest movies is that Seth MacFarlane, A Million Ways to Die in the West. It was kind of like that. Garfield died because the doctor infected him, not because of the bullet.
Gangrene.
Yeah, so
Gangrene,
again, I think the players are concerned. I don't think he's lost them. That's way too far. But I think some special things are happening to the degree that they're probably thinking
I think there's some receivers that are getting frustrated.
Sure, of course.
I think Evan Ingram's a bit frustrated, although Evan, if you're being honest, you probably should have caught 2 of those balls. One of them was not easy, but it was definitely catchable. So it goes both ways here. The players got to help out Bo Nix. Someone else. There's another dummy on the text line. Drake May's been playing at a good level, definitely. Not MVP level, LMAO. Really?
Well, he's the best player.
What does LMAO stand for?
He's laughing my ass off.
Okay, so that's worse than LOL?
Yeah,
because
if you're just laughing.
I would just like to inform said texter that Drake May is the current betting favorite to actually win the MVP, according to Vegas.
He's been pretty remarkable, man, and they're in first place. They are actually, I think they're below the Broncos technically of the 3-8-2 teams. I think it goes Colts, Broncos, Patriots, but
why?
The tiebreaker.
I get the Colts. I'm just curious why the Patriots.
I don't know with the stupid tiebreaker stuff. Dan.
Whatever.
All right.
Whatever. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. What's your no dumb question, Dan?
Is Nikola Jokic the funniest athlete in Denver sports history? Now, let me play this piece of sound. This is from Friday night. It's the post-game show on Amazon Prime, the Nuggets' first game on Prime after they beat the Golden State Warriors. They're interviewing Joker after the game. Do you guys remember Udonis Haslem?
Of course.
Played forever.
100 years.
For the Heat. And that was his final season in 2023 with the Heat when they lost to the Nuggets in the finals. Listen to this.
So can you just talk about the luxury of having a guy like Aaron Gordon, who is a great third option and just plays within the system, but he's always impacting the game?
But you remember in the finals.
Yes, I do. I do remember. Yes, I do. See, I wasn't going to bring that up.
Get him. Yeah.
He's the funniest athlete in Denver sports history.
So after the game on Saturday, you know how there's a lot of these little wireless microphone things? They're DJI or other types of brands. They're like little bugs. So at every press conference, there's 4 or 5 of them just sitting up there along with the microphone. Dan, to your point, at one point in the middle of his press conference, Jokic just picks up this little microphone bug and just stares at it
what is this?
It's what I don't know what it is, man, about him. I don't think he's even trying to be funny. But just seeing Jokic, and you can actually...
Oh, I think he tries to be funny.
Well,
and I think he's good at it.
You can actually see it on our YouTube page. Actually, if you go into our YouTube page, Dan, I've got it in the shorts area. You can actually see him do it if you can do that real quick. I don't know if you can find it. But I don't know. He's not necessarily trying to be funny, but everything about him is pretty awesome. And he went on and on about, in a very interesting way, about what Jonas has meant to the team. He'll give you really good, detailed answers. He loves talking about other people. He hates really talking about himself and going in depth. But he'll tell you about his teammates. He'll tell you about other guys on other teams that he has respect for, like Nikola Jovic. Yeah, look at him. He just picks it up. Look at, hell's this thing? Like, why? Why then in the middle of an answer? Just
Technology's come a long way, my friend.
pick this out. We all started laughing because we knew that was somebody's microphone and he turned it off. Because if you pick up those mics the wrong way, you can literally turn them off or mute them. So he muted that guy's little mic.
Good strategy.
That was pretty funny. All right, big story of the day coming up next. All right, if your workouts aren't that great, you're not feeling like yourself, you're just kind of like, I don't know. I ain't getting off this damn couch. Maybe it's just low T. And if you just got with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, you could be feeling better quickly. You know, guys in their early to mid-30s, you start dropping 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year. It's natural. It happens. The brain fog, the putting on the weight, all the all that stuff. All that stuff, you can squash it with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. Schedule your consult. They'll draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will talk to you about it, give you all the options. The cost of the appointment's only $99 with the team, the PSA test, and the consult. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. So get with my friends today. 720-440-7900. Great location in Castle Rock. 4 others up and down I-25. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Knocking in, it's McKinnon, 2-on-1. McKinnon holding, shooting, he scores! The Mac attack is back with a 3-point night, Jack. 2 assists in the first. He gets a goal 24 seconds into the third. The touchdown is good. So is the extra point. It's 7-1 Avalanche.
Helmet pass off over to Aaron Gordon. Gordon has it up the left sideline, picked there by Jokic. Oh, crossover move and a beauty. Gordon. Right-handed! That's the highlight of the year for the Denver Nuggets! What a move by Aaron Gordon! Oh my! That was incredible!
1-on-1, McKinnon keeps it himself. He scores! Holy McKinnon! He is a monster, and he will be in the nightmares of the Edmonton Oilers for quite some time. A 4-point night for Nathan Raymond McKinnon. Remember his name. 8-1 Avalanche here in Edmonton.
Rebound down to Jarace Walker. Tried to throw it off the legs of Jokic. Missed and then dunked home by Peyton Watson with a monster tomahawk. All right, folks, if you haven't been awake yet, you are now. Holy cow! That was impressive. He left from the dotted line, lined up, and threw that thing home.
Far side half will Ekholm has it stolen. Here's a feed in front. Drury shoots and scores! Again, hate to break it to you, but you're on Drury duty. His second goal of the game, and with 5:32 to go in the third period, it's definitely like the Oprah Winfrey Show. You get a goal, you get a goal, say it 9 times. How many times do the Avs score tonight? 9 times.
Jokic has it inside the arc. Hands off behind him over to Cam. Cam spins against the grain here against the Jokic pick. Now shovel pass off over to Jokic. Short clock, deep 3. Got it! Oh, man. Joker from way downtown. Denver leads it by 21. We're halfway through the fourth quarter, and this thing is over.
Carr further back for Brindley. He charges ahead. The Nucks changing. Brindley around to Brust. What a move, Brindley. Holding. Brindley a shot. Save made Lincoln. And rebound is there. He scores! Gavin Brindley! 2 goals in 2 nights. And you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over.
I'm feeling it like
Tyler, the Broncos, Avalanche, and Nuggets this fall. Are you ready for this? This is mind-blowing. Home games. 3 teams. This fall. 15-0-2. 2 overtime losses. They don't have, amongst the 3 major teams, pro teams we have here in town, there has not been a loss in regulation this fall. In fact, I wonder if we can just, out of you win nothing, if you can name the, I got to count them up, 2 to 5 regulation losses those 3 teams have amongst each other since the beginning of the year.
Well, I know for the Broncos, you got to go back to last season. So,
well, no, I'm just talking. I know. Talking in total. Never mind at home. I'm just talking about this year.
Oh, okay.
There are, and they're all road. They're all road. There's 5 in regulation season losses with 3 teams combined. Can you name all 5?
I mean, I can't do the ones outside the Broncos. Help me out.
The Bruins in Boston for the Avs. That was a regulation loss. Regulation loss to Golden State, first game of the year, and to Portland, which they had a big lead and kind of free-throated away on some questionable calls. The 2 losses the Broncos have.
Chargers and Colts.
Which were both
walk off, 0 seconds on the clock.
And the Bruins game was close too.
Yeah.
So even in the 5 losses, they're close.
Well, if you want to go home games with the Broncos, you got to go back to week 13 of last season when they're playing the Chargers, and they lost to them. What was that? They lost to the Chargers. I don't know, whatever the score was. They lost the Chargers in week 13.
Is this the best? Here's my big question. Is this the best from the beginning of football season to this time of year, mid-November, second week of November, however you want to put it, fall. Is this the best fall in Denver sports history?
Gosh, that's good. That's a good question, man. I mean, the wild part about it is if I asked you to rank like your confidence levels in all three teams, the Broncos are sitting here at 8-2. They're going to come in at number 3 on both of our lists, right?
And relative to winning a championship?
Yes.
Yes, I would say they'd be 3.
Yeah. I mean, Nuggets, Avs.
I'd say Nuggets are 1.
Yeah.
And that's ironic because the Broncos and Avs are both in first place in their leagues. And the Nuggets are just outside of it. But the depth with the Nuggets and the way they're doing things and who they have in basketball in general, I'd put them number 1.
Shoot, the Avalanche are stupid good too. So
they're unbelievable.
If you want to make an argument to make them number 1, fine. There's probably an argument for it.
I just think there's more randomness in hockey that snipes you. And being the number 1 seed in hockey sometimes doesn't mean a bag of beans. It doesn't matter. It feels more important.
What would the Broncos have to do this year to not have a disappointing finish?
For me, the expectation I set for them at the beginning of the year, 11 wins and a playoff victory. That's for me, because I always thought the Super Bowl was in 26 and talked about it a million different times. So anything that sniffs like we're competing for the Super Bowl this year, Tyler, is way beyond my expectation. Way beyond. But 11 wins and a playoff win is not. It's what I hoped for, and it's what I predicted. You?
I think I'm okay with your definition of it. If as long as, because I'm pretty realistic about this thing now, and I think this team's got a lot of flaws, that if they can find a way to win at least one game, and especially if that game does end up getting played against the Bills or the Ravens, which is going to be a good football team, if you could find a way to win one of those, I'd call that a successful year.
I'll tell you this. If I had to have either a great defense or an elite offense, I will take
What sport are we talking? Football?
In football, yes. I will take the elite defense because oftentimes that translates better in the playoffs. There are ways to thwart the elite offenses. There are. We've seen it ourselves.
Well, it's the age-old phrase, right? Defense wins championships. I think I'd take the offense.
Yeah,
I mean, if you could have a mediocre defense and an elite offense, that's really the formula for today's NFL.
We danced with that devil in Super Bowl 48 and got burned by it. So I learned my lesson on that the hard way. That being said, what we really have is an elite defense and a 6-7 there offense.
I mean, just get marginal offense. Just get middle of the road. If our offense could just be middle of the road, we would all have a sky-high expectations.
There's loads of examples of teams doing really well in the playoffs and even winning championships with that.
Sure.
I guess it's hard to win if you're just bizarrely below average offensively. And right now, the Broncos, they're not bizarrely below average. I think they're slightly below average offensively.
Huh?
Well, the running game is the top 5 running game in the NFL.
No, I want you to say that again.
I think they're slightly below average.
This offense is garbage.
The running game is
this
top 5.
This offense is terrible.
How can you be terrible if you have a top 5 running offense?
Because we don't use it.
Well, all right.
That's how. I mean, you want to know the answer? I mean, I actually agree. They wouldn't be so bad if they actually utilized their running game. You don't use it until the fourth quarter. You didn't use it until you had a 4-minute drive. This offense is not just below average. This offense is bad.
Yeah, but you got to factor the running game into the evaluation of the offense at
DMac,
some
I'm an offensive
level.
lineman. I got you. I mean, I value a good running game. That does not change what this offense is. This offense is bad.
All right, so forget the rankings then.
Where do they rank? I honestly don't even know where they rank.
They're pretty. Running is top 5, and then everything else.
No,
is,
overall, that's what I want to know.
Oh shoot! Based off which total offense, total points.
Yeah,
I mean,
total offense.
They're like 17th, 20th, 23rd, something like that. They're like that. They did score a lot of points on a couple of different occasions. So it helps when you put up like 77 points at home. So if you're just going off scoring, they're actually probably in the middle of the pack.
Okay, I don't know how to explain this because this does not jive with what my eyeballs are telling me.
Well, don't forget they scored 77 points in 2 weekends.
This is going to help you, I guess. But somehow, some way, this Denver Broncos offense that couldn't wake me up from whatever. This Denver Broncos offense is ranked 13 in total offense.
Yeah, because
how the hell is that happening?
Because they scored 77 points in 2 weekends.
All right, cool. So we had some anomalies.
Yes, that's why. So, but I'm not going to say they're a top 10 or even a top half. I said slightly below average. I'll stick with that. And they have a top 5 running attack. What are they? Look at their running. They might be higher than 5. I don't know. What are they?
Well, this is total points. They're 10th overall in the NFL in total points scored.
You gotta kind of ignore that one because they had 2 really weird weekends. Okay, they had the weekend with the Giants and the Cowboys, and I don't think that defines who they are. In an 8-2 in 10
I don't
games.
care. I don't care what the stats say. This is bad offense. It's just bad.
All right.
I'm gonna trust my eyeballs. That's not an offense I would trust if I had to.
What do you have to be offensively in the next 7 games, 8 weeks, 2 months left? What do you have to do to be able to compete for a Super Bowl? I mean, that's the bottom line here, right? Because they're making the playoffs. Is anybody worried about the Broncos making the playoffs right now?
It'd be an insane fall from grace to not.
They got to win 2 more games and they're in the playoffs.
Well, let's just take it game by game and let's go kind of points that are going to be needed, right? So to beat the Chiefs, I'm going to say you need 27 points. All right. To beat the Commanders, you might be able to beat the Commanders with 18 points. I don't know. Not that much. So round that out, we're going to call that 22 points per game, something like that. Raiders, terrible. Should be able to beat them no matter what. Packers are going to have to put up some points. I mean, to be comfortable, I'm going to call that 27 again. Jags and Chiefs. So,
and Chargers.
I would say you need to average about 23 to 24 points per game to feel really good going into the playoffs.
What are they averaging right now?
I just had it, but I just went off the page.
Yeah, the 2 games are going to slant it big time, but
the Broncos right now are currently averaging 23.5 points per game.
All right. Well, if you can average what you're averaging, you'll finish, I don't know, 15th, 16th offense, something like that, maybe a little higher. That actually is good enough to win a Super Bowl if your defense is elite, top defense.
Oh, I totally agree with that. That's good enough.
The Nuggets are good enough to win a championship, period, the end. Do we even have to talk about it?
No.
I don't give a crap if Cam Johnson never scores. It's working. And you can tell how much better they are defensively, Tyler. Because when they go into the fourth quarter these days with, say, a 9, 10-point lead, which they almost always do, you never feel the game's in jeopardy. Last year, did not matter what the lead was going in the fourth quarter, Tyler. Didn't matter. Like, that game was in jeopardy all over the place, and they lost 15 games at home. They're 6-0 at home. How many games do you think the Nuggets are going to lose at home this year? 5?
10.
Oh, 10. I'd be stunned if they lose 10.
I bet they lose 10.
I'll be stunned if they lose 10 at home. They ain't dropping. Listen, they would have lost one of them games.
Basketball's weird, man.
I got you. But last year in that 4-game homestand, they would have lost one of them. They would have dropped one of them. Maybe on Saturday.
Basketball's weird because you can have scheduled home losses. Like it's not always just road when you say it's a scheduled loss. You can have scheduled home losses.
They rested Jamal and AG and won by 17. AG was out there for 20 minutes before the game going through a pretty frothy warm-up, and he didn't even play. Like, he could have easily played in that game if he wanted to, but it was smart. They did the smart thing. Oh, last year they dropped that game.
I'm not trying to argue with you because I agree with your premise, but that was against a 1-8 basketball team.
By the way. Yeah, but that's what they did last year. That is what they did. They lost to the Wizards twice. In those weird pink uniforms. No, they lost to bad. Dan, help me out. They lost to bad teams last year. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
And you walked out of the ball arena and you're like, what? Meanwhile, with the Avalanche, yeah, it sucks for Gabe. Like, I hope Gabe gets going here quickly. At some point. He got another goal taken away by offsides, which, oh my God. But you got a guy, Gavin Brindley, who was moved, 21 years old, moved up to the top line because he was playing so well. Look out, Marty Natchez, by the way. You got him scoring overtime winners and playing with Gavin Brindley, who had Gavin Brindley on their Hero for the Avs bingo card. This is what they're dealing with. By the way, it was Wedgwood on Saturday, Blackwood on Sunday. Who do you think they go with Tuesday against the Ducks, who are in first place?
Blackwood.
Well, anybody want to put a little coffee on that one? Anybody want to?
I mean, I'll give it to you. If Blackwood's not the starter for that one, all right, you win.
Okay. I'm having the same fight with my wife, by the way, who is strangely defensive of Mackenzie Blackwood, but We'll see. We'll see tomorrow, won't we? We'll see tomorrow. It's been one hell of a run. I hope everybody's enjoying it. It is a pleasure for us to talk about it. Ain't no doubt about that. Let's football go. Dan Buds, Quinn Stanner next. All right, Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner, my guy. What a weekend it was just to watch the Red Zone.
Oh, the Red Zone was popping yesterday. Early window
Red Zone was kind of banging.
I actually turned on for the Red Zone for the second time this year, and I thought to myself, this is brutal. Like, why am I watching this? You were watching the same two teams over and over. It was stupid.
By the way, the little commercials, no big deal.
You don't even notice them.
Don't even notice them. I don't care. You put that, and it's only side by side. It's fine.
By the way, one thing I will complain before we get into my first story here real quick with the new Red Zone, they put the little box around it. So you're not getting the full screen. Okay, that's one of my pet peeves. I have a 58-inch TV at home.
Yeah.
I want all 58 inches, okay? That's what I paid for.
You're damn right. So Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. When it comes to Let's Football Go, we thank our friends at Mountain High Appliance, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. They got damn near everything. Let's Football Go.
All right, this is a Giants story that I want to lead into a Broncos question I have for you guys. So the New York Giants lost to the Bears yesterday. They have fired Brian Daboll as their head coach. Assistant head coach and offensive coordinator Mike Kafka has been elevated to interim head coach. Kafka has been a finalist for multiple head coaching positions over the past 2 years. Thoughts on Daboll's firing? And my second question is, I was thinking about this yesterday. Broncos assistant more likely to get hired as the next head coach of another team, Vance Joseph or Davis Webb, guys?
Oh, that one's easy. Where does all this Davis Webb head coach stuff come from? I heard the guys in front of us talk about Davis Webb for a head coach. Davis Webb ain't on a head coach track right now.
No.
I mean, Davis Webb, to be totally frank with you, he's not even on track to be an offensive coordinator within the next year or two.
Really?
Like, yeah.
He's not on that track?
No.
What does he have to do in between?
Have a good offense.
Oh, okay.
Start with that.
All right.
How about be a contributor of a magnificent offense? That's how you become a whiz kid. You're a part of a magnificent offense. You're not a whiz kid when you're a part of this, right? Even if he is a whiz kid, that's not how other teams are going to look at you. So it's Vance Joseph in a landslide.
Yeah.
What was another question?
Yeah. What else you got there, Dan? What'd you say?
Oh, just thoughts on Brian Daboll being fired by the Giants. How much, I heard a report yesterday that who's the owner of the Giants? John Mara.
Mm-hmm.
He was this close to firing Daboll after the Broncos debacle, decided not to do it. He gets fired after the Bears loss. Just thoughts on Daboll getting axed there in New York.
Well, he got a little unlucky because Cam Scatterbo and Jackson Dart, they're like Linsanity there for a second, right? And Scatterbo goes down, and then Dart goes out yesterday.
Let's not forget
what did I tell you
too.
about both those guys, though?
They're both going to get hurt.
Well, I mean, I just didn't think they were that good.
Oh.
And I feel bad for Cam Scatterbo because he's fun to watch, but Cam Scatterbo wasn't all that. And Jackson Dart definitely ain't all that.
Well, I think they probably win that game yesterday if Dart doesn't go down, but they didn't. It's a disaster. And in all honesty, as great as we feel about the comeback, when you really look at it, you got to be kidding me that you lost that game. If you're a Giants fan, and if that happened to the Broncos, we'd be calling for heads. Yeah, it's not crazy.
Guys, Daboll lost twice as many games as he won. He had a 20-40-1 record.
Yeah.
The fact that dude was able to coach 61 games for the New York Giants, that's a miracle.
What I like about pro sports too, man, yes, in some sports development matters.
They were 2-8 last year or they were 2-8 this year before he got fired. Last year they were 3-14.
Yeah, I was going to say, once you realize the year is over in pro sports, there's nothing but getting ready for the next year, period, the end. So there's no, recruiting. Get rid of them. You're going to get rid of them anyways, Tyler.
Then why'd the Dolphins hold on to Mike McDaniel?
Yeah, that's fascinating to me, and he pulls off a crazy win against the Bills.
I think they genuinely wanted to work with him.
Okay, fine.
And they're giving him every last opportunity.
How about firing a GM and not firing the coach? That was an
interesting
twist.
That GM was the equivalent of Daboll times 10.
Yeah.
That GM had been there for 20 years. He'd hired 3 coaches.
I'm just thrilled that the Colorado Rockies have hired the architect of the Cleveland Browns. That makes me, that is true. Do you know that?
Yeah, his title was Chief Strategy Officer.
Of the Browns. And I'm like, oh, he couldn't have been doing it that long. No, he was doing it like Deshaun Watson and everything else since.
I saw a quote. Somebody asked him, they're like, well, so what is your strategy to improve the Browns? And he was like, well, it's really hard to explain, but we're going to come up with a system that is, we're going to improve the analytics and improve some things, and but tough to put into words.
Yeah, real tough.
Good strategy.
Yeah, great strategy.
Win in the aggregate. That's the strategy.
By the way, he's having a press conference on Thursday. I'm tempted just to go there and say, no offense, but why should any Rockies fan think that you're going to have a better strategy when they see what you've done to the Browns for the past 6 years?
Was he there for 6 years?
He was there for a good. When did the Deshaun Watson deal got done? He was part of all of that.
3 years ago.
Podesta, I don't know. You'd have to look him up, but he's a part of all of it.
I didn't realize he was out of baseball that long.
Yeah. Something. Look it up. Are you looking up? Fast fingers there. Anyways, yeah, he was there for the Browns strategy. That's the guy that's now
hired in 2016
by the Browns.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Maybe this thing's baseball.
Why is everybody talking about how amazing this signing was for the Rockies?
Maybe this thing's just baseball.
Here's what everybody's saying. He's the guy Jonah Hill's character was based on in Moneyball, which is kind of true. But you realize this Podesta guy was an athlete, and it wasn't Yale, it was Harvard, and he actually played baseball. So he wasn't some sort of fat, lumpy dork. He was actually an athlete who played there.
Okay, well, apparently he wasn't well regarded enough within Major League Baseball to keep a job within Major League Baseball.
No.
He's been in the NFL for 9 years.
And let me tell you, too, because I love the movie Moneyball. I love it. But that Jonah Hill character is an aggregate of 3 different guys. It's not just one dude. Billy Bean is Billy Bean. That's who Brad Pitt plays. But they're not going to use 2 or 3 different guys. They just put 2 or 3 different guys into one fat, Jonah Hill. That's it. Yeah, this guy ran the Browns since 2016. Next story, Dan.
By the way, just real quick, I saw an interview last weekend with David Justice, the real David Justice, and they're like, how true is Moneyball? He's like, it's not true at all.
Yeah,
he's like, none of it's true.
That.
Yeah,
none of it's true.
He hates it.
He says
not
true.
The only thing,
it's like Rudy.
The only thing he says that was true was they did lean on him for veteran leadership. That's it.
Yeah.
But that's it. Scott Hatteberg, that whole thing was all kind of made up, sort of. He couldn't really throw anymore. But a lot of that was just a bunch of garbage. And the person that's the most insulted by Moneyball, and I still love the movie, is Art Howe. Because they make Art Howe, played by Philip Seymour Hoffman, R.I.P., is made to look like a total turd. The guy was the manager of a team that went on an unbelievable winning streak. Listen, it's a great movie, but a movie is just that, a movie. And that this Podesta guy is that's why he's going to take the Rockies to prominence? Nah, look at what the Browns did. By the way, we'll see. Does he have any autonomy whatsoever? Did he have autonomy with the Browns? We're still trying to figure out who drafted Shedeur. Was it him? Oh, that'd be a good question, though, huh?
Gosh, I hope so.
Were you the one that was responsible for drafting Shedeur?
I just hope he was. Wouldn't that just make the story so much better?
It would be kind of great, wouldn't it? All right, next.
It does say that he helped facilitate the trade for Deshaun Watson.
Hey, no dumb question on this one. At what point does Shedeur get a shot? I mean, what are we thinking is going to happen with Dylan Gabriel for the rest of the year?
I would think this week.
Why not? I mean, seriously.
They just lost to the Jets.
They are in the what do we have to lose territory right now. Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas. Bo's footwork, fundamentals, has been at the forefront of a lot of Broncos fans' conversations. Here's Sean Payton from this morning on finding some time throughout this mini bye week to get some fundamental footwork in for Bo Nix.
Yeah, I think Davis does a great job. There's times where during portions of practice that they'll work specifically on, left off a 3-step, left off a 5, right off a 3, right off a 5, route specific. Look, the challenge the other night, and especially when you look at the tape, there were a number of things that we've got to do better.
Okay, so let me ask you, Tyler, how much I've heard that it's hard for quarterbacks to work on footwork in season. That's more of an off-season sort of project. How much can you work on the fundamentals of football during the season?
Well, it doesn't really matter what the position is. Quarterback's not any different than offensive line, defensive line, linebacker, defensive back. In the offseason, when you go through OTAs and stuff, you'll have sometimes 30 to 45 minutes of individual work where you're just with your coach and you get to work on all the basics, going back to the basics. When you get to the regular season, you might be lucky if you have 2 individual periods. So meaning you might have 15 minutes total of an entire practice to work on this stuff. So I think that's true of every position.
Next story, Dan.
All right, guys, some sad news to pass along here. In fact, this just broke yesterday morning. Former NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue, who served as the NFL Commissioner for 17 seasons as the league experienced tremendous prosperity and growth, died yesterday morning at the age of 84. His family announced the apparent cause of death was heart failure complications due to Parkinson's disease. Tagliabue became commissioner in 1989, taking over for Pete Rozelle. He was succeeded by current NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell in 2006. Just memories of Paul Tagliabue during his time as the commissioner of the NFL, and what do you think his legacy was in his 17 seasons as the head of the NFL?
Well, I mean, he kind of was responsible for like the modernization of the NFL, and working with like TV deals, and Jerry Jones was big on that committee, as was Pat Bowlen. Like they kind of got the NFL going on a national level. But he had to deal with a lot of crazy things like with Al Davis and lawsuits and all sorts of other stuff that Roger Goodell kind of took over from there. So Tagliabue just kind of was a bridge to get football into like the modern form, and then Goodell just, So man, you can be angry at whatever you want about Goodell, but if you look at the business structure of the NFL, man, Goodell's done a great job.
I'm not going to act like I was an expert on Paul, but I just looked him up, and he actually was a part of some pretty significant moments in NFL history. I mean, first off, the league did go through its most massive growth during his tenure.
Mm-hmm.
He had to deal with 9/11. He's the one that came up with the Rooney Rule. There was a couple expansion teams during his era, so Carolina Panthers and Jacksonville Jaguars. There was a lot of stuff, international stuff. He was really pushing on that.
Yeah, I mean, he was the right man. The NFL really got some things right, like from Pete Rozelle to Paul Tagliabue to Roger Goodell. Say whatever you want about commissioners and their value, but you can't question the natural progression of those 3 commissioners over time. He was the right guy at the right time, as Goodell probably is too. So
talk about the most cush job in the world, though. I mean, seriously, what is your job? To say yes to 32 owners. That's your job. What did the 32 owners want you to do? Okay, I will do that.
What you have to do is you have to be able to market and modernize your game enough so that TV kind of comes. Well, not now, but I mean, that wasn't always the case.
Yeah, I agree.
Listen, there was a time with Monday Night Football, Tyler, where we're watching highlights on Monday nights because we can't see highlights anywhere else. I mean, there's those times. Now, that was more Pete Rozelle time. Tagliabue kind of, was the more modernization and stuff. I mean, he worked a lot with Pat Bowlen. He had to deal with Al Davis and that rancor, I know, to say yes to the owners, but sometimes the owners don't behave. You had to get together with Jerry Jones and make sure that worked. But if you want to praise Jerry Jones on anything, he saw what had to happen. Now, the marketing of the NFL also really benefited the Dallas Cowboys, obviously.
Hey, 2 quick things. One, just random thought that I was having that made me chuckle in the middle of the last segment.
What's that?
What the hell went wrong in your life that you're going from the Browns to the Rockies? I mean, really? What went wrong in your sports life that the sports gods have decided you get to be with the Browns and the Rockies?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not really what I wanted to bring up, but
laughing at the irony of it.
I was just thinking about it. I mean, that just can't be fun. That cannot be fun.
It is pretty funny.
I know you got a lot of beef with prop bets and what's been going on. Major League Baseball obviously had the big scandal over the weekend where they had a couple pitchers for the Cleveland Guardians who were throwing pitches for $5,000. Like they threw away their careers for $5,000 a pitch.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely nuts. These dudes that are making millions and millions of dollars.
Crazy,
well,
right?
every sports book in America, at least in baseball, has actually come together to place a nationwide $200 maximum betting limit on pitches.
Oh, wow.
Not all prop bets,
Okay.
but on pitches specifically. Because if you think about all the prop bets in the world, that's got to be the easiest one ever to manipulate.
That is so crazy that's even prop bets. The issue really isn't gambling. It's the nature of certain types of gambling. Because to be able to make a ton of money on things that don't really impact the game, Tyler, that's bad. That is just way too easy to manipulate as it's turning out. And it was pretty obvious.
And you know what the real problem with that is, especially like as a pitcher? Like morally, you're like, I'm not really throwing the game, so you kind of justify it. You're like, I can throw one bad pitch and I'm not throwing the game away.
It's insane.
I can still go out there and have a good start, and all I got to do is throw one pitch in the third inning that's a ball.
I totally agree. I got to admit, I'm a little naive with the gambling thing. I had no idea you could bet on a pitch.
Yeah.
Like a ball or a strike?
Yep.
Really?
First pitch of the third inning was what was going on with this guy.
That is absurd.
And then they were able to place parlays on it also.
So you could put 5 pitches together?
So no. But on the same pitch, you could place a parlay. Will it be a ball or a strike?
Yeah.
And will it be over or under 94 miles per hour? So he was telling them the pitch.
That's ridiculous.
And so he's telling him, I guarantee you this will be less than 94. This one will be more than 94. And it's going to be a ball.
So I dirt a curveball?
Yeah.
What's the difference? Oh, okay. Bummer. Throw a strike next pitch. It's ridiculous. What were the prices? What was the money there? $5,000. That's it.
Yeah, throwing
careers away.
I mean, that's literally what they were getting paid.
As hard as it is to get to the major leagues, almost impossible. Now that I've done it, I'm doing this. That is a special kind of stupid, my friends.
Apparently, gamblers were made approximately $450,000 on the bets that were in question here. But their cut of it was like $5,000 a pop.
Do you think we are on the tip of the iceberg and we're going to find out about athletes and gambling like this? It's just going to tumble out. There's going to be a lot more stuff like this.
Boy, I guess so. I mean, it's hard to imagine that this is actually going on, but I guess so.
Nate and Andy are coming up. We remind you it's a Ticket Tuesday for the Avalanche. The Avalanche had a hell of a weekend up in Canada. We own Canada. Somebody got offended that I actually put that out there that we own Canada. Line up, Francis.
Well, I blame Canada.
Avs Ticket Tuesday happens tomorrow all day to win tickets against the Islanders. So we are pumped up about that. It's PhD here on 92.5. All right, I got a couple things before Nate and Andy get here. And Scott on the road, by the way, as he starts his travels. We're there with the Nuggets. So Sacramento tomorrow, late game. Like a 9 o'clock start here. How about that on Peacock?
That's just stupid.
And then the next night starts at 8:30 here against the Clippers. And then they're in Minnesota on Saturday, and I'm not sure what time that starts. Meanwhile, you got the Nuggets in town against the Mighty Ducks. We'll have tickets to give away, Ticket Tuesday, not for that game, but for the Islanders game. But the Ducks are in first place. So we have who's going to be the starting goalie there, fellas? Who do you think is going to be the starting goalie for the Avalanche on Tuesday?
I'm curious Dan's thoughts. You know my thoughts. I'm curious Dan's.
I think it's going to be Wedgwood just because he's played more this season so far, and they feel more comfortable with where he's at right now.
Yeah, and he's the starting goaltender for the Avalanche. So all those things make perfect sense.
Okay, he's the starting goaltender right now, or are we going to play the semantics game of it's always right now. Like, I get that, but I mean, I do feel like this is a unique blend of, for right now, this is what makes the most sense for us, but I don't necessarily think that means that Blackwood got Wally pipped.
Well, I'll tell you this, it's an interesting week because it's not an exhausting week for the Avs. They could easily go with one goalie Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. No problem. Like for a starting goalie, that's a very typical sort of schedule. And if you had a number one goalie, they would play Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. They would. That's how they would do it. Especially if they have not played the previous game, which Wood did not play the previous game. That was Blackwood who gave up 4 goals last night. Just saying. I don't have a dog in this hunt, by the way, but I think it's funny that people are kind of like hung up on the fact that like Wedgwood would have like passed Blackwood or you can lose your job to injury. I mean, just better guy plays, period. The end. What are we worried about here?
I know, like, listen, we're watching it unfold in real time in the NFL. Mac Jones has been holding off Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy was healthy this week. They said he was healthy enough to play, but then they said, oh, he's healthy enough, but he needs more time, right? So it's really the exact same conversation. We'll see what happens after Mac didn't have as good of a game, though.
Yeah. Okay, so that's that. The call with Indiana. How aware do you think people are of Fernando Mendoza? Like, do you think he's in the I understand sports people know who he is, but do you think he's in the world sort of radar?
No.
Or do you think he just became that because of the game against Penn State?
I do not think he was in the world radar.
Do you think he is now?
Not really.
Pretty big win.
Yeah.
Big spotlight, huge win, all of that. Front runner for the Heisman. Kind of a soft quarterback class. He'll probably be the number one guy.
Well, yeah, I guess you're probably right. You're probably right. But I still think for a front runner for a Heisman, it's not a name that gets talked about a lot.
Okay. I'll tell you this, though. If a guy who's 6'5", 223 with an arm like that can't succeed in the NFL, I'm not exactly sure who that's going to be. That being said, there is a mock draft? So he's 2 to the... So they got an edge rusher. What's this? Tankathon? Oh, boy. What's ours? Orange Sticky Fingers?
OrangeStickyFingers.com.
Yeah, this is right up there with Tankathon. Jordan Tyson? Finding success down in their desert after leaving CU, huh? But anyways, out of the quarterbacks, Mendoza. Then,
wait. That's the kid that was at CU?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, he's like the best player on ASU's team.
Wow.
Yeah.
I remember him,
right?
but I did not realize that that's who that was.
That is who that is. Ty Simpson from Alabama. And who's the next quarterback? Wow.
They got Dante Moore at 4.
Oh, Dante Moore. Sorry, I didn't even see that.
To the Browns.
So we got Dante Moore, Fernando Mendoza, and Ty Simpson. Oof, boy. What happened to Arch Manning this year, huh?
Where is he?
Oh, he's playing college football next year for Texas.
He's not
in there at all.
Yeah.
He'd be insane to come out now. All right. The Gus Johnson call. I just read a story from Fox Sports that says he does mention Omar Cooper's name right before he says unbelievable. Now, we went through this earlier today, and we didn't hear Omar Cooper's name in there. So, Dan, can you have the whole calls? Can we play the entire? Let's play the whole thing and listen for Omar Cooper's name before unbelievable.
Mendoza in trouble. It's out. Touchdown! Omar Cooper. Unbelievable.
Okay, I hear it.
Omar
Wow. Why was that so easy to hear that time? The last 12 times we listened to it, I heard a walk-off play. Play it again,
know.
but this time tell yourself it's a walk-off play.
Okay.
Tell yourself in your head it says walk-off play.
Okay.
Mendoza in trouble. It's out. Touchdown! Unbelievable.
That is wild.
I know.
That is messed up.
I know.
All right, now let's do it again.
Okay,
Hold on.
now you need to find green
No.
needles.
Hold on. Do it again. Do the same
Omar
thing again.
Cooper.
And let's everybody
Say Omar
collect.
Cooper in your head.
Everybody say Omar Cooper in your head. Go ahead, Dan.
Mendoza in trouble. It's out. Touchdown! Unbelievable.
Yeah. Wait. One more time. This time, I love Coldplay.
Okay, go ahead.
I love Coldplay.
I love Coldplay. Go ahead.
Mendoza in trouble. It's out.
That is messed up. Dude, how messed up is that? That is
I love Coldplay.
That is the most messed up thing ever. I literally heard What a Play, then I heard Omar Cooper, then I heard I love Coldplay.
I know.
Oh my God, is that messed up?
I know. Omar Cooper. Oh.
Omar Cooper.
I love Coldplay.
Oh my God.
I love Coldplay.
It is whatever you think it is.
It's amazing.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Holy cow, are we the only ones that just stumbled on that? Or like, that is bananas. Dan, were you having the same thing? Were you doing it in your head?
I've heard Omar Cooper the entire time.
So
Really?
even when we suggested,
you're
Really?
you're such a snob.
No,
like,
I
have,
swear.
have a little bit of fun with it.
all right,
I'm just saying. that's
Tyler.
what I
Every
heard.
time we said a suggested
No,
phrase,
I swear to you,
heard it.
I swear to you, the first time we did this, we played it 15 times. I couldn't hear Omar Cooper. I was trying to hear it, but I couldn't hear it. Because I had I love Coldplay in my head.
It's whatever you're suggesting in your brain. It turns out to be.
Yeah,
God, that one sounded like a walk-off play.
It sounds. If you say
it's the Green Needle spaceship thing.
If you say a walk-off play in your head, it'll sound like that. If you say Omar Cooper in your head, it'll sound like that. If you say I love Coldplay, it'll sound like that. It just depends on what you think in your brain it's going to say. That is bananas. That is crazy. All right. Well, that was fun. Figuring everything out here, friend. That's what we're doing. Fernando Mendoza. Coach, are you like Fernando Mendoza? Is he an NFL quarterback that's going to lead the Saints to victory?
No,
for the
they
next
got
15
Tyler
years?
Shuck.
Tyler
Tyler Shuck is balling.
Hey,
right
Tyler
now.
Shuck looks
gotta
good.
win. You gotta win, yeah.
He looks like the
Pretty
best
good.
quarterback out of the class.
He does. Jackson Dart can't stay upright.
So wait, hold on, Mendoza. Seriously, you like him or not?
I almost coached him 2 years ago.
Dude, you know what? I'm
Cal.
finding out about
At
you.
Cal.
You
At Cal.
either
I interviewed for the OC job at Cal 2
You
years
either
ago, guy.
coached the guy,
Yeah,
had
because I
him
was
in
in
a
college
camp.
football for 20 years,
Okay,
and I
well,
got
so-
hired and fired by about 35 coaches.
So what guy are you not connected to? Would that be an easier
Cam
list?
Ward. Cam Ward. No connection to Cam Ward.
All right.
Jared Goff wanted to play at Stanford. He didn't get the old approval.
Are you connected to Davis Mills?
Yes, Stanford. Yep.
Okay.
Early recruiting there. Davis Webb. Tried to recruit him.
Yeah, I heard you got him on the fast track to become a head coach.
Yep. He is he's a part of the Sean trade.
So you know what he needs to do first?
All right.
You know what he needs to do first?
Talk to me.
Be a part of an effective offense.
Yeah. The Davis Webb thing.
What is the Davis Webb thing?
Like he's not even on track to be an offensive
Is
coordinator.
there-
He's a quarterback coach on a bad offense.
This is like all that thing that we've gotten ever since he showed up here is, you gotta watch out. This guy's somebody's gonna pluck this guy. He's gonna become a play caller. This guy's on a fast track to be a head coach. How about he fix Bo Nix first?
Let's start with that. I'm with you, Nate.
Yeah.
It's KKSE FMHD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. Have you run past Nate what you want to trade Sean for?
Yeah. I haven't done it yet, but
wait, what
it's
is this?
happening. So, news of the Brian Daboll divorce with New York came down. And
Sure.
Thought about since 2016. Right now, Mike Kafka is going to be the 6th head coach since 2016 for the New York Football Giants.
On the interim basis.
Yep.
Sure.
And so the standard is Bill Parcells in New York with the Giants franchise. Tom Coughlin, another rule with an iron fist guy. The other standard, if you will, but nearly fired and eventually was ran out of town. Bill Parcells, the clear guy.
Of the greatest coach in Giants history?
Yes.
Better than Ben McAdoo?
Ben McAdoo, not so hot.
Okay.
Pat Shurmur, not great. Didn't end up being a great New York Giants head football coach.
Remember, Jim Fossil was there.
Yeah, Fossil didn't go great.
Special teams legend, Jim Fossil. Spags was there. He was the interim after they fired McAdoo.
Wait. What was the Patriots special teams coach?
Joe Judge.
Joe Judge.
Yeah, Joe Judge was the head coach there, and then Dable took over.
McAdoo and Joe Judge both looked like individuals that could be working at a New Jersey Turnpike.
Sure.
And also coaching the Giants head football team.
And now Mike Kafka is the interim.
Correct. Of Northwestern fame.
Yes, good call.
Remember him as a quarterback there for
Sure.
the Wildcats?
Was he there before or after Trevor Siemian?
Where's he going with this?
Okay. What's that?
Where's he going with this?
It's a great question. I don't know.
So here's what's going to happen. Do you guys remember John Gruden and the Oakland Raiders at the time and what they did with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? There was a trade. The Denver Broncos are going to acquire the 2026 and 2027 first pick of the draft from the New York Giants, a team that is not looking for a quarterback.
For Sean Payton.
A team that is not talent deficient. They got a wide receiver one last I checked.
They do.
Neighbors.
They do. When he's out there.
They might have a more talented defensive front than the Denver Broncos right now. Am I right?
It's a good defensive front.
They're not talent deficient.
No.
They are leadership deficient.
I would agree.
And you keep Vance Joseph on, and you make him the highest paid defensive coordinator in the history of football. You make Davis Webb the head football coach.
Okay.
Why? Just because I felt like it.
Okay.
And you just smooth over some troubled waters right now where you might have a little bit of friction with how things are going in terms of play calling versus how things are going at the quarterback position. Because you can't hit the reset button on the quarterback.
It's a fun idea. I'm here for the content all day long. It's a fun idea. One of my big questions here is
have you been drinking?
I have not actually.
So John Mara. John Mara, he'll wear a fleece vest around the office. That's just what I remember of John Mara.
Why you got a problem with the fleece vest?
I have
old quarter zip.
I have no problem with it whatsoever. It was a full zip. It was a fleece. It was a very.
He showed up a couple different ones. It was not one day.
A very finance bro look.
Yeah.
For John Mara.
He was letting you know he's got money.
Yeah, and he was walking in to stand in Joe Shane's office on off-season Hard Knocks to
looking
stand
upset
there.
about everything.
Right, exactly. To go. Who am I supposed to put when we print the tickets?
Yeah.
Who am I supposed to put on the poster if we don't re-sign Saquon Barkley? He was really worried about that. I guess my point here being why I'm bringing up John Mara is when it comes to trading coaches, Sean Payton is the second highest paid head coach in the NFL.
Third in North America. Am I right? Third highest paid coach of any variety.
Andy Reid's got him in the NFL. Who else would be above him?
I thought he was second in the NFL. And
Probably a soccer guy of some kind.
Well, no, in North America, there wouldn't be a soccer guy ahead of him on that.
So he's like 18 to 19 and a half.
I think he's like 18 and a half is what he's getting roughly. I guess that's my question is when you trade a coach, can you get Denver to eat some of the salary?
No.
Or like does Mara have to take on the whole contract?
No.
How
This
does
ain't
that,
happening.
How does that work?
So I think
Andy, stop with that. This is content, okay?
Okay, so this is what I think is
Stop
going to
with the
ultimately
sanity.
happen.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You give up the first round pick in 26 and 27, which will be tasty in 26.
Sure.
It'll be a top 2 or 3 pick. And the
Right.
Broncos can finally solve wide receiver 1. Or they can get an otherworldly tight end. I don't think it exists right now in college.
Well, according to Colin Cowherd, Sean was going to redraft in a quarterback anyway.
Which is why I think this is the stars are aligning right now.
To get Mendoza in Denver?
No. To get Mendoza. No, I think Sean Payton already clearly loves Jackson Dart. He was willing to throw his neck out on the line and make a very big point that I reached out to the Mara family, and I told him, finally got a quarterback.
Nah,
I just wish it would have.
Russ. Come on.
Well,
there's that part of it too, where he's just went. By the way, Russ came in yesterday, didn't work out. No. Caleb Williams came all
you know what?
the way
The last
back in
throw
that
that he
game.
had, I'm like, oh, he's got his deep ball. Maybe this will be some. No, it won't. It's going to get tipped at the line.
Tipped
and
at the
it's
line.
completely anticlimactic.
Falls incomplete.
Who
Giants
do you think
lose.
he was talking to? Could you tell because they showed him on the bench? Was he having a spicy conversation or was he just? Because he was looking down at somebody who was out of camera shot. I wanted to see their body language.
Isn't every conversation that Russ has spicy? I believe spicy's a big thing with him.
It's spicy.
There we go.
It
There
is.
we go.
Mhm.
There you go.
Yeah.
When you said
Slowing
it in
the
my
trigger
ear,
today, I think.
I
Already played it.
We landed the plane. We got there. We eventually came.
Would you take the deal right now?
Yes. Would I trade Sean Payton for 2 first-round picks? God, yes.
Would you do it for 1? Would you do it for the 26 first-round pick?
If it was the Giants, absolutely I would.
It's going to be.
I would in a heartbeat. Yes, I would, because that's a top 5 pick.
What do you think the Giants are lacking right now? As a franchise, a proud franchise that's won Super Bowls in the last two decades.
I mean, are they that proud of a franchise? Like, look over the last decade, the Jets and the Giants are the 2 worst teams in the NFL. You know, like this is the organization that we watched it with Joe Shane last year on Hard Knocks. They had no idea what they were doing.
My point being is they've lacked an alpha leader in the building.
A great head coach for the organization. I don't know. Like, is Dable the reason that thing failed? God, their list of head coaches is horrendous.
Isn't it wild?
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, like again, like
they want Bill Parcells, man.
What you're talking about is far flung, but Sean Payton is the closest thing that there is to Bill Parcells. Now, again, would they trade the number 3 pick in the draft to be able to get it, given their numerous talent deficiencies? I can't imagine there's a planet that happens.
Well, and are they going to pay the $18 million?
That's the other part of it.
Is
like
this guy, 25.
Do they want to pay the full freight?
I don't think they will.
On Sean Payton.
Mara came off as rich guy. Why am I spending so much money on things? Now he's no Woody Johnson.
Sure.
But again, Mara.
That's like, isn't it incredible too? Like those 2 owners in that market.
Yeah.
Just walking around worrying about pinching pennies and getting themselves that concerned with those kinds of things. Would the Giants trade a top 5 pick to acquire the services at $18.5 million per year of Sean Payton? It's a good question. I honestly don't know. Like, is there a collective bargaining agreement that rules what happens with coaching salaries upon trades?
Nothing.
I don't think there is.
Okay, here's the only, because again, I can't make it clear enough. I find this just beyond far-fetched because I think Sean Payton, I'm not knocking coach, but it is good radio by you. That what?
All I got to say is bookmark this conversation. We'll revisit it in January or February.
Team content. Here we go.
We'll see if it happens. Here's the thing, though. Sean Payton made it very clear that he does have a relationship there, and I do think because I've seen a lot of people getting spicy with Coach on YouTube. Your YouTube segment's up, and it's bringing out everybody.
Which one was it?
This exact conversation from
All right.
earlier. You've got all the people reacting, and it did make me think: what if Bill Parcells went old Godfather, laying in the bed, the wrapped up neck, the coat, the covers on him in his bed. I need you to come back to New York. I need you to return the pride to the family. Does Sean Payton, for his mentor, go and tell the Penners, I got to go to New York?
Parcells is 84. He would be 85 at the start of next year.
Okay, you can't imagine him as a Godfather all wrapped up on the bed? I need you to bring the pride back.
Just wheel him out there.
The boys have been gone. I need you to do this for me.
Get him in a reclining hospital bed.
Here's what you're going to do. You're going to come back and you're going to fix the Giants. Your buddy Joe Lombardi, we'll send him somewhere else. He's not coming with you. Darren Rizzi certainly is not coming with you.
We'll bring Joe Judge back.
You can bring Bo Nix if you want. What would
No,
Bo Nix go?
no.
See, that's the
Come
question.
on. No.
No.
Yeah,
This is a bad franchise. I don't think it's going to happen. But
I don't
it's,
either.
It's
Because
good
I also
fodder.
think Mara's like, wait, what do you make?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What now?
My quarterback doesn't make that. I'm not paying you that.
Guys, this quarterback makes a lot less than that.
Does he? What is Dart as a first round pick? Does he
Dude,
make
it's
less
like-
than Peyton? Is he?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, was he 26?
Yeah, no, those rookie contracts are.
Oh, that's true. I forgot.
Very
he did
slated
get drafted
bottom.
late. He's
Yeah.
playing Abdul Carter that kind of money, but
Yeah.
yeah. I'm
traded,
not
right?
paying him as much as the outside linebacker.
Wait a minute. They didn't trade away their 2026 first round draft pick, did they?
The Giants?
Well, how did
I
they
think
get?
You're right. No, did they
How
trade
did they
up?
get
They
in?
trade back.
They got
No, it was
in.
Jacksonville that traded.
Okay.
It was Jacksonville that traded. Who did Jacksonville
My
swap
theory
with?
would really suck.
Did Jacksonville swap with them?
I don't know. Speaking of the Jags, did you guys see what the Jags did yesterday?
Yeah, they tried.
They sure
They
did.
decided they'd give up 26 and a
Duval.
quarter. Dude, how many times is this going to happen? First off, the Giants giant twice.
Yeah.
And then Jacksonville's like, oh, yeah, we'll do you one better. Watch this. Houston, come on back.
Texans-
With Davis Mills.
Only scored 26 in the fourth quarter, which is lame. The Broncos
With
scored
Davis
33.
Mills.
They did. He's got Nico Collins to throw the football to. Plus, they had a pick six, or was it a pick six or technically a fumble return? Either way, they scored on the final play to make it look even worse than it was.
Did that end up standing? Because
Yes.
I that's where I gave up. I know
Yeah.
the guy came in and gave it the old Don Beebe swat
Yeah,
at
it
the
was-
end,
it
but I was
was,
pretty sure he was in.
He was in. It was 36-29 was the final score in that game. The other two 7-2 teams, by the way, did win. So the Colts won. They won in Berlin over Atlanta yesterday.
But I was told that inept offenses follows any European football game. That was far from inept offensively.
Well, Jonathan Taylor had 3 touchdowns. By the way, third game of at least 3 rushing touchdowns this year. Pretty good.
I'll tell you what, the Falcons, that's a ridiculously talented team that just cannot win football games.
No, their pass rush is good. They gave Jones problems all day yesterday. Drake London is really good.
I'm off his crush, though.
You're right.
I'm not happy with you.
Michael Penix
I feel
Jr.
like you told me to go date this girl. She's super cool. She's not.
I mean, I think there's something to be said for really everybody outside of Drake May in this 2024 draft class has shown some warts. Am I right?
Listen, your warts cost me fantasy games. Because I was like, I saw that score and I'm like, yeah, what did Penix do? Maybe I'll get a win. Oh, he's got nothing.
The Patriots, they beat Tampa yesterday. Another good Drake May day, plus Travion Henderson. He had a couple of big touchdowns. Did you guys see, by the way, Travion's last touchdown of the game yesterday was at the very end, and he had gotten past the Tampa defense and clearly looked over to his sideline to find out if he should score or not. And somebody must have told him, just take it in.
Go and have yourself a day, young man.
He could have slid and the game would have been over. Even the camera went back to Drake May, and Drake May was like, get down! But he scored, and then Tampa went down and scored again, and then there had to be one more onside kick. The end of that game was just a freaking mess, which it could have just been over, and they could have saved everybody a bunch of headaches. But Henderson was good. The Patriots' next 4 games, Jets, Bengals, Giants, and then the Bills.
Oh.
Easiest remaining strength of schedule in the NFL, the 8-2 AFC East leading New England Patriots.
How about that?
Yeah.
By the way, what is it? Do you know much? Because I understand the beginning of the year when teams go to Miami, it's hot. You ain't ready for it. It's not football weather. And let's be honest, you probably still want a little taste of summer when you go down there. What the hell happens that the Bills never play well there? And the Patriots used to do the same thing. The Broncos, people don't remember. The Broncos got the home field advantage, if you remember, for 2015 because the Patriots went and choked a game in Miami.
Yep. South Beach flu.
See, I think it's a little bit like what was your Blues flu in Chicago we were talking about last week?
Rush Street flu.
Rush Street flu.
No, I
do think that when you're in a place like Buffalo, the nightlife down in South
Miami's,
Beach.
it's much different.
And I think it's a little appealing.
I was in Miami when Tebow made his first start. I went on that trip, and of course we went for 2 days because that was a John Fox thing. I gotta get some sleep in.
That's a classic Foxy thing.
Let me get some sleep.
Foxy wants to fall asleep.
We all gotta get rest
with a cocktail next to a pool.
Listen, yeah, that don't look like sleep to me. But hey, whatever. So yeah, we were hanging down there for a couple of days, and we were like this resort that had like its own beach. And I mean, I'm like, yeah, I can fit it. I was like, this game ain't gonna go well. Now it turns out it sucked for 3 quarters. Have we heard that before?
Yeah.
And then they won. But yeah, you had bars right down there. There's fresh seafood there. We had the cruise ships coming. I'd never seen a cruise ship on the water. And then one just showed. It was like this massive Manhattan skyscraper just started floating across the water.
Move.
Frankly, scared the hell out of me. I was like, what the hell is that? It's massive. Oh, it's a cruise ship. Hey, do you have that? Do you have that little thing? Let me know when you got it.
You got a thing?
There's some debate on the text line. Did I sound like the Godfather and I sound like Donald Trump? Because I was really just going for the Godfather.
I don't know. I thought your Parcells Godfather was fantastic.
I thought it was good too. You did. I mean, you did slip into a little bit of John Fox at various points there.
You're gonna come back. Here's what you're gonna do.
There was some Foxy in there. Do we have this? Give this. Okay, this is Andy's.
Godfather. I really was only going for the Godfather.
It was Parcells' father, was it not?
It was Parcells' father because he's all wrapped up
in a blanket.
What was the white thing on it? Why did the Godfather have that scarf thing on his neck?
All right, roll it, Spring.
I need you to bring the pride back.
Just wheel him out there.
The boys have been gone. I need you to do this for me.
Get him in a reclining hospital bed.
Here's what you're going to do. You're going to come back and you're going to fix the Giants. Your buddy Joe Lombardi, we'll send him somewhere else. He's not coming with you.
Oh, now you're Trump. Right here. You made the pivot right there.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, you did.
That's where it went awry.
When you started going through who's going to get fired and brought and not, that's when you started getting into...
I mean, that's Trump's shtick.
Into the Donald, right?
That's how he got famous, right? He fired people.
It's about personnel.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Big personnel guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well done.
Huh? I really was just going for, what's his name? Who's the guy that's dead that starred in the movie?
I thought the bit worked, Andy. I thought it was strong.
The idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Didn't you ask him? Isn't that what happened? When he's sick?
It's a Monday afternoon.
Then somebody went to Vegas because he was being a problem?
This is Andy tries to remember a movie. It's Altitude Sports Radio. We're with you here on a Monday afternoon. The Broncos didn't play. A lot of other AFC teams did. We got to delve into who's the worst matchup for the Broncos should they make it to the AFC playoffs.
And how about who's just the worst?
Yeah.
Because there's somebody last night that I noticed where I'm like, dude, you're just the worst.
Mm-hmm. I know what team you're talking about.
No, it's a specific guy where I'm like, you know what? You're the worst.
Marlon Brando.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Oh, Nate, let it breathe. You believe in a thing called love, Nate. Let's go back to a band that was in the 2000s but looked like they were from the 70s. You like a one-piece suit that's all clung to your body, doing high kicks, huh?
It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town.
Nate's all in on early aughts glam rock. Mark Stell loved this damn song.
How'd you feel about the Darkness just making themselves retro music but new music? Were you okay with it?
I got to be honest with you guys. I don't know what you're talking about.
I believe in a thing called love. You don't know about the Darkness?
We need you to karaoke this now.
I'm blank right now.
I'm not shocked.
I just tried to go right past it.
We are going to let you.
So I'm looking at the standings right now. Colts, Broncos, Patriots, all 8-2. Pittsburgh is technically the 4 seed as we sit here today at 5-4. Nobody believes the Steelers are going to win the AFC North.
It's going to be the Ravens.
Unless you do. Do any of you have a counter
No,
to that? I
it's
didn't
the
think you do.
Ravens.
Okay.
The Baltimore Ravens is coming.
I don't mean to just put takes in your face.
You might have to start tanking to avoid the Ravens.
Chargers are the 5 seed right now at 7-3. The Bills are 6-3. They are the 6 seed. You guys know who the 7 seed is right now in the AFC as we sit here today on this lovely afternoon?
Kansas City?
It's not.
They're out of it, right?
They are the 8 seed.
Is it Jacksonville?
The Jacksonville Jaguars. Courtesy of a head-to-head victory over the Chiefs. The Jags are the 7 seed. They have the tiebreak right now in the AFC. Kansas City at 5-4. Again, I don't think we got to get that worked up about Houston. I don't really see them making a run. Even if Burrow comes back, Cincinnati is so far behind the 8 ball at 3-6. So it doesn't seem terribly likely. So I really do think when it comes to the playoff field, we're talking about the 7 teams that are in plus Kansas City. Right now, who do you guys think gets the 1 seed? I'll start with Andy. Who will be the 1 seed in the AFC?
God, do I trust Andy is the question. Well,
do you trust the Broncos?
Yeah.
I think it's really the question.
Well, this is also recency bias.
That is the subtext of the segment.
I trust the Broncos. We're sitting here before they play Kansas City. So right now I'm going to tell you I trust them to win the division.
Okay.
I think people are overreacting to the Buffalo loss yesterday. I feel like they got a run in them.
Yeah.
Because they always have some stupid game. Everyone's got a place that they struggle in the division, right? It's Miami for Buffalo for whatever dumb reason. I don't know why. They just do. God, do I trust the Patriots?
That's a great question.
I trust Mike Vrabel. That's the problem.
Based off what? Based off of...
I just think he's a hell of a coach. I really do.
I mean, it's hard to argue with.
I mean, listen, they got into the playoffs a couple years ago, and he was just... They were so close to upsetting the Chiefs. When was it? The first Super Bowl that they got there?
It was a guy named Ryan Tannehill.
God, I think the
he was
Patriots,
a wide receiver for A&M.
All right, I got to go look at stupid schedules. No. Baltimore can't win enough games to get back in number 1 position. Right?
No.
I think Baltimore's here's what I think is going to happen. I'm not even worried about the number 1 seed. And look, this is also, I guess, it's a little disingenuous because I picked Baltimore to be my Super Bowl pick before the year. This has nothing to do with that. I feel like this is one of those, we always see these years. Broncos, matter of fact, I'll go back to the first Super Bowl the Broncos won. Back in 1996, the famous season everybody remembers, they were 13-3. They go to play Jacksonville. They're rolling. They get upset. Next year, they up and down a little bit. I think they were 12-4. They had to go to Kansas City. Everybody forgets that. They had to go to Kansas City because Kansas City actually won the division that year. I remember it just as a fan. I'm like, oh, you're going to smack around Jacksonville, get revenge for your loss last year, and then you're going to go to Kansas City, and that's going to be it because you never win in Kansas City. They found a way to beat Kansas City. They went into Pittsburgh, a place where they had lost earlier in the year. They won then, and then they go on and win the Super Bowl. I could see Baltimore in the year where everybody had given up on them by Halloween actually having that sort of arc to finally get another Super Bowl. What do you think of that there, Kreckman?
I don't know why it needed all that aggressiveness, but the Ravens... If you look at
their darkness, have me going.
If you look at their schedule, the rest of the way,
it's very kind.
Cleveland, the Jets, 2 against the Bengals, 2 against the Steelers, Patriots and Packers. That's it. That's it for the Ravens the rest of the way. So, they're going to win their division, but they're going to go in as the 4 seed. That's what's going to happen with the Ravens. By the way, did you realize yesterday was Lamar Jackson's 100th career start?
Really?
He is 73-27 as a starter.
Wow.
What that means is if Lamar Jackson starts, the Ravens win.
They're pretty good.
That's it.
Yeah.
Even with other flaws with their team, they win. I think they will go in as the 4 seed, but again, I think they have too much work to do right now at 4-5 on the year. The team that I can't see stumbling down the stretch is New England.
Yeah, can I give you their schedule?
It is, it's a lob.
Jets, Bengals, Giants. Tough one with the Bills, but the Bills are coming there. They already beat the Bills in Buffalo.
Yeah.
Then they've got to go to Baltimore. That could be an interesting one. That's probably one where Baltimore needs to send a message. But then they close out with the Jets and Dolphins. I mean, I'm with Nate. I think the 1 seed may be New England now looking at this.
On paper right now, that's been the most consistent team this year.
They have been.
And it has the best balance of offense defense.
They are. They
in a winning
are.
manner.
And they run the football. They got it cooking right now with Travion Henderson. Drake May is
playing otherworldly football. He's accurate.
And he will make mistakes, but they're not dumb mistakes, they're aggressive mistakes, which is quite frankly what I think Vrabel wants out of him. Stephon Diggs is happy there for the moment.
For the moment, yeah.
Because that's
got
how it
another
works.
year and a half for this.
Right, exactly. They got the good year out of it.
Half of next year.
Yes, very much so. And the way that the schedule lines up, I think it works out really well for them to be able to get the 1 seed. Indianapolis, they just showed yesterday their run game is so consistent. Taylor is, again, if you wanted to make a case for a non-quarterback to win MVP,
he's stupid.
He has the very best case. Right now, I can't see a planet in which Matthew Stafford is not the MVP.
His touchdown to interception ratio.
Woo.
Yeah.
You like throws?
What is he up to? I think 13 touchdowns the last 3 weeks.
No interceptions.
Yeah, no, he's playing absolutely out of his mind. So I don't see a world in which he doesn't win that thing. But Jonathan Taylor is something you can absolutely hang your hat on. I'm looking at Denver as the 3 seed. But the Broncos have to do that tricky thing where they have to win the AFC West.
All right.
And that really starts this week against the Chiefs.
So I am curious. I know you've probably peeked at the Indy schedule. The Indy schedule is interesting.
It is tougher.
Because they've got the tough games they've got plenty of divisional games. It's wild. They're division. All right. So they play the Chiefs after the Broncos. So they're on bye this upcoming week when the Broncos and the Chiefs get together.
Yes.
And then the following weekend.
Remember, Andy, you want to get a team the week after they play Denver.
Well,
the Broncos defense has they
beat you up.
There is a hangover effect to play in that group.
But the Colts have to go to Arrowhead, and so that'll be the 23rd.
Mm-hmm.
But then they got the Texans-Jaguars, and then they finish with the Jaguars-Texans. But in between, they have the Seahawks and Niners.
Yeah. Seattle, you're not going to win. Niners, you can win that game at home.
But I could see... Look, I think they got a chance to lose the Chiefs, Niners, and Seahawks game. Now, if the Niners keep getting beat up, then maybe not. And they are going to Indy. But if Denver can just kind of hold course, then I think, gosh, who are we worried about Denver losing to? Because I do think the Broncos are going to get this Chiefs game.
Well, if they get this Chiefs game,
I'm not so sure about Christmas.
They will win the AFC West if they get this game this week.
Well, see, I think this season's going to come down to this game and it depends on if I've already sewn it up, but that you got to beat
Chargers.
You got to beat the Chargers at some point.
You're
Sean
right.
Payton.
You're right.
And this iteration of the Denver Broncos, because Jim Harbaugh, Justin Herbert, the overall brand of running the football, stopping the run, the Chargers have been a problem for the Broncos.
The Chargers,
I don't want to see them in the playoffs right now.
Right now are, and I know Tirico and Collinsworth couldn't shut up about this last night, but it is true. They're playing Steelers football.
Yeah.
And
they're the bully in the division.
They don't make mistakes. They're missing 2 tackles. Herbert's running for his life back there. But even with Kamani Vidal in there, they got a little bit of a run game going. They don't make mistakes. The Steelers were the one making mistakes last night. It was Aaron Rodgers throwing picks. It was a muffed punt by the Steelers, and that's how the Chargers really dominated that game last night. But like the thing about the Chargers is I just think without those two tackles, there's a hard ceiling on what they can do. I think Herbert's incredible. I know for a fact I love him more than either of anybody else in this room. But I don't think
I'm a fan.
I don't think he can carry this whole operation on his own, not without those two tackles.
But I'll tell you what, if Herbert gets a shot in the playoffs and Mahomes is nowhere to be found, because if the Broncos, and I believe they'll do it, send the Chiefs to 5-5 this weekend, then I wonder how interesting it gets in KC.
Right.
Like, does all the football you've played since Mahomes basically became the starter, and if you haven't been keeping track, they basically can go into the AFC Championship, if not the Super Bowl, every year. Do you finally just kind of take a breath like the Patriots did the year with Cassell and just get ready to reload next year? I don't know. So,
who would you say in the AFC would be the power ranking of teams you don't want to see as the Denver Broncos?
Baltimore's top of the list. I still don't know that you've shown me enough that you're ready to go deal with Baltimore, even if they came in here. Because guess what? They're going to play tough a defense as you do if they get all their guys
Flat
back.
out, it just comes down to Ravens, Bills, Chiefs. Those are the three I don't want to see in the playoffs because of the quarterback.
And then to me, it's the Chargers until you prove otherwise.
Yeah.
Because you haven't beaten them.
Because the Chargers always beat the Broncos.
They beat the Broncos, and then, of course, you could say the Chargers never win in the postseason.
Sure.
Which certainly you can make a case for that, but I don't like
Broncos haven't won a playoff game since 2015.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not.
Of which they've only got one shot.
Right. Right.
And it was against the Bills, and it was ugly.
Yeah. That's what I keep coming back to is it's just like I just think when we get to that time of the year, that's when those quarterbacks, that's when they get paid.
But here's what I'd be excited about. If the seeding can hold, and let's just say, let's keep your seeding, Nate, since you put it out there. Patriots, Colts, Broncos, 1, 2, 3. You're at least getting the first game. If you have to face any of the gauntlet of those former MVPs, one may even, I think Stafford may get it. Any of the former MVPs comes walking in your door, they're at least walking in your door.
Yeah.
Like if you had to face the Bills, they'll be in your house. And I think this defense with that crowd noise is a problem.
That helps. It sure does. That absolutely helps. There's no doubt about that. By the way, speaking of that, Minnesota yesterday. Did you guys see what the Vikings did against the Ravens? They had 8 false starts at home.
At home?
At home. They had 8 false starts.
What are we making of J.J. McCarthy? I don't know. Like, every time I tune in, I'm like, oh, what's he doing? And he has some throws.
He made some throws yesterday.
But then I also see him just go running. I don't know.
He looks like a guy who basically hasn't played at all.
Okay.
So how many games has he played now?
Yeah, you're right about
he
that.
Played
6, 8,
5.
I don't even know. You're right. I can't even. What did Wentz do? 3 or 4 this year?
Because he was 0,
3 or 4.
0 last year.
That would be a fair assessment.
Single one. Because got one preseason game in.
Second preseason, maybe first.
I think it was his first start. He tore his knee.
Yep. And then this year got hurt after second game he played.
Yeah.
He hasn't played much football. He's got talent.
By the way, no, go ahead.
I was going to say he does. He's got to stay on the field. Like that's what's killing J.J. McCarthy right now he is a player that because of his indecisiveness is running for his life back there and taking hits that he otherwise wouldn't need to take. Quite frankly, like he looks like he's like Jackson Dart in purple right now when you kind of watch him play quarterback of just like, oh, if you just got rid of the ball, you would take care of yourself a hell of a lot better.
What do we make of Caleb Williams right now? Is that the 6-3 Chicago
He's coming
Bears?
along.
His athleticism is like again, if you let him escape the pocket and start just making plays with his legs like he did in the fourth quarter yesterday, that's what he does. Now he's got a very, very good head coach that is kind of you can see him starting to extract some of the bad habits out of that football player, which is so weird when you compare to the guy that we have here who showed up with fewer bad habits, but the ones that he has, he just flat out can't kick.
Look at the stretch of games, though, that Caleb Williams and the Bears have played since their 0-2 start against Minnesota and Detroit. Dallas, worst defense in the NFL.
Yeah.
At Vegas, Commanders falling apart. New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
They got Baltimore when that was rock bottom. No Lamar, Baltimore, and terrible defense. Cincinnati and New York.
That'll help. Yeah.
That does help. By the way,
got to beat up on the schedule.
Elite uniform matchup yesterday.
Which
Just
one?
seeing the Giants, that old Giants logo
Bears.
on the
It's
side
pretty
of the
cool.
helmet.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Taking me back to when you lived in Chicago and it was actually still Soldier Field.
86 NFC Championship game. Phil Simms and the Giants defeated Ditka and the Bears.
I was waiting for Maurice Carthon to show up and do some running.
Yeah.
Stop Bears. They have at Minnesota, Pittsburgh, at Philly, at Green Bay, Cleveland, and Green Bay again, at San Francisco, Detroit.
Yeah, there's several losses left on that
quite
schedule.
Quite a few.
Yeah.
By the way, will a Steelers lineman knock Aaron Rodgers completely out before this is done? Because it's like there's times where I'm like, dude, I realize that you're the old grumpy guy, but you're not with your dudes anymore. These guys just met you, and you're giving people side eyes and stink eye. And then when you are like the stuff you used to be able to do, you can't do anymore.
No.
You roll out. I mean, Collinsworth pointed that out a couple of times. He gets free. Whoa, who was he mad at on the DK Metcalf one? Was he mad because he got pushed off his spot, and so he wanted to blame the lineman? Because even though he got out, he still didn't throw a good ball? Because DK was open, but he's all getting grouchy at somebody.
And then Aaron Rodgers comes out after the game and talks about how we didn't get guys open. Like almost schematically didn't get guys open. Are we doing this again?
Was it Bud Dupree that just rocked him last night too? He tried stepping up in the pocket and just that.
I think you're right.
That's one of those where it's like his old teammate, by the way, and that's one of those where you're just like, is it safe for you to be out here right now?
Good old Bud.
You don't you kind of start to worry about a guy in his 40s when he doesn't notice the 29-year-old 250-pounder just about to whack him with his helmet right in the side of the head?
The safety.
Yeah.
What are we doing on the safety? If that had been Bo Nix or J.J. McCarthy or any of the dudes from last year, without the wherewithal, like he just runs outside after the spin. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's not you. That's not why they signed you.
All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, I want to seed the wild cards in the AFC. I want to do that, okay? I think divisions. Are we all picking Denver to pick the AFC?
Right
the
now,
AFC
I've
West?
got them. Yeah,
you're
I
there.
guess.
Okay.
Broncos!
I picked them to start the year, so even though there's things that I'm concerned about, rightfully so, I'm gonna stay with my pick. I'm not gonna veer off of my pick right now.
You know what? You know what it could hinge on is the Charger head-to-head.
That's going to be a very large game. I have no doubt about that. Coach, are you taking them to win the AFC West right now?
I need to see the victory over the Chargers.
Okay.
Now, you know what? We're doing this in early November.
Yeah, we're doing
I'm feeling saucy.
They're going to
They win the division.
Okay.
They're going to win the division, and then they're going to get 2 additional first-round draft
If we
picks
don't
from the
feel
New York
this,
Football Giants.
you are drunk.
And it's
Have you
going to be
had
glorious.
the eggnog already? What are you doing?
All right, let's talk
been
wild
sipping on
cards
Grandpa's cough medicine
in the AFC when we come back on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Weekend's done. Did you have a little romantic time for yourself over the weekend? Hopefully with another person. But anyway, let's just say that you've been pulling away from maybe one that you loved or avoiding finding someone to love altogether because you're dealing with erectile dysfunction. If you're dealing with this problem, there's no need to live with it any longer when you can get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. See the options that they have for you. Let them help you out. Get that date night action back in your weekend plans. You know what? You're going to have holiday parties, all these things coming up soon. You're going to want someone to spend that time with. And don't, again, let ED be the reason why you avoid these things. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatments that work when the pills and the herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. So if you want to talk to someone, that someone's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So if ED's been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time it happened the last time. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, like Birdo says. Your initial visit is just $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. But if the test dose isn't working in the office, then the visit's free, so nothing to lose. And with their expert staff, if you're like a lot of men, you could be ready for action the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations to serve you in Colorado, including in Fort Collins and the Springs, Find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Also, when you're checking it out, make sure you go by that Castle Rock location. Great revamped location if you're out that way. Call them at 720-440-7900 or again, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Altitude Sports Radio, your home for the NFL on Westwood 1. Tune in tonight at 6 o'clock. Packers, Eagles on your home for primetime football. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House Football Monday. Broncos are 8-2. They did win against the Raiders 10-7.
Really?
Again, they won the game.
You sure?
It did end, and they had more points than the other team did.
They drafted a new quarterback after they won.
All right. I have a quick question on that. Did we get the reaction we got because it was like two games that were just kind of ugly in 4 days? Had they had like a full week or something like that, would the fan base that wanted again to remind us how much they hate the Raiders last week, and I get it, I respect it, Would they have just enjoyed the win better if they'd had a full 7 days between performances?
No.
That was pretty bad.
People hated watching that game. They had
Al Michaels hated watching that
They
game.
had 8 3-and-outs.
No, I know.
They lead the NFL. They're one of the leaders in the NFL in 3-and-out percentage. And Bo Nix, I mean, the last 2 games, you're looking at, oh my God, like 34 of 65 throwing the football. 3 tutties, 3 picks over the last 3 games. Like both of them, like passer ratings sub 70. Yeah, it's pretty crappy right now. The offense is really, really bad. You had a couple of scoring drives against Houston. You managed 1 against the Raiders, and again, you got really good field position in order to be able to do that. No, I think people would be rightfully concerned. Like again, Houston, at least Houston's defense was good. You know, Bo Nix's whole thing of, you know, like, well, it was the number 1 defense in the NFL. Well, the Raiders were definitively not that, and they fully dominated you. So, and to your point, Andy, I cannot put myself into the mindset of Broncos country, Broncos nation, or Bronco land, but I can tell you my view
Broncos
of it.
Nation,
And
Bronco land.
This is a team with a very bad offense right now.
Well, there's no doubt about it. But again, I guess it just keep going back to here's the problem, folks. This is what we've seen since preseason.
Yep.
This is just what we've seen since preseason. And quite honestly, if we're really going to be honest about things,
which we should be,
this offense, not just Bo Nix, this offense has really only shown up to great capacity when they played bad to mid-level defenses.
And even then, hasn't been a guarantee.
That's right.
Against bad defense.
So we're now going on like a year and a half, a season and a half of this being what it is. So why are we overly surprised? The Broncos win ugly games. It goes back to what Ryan Clark tweeted out. If a game is cheeks, the Broncos are going to win. If you hate watching it, turn it off because the Broncos are going to win. You don't have to worry about it.
You know what's funny? Because we spent so much time, and you know, the 3 of us spent too many hours watching this training camp this year, and I think all 3 of us came away from it looking at it going, this ain't good.
Offensively.
Yeah, this is a bad offense.
It's a very one-sided affair.
Yeah.
When you watch good on good.
Really. Like, and honestly, like, what it looked like against the Raiders is what it looked like all of training camp. And that was against,
wrong.
Again, the Denver defense.
Except for when? When did the offense look really
in the
good?
red zone?
Or there was one other situation.
When they played Arizona?
It was always the very end of practice.
There you go.
It was 2-minute drill.
2-minute drill.
Fourth quarter.
Was it not the 2-minute drill?
Yeah, you're right about that.
The hurry up and go.
It was always like, yeah, Bo kind of salvaged the day. Wasn't great.
Yeah.
Missed a lot of throws early. Nobody was open.
The issue is there's 56 other minutes in the football game.
Correct.
And so that's where you run into trouble right there. But kind of to your point, like I think we thought, oh, you'll find a rhythm. I thought they would find it via the run game and J.K. Dobbins, but Sean continues to be hesitant to feature his back, who might now be hurt.
Do we have this weird inclination based off zero fact that somehow, some way, Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos offense is going to look good against the Chiefs?
Well, you know what? Again, this is where 2015 is kicking in all over again because this was the life we lived every week, Coach. It was always – now, here's the thing. I had more confidence in that year because there was a Hall of Famer playing quarterback where you're like, you can't stay this bad for long. Unfortunately, when it comes to this year's offense, and again, I don't want to just pick on Bo Nix. Again, there was the one play that we talked about on the All-22. We talked about it on the post-game TV show where when they decided to slide over and take your slip screen away to R.J. Harvey, I looked at 2 other receivers that had 0 separation from the DB covering them. That's a problem. Where is he supposed to go with the football? So Bo's got to be better. I'm not letting Bo off the hook. You got to get more accurate, young man. You got to hit the big plays when you got them. But again, this group of receivers, I don't know. Is a lot of what we see just Sean scheming them open? Do we need to give more credit to what he's done?
I mean, guys, first off, how are we overlooking January 5th, 2025? 26 of 29, 321 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks, and a 152.4 passer rating, just a hair short of perfect in a 29-0 victory over the Kansas City Chiefs. There is no context necessary at all to add to it. As far as I'm concerned, that's how Bo Nix is going to play on Sunday because that was the last time against the Chiefs, and I don't need to know any details as to how it happened.
I'm here for it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I was in the building for that one.
Were you?
It felt weird.
I'm not worried at all about Andy Reid in the bye week.
22-4 all-time coming off a bye.
Does it matter? Coach, how much extra work do you get in when you get 10 days off?
You get a good amount. You get.
Plus they got rest.
I'm doing it right now.
Okay, will it?
Because we had a playoff bye.
Will it help cancel a little what the Chiefs got going?
Humble brag.
Yeah. Oh, look at
who
Mr.
got a bye.
guy
Look at
over
this
there.
guy.
Oh, hey, well.
It's like 8 teams got a bye.
Thank
that cool.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Chassa RPI.
Seriously,
Max Prep's ranking RPI.
What
average.
if you had to guess? What do you think Sean did? Did he put Saturday and Sunday in? Does it just help you get Sunday an earlier start? Get the sucker together. What do you think
Personally,
happened?
I hope that Sean went down to Cabo and did some Cabo things.
Yeah.
Don't you think that would have been good for him?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just get away a little bit.
No French Quarter this time?
No, because I don't think Sean needs to put in more schemey things.
Yeah, I think if he would have just been grinding tape the whole time, he just would have been the rage that would have been building inside of him would have been too much.
Had an aneurysm,
right? we'd have a far greater health concern about
There'd
him
be
right
nothing
now.
to trade in coach's scenario.
Matt, I think that the bye week probably for the Chiefs is beneficial because they have confidence in knowing that their head coach and their quarterback have done well coming off those byes.
Typically they do, yeah.
Yeah. But I also think that the mini bye for the Broncos is fantastic and timed perfectly because the team did look a little bit tired.
Yeah, they turned around. I think there is a little part of the fact they turned around and played that game. It's always tough, blah, blah. I get it, but
I knew that would be an ugly football game. I just didn't know
not
they'd
that
play
ugly.
that
I'm with
bad.
you. I'm with you. I'm stuck between. Here's the thing. The reality is they are 8-2. The reality is this franchise as a team in its history, just like this, that rode a defense to a Super Bowl. And when Surtain comes back, I mean, again, this defense has shown you they can handle anybody.
Yeah.
Now, we haven't seen if they can handle Allen. We haven't seen if they can handle Lamar Jackson. But
there's also this part of it, and I'm not saying it's not impossible for them to ride a great defense to the AFC Championship, to the Super Bowl potentially. But guys, like in our lifetime, that's also vastly less likely than just a team with an awesome quarterback is the one that got it done.
You're absolutely right,
that's far more common.
We all know we're probably in for some bigger questions after this year. Okay, when we get to the offseason, big questions are going to be asked. But right now, you've got an all-timer of a defense. As Nate's pointed out multiple times, you got an all-timer of a pass rush. You just got to figure out how to not to waste it.
Yeah, and I'll say this. We all are scared to death of Andy Reid coming off a bye. Do you know how scary Bo Nix is coming off a mini bye? Last time he did it.
Let's have
Thursday to a Sunday.
Oh, it was the Saints game.
Saints was the Thursday. The Sunday was a 28 of 37. 3 touchdowns, no interception performance, 284 yards for Bo Nix against the Panthers.
The Panthers. That's right. At home, no less. Hey,
no
at
less.
home.
No further context necessary.
Lot of similar comps here.
Yeah. Who's going to be the wild cards in the AFC? Is it just as simple as Chargers, Bills, Chiefs? Or can the Jaguars?
I don't know.
Shout out to Woody Page. Can Jacksonville, can they stave off Kansas City thanks to their head-to-head tiebreak and steal the 7 seed?
It's going to be pretty uphill if the Broncos take care of
I was
business
going to say,
on
if the
Sunday.
Broncos send you to 5-5, you're going to have problems.
Jacksonville's schedule, okay? Chargers at home this week. They're unpredictable. You get Arizona. You get 2 games against the Titans, and you have a game against the Jets. It's possible that the Jags, as bad as they are at situational football, that the Jags could stave off Kansas City and get the 7 seed.
Boy, that Chiefs remaining schedule is pretty glorious. They're hosting the Colts. I say they win that game. Cowboys, Texans, Titans, Raiders. are some of the teams that remain.
Yeah.
So this
For the
is
chefs.
And 2 against Denver.
This is why ESPN, when it had the playoff calculator, gave the Chiefs actually a better shot at the division than the Broncos.
Because they're playing the Broncos twice and they'll be favored in both those games. Probably what it is.
Well, in the schedule he just mentioned.
Yeah.
Because the Broncos, the Broncos got Green Bay, although they've been a real interesting
Green
up and
Bay
down team.
stinks at Empower Field.
All right.
They're terrible. Like
bad cheese.
Bad cheese. They don't do altitude well. I talked to my guy Jay Love after the game. He's like, dude, our guys can't. We suck here. It's terrible.
You got to get it out of your head, but I hope they don't.
I don't know, man. They look terrible. Remember that practice too?
He played in Logan, Utah. He can hang.
He can.
Yeah.
It's just his
There's
receivers.
other dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Titans, Raiders, Browns, Jets, Dolphins, all non-factors. I don't care, Joe Burrow or not. Like the Bengals need to start a win streak now. Now, you know they're behind the Ravens now.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Mike Sanford, everybody. We'll talk to Sandman again coming up here on Thursday. Tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio. Tune in all day for your new keywords every hour on the 20s. Your chance to win tickets to the Avalanche game against the Islanders next Sunday. It is your home for Avalanche hockey. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House Shop. Every team in town. Every Monday, we talk to Jeff Legwald. He is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, we begin with the concerning and scary news, although hopefully we believe it's going to have a happy ending. Tell us about Alex Singleton, his diagnosis, his surgery, and his bout with testicular cancer that he's dealing with.
Well, he told the team this morning that he had surgery Friday to remove a tumor, and as we've all sort of tried to put in a story and all of that. I mean, just the timeline of it is pretty amazing. He takes a random drug test leading up to the Houston game. The usual league mandated, hey, your name popped up. You got to go see the test guy this morning, and he was found to have a level of a hormone that can sometimes be a marker for testicular and ovarian cancer. So when you get an elevated reading of that, and you haven't been taking that hormone, they will immediately send you to get checked out. He did that, and then it finds out a week ago, last Monday, that the tumor is indeed cancerous, they believe. So surgery Friday, he plays in the game Thursday. I spoke to him in the locker room. He did a little group thing with a few of us, and then I spoke to him after that just about some things, and he gave sort of no indication, hey, tomorrow I'm having cancer surgery. But that's what happened. He spent the weekend at home, and then, like I say, he informed most of his teammates who didn't know. A select few knew, and a select few of the Broncos hierarchy knew what was happening, but most people did not. And so today was a pretty emotional team meeting for everybody. And I asked him today what his post-operative, recovery looks like, and will he be tested? He said he will be tested specifically to make sure that the hormone's gone, so that marker is not reading off of anything else in his body. And he said he did have a CAT scan that indicated he did not have other cancer at this point. So, but he didn't even know yet, how often he'll be screened for, additional cancers in the future or any of that.
Okay, so it's led to a couple questions from people that were football related. I know he said, I just keep seeing timelines. I'm assuming you don't have a direct timeline, Leggy, because again, we're watching ESPN and that's your place. And if you had the timeline, they'd have the timeline. Any idea what the rough timeline for return to play for him might be? And a couple people have asked in relation to this, do we know anything about Drew Sanders, and would he be close to coming back?
Well, as far as Singleton's timeline, even he didn't know today. He's still waiting. They haven't even given him the total pathology report from the tumor that they removed. So he's waiting on that. The doctors are waiting on that to plot what his treatment, if any, moving forward would be, and kind of where his checkups will be and all of those things. He said at one point, he'll miss the Chiefs game for sure. They have a bye week. And then again, even he didn't have his specific timeline. So I think if people are putting specific timelines out there, I don't think they know before Alex does what those are. But he did offer up at the end of a little conference call with a few of us that he didn't think it would be 4 or 5 or 6 weeks. So that, to me, that tells me in his mind, he's working off of a 2 or 3 week window there. And Sanders is, I see him around the facility every day, but, until he is formally returned to practice, that 21-day window isn't open, and that's kind of where that's at. I would expect they do whatever they need to have a fill-in at linebacker. Justin Sternad, goes in no matter what it is. So I would think he will play against the Chiefs there.
And Sternad has, again, mostly had a pretty good year. Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. So, Jeff, let's shift over then to the football side of things. Sean Payton had a Zoom press conference earlier today. He was asked extensively about Bo Nix's recent struggles. Right now, what is the Broncos' plan, if there is any that's been indicated to you, to get things settled down and find some consistency out of this offense?
Well, I think all involved, believe there is an issue with the clock in Bo Nix's head as far as what's a clean pocket, what isn't a clean pocket, when should you move, when should you not move. And I think that's what they're sort of focusing on, the footwork and making sure he isn't using his movement skills until he has to, because he is moving and adjusting in clean pockets, and that's affecting his accuracy right now. Again, I don't put it totally on him, but that is part of it. He's going to have to address and work on, and that is something the Broncos are looking at. And that's, the issue, guys, is always the same. Is during the season, day to day is so game plan heavy. They have such limited time to run the reps of the plays they're actually going to run in the game. It's really hard to do a lot of drill work, in the practice time outside of the meetings and all of the rest of it, especially for a quarterback. There's no player on the team who is in meetings with coaches more than the quarterback. So it's really hard to get those guys into sort of drills you would do in May and June and July and even in camp. But, I think Davis Webb does do drills with guys on a daily basis, limited work, and we see a lot of those. And I think they'll step up some of them that are very 3-step specific, 5-step, 7-step specific drills, just to get the timing and to make sure he's getting that back foot settled and rotating and getting all the, hips and shoulders through the ball the way he should.
Jeff, I'm going to ask you this question, and it's based off others' reporting, and I'm not trying to have you, talk about another person's reporting, but let's be honest. For me, I feel like I know when Colin Cowherd speaks, he's probably talked to Sean Payton in some shape or form. And Cowherd and Chase Daniel, two guys who seem to have known some things about what Payton was going to do before he's done them, have suggested that maybe there's some tension between Bo and Sean. You're around these guys both every day. I know you talk to both of them extensively. As a guy that's in the building, how would you say your impression of the relationship is right now?
I would say it's not going well, so both guys are peeved, and I think, if you want to classify that as specifically as tension between them, it could be. I mean, nobody spends more time with Sean Payton than the starting quarterback, and no one's going to take more heat from Sean Payton. No player on the roster, on the Broncos roster, will now or ever take more heat than the starting quarterback from the head coach. And I think we all have to remember Sean Payton is a disciple of Bill Parcells. He honestly believes, because he was taught this way, discomfort is a coaching tactic. And making people uncomfortable is a coaching tactic. I mean, Will Lutz has talked about all the stuff Sean Payton says to him before he kicks in a practice to make him uncomfortable. So nobody's going to get more of that than Bo Nix. And if it's not going well, I don't think any of us like to get hammered at work over and over again. I think there's probably the vocational tension of football. It ain't going well. And knowing Bo Nix, I haven't been in all the meetings, and I preface all of this by saying I ain't in the quarterback meetings, but having spoken to Bo Nix plenty, I don't think there's any way he has taken all of the criticism and just simply walked out of the room. I would guess he's got enough moxie and backbone to answer back from time to time. And, perhaps that's what people are reporting. I bet they've had some exchanges, but none of that's out of the ordinary either. I mean, John Elway argued with every coach he had. Peyton Manning argued with every coach he had. I mean, I've heard of discussions between Peyton Manning and Adam Gase, you couldn't put on cable TV. So it's a natural thing, but yeah, I would guess it exists right now just because they're not either one of them getting the results they want.
Yeah, when the offense isn't doing well, nobody's going to be in a good mood. By the way, Mark Moser does regularly get hammered at work, but that's an entirely different conversation.
It's a different kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's a different hammer, if you will.
Yeah,
Jeff.
It's a different kind of thing right there. Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN.com is where you read Jeff Legwold's Broncos coverage. His latest on Alex Singleton is up right now, and you should check it out. Jeff, excellent work as always, man. Thank you.
We'll see you, fellas.
Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job and you end with a career. Good local weekend for the Nuggets and the Avalanche. Not so much on the college football side of things. Want to delve into both of those particular sports and what we saw this weekend coming up here on the other side. Kreckman and Lindahl on a Monday afternoon. Keep it here.
Jokic has it inside the arc. Hands off behind him over to Cam. Cam spins against the grain here against the Jokic pick. Now shovel pass off over to Jokic. Short clock, deep three. Got it! Oh, man. Joker from way downtown. Denver leads it by 21. We're halfway through the fourth quarter, and this thing is over.
Underneath for McCullar. Trying to get through pressure. They do. Valanciunas, Olofsson. Laid up for McKinnon.
He scores! He did it again! This time it's on the power play. 2 nights in a row that Nathan McKinnon has 2 goals.
What a week. What a weekend. So, Andy, as we sit here today, Connor McGahee, Jason Kosmiski on the calls right there. Shout out to the fellas. Nathan McKinnon, your NHL first star of the week.
His name's Nathan McKinnon. Heard of him?
We have
4 goals, 6 assists, 10 points in 3 contests this week. Moves him into first place in both the Art Ross Trophy and the Maurice Rocket Richard Trophy races, while propelling the league-leading Avalanche to a 10-1-5, 25-point record and a perfect week.
As the kids say, the vibes are immaculate.
That they are. 9-1. They put up a 9er.
How many times they score?
9 times the other night against the Edmonton Oilers. And then last night, 5-4 in Vancouver to get it done against the Nucks. The Avalanche will be in action tomorrow against Anaheim, Thursday against Buffalo, Sunday against the Islanders, and then the following Thursday against the Rangers. Little 4-game homestand coming up here for the Avalanche.
And tomorrow, we'll have another Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Tune in all day as we'll give you keywords on the 20s, Nate.
Your chance to win tickets to the Avalanche game against the Islanders next Sunday. Your home for Avalanche hockey, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your home for the NHL's first star of the week, Nathan McKinnon.
I've got to tell you, I could not believe the Saturday night game. I kept waiting for some kind of pushback from the Oilers that just literally never showed up.
9-1.
Like McDavid had the 1 power play goal, and the rest of the time I'm like, man, they didn't even care to try to start a fight. That's how checked out the Oilers felt.
I got to think the Edmonton Sports Radio.
Oh, they're alive.
They got to be firing today.
Bo Nix thinks you're a little hard on Edmonton.
Those people are intense. But then the Avs flip around and they beat Vancouver in overtime last night. So that was an awful lot of fun. Gavin Brindley? How about Gavin Brindley?
How about Gavin Brindley last night going, you know what, you're going to put me out of here. I might as well in the game.
Boom.
The sandpaper.
Mm-hmm. He's got it.
He's got like a real square jaw, too. Like I was watching his interview post-game with Kiefer last night. I'm like, man, he's just Mr. Stonejaw.
You were marveling at it.
Well, I was just like, hey, he's like a mini Dolph Lundgren from Rocky. I must break you. I must end this game.
Ivan Drago. What else was Dolph Lundgren in? Masters of the Universe. He played the part of He-Man.
God, he's in some terrible commercials right now. Do you remember who those are for?
Dolph Lundgren played The Punisher. There was like an early adaptation of Marvel's The Punisher. They didn't even like give him the cool suit or anything else like that. It was an awful movie. But as a kid, I remember I was like 10 and I was at the video store and I was like, The Punisher. I like The Punisher. And I rented it and I watched it like 6 times in a weekend.
Really?
It wasn't good.
But you were 10.
But I was 10.
So who knew?
Exactly.
So The Punisher is your rad.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, like early iterations of comic book movies, they were all terrible. But if you were going to give them to me, I was going to watch them.
It's funny you say that. I can't remember what night I got stuck watching it. Family was out of town, and I just was like, there's nothing. I think it was Friday night, and I'm like, I can't find much. The Nuggets had already handled their business. And I think Conan was on. Conan the Destroyer.
Conan?
And I was trying to remember. I was like, who is the girl? Why do I know who this girl is? And then I figured out it was Olivia Diabo from Wonder Years, ultimately. But I was like, God, that's Wilt Chamberlain. God, this stuff is bad. And they were doing they had the sorcerer who kept doing all the weird. I was like, this is terrible. How did this movie get popular? This is all just bad. From the special effects to whatever you think this acting might be.
Well, number one, it was the 80s.
True.
So it was.
Yeah, but we got Star Wars out of that.
It was premiere for its time. All you had to do was put Arnold in a movie, and it was box office gold. Plus, you had both Wilt Chamberlain and Grace Jones in that movie.
She was aggressive.
Yes, very much so. Yeah. So it added up.
Okay, if we redid Conan the Destroyer. Who
was
gets
Conan.
the Wilt? Whatever. Yeah, Conan's the talk show. Fair enough.
Conan O'Brien, Conan the
I didn't
Barbarian.
know you were so defensive. My bad, my guy.
Conan the Destroyer. You got to say it right.
That's fine.
Play-by-play guy. I pronounce things.
That's good. We could have used your Friday night. Who plays the Wilt Chamberlain role? Is it Wemby?
Kevin Durant.
Is Wembanyama just walking around there, way taller than everybody? Does Jokic get a shot?
Kevin Durant stumbling around, stoned out of his mind. No, it'd be Boban, wouldn't it?
Boban would be awesome.
He was because Boban's in one of the John Wicks, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But you have to stick to the ethnicity that was originally assigned. So is Boban out?
No, because if you followed how movies work now, we'd have a black Conan, but we could have a white Wilt Chamberlain.
Fair enough. You know who I want now? I want our guy. I want DeAndre Jordan. DeAndre Jordan would be great.
DJ would be good in that role.
And he's tall enough, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, without a doubt. Yes. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, he was in, what was the Bruce Lee movie that Kareem was in? Was it Fists of Fury?
I think so.
But it was the one where, like, it's one of the only scenes that Bruce Lee is actually in the movie. That was the one that he died during filming, but he fights Kareem right at the beginning of it.
Kareem was in Airplane.
He was in Airplane.
He was fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell your dad he's got to drag Lambeer and Walton up and down the floor every night. Yeah. Yeah, he was great in that movie.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Man of many talents. Speaking of men of many talents, Nikola Jokic, Andy, your NBA Western Conference Player of the Week. That's right, Joker.
Couldn't he just win it every week?
He probably
When
should.
would he not win it? I guess the start of the season, as you laid out, wasn't probably a winnable candidacy for
I'm
the
assuming
award.
Austin Reeves won it the first week of the season because Austin Reeves was crushing everything the first week of the year. But Jokic got it this week. Nikola put up a 32, 14, and 14, really without even breaking a sweat against the Pacers.
Did anybody sweat?
Some of the post moves that the Joker was putting on that rookie center, he just destroyed that dude. That's one of those where you're just kind of like, every NBA player, every pro athlete has to have their, like, welcome to the pros moment. But, like, there are times when Jokic just annihilates somebody that has no business trying to defend him, and you almost feel a little bit of pity for him of just like, oh, yeah. And Joker knows what he's doing the entire time.
He does. I'm telling you, I think what we saw this weekend, too, and I know it wasn't, like, you look at the stats, you won't be impressed. I was kind of chatting with Hastings about this. I feel like Jonas, granted, didn't come in there and ball out. The second unit even was not great at times. But the fact that you still have to go in there and deal with the physicality of those guys still takes a little of the spice out for when Jokic gets back in.
Okay, so hold on. And Adelman referenced this the other night. I want to pull up the numbers really quick so I just know that I have them right. Okay. 25.5 points, 13.7 rebounds, shooting 56% from the floor. That is Jonas Valanciunas' numbers per 36 minutes.
I'll take it.
25.5 and 14 is what he's averaging. Like his per game numbers, they won't wow you because he didn't play many minutes, but that's his per 30. If you were to multiply it out, if he was to be a regular NBA player right now at the rate that he is playing, that's what he would be putting up. Also currently, and we got back to it this weekend because they beat up on Golden State and Indiana pretty good, the Nuggets are once again winning the non-Jokic minutes.
Yeah, and it's nice.
End. Like that's if you win the non-Jokic minutes, you win the NBA championship.
How about Bruce Brown, by the way?
He's pretty good.
We all said that Bruce Brown wasn't going to be Bruce. He looks an awful like the Bruce Brown that we remember the first time.
He's very.
And again, we all had that take. I'm not calling any one person out.
He's very comfortable. He's very happy.
He just likes Denver.
He does.
It's just his place to be.
No, it works out really well. He's
and it's a good role for him. You know what I mean?
Perfect role.
He's just able to run, get a little nuts, make a couple layups. But he's just the energy guy they've been missing for 2 years.
Strother had minutes, good minutes this weekend. Yeah, they're awesome.
Are Bruce Brown and Nazem Kadri the parallel player? Are they basically the same guy for two different sports? Because the Avs, I'm sure, would take a Nazem Kadri back in a heartbeat.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I think Nazem Kadri's game is more elite in his circles than Bruce Brown's is. But again,
But you got to be the role guy.
Yeah, but if you could get a Nazem Kadri back, I think I'd sign up for it.
I probably
and this is
would
a
as
darn
well.
good Avs team. I'm not complaining about the current Avs team. But
Nuggets have a 3-game roadie this week. They're at Sacramento, at the Clippers on Wednesday. I'll be really curious to see how Adelman plays that one. Like, does he either try to hold off on AG and Jamal until Wednesday, or does he play them on Tuesday and then give them the night off on Wednesday?
Yeah.
And do you just punt on a game at LA against the Clippers, even though Kawhi's banged up? It's a winnable game.
Would you let Jonas start against his old team? Give him a little taste, a little something.
Against Sacramento?
Yeah.
No, but I would play him.
You don't even want to consider it. Just let him go to the 4.
I would. I wouldn't, but
what if AG's out?
But I will like him. I'll start Peyton Watson. Peyton Watson.
How about Peyton Watson? Somebody would like some dollars in his pocket, would he not?
Yeah, that guy. Contract.
You don't want to give me a contract, huh? Well, that works for me.
I like contract.
I'm going to get my
year
own
P-Watt.
Hotels.com commercial now.
That dunk that he had in the first quarter the other night against the Pacers was just tomahawk goodness. My word. That dude is a freak of an athlete, but he's also just like, he has always been a freak of an athlete. Not right now. He's just like, he's playing very sound basketball out on the court. He's regularly doing the right things. When I look up and down this rotation, and I'm mostly focusing on the main 9 guys that play, nobody's bad.
Yeah.
Everybody's good.
Nice.
Everybody's good at their job. There's nobody that the Nuggets put on the court, and I'm just like, oh, God, how are they going to survive
Here comes this guy. Well, that's what I love about watching this team. I love when Hardaway comes in.
Yep.
Love when Brown comes in. I still like watching Jonas.
He's great. He's fantastic at his role. He is a consummate professional.
Strother's doing some better things. But see, this all goes back to when you're not asked to play too big a role, look what happens.
Yep. It's again, we got away from the Booth Boys days and having to play guys in bigger minutes than they're capable of. Jalen Pickett got the start the other night, and, he was perfectly cromulent. He was fine, but they kept the second unit rotation in place, and it worked out, and the Pacers are also just an absolute mess.
Man, they really are. It's pretty amazing considering where that team was a year ago, and I realized, man, that was one bad Achilles tear for that franchise.
You lose
Holy
Halliburton, but then they got 1,000 other injuries right now.
Well, the other guy, who was the guy that left them late? Went to the rival.
Why am I spacing it?
Because he just was kind of
Miles Turner. Thank you.
Turner was kind of being a little bit of a jerk the other night to the Indiana crowd. But whatever, you're on the other team now. Where'd he go? Detroit?
No, he's in Milwaukee. My favorite part of that game was after Giannis hit the game winner that he did boo the crowd in Indiana.
Yeah.
I like that.
By the way, though,
he gave him double thumbs down.
Yeah. Might this team look for a backup point guard? If they were going to make a move, a backup guy to just handle the ball up court, is that the move?
I guess.
Because Adelman's talked about it. He was open in his press conference last week. That
I guess.
Like more ball handlers. But.
Right. And that's why they lost the Portland game. But think about that, by the way. They're 7-2. Both their losses were just kind of like numbskull losses in the last 4 minutes of the game that were fully avoidable. Like they could be 9-0. And the Broncos could be, 10-0. We know these things. That's just how it goes in pro sports. Yeah, you're probably right about that. If they were going to do anything, it would be backup ball handler.
Larry Barrett doesn't do as much ball handling.
Right.
It's a time of year for that movie, baby.
Juju Lewis.
Yeah.
He played the other day. He played in Morgantown against West Virginia, and he certainly made some throws.
He's got an electric arm.
He does.
Which is one of the reasons why he was the second highest rated quarterback, I believe, in the country.
The athleticism is absolutely
it's there.
there.
Now, I mean, again, he's got a few things to learn. Who does it? He got his first taste of it.
He definitely took some hits.
He did. He didn't have to go against the best team necessarily, but the competition will get stiffer.
Get yanked down by his hair.
Yeah, how about that?
That probably hurt.
So you and I are having our usual conversation. We should note in separate cars because people think that somehow we taxi together. We don't. Not everywhere we go. We don't ride together, but we do speak.
We do spend some time apart during the day.
Yeah. Yes. Try to maximize it. That's a late phone call some days. Should there be an unwritten now that all the guys, now that like the style is to have the long hair. Should there be an unwritten rule that you don't yank a dude down by the hair? Because it was a healthy tuft of hair that he lost. It might require a barber.
I don't think.
Or is it still? Because I remember the first guy I saw have it happen to was Ricky Williams. Remember him?
Yeah.
And he just got yanked by the braids.
Yeah,
but not everybody was wearing that look then.
I would say it's a sport where guys are doing any last possible thing they can to make a play. And
it's not polite.
If you're a pass rusher and you reach out and grab onto the quarterback, I don't think in that moment you necessarily consider what is in my hand. You think, I have a hold of something, I'm taking it to the ground.
Well, and frankly, it's the only loose thing on him that you could try to get a hold of. Those jerseys are basically stuck to the pads.
The thing that was crazy about that play, too, was like because I was watching it in real time and I was just like, oh my God, that was a brutal face mask. And then I looked at the refs and they both, like two of the officials, the two closest officials, both like reached for their flag. They looked at each other and then I think they realized what happened and they were just like, and they picked their hands up and there was no flag. And I was like, what the hell? I need to see this again. And then when you watched it again in slow-mo, you were like, ooh.
That's the hair.
Yeah, he got a handful of the curly hair coming out of the back of Julian Lewis's helmet and got thrown to the turf. You're right about that. There was a sizable fistful of hair that was then left on the field. Pretty brutal. You know, Andy, as I tweeted, you know who never had that problem? Johnny Unitas. High and tight, my friend.
Yeah.
Keep it just a haircut you could set a watch to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they probably did.
When men were men. Uh-huh. Yeah, put a piece, just put a nice piece of plywood on the head and cut around it.
How's that playing today, though? Right? Probably not playing well.
Bo Nix is pretty high and tight.
He is.
Spiky.
He does,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's got a little bit of a spiky thing going on.
He's got that going down. So is Juju Lewis need to get the old cap? Some kind of cap to wear? Is that it? Will we see him with a cap on this week? Because it is a cool look with all that hanging out the back.
It does look cool.
I don't think you want that happening again.
Yeah, that's the risk you run when you throw the hair out there. Now, like the defensive guys, the Polumbus, the Hufangas of the world, like you can generally get away with it. I've seen some corners get yanked down by the hair after interceptions, but generally defense, you're going to be much better off. Quarterback, again, because anyone's they're reaching, they're grabbing, they're throwing, they're anything they can do to make a play. Exactly.
There's grasping going on.
Yeah, I don't think that guy in that moment, you mentioned the unwritten rule. I don't think that guy was like, oh no, it's his hair, I can't do it. I think he was just like, cool.
He might have been like, hey, cool.
Cool.
You're going down.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt.
This didn't tear away.
Buckle up, kid.
So should they go to the flappy jerseys again?
The flappy jersey. Well, that doesn't look cool either.
What do you mean? We did it for years.
I know. And now they wear uniforms
they vacuum seal you.
Accentuates their athletic prowess.
It's a vacuum bag.
Yeah.
You ever tried one of those on?
What's that?
One of the modern jerseys.
I don't like a game jersey. No.
Yeah. Stink let my buddy have one of his. Because he was a huge fan.
Yeah.
He was all excited
little
to
snug.
put it on. It looked ridiculous.
Showed everything.
It was like he had a tube top on. We were like, nah, man, that ain't the look. You better just hang that up. Frame it. Do something.
And that's a lineman jersey.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
It was stuck. My buddy is not 200, whatever Stink was, 290.
Yeah.
He might not even been 200. It just was like, it looked like the koozie you put on your beer. I was like, yeah, not a cool look.
So Juju Lewis throws for 299 and a couple of tutties. The throws were there, man. You closed your eyes and he's connecting with Omari and Miller. You're like, yeah, it's kind of looks like Shador a little bit. Okay, we got a little something going here.
I do have a question for you.
All right.
What's the question? We're at an unfortunate time.
Okay, let's take a break. And what is this question regarding?
You know what? To all the college fans out there, I got a question about just, do you still get joy on watching the future? And I'll explain further. On Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
K&L, it is a Monday afternoon. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tomorrow, another Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We'll give you keywords on the 20s. You can win tickets to the Avs game against the New York Islanders next Sunday. That is a part of a upcoming 4-game homestand for the Lanch. Tomorrow against Anaheim, Thursday against Buffalo. And then the New York two-step there, Sunday and Thursday, the Islanders and the Rangers. You'll hear it all right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, you teased before the break.
I did tease, and listen, it's something that I think is very, I worry about it. How about that?
Okay.
I'll be
you?
Yeah, why not? Although I think this time you'll find that it's probably
okay.
Legitimate worry.
All
right, so Juju Lewis comes into the game. I guess got his first start, came into the game a couple weeks ago. He gets his first start this weekend, and I'm thinking to myself, this is exciting. It's fun to watch. You got the future. And it used to be that when a young player got in there, it's his time, whether it was NFL. NFL is not such a problem, but you could do it for both leagues, college and pro, where it was just kind of fun to try to watch the young man figure it out, get it going. Here comes the future, all that good stuff. In the current landscape of college football, I'm sitting there watching it. I see the arm talent. And look, was everything perfect this weekend? No, but that's a legitimate quarterback. That's a viable option to play some quarterback. The right coaching, really going to be something. And all I can't help but think in the modern landscape of college sports is, are they going to be able to afford him next year? How many teams are going to come trying to offer him and talk him into the portal?
Yeah.
And
you're right about that. At one point, I don't remember who the broadcast crew was the other day, but the color analyst said something along the lines of like, oh, this is the quarterback of the future at Colorado.
And you're like, are you sure?
And all I could think of was like, is of the future a term we should even be using in college football anymore?
Yeah, of the future, you mean the next 4 games or whatever they got left? Now I guess 2 games?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. What happens at the end of the season? Nobody knows, right? Because, again, they get to go out and, look, good for the players. See, this is why when you and I had a chance to talk to Jay Norvell, and it was over the summer. Again, I always loved talking to Jay. Jay was never afraid to give you some insight and an honest answer to things. But we were talking to Jay Norvell, and I'd asked him, we were talking about NIL. I think, matter of fact, Nate, it might have been right after one of the high school signing days, which just seems so insignificant now. Although I do think that's the way some of the smaller programs are going to have to start building things. Like CU needs to sack some good recruiting classes together. But again, you got to figure out a way to keep them there once you get them there. But I remember he said that we'll probably start seeing maybe 2 or 3 year NIL deals because we can't keep doing this thing where they're just allowed to leave after a year. It feels like you need that to show up real fast if you're not a Big Ten or SEC school.
Yeah.
You just need something that somehow ties them here longer. Because every time a Colorado player shows out, and again, Omarion Miller, Draylon Miller would be another one, Jordan Seaton. How many guys, if you're a CU fan right now, are you thinking to yourself, are you going to have the money to keep this guy here next year?
The bag man cometh.
Right. Like, what are we even going through right now if you guys are all just going to skip out?
Yep. You're bleeding recruits. Deion Sanders from blood clot issues, bladder cancer issues. He's got his own health issues that he is currently dealing with. Assistant coaches losing play calling duties, etc. Like the level of kind of how disheveled this program has come here in year number 3 of the Deion Sanders era. Like, number one, can you financially keep these guys? But also, number 2, like, is playing at Colorado for Deion Sanders, is that attractive enough to then keep your star players in the program and wearing the black and gold? Like, to me, it's kind of it's a two-sided problem, Andy. There's the money, which you're dead on about that. That's, let's be honest, that's 95% of the problem. But then there's also the part of just like, can you build a great football team given the issues that this program and that this head coach are up against right now?
Right. And again, by the way, I do want to make a quick statement. I was trying to find this tweet, but listen, CBS Sports had put out there, I believe it was CBS Sports, or one of the football accounts talked about Deion's record. Has it been great over the last 3 years? No, frankly, it hasn't.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
But they did get to a bowl game. They've been more relevant than they have in years. And I've seen some Colorado fans saying, I'm sick of this. We got to get rid of him. Look, man, if you want to do that, fine. But I got news for you. I don't know who you think you're going to go hire. First and foremost, they don't have the money for the buyout. So get that in your head right now. They cannot afford to buy him out
or something.
Yeah, and it's not going to happen. And again, we're not talking about – I love CU. I've been on the broadcast crew. A lot of the former players treat me. I got all the reasons in the world to love CU. But listen, I listen to a lot of the fans. I see a ton of the fans. I got people. I get at least 1 or 2 high fives a game. Again, I'm not trying to upset my people, if you will, but let's be realistic about some things. Who do you think you're going to go get if you were to go get rid of Deion Sanders, quite honestly? Does he need a better coaching staff? Absolutely. We've been talking about this for 3 weeks. You got to lock in some offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator that are college guys. This has got to start and this needs to look more like a college system. Okay, they're going through to North Carolina too. You need the spread stuff. You need the rushing. You need all that kind of stuff, all right? So changes have got to be made, and it's got to get buttoned up. And frankly, it probably would help if they could get back to putting out the We Come In videos and all that other stuff because, frankly, and I understand with what he was going through, we didn't see as much of that.
Sure.
So the hype cycle was not on your side quite as much. And as you just alluded to, that's one of the things that would make a young man want to come to Colorado because they think they're going to be famous because the clicks that he gets. Okay, that's part of the deal. But honestly, if you get rid of Deion Sanders, I don't really know who you think you're not going to go get Kelly, not Chip Kelly or who else you just get rid of?
Ryan Kelly.
Ryan Kelly. Those aren't going to be the guys on your list because guess what? You don't really have the money to go do that.
Not
Especially
if you
have to pay. If you have to pay the buyout,
Yeah.
I don't know what your salary is going to look like, but it ain't going to look like 12 to 15 million. And you're not going to have the donor that says, "Yeah, let me write the check." So first off, I get the frustration, but I would calm down a little bit on let's fire him now after everybody was loving it just a year ago. I mean, it's a down year. Now again, we'll see who they can keep. But again, I would check into a little bit of reality of where you rank. You are not in the Big Ten and you are not in the SEC. And reality is, not just now, but 5 years from now, that's going to be a problem when it comes to some of these big-time guys. Because I truly believe that those are still going to be the only 2 conferences that matter when this whole thing shakes out.
The thing you got to wonder about with Deion, though, presently is he built the initial brand at Colorado, number one, because he brought Travis Hunter and Shador.
Yeah, he had a quarterback and a Heisman Trophy candidate.
Yeah, he brought them, but also, he built it through bluster. He built it through his outspokenness, his showmanship, like
through YouTube.
Right. And Deion Sanders is great on television. I don't get that sense out of him right now. And that's I think, Andy, like, again, he can't control his own health issues.
Sure.
But also, this is a guy that, and you can tell he's battling, but you can tell also that, like, focus is in other places and the energy just, it isn't there right now.
No, I agree with you, but I would tell everybody who said really he's not a great coach, listen, he's been the ringleader of this thing the whole time.
He has been.
I don't think he's been the X's and O's guy. Like, I don't think all of a sudden he's a worse X's and O's guy
and he's
than he was a year ago.
And he's atrocious at clock management. He's one of the worst clock management coaches I've ever seen in my life.
You need to get that adjusted.
But that's just it. Like, you can there are many examples of guys winning at the college level, coaching in the manner in which Deion Sanders does. Okay, like you are there to be the figurehead of the program, to sell the thing.
A Bobby Bowden type.
Exactly.
You and I both know Bobby Bowden wasn't doing a hell of a lot of the day-to-day towards the end of his run.
Of course he wasn't.
But he was Bobby Bowden, and kids want to play for him.
Get him on the phone, and boom, he's closing deals. Like, those guys are all over college athletics, okay? They're in basketball, they're in football, and Deion is really, really good at that part of the job. The question that I think they got to be asking themselves right now at CU is, like, can we win if Deion's not great at that part of the job?
Yeah, you're gonna have to figure it out. But if he can here's the thing: if he can keep getting you players the caliber of Juju Lewis and Jordan Seaton, you're gonna have a chance.
That's great. The problem is he needs like 25 more of those.
He needs 25 more, and you got to have the money.
Yeah.
I mean, again, people have to understand you've got to have the money.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point in this state, I just don't see any of the colleges. They're not looking to be SEC-funded football programs. That's just the reality of where we live.
Yeah. He needs more dogs. Not enough dogs, apparently.
Boxers?
Of the future.
Schnauzers?
Of the future is not a term that I
Right.
think should be used in college athletics
and
anymore.
therefore, I think it's tough to kind of watch some of these things and get excited, Nate. It's excitement in the moment. That's all you got. Who knows what next year will bring?
5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including we got a coach firing today in the NFL. We will dive into that with our buddy Mark Springer. That's on the other side. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's dive into the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming off of Week 10. The Broncos, as we sit here today.
The Broncos!
The number 2 seed in the AFC. Technically, they win the tiebreak over New England based on best win percentage in conference games. That's right. The Broncos are 5-2. The Patriots are 4-2. So the Broncos, the 2 seed, as we sit here today. Sean Payton, I'm sure, is happy about that. Spring, let's hit the news.
Yeah, we'll get to Sean Payton comments from today in a second. But the big story today with the Broncos is that inside linebacker Alex Singleton on Friday, the day after the Broncos' Thursday night win over the Raiders, Alex Singleton had surgery for testicular cancer. He played Thursday night knowing he had a tumor in that region. And today, Alex Singleton talked about surgery that he just underwent. Alex Singleton talking to the media.
Yeah, it's been a whirlwind, I would say. I don't necessarily even know if I fully have coped with everything that's gone on. I found out Monday afternoon what it fully was, and that I was going to have surgery this past Friday. And so, it was nice, between the doctors and then the team and the medical staff, I was able to they took on all the pressure, and my wife, they kind of took on all the pressure of planning all the doctor's appointments and surgery planning and all that. So I was able to, which is what I wanted to do, was just focus on football for the week, for the Thursday game, and just kind of not let it change my life yet, if that makes sense, because it's still so shocking. And so, they were also good about that. And it's been a whirlwind. Today obviously is. And the surgery went really well. So I'm just, obviously happy that, I'm able to, do this with you guys today.
Singleton did play in that game on Thursday night, knowing full well that he was going to undergo invasive cancer surgery the following day. 9 tackles in that game, Andy, did Alex Singleton put up. We talked to Jeff Legwold earlier. He said he spoke to Singleton on 2 separate occasions in the locker room postgame on Thursday night, once in the scrum and another time just off to the side one-on-one to ask some more specific football questions. As Legwold wrote in his story for ESPN.com, a smiling Singleton happily answered questions in the locker room Thursday night after the Broncos had improved to 8-2 with the win and gave no indication he would have surgery the next day. He did on Friday, and we hope for the best with Alex Singleton. But that's what's kind of crazy about that is, so he is diagnosed Monday. He is under the knife on Friday. In between that time, he prepared for and played in an NFL game.
Yeah, and you know what? I loved what he said there about, I didn't want this to change my life yet.
Yeah.
Because I think we'd all feel the same. I'm sure Vic Lombardi will share some of his personal experience when they get into this on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane tomorrow, because he's been pretty open about his journey with something similar. So good for him. Rooting for him. We did talk to Jeff Legwold earlier. Everyone's saying he should be back in a few weeks. Jeff said even Alex does not even have full grasp of what the treatment plan is yet. I'm sure he's got to get updated on, we got it all, we didn't get it all. Do we need to do anything further to keep it away? That sort of stuff, the chemo, all that kind of stuff. So I'm just glad there's a positive outcome right now. And I admire the man for going out and doing what he loves and now getting this handled. And for those wondering, because I was kind of curious myself, there was an elevated hormone level that said this could point to testicular cancer, because nothing else in his drug test pointed to he's been taking a banned substance.
Yeah.
So that's when they told him, you better go get checked out. This is off.
He did say today, and this is a quote, it feels good that optimistically it's not going to be 4, 5, 6 weeks, thankfully. So hopefully he's back very quickly. Singleton, going through this with his wife, Sam, and their 9-month-old daughter. So best of luck to Alex Singleton and his family. Incredible story. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Absolutely incredible story. Sean Payton talking to the media over Zoom today. He was asked about Bo Nix. They're 8-2. But Sean and Bo, are they getting along? Well, Sean was asked today what the process is. I believe he was asked this by Nick Kosmider. Sean on what the process is in trying to slow down Bo Nix's clock, but is there a fine line in slowing his clock down, given that his clock helps him avoid taking sacks?
Well, I think it's a plus and a minus. I've said that before. I think one of his great strengths is not taking sacks, and so the clock in his head relative to that sense of urgency. So I think there is a fine line of, number one, the depth of route. Is this a longer developing play, a 7-step drop, a 5-step drop, a 3-step drop, and what should be the appropriate time. But I think that's a much easier problem to correct than the latter, which is taking the sacks, and historically speaking, it's proven to be much more difficult to fix.
Bo Nix has been sacked, Andy, 10 times this year. That is 34th, the 34th highest quantity by all qualifying quarterbacks in the NFL. His sack rate on the season of 2.8% of his dropbacks result in sacks is the best number in the entire NFL. Honestly, Andy, like I do believe, and I don't think Sean Payton likes a 3-and-outs. I don't think he likes scoring 10 points. I think all of those are sources of frustration for him. But also in a year in which he has the best pass rush in the NFL, one of the best defenses in the NFL, that if Bo Nix is not taking sacks, if he's not having the ball stripped from him, if it is not resulting in turnovers, I mean, you see the difference that makes around the league. How DeMarcus Lawrence had 2 scoop-and scores yesterday for Seattle against Arizona. Like, if the Broncos are not handing points to the other team, that is the recipe by which they can win football games. It goes back to the Ryan Clark. If it's cheeks, the Broncos will win it. I think Sean Payton's greatest concern right now with Bo Nix is don't take sacks, don't take negative plays. We can win games that way, and I'll live with all of your other problems at the moment.
Yeah, but we can feel the growing frustration. And again, I go with when Chase Daniel points out there's open guys that he's not seeing, and I know Chase picks it up on the tape, like he said. He knows the offense. But again, you and I both know that Chase doesn't hide it too much, that he and Sean are boys. And I bet you they talk a bit, and I'm not saying Sean specifically pointed things out, but I'm sure something was said that got Chase looking in that direction.
Sure.
And so, and then again, the Cowherd comment we played Friday where he says he doesn't know how long Sean's going to be patient with this. That's the great unknown. Now, again, like you said, we talked about this first hour. A lot of this stuff is bigger conversations for the postseason, for the off season, technically. You got to figure out how to get through it this year. And that starts with no sacks and no turnovers. But there's going to be a time where you face another big boy offense and your defense ain't having a day where they're going to need to look like the Cowboy game against a better level defense.
Yeah. And you're going up against the best quarterback on the planet on Sunday. Like this is the time now because the Chiefs will score points this week.
Yeah, but you and I have talked about it. The way you can kind of help Bo out is just commit to the run a little bit more.
Yep.
Balance the thing out.
Yep. Go with J.K. Dobbins, and also we don't know fully how healthy he is right now, so that's something to keep an eye on.
That's a great call. He's got a foot sprain.
He's got a foot thing that he is dealing with, so we don't know what's going on there. Much more on this coming up here on the other side as we continue to talk about the issues plaguing the Denver offense. Spring.
High five.
All right, the New York Giants fell to 2-8 and 0-6 on the road after blowing yet another double-digit fourth-quarter lead, this time in Chicago against the Bears. And today, the Giants fired their head coach, Brian Daboll. They will name assistant head coach and offensive coordinator Mike Kafka as the interim coach. Former Northwestern quarterback, was a finalist for multiple head coaching jobs over the past 2 years. Joe Shane will remain the team's GM.
Okay,
Golly, that blows my mind.
So here's a fun little note that I didn't realize.
Pointed this out to me earlier.
In-season Hard Knocks this year, the NFC East.
Boom!
Yes. Meaning that the Giants, the stars of off-season Hard Knocks, which was a fantastic show in which We had to watch Joe Shane justifying the paying of Daniel Jones, the jettisoning, is that the word, of Saquon Barkley, like all those decisions to John Mara. Those were decisions that the Giants were making, not drafting a quarterback, etc. in that draft and taking Malik Neighbors last year. Like all of that happened on off-season Hard Knocks. Well, now on in-season Hard Knocks, because the camera crews are there and working. The show will debut in December. They're filming right now, meaning that Brian Dable and all of this is going to go down on camera today.
Boy, I can't wait to see some of these behind-the-scenes things that we'll get to see. Because, again, the best Hard Knocks of the last decade, in my mind, was the actual off-season Hard Knocks.
It was awesome.
To watch Shane talk them. Shane let Saquon Barkley walk to the Philadelphia Eagles despite Mr. Zip-Up Mara saying, I'm not sure I like this idea, but I'm going to let you do your job.
Yeah.
Watching Dable talk to Malik Neighbors, only to find out that they're both hotheads and maybe a little too hothead for each other. I mean, this is insane. Every time the Giants are involved in something, we get to see some great behind-the-scenes stuff, so we'll see how this goes. By the way, could you just see at the end of that game, Dable knew. He knew the Turk was coming.
Yeah.
They had the camera fixed on him for good reason. It's the second time you've done this to yourself.
He's had some of the best rage moments on television so far this year.
And by the way, Nate,
you can't blow another double-digit fourth quarter lead, though.
And Jackson Dart gets yet another concussion.
Yep.
Do you guys care about your quarterback? He has had to go in the tent and get the concussion check. 5 of the 6, 7 games he's played? It happened in preseason.
Yeah.
You guys have got to be kidding me with this.
Concussed in the third quarter, Russ had to come in. Could not get it done.
It's spicy. Oh, it was spicy.
Yeah. Not good. Bears came back and won that game. Chicago was 6-3. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, the Cincinnati Bengals are 3-6. They had a bye week. They are 2 games back out of AFC Russell Wilson. That's Aaron Rodgers. And the Pittsburgh Steelers, who fell to 5-4. Bengals 2 games back of them. They're 1 game back of the now 4-5 Ravens. Okay, Joe Burrow has had his practice window opened, coming off of IR and the left turf toe injury that he sustained earlier this season. For the Bengals, they're at Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers this Sunday. Then they'll host the red-hot Drake May Patriots. But then on Thanksgiving, they are at the Ravens, their first of 2 matchups with the Ravens. They've yet to play the Ravens this season, and that Thanksgiving night game is where Joe Burrow hopes to return. We're not sure yet, but that's his plan. Joe Burrow today talking to the media on if the Bengals can still make the playoffs.
Yeah, our division is wide open. There's a lot of, I think Pittsburgh's 5-4 at this point. We play them this week. So, everything is still there in front of us. It's very rare that our division looks like this, but it does this year. And so, I think we'll be at least in it until the end.
I tell you what, if I was the Bengals, Andy, I would set a very clear parameter, and it would be this, okay? They're 3-6 right now. If they somehow win the next 2 games at Pittsburgh and at home against New England, and they're 5-6, I would say, let's do this, Joe.
We'll activate you.
If they lose these 2 games and they're 3-8, I would just go, no.
Rest up, big boy.
Let's take a pass. Let's get you fully healthy. You are very clearly our entire franchise. And if they split him, I would simply look at Joe and just be like, your call, dude. But let's err on the side of caution, preferably. Joe's call is going to be to come back and play, obviously. But I would say, unless they go exactly 2-0, I'd be leaning towards not bringing this guy back.
Yeah, because you know what? We kind of need a high pick at tackle to protect you, so this quits happening.
That would also help.
We seem to have everything else.
Yeah.
Maybe a snazzy running back. Maybe a pass rusher. Maybe the top pass rusher. But, see, that's the funny thing about this. Guess what? And I haven't looked at the numbers, but I got to believe since Joe Flacco took over, they've been like the hottest offense in the NFL.
They've been pretty good.
They've been putting them here 40 points every time they go out there.
They've been pretty good.
Your problem is not that you need Joe Burrow back. You need like a new secondary and an entire pass rush. That's what you need.
Yeah. Yeah, that defense is all-time bad. They've given up 39 and 47 points each of the last 2 weeks while scoring 38 and 42. They actually had a bye this week. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, are the Dolphins back in this thing? I don't know.
Sean Payton voice.
Hey, here's the thing. They improved to 3-7 with the big upset win over the Bills, 30-13. They host the Commanders. They're on a bye week. They host the Saints. They're at the Jets. I don't know, 6-7 maybe. Either way, Mike McDaniel, Dolphins head coach, after the game was photographed driving past a bar called the Elbow Room.
Okay.
It is a hot spot for Bills fans in Miami. It's where Bills fans in Miami go and watch the Bills play.
The Rob Trigilios of Miami are hanging out at this place.
Exactly.
Yes.
The Bills backers.
So McDaniel pulls up in his nice car, rolls his window down, and he's talking trash to at least one Bills fan. At least that's what the photograph showed.
Okay.
Today, Mike McDaniel was asked, was that real?
That's why I like the good old days, the throwbacks of yore where you could trust, the internet and the images because, that is pretty detailed. That, I do live in that area, but, I mean, AI, right?
Now.
Okay.
Come on now.
Here's why I know he did it. Did you see the video of their locker room after the game yesterday?
Yeah.
They were surfing in laundry carts. They had their assistant, I think it was their receivers coach. The guy's like 65 doing breakdancing moves on the floor. They were raging after that game.
There were smaller celebrations in playoff clinching baseball team locker rooms recently than what the Dolphins pulled off.
It was all going off in there. It was Studio 54 in the Dolphins locker room yesterday. I completely believe that McDaniel went out and found the local Bills bar just to keep the party going.
And he said he lived in the area.
Right.
AI, bro. Who's
I know.
AI? Like, again, what Bills fan is like, I got an AI Mike McDaniel talking trash to me? Who cares?
So good.
Just say you did it.
It's
I
so
like you
good.
better for it, frankly.
Yeah.
Why not? Have a little fun. It may be the last enjoyable week of the year before you get fired.
Hey, hey, you know what? McDaniel, though, kept the story going, didn't he? Well done. Well done by Mike McDaniel. Way to go, Dolphins. Yeah, Bills turned it over.
Is that the new line? AI, am I right?
AI, am I right?
Is that what all the players are going to say now?
James,
AI, right?
James Cook lost a fumble yesterday. Josh Allen threw a pick in the end zone. He fumbled on a sneak.
Josh Allen?
First time since 2022 that Allen had an interception and a lost fumble in the same game.
Unreal.
I know, right? Yeah, and they handed Miami a victory. Weird game. I don't think it's terribly sustainable for the Dolphins. But yeah, weird game. The Bills take that loss and fall to 6-3 on the year. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, Sean Payton, how do they fix Bo Nix in season? He will tell us next. Wait for the riff to end. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends at Roller Auction. Did you guys know that if you sign up to bid at Roller Auction, that you can win tickets? You can win tickets courtesy of us right here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You just got to go to Roller Auction's website, which is roller.bid, and then do yourself a favor, type in /altitude. Roller.bid/altitude. You sign up for their email list to get registered to be able to bid, and you are entered to win tickets courtesy of us. Our next giveaway, Avalanche and Montreal, November 29th. These are catered suite tickets that you can win from us right here at Altitude just for signing up to bid with our friends over at Roller Auction. That's roller.bid/altitude. Plus, you get in on all of the outstanding auctions that are coming up, including the Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction, which starts the last week of November. For almost 50 years, Roller Auction has been the Front Range's leader in city, county, fleet vehicle auctions and equipment, by the way. Well-maintained vehicles and equipment that you can get at fantastic prices. Go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up to bid. That's roller.bid/altitude and sign up to bid because we are giving away catered suite tickets for November 29th, Avalanche and Montreal. Guys, we're giving away Avalanche tickets again tomorrow. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Tune in all day. We'll give you keywords on the 20s. You can win tickets to the Avs game against the Islanders next Sunday. The Avalanche will open up a 4-game homestand tomorrow night against Anaheim. Of course, listen to all of it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Avalanche played 2 games over the weekend. They scored 14 goals. They are good. Nuggets in action tomorrow night in Sacramento. Wednesday against the Clippers, and then Saturday at Minnesota. Anthony Edwards is back. So first litmus test of the year.
Now it gets spicy.
Against Ant and the Timberwolves coming up on Saturday. All right, Andy, I'll give you that real quick, and then we're going to get to Sean Payton on Bo Nix. Tomorrow night at Sacramento, Wednesday at the Clippers, Saturday at Minnesota. Give me a record for the week in those 3 games. What do the Nuggets do?
Minimum 2-1.
Yeah.
I feel good about 3-0. I don't know how they're going to see Sacramento's first, then the Clippers, right?
Yep.
Don't you kind of want to remember the Clipper game in the preseason got real competitive.
Did.
Number of people that watched it were tweeting. And I'm talking like the national people are like, wow, there's a little spice in this Clipper game. So I think that they're probably going to save a little something.
Kawhi's got an ankle thing.
Of course he does. It's the early season.
Yeah, he's got an ankle thing. Really, I mean, for me, the matchup there is Jokic against Zubats. That's because Zubats is one of the few guys that he can hang with Joker.
I'm going to go 2-1.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure if I believe they get Sacramento or L.A.
Mm-hmm.
Am I overlooking Minnesota too much? I don't know. It feels like a 2-1 week.
I'm gonna go win in Sacramento, win in Minnesota, lose in LA against the Clippers.
Fair enough.
That's what I'll do. And I'm kind of judging it on second night of a back-to-back. Okay, let's get back to Sean Payton and Bo Nix, everybody's favorite dysfunctional relationship in town. Payton was asked today about being able to find time to work on Bo's fundamentals during the season. Because right now, fundamentals are a big-time problem. Bo Nix is having issues with footwork, with getting a solid base underneath him. You know, Andy, and Ben Solak had a great video breakdown of it this weekend. And, the film is showing, Bo is sometimes just making the wrong read. Other times he's making the right read, but his footwork is so out of whack that he can't get the ball there. And so, he does not have the arm strength, just the physical gifts to be able to overcome what at times is bad, slow processing. And he's running into issues because when he's got a good base underneath him, the ball generally does get there. When it doesn't, it's inaccurate, it's short, it's too high, it's a mess. And as everybody who has watched him play quarterback this season knows, there's been an awful lot of that. Sean today asked about finding time to work on Bo's fundamentals.
Yeah, I think Davis does a great job. There's times where during portions of practice that they'll work specifically on, left off a 3-step, left off a 5, right off a 3, right off a 5, route specific. But look, the challenge the other night, and especially when you look at the tape, there were a number of things that we've got to do better, we collectively as coaches, and we will. I'm glad we got the win. I just finished talking to our team about it. That was a big win for us to get to 8. And obviously we recognize, all right, here are the things we got to continue to work on to improve.
Yeah, I think you're thrilled you're 8-2. Good on Sean. He's going to continue to emphasize all of that, but also you're going to be playing with too much fire if you can only put up 10 points against the Raiders.
Yeah.
You're going to and eventually, again, there's always a level of regression to the mean when it comes to tight games and one-score games. You'll eventually start to drop some of these. So things absolutely have to get cleaned up offensively. And, it's interesting of him talking about 3-step drop, 5-step drop. Andy, we're watching it, and we're seeing it all clear as day, is that Bo is hitting the back of his drop, and instead of his right foot planting and a decision being made and the ball getting out, it's plant, and then it's chop step, and then it's pat the ball, and then it's look at the rush, and then it's, oh, okay. And then he throws the football off of one leg, no base underneath him, and he just skips the thing. Or he sails the thing, and it ends up being an interception. Or he goes sprinting up in the pocket and overthrows Pat Bryant and ends up putting it right in the hands of the safety who was waiting there the entire time, just hoping that he would throw that thing. Like, the biggest thing that Bo has to do is he has to throw the football with a solid base underneath him, because he doesn't have – I mean, it's one thing to be like, he doesn't have Josh Allen's arm. He doesn't have Caleb Williams' arm.
Allen?
He doesn't have Drake May's arm. Like, he doesn't have the arm of the guys at the top of his draft class to be able to overcome bad processing and bad fundamentals.
Yeah, and this wasn't a problem last year because he wasn't throwing the football this way.
Yeah.
He was set in his throw, and he was doing a good job of throwing on time, which there's a lot. Also, he's, as you said, the bad processing leads you to not being on time. And then once you're not on time, then you got a problem where the window's closed altogether. You got to look for something else and come off the plan. And again, there's been a number of videos out there, whether it's been Chase Daniel, Dan Orlovsky, whatever, that have shown there are earlier times where he can throw it and he's not doing it for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I thought Dan Orlovsky, though, had a really good comment earlier where he said Sean Payton has got to quit. Just run some plays with the same personnel in on a drive for a bit.
Yep.
Quit trying to switch it up so often on him. And I think that's something that Sanford and everybody else who talked to Jeff Legwell, they've all told us. When you get in the 2-minute drill, why is that so effective? Why was he effective when he came back against the Giants? Because you weren't having time to switch all the personnel out. You were just going and calling plays for most part with the group that was in there.
What I kind of wonder about, is when it comes to the tension between head coach and quarterback, play caller and quarterback, what I wonder about is in year 2, and we're now, 27 games into the professional, I guess 28 games if you count a playoff game, into the professional career of Bo Nix. And Sean Payton, I believe what is happening with Sean is that he was more willing to make compromise in year number 1. And in year number 2, it's like, okay, I'm trying to, take the restrictor plate off my offense a little bit. But he has got a quarterback that's lagging behind on it, and that's leading to the frustration. And so it's like, for Sean, it's, all right, do I either simplify in the moment or what can I do to make this all more palatable for Bo to get better play out of him right now in the moment? Or do I continue to give this guy a game plan and try and coach him in a way that if he can meet the moment and meet the expectation, I know my offense is going to be at its very best?
Yeah, I think he's trying to get this to be the offense he wants. And to your point about meeting the moment, I don't know if he'll change now once he's had the bye week. Who knows? In the bye week, which is still after this game, maybe he'll go back and just come to the whatever and just be like, all right, here's some plays I got to scrap. I got to quit calling these.
Yes.
I don't know if he will or not, right?
Right.
That's meeting in the moment that you're talking about. He and Bo, maybe they even get together a couple days before Bo truly gets out of town and does whatever. I don't know.
Because a part of what Sean, I think, is still trying to learn is,
well,
is this the guy?
Sure.
And can this guy do exactly what I need him to do to maximize my abilities as a play caller and to take full advantage of the personnel that I'm trying to put around him right now?
I'm with you, but guess what? You don't have to totally have that figured out by the end of this year because there's still time. You're not picking up a 5th-year option next year, and you got time on that stuff.
That's a good point.
He doesn't have to get paid. This isn't a Brock Osweiler situation where you got to give him a contract at the end of the year and really figure out what he is. So I don't disagree with you. I think Sean's trying to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But what I think everybody has to now, again, you have a special, as you said, this may be a once-in-a-lifetime defense because even the Denver Broncos 2015 defense only made it through about 3/4 of the season. Then it wasn't the same, and it certainly was never the same in the 2017 and beyond. They were good, but they never were as good, and they weren't the meet-the-moment kind of defense that they have right now. So you got to figure out a way how to maximize what you've got this year. Here's the other thing, though. I will give Sean – look, I think Bo – you need to give Bo more what he's comfortable with, and you need to relax that he isn't able to do everything that you want him to do. So chill out on some of the personnel switchings that you want to
in
do.
the moment he has to.
In the moment. But the other thing I would say for Sean is, and we again saw it the other night, I can only run these plays that we've gotten away with for, a season and a half. Again, I'll point out the little slip screen. The Raiders were ready for it. You know why?
Yeah.
They got Pete Carroll as a defensive coordinator. They immediately took that option away from you. You can't run that play too much anymore. People are ready for it. Whether it's you or the Broncos, the screen passes are still not quite having the effectiveness that you want to. And so I do understand why Sean's like, look, man, we got to have a few other clubs in our bag because they're taking away the ones we've been making our money on right now.
And what's tough about it is Pete Carroll was able to figure all that out. Pete Carroll had no problem. Pete Carroll did a good job in that game, and Patrick Graham did a good job in that game of mixing zone and man looks, and it was, a combination of, there were cover ones, there were cover fours, like they were kind of throwing all of it at Bo Nix in that game, and they weren't afraid to drop 8 into coverage, particularly when Denver was behind the sticks, and that always messes with Bo.
Well, and here's what, you and I did the Denver schedule. I got it in front of me, and we talked about the quarterbacks. How about we look at it this way? They're going to play the Chiefs and Spagnuolo Sunday.
Yeah.
Then in a couple weeks, Dan Quinn, for those that missed it, Dan Quinn's back to calling plays. He's made his money as a defensive coordinator. So you get Dan Quinn calling the defense for the Commanders. Then it's those Raiders again, and they already got to look at you one time. Now you got to go to their place. Packers, we'll see. Jaguars have had a pretty good defense. It's their offense that can be a little bit up and down, although the Jaguars' defense disappeared in the fourth quarter yesterday. Then it's Spagnuolo again, and that final game against Harbaugh and the Chargers, which
Jesse
for all
Minter.
we know, that could be for the division right there.
Yeah.
So you do have to get some things figured out because even though I don't think it's a murderer's road to end the season, you got some defensive coordinators that are probably going to make the young quarterback's life tough. This is why I had said at the beginning of the year they could get to 10 wins and would be more impressive than a year ago because you don't get to face 4 or 5 of the worst defenses in the league this year.
One other thing, and this is, I think, a factor in this Kansas City game is I feel like normally at this time of year, the Chiefs can play a little possum on you at this time of year because they know, like, oh, we're saving some of this for the postseason. They don't get to do that right now.
No,
they're not
in the picture.
Yeah, everything is a must-win for them right now. So Spags is going to throw the kitchen sink at Bo Nix this week, and I fear the results could be troubling when we watch this game. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show, rolling with you here. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, I got some of the details on the Emmanuel Clase baseball gambling saga scandal that has now hit. It's pretty stupid. Plus, Gus Johnson.
Gus!
Did he meet the moment at the end of Indiana Penn State? We'll debate that when we return. Wrapping it up here on a Monday afternoon, K&L, Kreckman and Lindahl. Monday Night Football tonight. Packers-Eagles. On your home for primetime football, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are your home for the NFL on Westwood 1. This is a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. We've been talking an awful lot of football with you today here on the show. Although, Andy, I need to slide in some baseball, and this is not of the Paul D. Podesta genre right now. This is that we now have the details in the indictment against Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz in their elaborate pitch rigging scheme.
The amount of money they did this for is what you threw away. Talk about stepping over dollars to chase pennies.
I got to think this is another deal where somebody had something on him.
Fair enough.
I think the same thing about the Chauncey thing.
I hope you're right. Make more sense.
May 17, 2025. The Cleveland Guardians played against the Cincinnati Reds. The game began at 6:40 p.m. At approximately 8:24 p.m., Emmanuel Clase, Guardians reliever, sent a text message to Better One asking if Better One was ready. Better One responded, but of course. Approximately 10 minutes later, Better One, Better Two, and several other bettors won approximately $10,000 on betting platform 2 by placing multiple bets that a pitch thrown by Clase would be a ball or hit by pitch and would be slower than 97.95 miles per hour.
All right. And we didn't think this 3 people won 10 grand on that or more?
Yep.
Didn't think that'd trip anything, huh?
April,
How often do you think that happens?
This was happening regularly.
I mean, somebody winning, like the random guy winning 10 grand.
Sure. Of just, and it's, again, like massive bets coming in on this one pitch.
Right. 3 guys just said, hey, I like this.
Yeah, exactly. Basically just like, hey, man, can you just like
be cool?
Throw a 55-foot slider?
Yeah.
Just spike one for me? And it really was that simple. But this is the way that it was all going down. This is all just, it's so dumb. It's all so dumb. The indictment also describes a post-game text message exchange between Emmanuel Clase and the bettor in which their disappointment at the free swinging of the Dodgers' Andy Pages screwed over the bettors. Approximately 20 minutes after Better One lost a wager on May 28, 2025, Better One sent a text message to Emmanuel Clase, a GIF image of a man hanging himself with toilet paper. Even though the Cleveland Guardians won the game, approximately 10 minutes later, Clase responded to Better One with a GIF of a sad puppy dog face. Because Andy Pages couldn't lay off of Emmanuel Clase's sliders in the dirt, which now I have to wonder, did Andy Pages have a deal with some other bettor? Oh, it'll be a strike. Don't you worry.
Swinging anything.
I'm hacking no matter what. It is funny, too. Like, you watch this, and this pitch is in the dirt, and Pages is just like, he
looks good to me.
Balls to the wall for this thing. Yeah. Yes. So that's what's happening in the stupid baseball
By the
scandal.
way, real quick, interesting part of that story that you noted, why not just take these guys' phones away? Like, why do you have the phone in the dugout?
They're
anyway
not supposed
to.
to. Well, he's got it. He's out in the bullpen. I'm assuming he's like thrown his phone in his bag or whatever and gone out to the pen.
Just gave him the something.
But that's a violation of MLB rules. These guys are not allowed to be texting during games.
Well, you're going to start getting some.
But the thing about it,
searches.
Andy, is like they, like they'll throw it in their bag and go out to the pen. Or like these guys are in and out of the clubhouse the entire game. Like you don't know what they're doing back there. Normally, you're worried about, are they eating fried chicken and drinking beer and playing video games like the Red Sox apparently were back in the day, or in this case, are they texting to bettors, don't worry, pitch number 1 is going to be a ball?
Well, I mean, again, does the MLB just have to say, all right, once we're on the field, you're all staying on the field. We're checking you.
Stay out of the clubhouse.
You can't go to the clubhouse anymore. Because how many guys? That would upset a lot of guys.
You have if you have to poop, you have to go up on the concourse.
We guess what?
With everybody else.
Hey, we brought you the nice little porta potty trailer thing, right?
Okay, final moments of Indiana-Penn State on Saturday. This game was unbelievable. It ended with what looked like Fernando Mendoza throwing the ball away in the back of the end zone and Omar Cooper going up and making the most brilliant toe tap catch that you were ever going to see. And that, by the way, was to stay undefeated and to keep Indiana the second-ranked team in the country. The catch was absolutely unbelievable. Gus Johnson and our buddy Joel Klatt were on the call for Fox Sports. And
Fox Sports!
That was a day in which Gus's voice held up to the end of the game. Let's hear how 58-year-old Gus Johnson did on this call. Spring, roll it.
Mendoza in trouble. It's out. Touchdown! Wow! Omar Cooper! Unbelievable!
All right, he hurt himself there. He had to have, right? There's nothing left at the end of that call.
There's no amount of throat coat that was going to fix that.
I mean, I'm looking right now. Was there video of him as he made the call? You know, like sometimes they put the GoPro up there.
I haven't seen it, if there is. I mean, there's like even later in it, there's the give him the Heisman now. Except like that one had nothing behind it. Spring, can you get me the give him the Heisman now part of the call? Because that one was like Gus is completely, he has blown the tire, but he is continuing to try and drive down the highway. Give it to me, Spring.
Unbelievable!
Well, we didn't get to it, but you know what I'm saying.
I can't find it, man. I got to see. Did he, like, I imagine he slept in the chair,
Mendoza,
trying to just keep it on.
In trouble. Izao. Touch to wow. He never gets to the end of touchdown either. His name is Omar Cooper. He added several syllables to his name. Yeah. And then if you listen to the entire thing, Joel's there to just try and kind of try and clean it up. Did he actually get his toe down inbounds? Like Joel being the most professional broadcaster on the planet, which he is. Joel just trying to help get Gus across the finish line.
Yeah.
You know, Andy.
Yeah.
There's a thing about broadcasting games on television that they told me a long time ago, and I'm sure Gus Johnson has been told this at some point too. Occasionally, it's okay to let the picture tell the story.
Yeah, let the moment have its moment. Just let it breathe, baby. Lay out.
Uh-huh.
Let everybody take in the crowd.
Yep.
We can hear the pandemonium through the mics.
Yep.
Don't do that to yourself.
No.
Because my guy, you ran too long a marathon.
Gus, you're an all-time legend. Lay out on that one. That's going to do it for Kreckman and Lindahl this afternoon. Thanks to Jeff Legwald. Thanks to Mike Sanford. Thanks to Gus Johnson. Thanks to Sean Payton. For Mark Springer and Andy Lindahl, I'm Nate Kreckman. Monday Night Football, Packers-Eagles next.